Chapter 95. A Conversation. Nuan reflected on what she had just intended to express. Am I really that measured? Chen Guodong. Wasn't the idea to speak less? Yet you continue to articulate. Cough, Captain Chen. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to speak less in the future, truly. Chen Guodong's smile was one of forced amusement. He was not convinced, perceiving her words as mere pretense. As he turned to depart, Lin Igua scratched his head. That police officer seems somewhat familiar. Chi Sui chuckled. Familiar indeed. You did encounter him last time, did you not? Nuan nodded at Chi Sui's little head. He is an officer from Shungan, the very captain who led the team on the luggage case that Uncle Lin met. Has he been reassigned? I didn't notice any promotion, Lin Igua noted, having observed that the insignia on his shoulders remained unchanged. Nuan replied awkwardly, Captain Chen is likely here for training. Lin Igua scrutinized Nuan curiously. Is he perhaps avoiding you? That shouldn't be the case, should it? Isn't it the duty of a police officer to solve cases to earn promotions? Could it be that there are simply too many cases? That struck a chord, Uncle Lin. His muttered musings were hardly quiet. Nuan, how are you faring? Lin Mama swept over to Nuan with the gust of a storm, her face etched with concern. Nuan shook her head. I am fine. It's merely that Uncle Lin's concern has thrown me off a bit. Once assured of her well-being, Lin Mama turned her attention to Lin Igua with a smile. I apologize. I too am a bit disconcerted out of concern. Sui Papa cast a worried glance at Nuan, and only when he confirmed she was unhurt did he relax. When did old Lin arrive in the capital? He didn't even notify me. It's a coincidence. He was also going fishing but was stood up by old Sunday. As luck would have it, he ran into Nuan. I was ready to head back, but I noticed several police cars heading in one direction. I remember Nuan mentioning her car was parked that way, and out of curiosity, I had the driver follow. Lin Mama expressed her worry. Perhaps we should have a bodyguard accompany you in the future? We're quite uneasy otherwise. Nuan nodded. All right. What transpired? What could have frightened you? There had been even more fatalities in Shizhou, yet her own daughter showed no fear. This time, she heard that people were left paralyzed with terror, which astonished her. Nuan shook her head. I wasn't frightened. I was preoccupied with thoughts. The perpetrator could not divorce due to domestic abuse, and it was only after the child was drowned that they killed those monsters. I was contemplating why she wasn't allowed to divorce, why domestic abuse was considered a private matter rather than intentional murder. I delved too deeply into these thoughts and lost track of time. Lin Mama sighed deeply, indeed. Nuan tugged at Lin Mama's sleeve. I wish to do something regarding this, but the political sphere isn't suitable for me. Mother, do you think I could take a position without direct responsibility? A nominal position would mean no daily duties, but still wield decision-making power. Nuan felt that given her current standing, she had only two paths to ascend. 1. Completely abandon everything and enter the political arena. 2. Maintain the status quo, relying on achievements to elevate her standing, while a nominal position could amplify her influence. With Chi Sui and the others by her side, her only viable route to rapid advancement was the latter. Otherwise, how could she accumulate merits? Who would she assist with her capabilities? Would she endanger the good officials in the political realm? While it was acceptable to challenge those who idolize foreign cultures, what if she inadvertently harmed her own? Lin Mama paused, lowering her voice. Your mother and your grandfather have recently been discussing this matter. Given your circumstances, you must either secure a high position to protect yourself or have someone to safeguard you. I intended to discuss this with you upon returning home. Due to the cases in Shizhou, the upper echelons have taken notice of you. They are unaware of your ability to engage with them but know you provided evidence and assisted in uncovering the criminal network there. Few at the top have escaped scrutiny. Do not be misled by your grandfather's seemingly leisurely demeanor. Before his retirement, a bounty of $50 million was placed on his head. If you intend to continue solving cases, you will inevitably attract a bounty. You are encroaching upon the interests of powerful figures. However, rest assured, you fight for your country and we, along with the nation, stand behind you. In fact, someone sought to discuss matters with you yesterday but was turned away by your grandfather. He wishes to speak with you, and since you desire it, clarify everything with him upon your return. Nuan nodded. All right. Thank you. Lin Mama smiled. No need for thanks among family. Just as their conversation concluded, Lin Igua, who had been walking ahead, turned back. Then it settled. In a couple of days, we shall go fishing. Mrs. Lin Nuan until next time. Nuan waved until next time. Lin Mama also waved with a smile. Stay safe. As they watched Lin Igua depart, Lin Mama unhesitatingly abandoned Sui Papa, following Nuan into the RV. Due to the hurried exit, Sui Papa had not summoned the driver. Upon entering the RV, Chi Sui scanned the interior and Nuan. Everything remains unchanged. No one has disturbed the vehicle. Sui Nuan affectionately ruffled Chi Sui's head. You're truly remarkable, Chi Sui. Lin Mama scrutinized Chi Sui. Nuan. Is Chi Sui a hybrid of a black king snake and a horn viper? Sui Nuan. No wonder her family found Chi Sui's horns unremarkable. It was a misunderstanding, considering that horned vipers indeed possess horns. Sui Nuan scratched her head. He's not a hybrid. I can't quite explain it. Just consider it a mutation. Lin Mama nodded. Oh, by the way, regarding that Wang Jia you mentioned, I've already looked into her, and there are indeed some issues. Fortunately, her position is not high. She merely works in data entry. She is unaware of your personal circumstances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily exposed. For now, they haven't moved against her, but they plan to eliminate the entire group. Sui Nuan couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed her fault, as Wang Jia had been the one who assisted Sui Nuan with the weapon registration. At that time, Lin Grandpa was entangled in negotiations with a senior official, and Sui Nuan had taken the initiative to retrieve the firearm and complete the registration herself. With the stamped documents in hand, everything went remarkably smoothly. Had there been a staff member accompanying her, Wang Jia would not have been able to so swiftly betray her. Alas, it was merely a coincidence that the secretary assistant of the senior official happened to be preoccupied with other matters. Sui Nuan wished to avoid complicating matters for that individual, so she took care of everything herself. Whether it was her luck or not, sometimes events unfold in such coincidental ways. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Grandpa had already received news from Lin Mama and was waiting in the hall. Upon the trio's arrival, Lin Grandpa beckoned them into the study. Nuan. Given your circumstances, a nominal position is indeed viable, and your accomplishments are sufficient. Have you considered this carefully? A nominal role will require you to disclose your situation to those above you, and it will make it even less likely for the bounty on you to be lifted. Sui Nuan nodded affirmatively. After all, there are already individuals aware of it. Captain Chen and Captain Zhang both know. Lin Machu nodded. Well done. Rest assured, your grandfather will do his utmost to keep the number of those aware of your situation to a minimum. You can pursue your ambitions with peace of mind. We will protect you to the best of our abilities. Lin Mama clenched her fists. Dad, I also wish my health has nearly restored, and as your daughter, I want to contribute to safeguarding Nuan. Chapter 96. Having a meal while also enjoying a treat. Lin Machu disagreed, stating that your medicine still lacks an aged 1,000-year ginseng. Returning now would be of little value. It would be better to wait until the medicine is procured and your health is fully restored before returning. Upon hearing this, Yu Sui immediately perked up, saying Nuan, I know where there's ginseng. I've seen it. Why don't we sneak out to gather some? Sui Nuan felt a twinge of temptation, yet the idea of clandestinely foraging felt rather audacious. She decided to consult her grandfather for guidance. Grandpa, Yu Sui claims to know where ginseng is located. Can we apply for a permit to harvest it? Lin Machu was taken aback, astonished that it could navigate. Sui Nuan nodded affirmatively, yes. Yu Sui says it knows the way. Lin Machu pondered for a moment, determining that he would inquire if it were possible to obtain a harvesting permit. The current market forbids the appearance of such items. If discovered, it would invite scrutiny. Some households possess them but reserve them for critical situations, which is why they have been unable to acquire any over the years. Lin Mama expressed her concerns. You and I, but Lin Machu interrupted, dismissively saying, don't even start. With your occasional dizziness and palpitations, what are you trying to stir up? Sui Ian, who had remained silent throughout, felt a pang of inadequacy. Believing she served little purpose beyond earning money, her guilt manifesting in numbers. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9, 2, 6, and 1, 1. Shall I arrange for someone to accompany you? Though Lin Machu was aging, he never made decisions for others without first consulting them. He was quite adept at persuasion. Given his tone, it indicated that he was already considering who would accompany Sui Nuan. Sui Nuan glanced at Yu Sui, asking, are we bringing people? Wouldn't too many attract unnecessary attention? Lin Machu replied, indeed, he would certainly secure the permit, but too many would be akin to slapping the high officials in the face. Lin Mama was apprehensive. What if you encounter trouble alone? Noticing the trio of small figures staring intently in her direction, Lin Qingdai fell silent, musing. Why does it seem that my daughter has no fear of wild beasts? Lin Machu shared this concern, stating, Nuan, you should decide for yourself. Chi Sui eagerly chimed in, Nuan, we can handle it. Nuan has a gun, Yu Sui can scout, and Tian Sui can help avoid dangers. The four of us will manage just fine. Accustomed to working alone, Sui Nuan hesitated. I'll go by myself. Fewer people make it easier to handle. The notion that fewer people might lead to quicker demise was moot. Facing a large predator would yield the same grim outcome. Though Lin Machu was worried, he chose to respect Sui Nuan's wishes, advising her to train in wilderness survival skills. The ginseng harvesting season had passed, so there was no urgency. It would be a task for next year. Sui Nuan nodded, all right. Lin Machu waved his hand, signaling the meeting's end, declaring, I'll go speak with someone. Determined to embark on a nationwide tour, Sui Nuan realized that mere martial prowess would not suffice. She needed to acquire various specialized skills, such as lockpicking, escape techniques, evasion, sailing, and flying. She aspired to become the next Conan. With the benefit of merit, Sui Nuan found learning to be effortless, especially with a skilled mentor guiding her. Acquiring knowledge became as simple as drinking water. During this period, Sui Nuan also engaged in discussions with a high-ranking official who had been persuaded by Lin's grandfather, resulting in her receiving a prestigious certificate. Sui Nuan was promoted to second lieutenant, albeit as a figurehead. To ensure her personal safety, she not only received a firearm, but the ammunition limit was increased from 50 to 200. Additionally, with Zhang Wenchuan's father persistently advocating on her behalf, another leader equipped Sui Nuan with a rifle, stating that one or two made little difference. Thus, she received both a long and a short one. After successfully acquiring the rifle, Zhang Wenchuan finally invited Sui Nuan out to present her the certificate. With several certificates already in her possession, Sui Nuan remarked, all right, more identities are welcome. Bring them all on. After all, I am merely holding positions. One or two makes no difference. Upon arriving at the private room chosen by Zhang Wenchuan, Sui Nuan entered to find Miss Rin Qi already present. Long time no see. Rin Qi stood, gesturing to an empty chair beside her, indicating that they wished to meet their big sister. Raising an eyebrow, Sui Nuan walked over, and indeed, seated in the chair were Dahe and Alan. Tian Sui needed no prompting. Having caught the familiar scent, he greeted, long time no see, Dahe. How have you been lately? Standing upright and adjusting his red tie, saluting with a hand on his chest, big sister, everything has been well with Dahe, and the other mice too. Sui Nuan silently turned to glance at Yusui, who looked bemused. Why are you looking at me, Nuan? Sui Nuan remained silent, pondering that Dahe's flamboyant demeanor bore a resemblance to Yusui. Despite being a bird, Yusui exhibited a gentlemanly flair when making such gestures, an impression that Dahe seemed to embody differently. Zhang Wenchuan entered, exclaiming, what are you standing around for? Little Nuan, take a seat. I've just ordered some dishes. Would you like to add anything? Sui Nuan shook her head. No, I'm not hungry. Zhang Wenchuan closed the door, asking, did you receive the gun? Sui Nuan replied, yes, I never expected Captain Zhang would actually procure a weapon for me. Did they not inform you that I had already secured one for you? Zhang Wenchuan gestured for Sui Nuan to sit, unimpressed. What your family arranged for you cannot compare to what I promised. Once seated, Yusui and Shi Sui sidled up to Dahe to hear about the recent happenings. Zhang Wenchuan grinned. To get that thing sorted, my father berated me until I nearly lost my hearing from it. Sui Nuan chuckled. I thought you would give up. Zhang Wenchuan's demeanor shifted from the seriousness of a task to a light-hearted banter. You thought wrong. If I were someone who easily yielded, I wouldn't be in this line of work. I secretly signed up behind my father's back, nearly facing his wrath. Curious, Sui Nuan asked why.
He,
who had previously been in the same squad as Zhang Wenchuan, was aware of the situation and did not share Sui Nuan's level of curiosity. Zhang Wenchuan paused. Because my mother was also in the service. She sacrificed herself during a mission, which is why my father opposes it so strongly. Zhang Wenchuan pulled a small notebook from his bag. Here, this is the main reason I sought you out today. Sui Nuan began to respond, but Zhang Wenchuan waved his hand. No need. She is my pride, the pride of our family. Just as Sui Nuan was about to offer words of comfort, a loud commotion erupted from the neighboring room.
Bang! Huang, what do you mean by this?
I'm at home caring for the children and managing the household while you're out with women? Let me see what woman has caught your fancy. You soldier, who dares to cheat? And you, why are you hiding? Do you know he is married? Do you know that destroying a military marriage can land you in prison? Sui Nuan raised an eyebrow. So we can enjoy a meal while also indulging in some gossip? The three exchanged glances, instinctively rising to peer out the door, discovering a row of heads from the adjacent private room. The atmosphere in the next room had reached a boiling point, and Sui Nuan, peering curiously, thought she recognized a woman inside. Why do I feel like that woman looks somewhat familiar? Chapter 97. Everyone, please don't crowd. Let's enjoy the gossip rationally. Zhang Wenchuan stretched his neck to peer into the neighboring room. Being serious at work is one thing. How people behave in their private lives is another matter entirely. Once donned in their uniforms, they are soldiers of the nation. Once stripped of them, they are merely individuals. One must not view any profession through tinted lenses, for we are all ordinary people. Ren Qi blinked, also leaning to catch a glimpse. Meanwhile, the small figures at their feet, Qi Sui, Yu Sui, Tian Sui, Da He, and Delan were also craning their necks to see. Zhang Wenchuan exclaimed, "Isn't the person being protected the one who registered the firearms? I believe her name was Wang Jia. She was the one who registered when I arranged that for you recently. Her position was highly coveted, both leisurely and comfortable. How could she possibly engage in such actions that would jeopardize her future?" Sui Nuan stroked her chin, realizing that the leader, often swayed by her grandfather, was indeed playing a grand game. After years of leadership, he must possess a shrewdness akin to none, and to be so easily fooled by Lin Machu was merely a facade of being deceived. In any case, achievements were the currency of discourse. A few exchanges merely served to express attitudes. In Daxia, firearms were prohibited, and though your granddaughter had merits and capabilities, acquiring the right to bear arms was far from simple. An old fox, a middle-aged fox, who among them was unaware of the other's cunning. It was all a performance for the younger generation like Sui Nuan. The man had been protective of Wang Jia, and the furious original wife of the love rival was blocking the doorway, preventing the two inside from leaving, brandishing her phone to summon reinforcements. Zhang Wenchuan had chosen a rather upscale restaurant. Those in the private room were either of some stature or possessed a modicum of wealth. With so many gossiping outside, the two implicated individuals dared not simply dash out. They all worked in the capital, and the risk of encountering acquaintances loomed large. If word got out, their jobs would surely be at stake. Positions in the capital were coveted, with countless eyes watching, waiting for a misstep. "Mr. Huang, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, do not even think about leaving. I will take this to court, all the way to the central authorities, to expose how you treat me, your wife of 10 years. She wailed. "Oh, my life is so bitter. I have stood by you from your humble beginnings to now. Yet I have enjoyed none of the blessings, while you repay my loyalty with this. Had I not stumbled upon this today, were you planning to divorce me and bring this woman into our home?" The man, unable to endure further, retorted, "Can you cease this unreasonable commotion? My dealings with her are purely professional. Our relationship is entirely above board." The woman nearly lost her mind. "Above board? Then why are you protecting her? Why was she sitting on your lap when I entered? Such above-board conduct. Mr. Huang, your audacity is astonishing. Do not tarnish the phrase above board. If it could speak, it would surely curse you." The man's anger boiled over, insisting, "She merely slipped onto my lap out of surprise when you barged in. Can we not close the door and discuss this civilly, instead of you shouting like a fishwife? If you have no shame, we still possess some dignity." Sui Nuan's expression turned peculiar. Why did those words sound so familiar? Hadn't that foolish Xiaoyan uttered something similar to her? "I am entirely above board with my junior. She merely slipped onto my lap by accident." The man's excuses were strikingly similar indeed. Zhang Wenchuan interjected, "What are you staring at? I am 33, single, and without a girlfriend. I assure you, I am completely above board." Sui Nuan and Ren Qi nearly burst into laughter, surprised by Zhang Wenchuan's instinctive response. The woman outside had no intention of retreating. She remained steadfast at the doorway, unwilling to budge an inch. Soon, a woman with a facial mask and half-done hair stormed onto the scene, demanding everyone to clear the way, declaring, "Who dares to bully my best friend?" Behind her loomed a towering man, nearly 6 feet tall, muscles rippling beneath his clothes as he threatened, "No one is to obstruct my wife." The beleaguered waitstaff parted like the Red Sea, and the woman quickly tore off her mask, rushing to embrace the distraught woman whose eyes were red from tears. "I told you, Mr. Huang, you had ulterior motives. Busy with work, were you? Busy with another woman, I presume? Have you called the police? They are committing a crime. Violating military marriage laws. Achong, pull apart those 2 dogs in there." The imposing man, Achong, wasted no time, striding into the private room, obstructed by too many bodies, leaving Sui Nuan and her companions unable to see clearly. "How can we see anything?"
Kisui exclaimed, "Nuan."
"Shall we go take a look?" The waitstaff, hesitant to intervene, formed a circle to watch the spectacle unfold. Sui Nuan hesitated for a moment. There were already so many waiters present. A few more wouldn't make a difference. She tugged at Ren Qi's arm. "Shall we go see?" Ren Qi, eager to join, shed her cool demeanor for that of a neighborly sister. Is that appropriate? Chi Sui and Yu Sui stretched their necks. Come on, let us just take a peek. Nothing bad will happen. The urge to witness the unfolding drama was a human instinct. Not only were Sui Nuan and her friends keen to rush over, but others from adjacent rooms were also inching closer. No worries, we are not alone now. Zhang Wenchuan beckoned. Let us go take a look and help maintain some order. Rin Shi nodded in agreement. Let us see what's happening. Please do not crowd. Watch responsibly to avoid any stampede, Zhang Wenchuan called out as he secured a vantage point, leading Sui Nuan, Rin Shi, and a few others to observe the unfolding drama. To accommodate their large black dog, Rin Shi had brought a bag, while Sui Nuan balanced Tian Sui on her left shoulder and Chi Sui on her right, cradling Yu Sui in her arms as she craned her neck to catch a glimpse. Amid the shouts of the entangled couple inside the room, the throng of onlookers remained eerily silent. With so many standing in the corridor, it was a recipe for disaster. A crowd even entered the private room, standing orderly to witness the spectacle, creating an absurdly humorous scene. A few individuals were embroiled in a scuffle while a circle of spectators watched with rapt attention. When the security police finally arrived, they were greeted by this bizarre tableau. The uniformed officers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is happening here? The late-arriving Qin Guodong appeared equally perplexed. What is going on? The leading officer scratched his head. Isn't this a brawl? Why are the detectives here? Chen Guodong questioned. Isn't this a theft case? How did it turn into a brawl? As Yu Sui turned to look outside, she exclaimed, Nuan, familiar faces are here. Sui Nuan queried. Who is this familiar face? I can guess without needing Yu Sui to specify. Could it be? Was it possible to encounter Captain Chen while dining? What kind of extraordinary fate did she share with him? Chapter 98. In the dim room. Sui Nuan, skeptical of the situation, turned to push through the crowd to confirm whether Captain Chen was indeed present. Surely, a case like this did not require the involvement of detectives, did it? Wasn't their work focused on murder, robbery, and solving cases? What else going on? Zhang Wenchuan inquired, glancing at Sui Nuan. Why are you suddenly wanting to leave? Before Sui Nuan could respond, a wave of people surged into the front row. Amid the crowd, she quickly spotted Chen Guodong. Sensing Sui Nuan's astonished gaze, Chen Guodong, who was attempting to disperse the crowd to get more information, replied. Sui Nuan waved, mouthing a silent greeting. Chen Guodong's lips twitched. He knew encountering familiar faces like Sui Nuan was always a possibility in any unfortunate situation. Zhang Wenchuan recognized Chen Guodong as well. Puzzled. Old Chen? When did he start working in the capital? I hadn't heard about this. As the police arrived, the onlookers reluctantly retreated from the scene. This matter did not fall under Chen Guodong's jurisdiction, and they swiftly followed suit, closing the door to the private room. Which of you is the manager? A woman in uniform, wearing glasses, stepped forward. I am. Chen Guodong gestured. Did you report a theft? The manager nodded. Yes. My first task each day is to check the safe. Today, while performing my routine check of the cash drawers, I discovered that the money from the safe had mysteriously vanished. I immediately reviewed the surveillance footage, but it showed no one entering the office after I left yesterday. The manager remained composed. Only the deputy manager and I know the safe's combination, but we are aware that multiple cameras are fixed on the boss's office. It is impossible for us to commit such a breach of trust and risk our own livelihoods. A week ago, the assistant manager requested leave and has yet to return to the store, leaving me to examine the safe alone during this time. My willingness to call the police stems from a desire to clear my name. It is evident that this is a well-orchestrated frame-up. Sui Nuan found the situation peculiar. Could it merely be an ordinary theft? Captain Chen Guodong led a team to inspect the office where the safe was stored, and Sui Nuan hesitated, uncertain whether she should follow. Xiao Nuan, you should join us. Consider it a learning opportunity. Zhang Wenchuan and Rin Shi opted to remain in the private room to avoid arousing suspicion from the police. De He and De Lan, eager to observe the unfolding drama and spend more time with their leader, Sui, decided to linger with Sui Nuan for the time being. Upon entering the office with Chen Guodong, Sui Nuan stood back, keenly observing how others searched for clues, hoping to acquire skills for any future escapades where she might need to leave fewer traces. As she approached the safe, Chi Sui suddenly perked up as if activating some hidden switch. Nuan, something's amiss, it declared. Sui Nuan pondered. Is it too late now? Surely, if she and Captain Chen were to encounter anything, it would be impossible to avoid an unexpected civilian cameo. Sui Nuan lowered her gaze and inquired, where? Meanwhile, the store manager continued discussing her whereabouts with Chen Guodong, solidifying her alibi. Chi Sui sniffed the air once more. This establishment was an old one, styled like an ancient tavern, adorned with exquisite ornaments and paintings. Following Chi Sui's guidance, Sui Nuan approached a wall decorated with ancient art. Is it here? Chi Sui confirmed with a nod. Indeed, this is the spot. While still conversing with Chen Guodong, the manager noticed Sui Nuan reaching toward the painting and sharply warned. That painting is quite valuable and our boss's prized possession. We must not touch it, young lady. Although her tone was somewhat harsh, she was indeed offering a caution. Prompting Sui Nuan to withdraw her hand. She acknowledged her impulsiveness. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to involve Captain Chen, especially since she wore no gloves and lacked expertise in handling such matters. Sui Nuan stepped back to Captain Chen's side, who was engaged in conversation with an officer documenting the situation. Captain. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, recalling Sui Nuan's words from a month prior. I have my limits. He forced a calm demeanor, asking, what is the matter? Any discoveries? Sui Nuan glanced around, lowering her voice. Chi Sui says there's an issue behind that painting and there might be more. The manager, growing impatient, interjected, Officer, who is this young lady? She's not in uniform. Can't we ask her to leave, so she doesn't hinder our investigation? Tian Sui affirmed. She seems odd. But she harbors no ill intentions. Perhaps her pride or some other emotion is prompting her to seek distraction. Yu Sui added. It's very likely she is the thief. She believes she has sufficiently covered her tracks, which is why she called the police. Sui Nuan nodded, sensing something amiss with the manager. A realization gleaned from her observations of micro-expressions. Without professional training, it is challenging to conceal such subtle cues. Captain Chen, persistently questioning the manager, undoubtedly harbored suspicions about her. He decided to set aside the theft for the moment. If there was indeed an unwarranted civilian involvement, the case would escalate. Reflecting on the previous case that remained unresolved regarding the origin of the drugs, he couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Sui Nuan. Engaged in discussion with Tian Sui and Yu Sui, Sui Nuan was oblivious to Captain Chen's lingering gaze, which was fully absorbed by Chi Sui. Chi Sui, perplexed, scratched its head with its tail, wondering, is Captain Chen unwell? Tian Sui face-bombed, responding, that's another matter. His mental state appears precarious. Upon discovering the open secret passage, the manager was left utterly bewildered, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, I had no idea there was a hidden room here. Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Captain Chen detected a familiar odor wafting from within. After years as a detective, he was unmistakably acquainted with the scent of decaying flesh. Frowning, he instructed, notify the bureau, and arrange for a coroner to come. Without hesitation, the recording officer made the call to dispatch a forensic expert. Captain Chen donned a mask and turned to Sui Nuan, asking, would you like to join? Sui Nuan cautiously replied, may I? If you wish, you may accompany us, he responded, recognizing that their ranks were not strictly hierarchical, as detectives and military personnel operated within different systems. Thus, he respected her autonomy. As for how he knew Sui Nuan had attained the rank of second lieutenant, that was due to the fact that positions in both realms could not coincide simultaneously. Her role with him was nearly revoked but ultimately preserved by higher authorities, which he was privy to. Sui Nuan, equipped with a mask and gloves, trailed behind Captain Chen and several other officers as they descended. The remaining personnel waited outside, prohibited from taking any further actions, especially contacting the manager. Sui Nuan counted approximately 32 steps before reaching the bottom. The beam of her flashlight illuminated a woman bound and leaning against the wall. Without needing to draw closer, Sui Nuan could ascertain the woman's fate, the stench reaching her nostrils from afar. The woman's hair was disheveled, and she had clearly struggled in her final moments, her gaunt face revealing protruding bones. Sui Nuan frowned. Did she starve? Captain Chen, momentarily silent, had encountered many deceased individuals and retained a degree of discernment. It was indeed a case of starvation, implicating the store's owner. The body would require examination by the coroner, while the recording personnel captured numerous photographs of the scene before any further actions were taken. Captain Chen approached a nearby box and gently knocked on it before opening the lid. What is this? He called to the recording officer to document the contents for further analysis. Sui Nuan expressed her suspicion. It can't be poison, right? Captain Chen scrutinized the contents, shaking his head. It doesn't appear to be. Should we call Zhang to take a look? It was evident that while Captain Chen was knowledgeable about poisons, he lacked the expertise of Zhang Wenchuan. He nodded, that would be prudent. As Sui Nuan turned and stepped outside, she declared, I'll go call someone. The basement had no signal, making it impossible to send a message. Upon reaching the upper floor, the manager's expression was tense. What's happening down there? Nuan shook her head in silence and moved aside to send a message to Zhang Wenchuan. Nuan, there are drugs. I need you to come down and take a look. Zhang Wenchuan, likely still waiting for her, responded almost instantly upon receiving her message. Zhang Wenchuan, poison? Where? I'm coming down now. Having already made it upstairs, Nuan promptly removed her mask and gloves, then hastened to the second floor to bring people down. Once on the second floor, she coincidentally spotted a group exiting a private room, led by the woman who had been caught in the act of infidelity. Nuan had not anticipated that her quest to find someone would also unveil a subsequent scandal. Behind her, a man and a woman, their heads covered with black cloth to obscure their identities, trailed behind the group, presumably preparing to head to the police station to address the situation. The infidelity accuser's friend cursed loudly. What a disgrace. At his age, still pursuing girls in their 20s, how shameless. That young girl must be blind to fancy a man in his 40s with no achievements. If we don't receive an explanation today, we'll see you in court. You two shameless creatures. The man donning the black hood was seething, his fists clenched in anger. He was indeed involved with Wang Jia. But this time, he was not there for a rendezvous. Their meeting was merely to exchange information. But they had been caught red-handed by the ferocious woman who had come to reserve a private room for dinner with her friend. Unable to speak the truth or admit his involvement, he felt the weight of the accusation of undermining a military marriage bearing down on him. He had worked hard to reach his current position and could not afford to be dismissed over such a trivial matter. Wang Jia was equally frantic. She had sensed something amiss recently, as many individuals she had interacted with were suddenly under investigation. Hence, she had hastily contacted her lover to discuss these developments. Little did she expect to be caught by the rightful partner, and now the matter was escalating to the police. She still cared about her reputation. At her young age, she couldn't afford to lose her position. Both self-serving individuals were calculating how to extricate themselves from the situation, ensuring that their golden opportunities would not slip away. As she passed by Nuan, Wang Jia paused, unable to see clearly due to the hood, but her instincts told her she recognized this person. Instinctively, she pulled back the black hood and clearly saw Nuan standing before her. The tension and confusion that had plagued her mind suddenly unraveled. Wang Jia's eyes widened.
It's you.
A few security officers paused in confusion, standing still to give way to the group, while Nuan was left bewildered. What was this woman's outburst about? What relevance did it have to her? Strictly speaking, they had only met once. Wang Jia's face contorted in anger. It's you. Everything wrong began with you. After Nuan leaked information, everything had turned bizarre. Those she had recently interacted with were being investigated for various reasons, and in her panic, she had revealed too much. Previously, when she performed well in her position, her superiors had not faced inexplicable scrutiny. Everything had spiraled out of control since Nuan entered the picture. She suddenly realized how an ordinary person could not abruptly acquire the authority to carry a gun endorsed by high-ranking officials. Initially, she suspected that Nuan was not only involved in the Shizhou case, but might also be connected to the Dongling City situation. In her haste to prove herself, Nuan had carelessly divulged critical information. But how could she have forgotten that if there truly were connections to Dongling City and Shizhou province, how could an ordinary person manage to keep everything under wraps? With no connections, Nuan's actions would have spread like wildfire online, and no one would have gone to such lengths to conceal her involvement. She was meddling with the affairs of mid-level leaders. If all of this were true, the only explanation was that Nuan had an immense background, one so formidable that those in the know recognized her interference, but dared not expose her. Only she, in her arrogance, had let the information slip. Wang Jia's expression twisted with rage as she recklessly charged towards Nuan, attempting to knock her down the stairs. If she couldn't survive, then neither would Nuan. It was all her fault. Otherwise, she would not find herself in such a predicament or struggling to find solutions with Huangdong in a state of desperation. Every mistake was Nuan's fault. With 20,000 words ready for a book draft, can anyone suggest a title within 15 words? Chapter 100. A Work in Progress. Nuan had been on high alert since Wang Jia removed her hood. The strange outburst she had just displayed made it impossible for Nuan to let her guard down. As Wang Jia lunged toward her, Nuan sidestepped slightly and seized her, executing a shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the floor. Even in her enhanced state, Nuan would have easily overpowered Wang Jia, who had always been a fragile desk worker. Did she really think she could compete with her? It was a foolish dream. In her current form, Swain Nuan could likely outmatch even 3 men in Dongling City. This was still considering the weight factor, as one of the men was a towering figure, easily over 200 pounds. A slimmer opponent wouldn't he have stood a chance. The officers holding Wang Jia down were at a loss. They had not anticipated that this usually quiet woman would suddenly go berserk, and in their moment of distraction, she slipped from their grasp. Hearing the commotion outside, a row of private rooms opened just enough for curious eyes to peek in, thinking, if I can't watch openly, then I'll observe from the shadows. The man still wearing the hood remained motionless, showing no intention of defending his lover, Wang Jia. Wang Jia writhed on the ground for a while, groaning in pain, her strength to curse Swain Nuan utterly spent. Since taking that comfortable position, she hadn't endured such hardship. Wang Jia glared at Swain Nuan with venomous eyes. Swain Nuan reached for the black hood that Wang Jia had tossed aside, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Wang Jia's mouth before she could utter another word. Disgusted, Wang Jia turned her head to spit it out. Swain Nuan, however, patiently retrieved it and shoved it back into her mouth. Wang Jia, enraged, twisted her face in fury, fearing that if she expelled it again, Swain Nuan would persist in her torment. She mumbled a few curses, muffled by the fabric. The officers finally reacted, quickly squatting down, one on each side, to restrain Wang Jia. No, sorry, I just didn't catch her before. Swain Nuan waved her hand dismissively, standing up to see Zhang Wenchuan and Ren Qi peering in from the adjoining room. Quickly take her away. This isn't a good scene. The officers nodded in agreement, forcibly dragging Wang Jia and her companions away. The security personnel were not as agile as the criminal police. Had Captain Chen been leading, Wang Jia would not have had the chance to break free and attack. After all, these officers likely had not encountered such a scenario in 800 years, especially not in the capital. Watching the group depart, Swain Nuan stroked her chin, uncertain if her intervention to restrain Wang Jia had been the right call. After all, if a high-ranking leader was still orchestrating events, Wang Jia's removal could disrupt their strategies. Swain Nuan found herself baffled by the intricate machinations of the upper echelons. Retracting her gaze, she stepped back into the private room, where Zhang Wenchuan inquired, "What happened?" Swain Nuan did not conceal the truth. There's a hidden room downstairs with a corpse and several large boxes. I only saw one box open, and inside were packages of white powder. I wanted you to check if it's the substance we're concerned about. Zhang Wenchuan beckoned. Let us go. Swain Nuan glanced at the food left on the table, relieved she had eaten a little before heading out, otherwise she would surely be famished. Reflecting on a certain little corgi next door that often went hungry, Swain Nuan felt a twinge of resentment, pondering why she seemed to be morphing into a full-fledged version of Conan. Is there a copyright for this? Be cautious. For the Conan production team, may sue you. Swain Nuan turned around and waved her hand, signaling Zhang Wenchuan to follow. Ren Qi glanced at the untouched food on the dining table, sighed, and donned her mask and hat before stepping forward to join them. The three descended to the first floor, where Swain Nuan led the way directly to the manager's office. Upon pushing the door open, she found Captain Chen questioning the store manager. What brings you up here? Chen Guodong looked up and nodded at Zhang Wenchuan, indicating he had some inquiries for the manager. Swain Nuan said nothing, donned her disposable gear, and led Zhang Wenchuan and Ren Qi down to the secret room. Inside the secret chamber, several large boxes lay open, and both Zhang Wenchuan and Ren Qi examined them with utmost seriousness. Ren Qi's expression turned grave as she inspected another box, realizing it contained semi-finished products. Zhang Wenchuan was perplexed. What on earth is this? He scrutinized the first box he encountered, but after a lengthy investigation, he remained baffled. It resembled something familiar, yet upon closer inspection, it bore no resemblance at all. Swain Nuan and Ren Qi approached Zhang Wenchuan's side, each lifting a packet of powder for examination. The trio maintaining identical stances as they pondered for a considerable while. What are we doing? They turned simultaneously to see Chen Guodong and a trembling manager approaching. Swain Nuan shook the packet of powder in her hand, contemplating what it was, noting its distinctiveness from the other boxes. Zhang Wenchuan speculated whether it could be a new product developed by that group of fugitives, utterly clueless as to its nature. Trained professionals like them were typically sensitive to drugs, capable of identifying illicit substances or semi-finished products at a glance. The manager stared intently at the item in Swain Nuan's hand for a while, hesitating. Over a week ago, I happened to overhear the deputy manager mentioning something peculiar. All gazes shifted to the manager. What did she say? Well, it seems she saw something while borrowing money from the safe, something about powder. Could the powder possibly be this? The manager pondered, Her thoughts scattered. Let me think. She mentioned seeing the boss trading powder with some individuals and heard something about a narcotic. During that time, she was in a daze and even asked me if she should report it to the authorities. Although we were competitors, we maintained a cordial relationship. And I didn't take her words seriously. I simply forgot them after our conversation. Shortly after telling me all this, she suddenly took leave and disappeared for over a week. Chapter 101. I swear, I have nothing to do with drugs. The manager, somewhat capable in her own right, having attained the position of a restaurant manager, exhibited a strong psychological resilience. However, after enduring consecutive shocks, she began to falter. Casting a glance at the various powders in the boxes, it dawned upon her as a citizen of Dacia what they might be. Is this poison? The others remained silent, their lack of response effectively confirming her fears. The manager's composure began to crumble. I absolutely have no connection to drugs. I merely embezzled some money. I swear, I have nothing to do with drugs. The money from the safe was stolen by her, spurred by the deputy manager's absence. During her daily checks, temptation had overwhelmed her. My daughter is gravely ill and urgently needs funds for surgery, yet my salary is only 30,000, and they plan to reduce it to 20,000. I cannot bear to see my daughter languishing in a hospital bed, so I acted impulsively out of desperation. She wept. I swear, I have no connection to these substances. I was oblivious to them. Chun Guodong pressed his lips together, sensing that the manager genuinely lacked awareness of the drug-related issues, or she wouldn't have gone so far as to call for an investigation into her own affairs. Not everyone would dare engage in such risky behavior. Regardless, the establishment must be shut down, and they would all need to report to the Bureau for investigation and blood tests. The manager nodded fervently. I will cooperate. I will absolutely cooperate. If necessary, just handcuff me. I am innocent regarding drugs and have nothing to fear from an inquiry. Initially, the manager felt anxious about her theft. But upon discovering the establishment's connection to drugs, her apprehension intensified. She could differentiate between a theft case and a drug-related case. Rather than awaiting an investigation, she considered confessing. Regrettably, her daughter's surgery remained unfunded. She had saved 300,000, yet still needed over 200,000. The urgency of her daughter's illness left her no choice but to take such a risk. Overwhelmed, the manager collapsed to her knees, covering her face as she sobbed quietly. Chun Guodong, accustomed to such situations, called for someone over his shoulder radio, instructing them to escort the manager upstairs to be observed. Accompanying him were two forensic experts clad in protective gear. Nuan found herself momentarily entranced by the younger forensic expert trailing behind. Gu Ming, you've also been reassigned to the capital? Gu Ming, surprised, responded, How did you end up here? The lead forensic expert, puzzled, inquired, Do you know each other? Gu Ming cleared his throat. I spoke of a promising talent not long ago. The lead forensic expert's eyes lit up. You mean Nuan? The one who is unfortunate yet exceptionally gifted? Nuan thought to herself, How dare you, with those thick brows and large eyes, tarnish my reputation when I am hardly unfortunate? It is merely that the cases call for me, not misfortune. The lead forensic expert realized he had inadvertently let slip and quickly changed the subject. Where is the deceased? All eyes fell upon the corner where the deputy manager lay. The lead forensic expert displayed no embarrassment. Perhaps age had thickened his skin. Gu Ming glanced at Nuan, and despite her mask, she sensed his silent apology. Nuan sighed, resigning herself to fate. After a brief examination, the lead forensic expert stood up. She died of starvation. We'll take her for further analysis. Gu Ming unzipped the body bag, and together, they placed the deputy manager inside, departing without leaving a trace. Nuan wondered if Gu Ming had also come to the capital for work. Chun Guodong shook his head. He is here for training. That person is his mentor. Most forensic experts have a senior accompanying them when they start working. Not everyone can seamlessly transition into their roles.
Nuan nodded,
Initially thinking that even Gu Ming had fled to the capital to avoid her presence, but now she felt relieved. Chun Guodong recalled. I heard he plans to recruit someone from his mentor's team to be his apprentice. Nuan replied, So, he is overwhelmed and can't handle it anymore? With the body taken away, the drugs would certainly follow suit. Suddenly reminded of the case involving the narcotics, Nuan asked, Captain Chen, if this is a narcotic, could the drugs from the previous case have been purchased here? Chun Guodong paused, realizing that a large restaurant selling such relatively inexpensive drugs would create unnecessary exposure risks. A truly unwise decision. However, if used for concealment, it could make sense. They would need to take it back for further examination. The case was fraught with poison, narcotics, and fatalities, causing Chen Guodong to feel as though he might lose a considerable amount of hair. Perhaps he should consider consulting a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner one day? After all, weren't the ancients often lost in contemplation? Their hair seemed quite lush. What if traditional remedies proved effective for hair regrowth? Items had been discreetly removed, and the police had stationed a team at the restaurant, waiting for it to close before swiftly apprehending all the staff. To act prematurely would surely alert the perpetrators. The establishment was still bustling with patrons. Suddenly whisking away the employees would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Newly returned Captain Zhao stood agape. Old Chen, this is quite the achievement. How did you manage to land such a significant case right off the bat? Chen Guodong replied, would you like to claim this fortune for yourself? Zhao turned around to see Sui Nuan, astonished. You again, young lady. What a coincidence. Sui Nuan nodded, acknowledging the serendipity.
Well,
I still have an unresolved case on my end, so I want to intrude. This particular case was rather intricate, with the Criminal Investigation Unit and the Narcotics team collaborating. Sui Nuan was merely assisting, an observer of sorts, but one never knows when her expertise might be required. Upon returning to the precinct, Chen Guodong immediately began investigating the restaurant's owner. If that individual turned out to be untainted, Chen would be hard-pressed to find a suitable remedy for hair restoration. However, upon logging into the system, he was taken aback to discover that the restaurant owner had been apprehended. Just as Chen was about to delve deeper, the case was swiftly reassigned, and Sui Nuan was taken along as well. Confused, Sui Nuan exclaimed, huh? She had been invited, not forcibly taken away. Which was the sole consolation. Upon exiting the vehicle, Sui Nuan encountered a familiar face. Sister Jiangwan? Jiangwan turned at the sound of her name, waving. You have the right to know. One of the victims is indeed you. Without hesitation, Sui Nuan asked, you mean Wang Jia? Jiangwan clarified. Wang Jia is merely a minor player. The real big fish are the ones we've captured. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiangwan, holding the rank of warrant officer. I was previously a psychological assessor and now primarily assist with administrative duties. I am temporarily assigned as your aide, effectively your deputy. Sui Nuan was taken aback, for that explained Jiangwan's inquiries about national matters during their previous conversation. She had heard that military officers underwent psychological evaluations before their promotions. Had Jiangwan been assessing her all along? She had assumed they were merely engaging in comforting conversation, never considering that high-ranking officials might already be contemplating her future role. Let's keep it informal, Sui Nuan said, waving her hand dismissively. After all, I'm just a figurehead and one to be around long. Jiangwan nodded, acknowledging her understanding that the leadership had briefed her already. Sui Nuan's role was to gauge her mindset and achievements, allowing for timely coordination of personnel to assist in any necessary cleanup of the political arena. Sui Nuan was akin to a walking reward, capable of delivering surprises wherever she went. Jiangwan led Sui Nuan further inside. All right then, shall I call you Nuan? The higher-ups have stated that as long as it doesn't contravene national interests, I will follow your lead. Sui Nuan acquiesced. Nuan it is. That's how everyone addresses me. Curious, the creature Chi Sui peered around. Where are we? Jiangwan's tone remained calm and gentle. Those under investigation reside here temporarily. Such places are commonly referred to as educational warning bases. This was Sui Nuan's first encounter with such a concept. She had always assumed those under investigation would be taken directly to detention centers. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the area where the individuals were held. Jiangwan handed Sui Nuan a mask, explaining that those apprehended were essentially on a suspicious list and generally could not leave. While some might eventually gain their freedom, it was prudent to wear a mask to avoid complications. Sui Nuan accepted the white mask and donned it. However, the creature Yusui, perplexed, spoke up, Nuan? Isn't it a bit counterproductive to wear this mask while bringing us along? You're such a striking advertisement.
Sui Nuan paused, considering Yusui's words.
Jiangwan had anticipated this, retrieving a backpack and stating, Yusui, you might need to endure a bit. Not her first time hiding within a backpack. Yusui complied and jumped inside without protest. With everything concealed, Sui Nuan followed Jiangwan into the interior. Each room contained individuals of varying ages and genders. Before long,
Sui Nuan spotted Wang Jia.
She halted, surprised at Wang Jia's rapid arrival. Jiangwan quietly explained she had her identity revealed a month ago. We delayed her arrest to catch larger fish. Thanks to her, we've apprehended quite a few. The restaurant owner had been captured a week prior. But Wang Jia was reluctant to confess. Jiang Wan lamented the oversight regarding the deputy manager who had starved to death. We should have checked her home that day. Sui Nuan frowned. This isn't entirely your fault. She then inquired, was the deputy manager apprehended for discovering the drugs? Jiang Wan nodded, most likely. She gestured towards the interior. We've apprehended most of the key players. After further investigation and interrogation, we expect the drug trade to remain dormant for an extended period. As for its complete eradication, that's a distant hope. The reality of drug addiction was grim. As long as there were users, curiosity would perpetuate its existence. The best that could be hoped for was to maintain a facade of purity in society. Hearing the conversation about drugs, Chi Sui pondered aloud. So, once addicted, one can never truly quit? Sui Nuan solemnly affirmed. Indeed, it is a harsh reality. Those depicted in novels as having resolute willpower may manage to quit temporarily, but the likelihood of relapse is overwhelmingly high.
Addiction devastates a lifetime, Chi Sui reflected.
If quitting is impossible and relapse is inevitable, why not execute all drug users? Wouldn't that be a final solution? Once they are gone, many would likely refrain from experimenting again.
Sui Nuan, Yue Sui, and Tian Sui exchanged astonished glance.
Recognizing the keen insight of Chi Sui. Initially, upon learning about drugs, Sui Nuan had entertained a similar notion. However, considering it from a national perspective, such an approach was fundamentally inhumane. While the idea was commendable, it simply could not be entertained.
Noticing Sui Nuan's silence, Chi Sui appeared disheartened.
I've spent quite some time contemplating this optimal solution. The space was soundproof, allowing Sui Nuan to speak freely without fear of eavesdropping.
Chi Sui.
Law enforcement cannot merely resort to execution as a means of suppression. Extremes often yield counterproductive outcomes. Perhaps only by genuinely occupying that position can one grasp why torture is not a viable method for governance. Nonetheless, Sui Nuan personally believed the notion had merit. But from a national standpoint, it was unacceptable. Jiang Wan, aware of Sui Nuan's ability to communicate with certain creatures, cast a curious glance at the Chi Sui nestled in her hair, contemplating their prior discussion. At that moment, even without understanding Chi Sui's words, Jiang Wan surmised their meaning. Unable to contain her amusement, she recalled, I once posed a similar question to my mother. She explained that from a humanitarian perspective, addiction is not the individual's desire, but rather an uncontrollable urge. Every life holds inherent value. Indiscriminate eradication would only foster a backlash against society. Chi Sui flicked its tongue,
Clearly vexed.
It could not fathom the belief upheld by Xia that every individual's life was of utmost importance. Jiang Wan adjusted her expression, having gleaned a considerable understanding of the situation. A portion of the goods from Shizhou had been transformed into finished products, while the remainder, in semi-finished form, was transported to the capital before being disseminated throughout various regions. This time, we targeted individuals associated with Wang Jia, extending our investigation to those they interacted with. We successfully identified 80% of them. Tomorrow, we shall officially commence our capturing operation, while those who remain concealed are still under scrutiny. The squad leader need not fear ambushes in the future. After this operation, they will undoubtedly refrain from resurfacing for several years. Wang Jia resides next to her paramour, who is known to Sui Nuan as Huang Dong. How did Wang Jia ascend to her position? It boasts favorable conditions, a relaxed workload, and a generous salary for a 9-to-5 job. Such a role is fiercely contested, yet it has fortuitously fallen into Wang Jia's hands. Her professional capabilities aside, her recent actions reveal that Wang Jia is hardly astute. She possesses a modicum of intelligence, but not much more. Jiang Wan appeared well-informed on the matter and promptly addressed Sui Nuan's inquiry, revealing that Wang Jia's father is one of the intermediaries. He had a power struggle with another leader, resulting in numerous layoffs. The victorious leader's subordinates vacated several prime positions, which Wang Jia's father seized to place her in that comfortable role. Her paramour, Huang Dong, is a newly promoted squad leader. They met at a banquet, and in their mutual ambition to ascend the ranks, they became involved. Subsequently, Huang Dong became an operative under her father, and due to recent events in Shizhou, Wang Jia's father was summoned here. In desperation, Wang Jia provided us with a wealth of clues. Sui Nuan fell silent. It was evident that Wang Jia alone could not possess such power to dismantle the entire drug trafficking network in the capital. She was merely the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yu Sui was eager to act. On one look, most of these individuals have been apprehended. Are we not safe now? Sui Nuan, still reflecting on the situation, nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had achieved a semblance of safety. 4 foreign assassins attempting to infiltrate the Great Xia to eliminate her. The foremost challenge would be the acquisition of weaponry. Without firearms, Nuan felt unperturbed. With them, she remained unfazed, after all, who had not wielded a gun. Then on Nuan, might we indulge in some leisure activities? Perhaps fishing? Chi Sui perked up instantly. Yes, I heard Uncle Lin is coming to the capital again these days. He and your father have arranged to go fishing. Should we join them? Nuan felt a thrill at the thought. She had overheard her father speaking with Uncle Lin about a fishing trip to a stocked pond. This venue, known for its artificially released fish, would surely be bustling with people, rendering it an unlikely sight for any foul play. Chapter 103. Another green suit? Anglers are inherently susceptible to temptation. After more than a month without fishing, Nuan's heart raced at Yusui's suggestion. Surely, fishing at a stocked pond would pose little risk? Who would be so brazen as to dispose of a body in such a heavily trafficked area? With these thoughts in mind, Nuan bid farewell to Jiang Wan, who had come primarily to discuss Wang Jia's situation and to inform Nuan that she, as the nominal squad leader's deputy, would be available for assistance if needed. Henceforth, in addition to her family and team leaders Chun and Zhang, Nuan now had the capable Jiang Wan at her disposal. Upon returning home, Nuan promptly approached her father to express her desire to join the fishing expedition. Sui Dad hesitated for but a moment before consenting. Although there had been some mishaps in the past, those incidents had occurred in wild ponds. This time, to mitigate risks, they would visit a paid fishing ground, ensuring absolute safety. Both parties exuded confidence. Sui Dad declared, "This time it is not a wild pond. There will be no unforeseen incidents."
Nuan replied,
Who in their right mind would dispose of a body at a fishing ground? 3 days later, Nuan rose early to engage in morning exercises with Master Sun Wen before eagerly preparing her fishing gear. Sun Wen, standing tall, sought to redeem himself after having injured his back on their last fishing outing. As a martial arts master, he could not afford to lose face again.
Nuan,
Sui En and Sun Wen set off in a vehicle, while Lin Igua awaited them at the fishing ground. Having meticulously selected this venue for its spaciousness and abundant fish, coupled with his acquaintance with the owner, whom he deemed trustworthy. Seated in anticipation, Lin Igua felt a flutter of nerves. Although he wasn't particularly close to the owner, their previous interactions had suggested a decent character. Why, then, did his heart race with such unease? Before he could ponder further, Nuan and her companions arrived. Uncle Lin. Nuan waved. Lin Igua stood. You've come, little Nuan. Rest assured, this place was chosen with great care. You'll have a splendid and safe fishing experience today. Hidden upon Nuan's shoulder, Chi Sui couldn't help but chuckle on Nuan. See? It's not just us who doubt you. Even Uncle Lin seems skeptical of your luck. Nuan retorted. While Yu Sui surveyed the surroundings, noting the sparse crowd, Tian Sui also peered around, pondering whether a crime could genuinely occur in such a tranquil setting. While the elders engaged in animated conversation, Nuan found little to contribute, opting instead to stand aside, cradling Tian Sui's bag. It was typical for such stocked ponds to require no baiting. One could simply cast their line and catch fish. Tian Sui emerged from the bag. Perched on Nuan's lap, Nuan, is fishing truly this enjoyable? Nuan nodded vigorously. It's incredibly fun and quite addictive. Were it not for your small size, I would have procured a tiny fishing set for you to try. Tian Sui playfully gestured at the fishing rod but realized it was too cumbersome for its tiny paws. Chi Sui and Yu Sui lounged like spoiled nobles on a small chair, with Yu Sui donning a pair of miniature sunglasses, purely for show. Chi Sui poked Yu Sui with its tail. Those are mine. I want to wear sunglasses too. Clad entirely in black, Chi Sui donned the shades, creating a striking monochromatic appearance. Nuan chuckled, retrieving a smaller chair from another bag. Tian Sui, would you like to join them? Tian Sui glanced at its contented companions and declared, yes. Place me at the edge. This way, the order will be from smallest to largest. Nuan complied, positioning the white chair farthest from her. The current arrangement was Nuan, Yu Sui, Chi Sui, and finally, Tian Sui. Now seated, Tian Sui donned a pair of sunglasses, blending seamlessly with its friends. The only outlier was Nuan, who mused, why did none of you tell me about this synchronized sunglasses moment? As Nuan resumed fishing after a brief pause, Tian Sui's attention was drawn to the entrance, sensing a flicker of malevolence that seemed intermittent. Nuan, something feels off. Tian Sui exclaimed, hastily stowing away its sunglasses before leaping back to Nuan's lap. Lazily reclining, Chi Sui lay sprawled, while Yu Sui, ever vigilant, raised her head, inquiring. Where?
How many people?
Tian Sui, standing atop Sui Nuan's legs, expressed confusion. Where did that malevolence go? What could be the reason? Sui Nuan glanced up to observe 6 employees surrounding the fishing area, 3 men and 3 women, who, having little else to occupy them, were engrossed in their mobile devices. Entirely oblivious to the 4 of them, Tian Sui pointed out, the malevolence is over by the entrance, albeit a rather faint one. Following Tian Sui's direction, Sui Nuan looked towards the entrance and spotted a flamboyantly dressed man in a suit, braving the winter chill. The man sported slicked back hair and sunglasses. Clad in an audacious green suit, Sui Nuan pondered, why do so many people favor green suits? This is the second one I've encountered. I had always thought it a rather niche preference. Lin Aigua evidently recognized the ostentatious man. He stood up, exclaiming, Qianyu, what brings you here? With hands casually tucked in his pockets, Qianyu replied, my father won't arrive that soon, so I thought I'd come by to take a look. He added, Uncle Lin, please continue fishing. I'll just observe and then be on my way. With that, Qianyu made a beeline towards Sui Nuan. Sui Nuan frowned. She harbored no fondness for this individual. It wasn't merely a gut feeling. She simply disliked the aura he exuded, which reeked of insincerity and debauchery. He was also a dandy, but unlike Qianyu, he was groomed from a young age by his family to possess a dignified demeanor and conduct himself appropriately. In stark contrast, this flashy man ambled about with a swagger, exuding an off-putting air of sleaziness. As Qianyu approached Sui Nuan, he self-importantly attempted to flirt. Hello, beautiful. Are you alone? Sui Nuan grimaced, reluctant to engage with him, yet not responding would be impolite, considering he was the son of a friend of Uncle Lin. Before Sui Nuan could deny his assumptions, Qianyu's gaze fell upon the mini chair occupied by Yu Sui and Chi Sui.
Oh.
A little beauty with a scruffy bird and a deformed snake? How charming, he taunted. Stick with me, and I'll introduce you to some interesting things even the state prohibits can be arranged.
Yu Sui and Chi Sui exchanged incredulous glance.
Scruffy bird,
Exclaimed Yu Sui.
her temper flaring. Deformed snake?
Chi Sui added, indignant.
Sui Nuan, her anger palpable, shot a sympathetic glance at the man in green. You have 3 seconds to make your escape. Both Chi Sui and Yu Sui were rather vain, and Qianyu had unwittingly struck at their sensitive spots. Sui Nuan was certain that this man, named Qianyu, was destined to receive not one, but a triple dose of retribution. Tian Sui also readied himself, eager to assist Sui Nuan in retaliating against this insolent character. With a powerful leap, Tian Sui swiftly descended to the ground, charging towards Qianyu. The latter frowned, repulsed, and remarked, Why do you have a rat? Sui Nuan's expression darkened immediately. Her companion had no right to make such judgments. Without a second thought, Sui Nuan attempted to rise and join the fray, but was halted by Yu Sui, who insisted, Nuan, let us handle this. You stay put. The first to reach Qianyu's feet, Tian Sui summoned all his strength and struck the man's big toe with a punch. Qianyu's face contorted in pain as he howled, clutching his foot. Sui Ian, who had been approaching, was incensed. What does this brat think he's doing to my daughter? He had noted Qianyu's ill intentions and, upon seeing him halt before Sui Nuan, could no longer remain passive. He dropped his fishing rod and rushed over. Upon arrival, Sui Ian beheld his precious daughter sitting serenely, while the 3 companions were mercilessly pummeling a larger man who was utterly defenseless, reduced to mere evasion. Is this truly the world I have inhabited for decades? He mused. Regaining composure, Sui Ian hurried to Sui Nuan's side, asking Nuan, Did he lay a hand on you? She shook her head. No, just some unkind words. Lin Aigua and Sun Wen also approached, with Sun Wen's discontent evident. Nuan, is this brat trying to bully you? Lin Aigua's expression darkened. Does that Qian fellow not know how to discipline his son? How can one raise such a discourteous child? In Lin Aigua's eyes, Sui Nuan had always been a well-mannered, amiable child. It was clear that something egregious must have provoked her ire. Sui Nuan felt a tug on her fishing line. Was she catching something? The 3 onlookers' attention swiftly diverted to the bobbing float, Lin Aigua's eyes gleaming with excitement. The line is taut. It must be a big fish. Sun Wen exclaimed in delight. Who would have thought the first catch would be yours, Nuan? Truly, you are my esteemed disciple. Sui Ian cast a cold glance at the still harassed Qianyu. You dare speak ill of my daughter? I shall remember this. I will have my eldest son deal with you. The struggle with the fish intensified. Sui Nuan stood up, mustering all her strength. What a fierce creature. It must be the king of fish, Lin Igua anticipated eagerly. Sui Nuan's excitement surged at the thought of reeling in the king of fish. Determined to succeed with her ample strength and skill. While Sui Nuan and her companions eagerly sought to land a big catch, Qianyu continued to endure relentless pecks, bites, and kicks, howling in distress. The 6 employees, previously absorbed in their phones, exchanged glances, disliking this young master who, with his idle demeanor, sought to harass every pretty girl in sight. It served him right to be bested by someone's pet. The 6 employees hastily pocketed their phones and busied themselves with menial tasks like wiping tables and sweeping floors, pretending to be engrossed in work while ignoring the spectacle of Qianyu's beating. Tian Sui relished the moment, having finally been granted the opportunity to apply his martial arts training against a real opponent rather than merely toys. Yu Sui's eyes glowed with indignation. With my splendid plumage, my majestic presence, how dare that blind human refer to me as a scruffy bird? Unforgivable. You, wretched human, I shall peck you to oblivion. Today, you shall face the wrath of Yu Sui. Qi Sui, equally irate, declared, how can you dare call me a deformed snake? I am a splendid creature with exquisite horns. You, human, are the one who is deformed. Your intellect is clearly lacking. I'll bite. I'll bite. I'll bite, 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 bite. Meanwhile, Sui Nuan's onlooking companions anxiously scratched their heads, urging, calm down, don't snap the line. Sun Wen was nearly desperate to seize the rod himself to reel in the fish. Sui Ian, puzzled, thought, something feels off about this fish. After a while, Sui Nuan too sensed that something was amiss. This wasn't the sensation of reeling in a fish. It felt eerily reminiscent of the time she had tugged along a light purple suitcase. Having endured so much, a sense of foreboding crept into Sui Nuan's heart. Yet she hesitated to fully believe it. What foolish individual would conceive such a plan? This was a fishing ground. Although winter had diminished the number of anglers, there were still those who, like them, sought to fish. Who would dare dispose of a body in such a frequently trafficked area? What genius concocted such a notion? Surely, it wasn't someone adhering to the adage that the most dangerous place is the safest? In reality, how often does one find a hidden danger in plain sight? Gradually numb to the situation, Sui Nuan slowly turned to her father. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we may need to contact the authorities. Lin Igua, perplexed, questioned, what do you mean? Why report fishing? Sun Wen, unfamiliar with the consequences of Sui Nuan's formidable nature, chimed in, disciple, we paid for this. Fishing isn't illegal. Sui Nuan fell silent, uncertain how to explain. Just watch and you'll understand. Still gnawing at Qianyu, Qi Sui raised his head, inhaling deeply, as if synchronizing with the Bluetooth connection. It swiftly descended from the man clad in green, scampering halfway before audibly spitting a few times, finally reaching Suinuan's feet. The familiar scent enveloped her. Suinuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, ultimately succumbed to despair. Father, please report to the police. Su Ian, trusting in Suinuan, without hesitation, retrieved his phone and dialed 110. As it was his first time reporting a crime, he felt somewhat clumsy yet managed to articulate the address and situation clearly. The creature, having finished its mischief, leaped off the man and dashed towards Suinuan, inquiring on Nuan, shall I earn some merit points again? In Chapter 105, Little Disciple, can you handle this? If not, allow your master to step in. Suinuan, engaged in a covert battle with the depths of the lake, pondered, what on earth is happening? From a distance, a male voice approached, belonging to a stout middle-aged man, balder than Lin Igua. Upon witnessing his son being pecked by a bird, he became incensed, shouting, get away, you little beast. Lin Igua's expression turned icy. Had he known better, he would not have come, for indeed, such half-baked individuals are the most difficult to discern. Old Qian, you ought to inquire what your son has done. The rotund man turned to Lin Igua, ingratiatingly stating, Mr. Lin, if my son has committed any wrongdoing, I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand upon our return. Is that bird yours? Could you make it stop? Though his son often acted frivolously, he was fundamentally upright. There must be some misunderstanding amidst this chaos. Suinuan frowned, grateful that Yu Sui had intervened. Otherwise, the man in green would have faced an even harsher beating. Yu Sui, come back. It's not clean. Qian Beigua's expression darkened slightly. Was this young lady not openly disparaging his son? One must consider the owner when chastising a dog. How could his son allow this girl to meddle? The subtle shift in expressions did not escape the keen eyes of several seasoned observers present, who, despite claiming to be retired and idle, were far from oblivious. Su Ian cast a heavy glance at Qian Beigua. Having built a commercial empire, he was no benevolent figure. Turning to Su Ian, Lin Aigua noticed his demeanor and refrained from comment, clearly unprepared to defend Qian Beigua. Their acquaintance had been limited to a few prior meetings, and this invitation had been extended by Qian, who had even made guarantees. Now, faced with such circumstances, particularly with his son provoking first and then receiving his due punishment, it was entirely deserved. Had Qian Beigua shown genuine contrition, perhaps he would have spoken a few kind words to smooth things over. Sun Wen, with a knowing glance at the young man still clutching his head, mused that indeed, a spendthrift could ruin 3 generations. His own children were well-behaved, a testament to his prowess as a father. Sun Wen believed in reasoning and the power of virtue. Qian Yu's countenance darkened as he gazed at Su Inyuan, aware that she might uncover his hidden secrets. He must not allow her to continue her fishing. Tian Sui reports live. On 1, the green-clad human harbors malicious intent towards you. Su Inyuan, undaunted by the prospect of an ambush, remained focused on her fishing. Her master stood beside her. Should anything happen to her, it would surely undermine Sun Wen's claims of being the foremost martial artist of the Great Xia. Best return to tilling the fields, lest you return to the ridicule of Master Guan. Master Guan, Su Inyuan's other female mentor, was known as Guan Xuanchu. Qi Sui turned to gaze at Qian Yu, his serpent-like eyes coldly fixated on the beleaguered man. Had he been a venomous snake, his recent bites would surely have sealed the man's fate. Qian Yu, feeling the weight of the gaze, began to sweat profusely, glancing fearfully at the bird and snake perched on Su Inyuan's shoulders. The pain from their strikes felt as though he had been struck with a hammer. Every part of him ached. Yet, he remained determined to thwart Su Inyuan's fishing. If he could merely push her into the water, the frigid weather would surely deter the others, and his scheme would be foolproof. Tian Sui continues to relay. On 1, the green-clad human has developed murderous intent towards you. Su Inyuan exchanged a knowing wink with her master, Sun Wen, before casting her gaze towards the 2 individuals standing behind her. Sun Wen, understanding the situation, maintained his focus on the lake while diverting a portion of his attention to the man in green. Lin Aigua feigned impatience, exclaiming, "Why hasn't anything been caught yet? How large must the fish be to weigh this much?" Curiously, Su Inyuan shared the sentiment, wondering what sort of object had been thrown into the lake, as it felt unbearably heavy. Sun Wen chimed in, "Little disciple, can you handle this? If not, allow your master to take over." As for Su Ian, he could scarcely endure waiting, immediately assigning a task to Su Han, the eldest son present.
Kisui,
Still fixated on the man in green, exclaimed On 1, "He's coming towards us." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dull thud resonated from behind. Without needing to look back, Su Inyuan recognized the sound as her master's strike, one she had often encountered herself. Qian Beigua stood bewildered. "Qian Yu, what are you doing?" Qian Yu's expression twisted in distress. "Father, get them out of here, quickly. I don't want to see that wretched woman at our fishing grounds. Have the staff chase them away." Qian Beigua's face darkened. Though he did not know the others, he was well acquainted with Lin Aigua. The company of Lin Aigua indicated a certain status, and yet here was his son brazenly insulting a young girl before them. Without hesitation, Qian Beigua rushed to his son's side, seizing his collar and delivering several resounding slaps. "Mr. Lin, I apologize. My son must not have been fully awake this morning. I apologize on his behalf to this young lady. You are always welcome here at Qian's fishing grounds, Mr. Lin, and your companions shall enjoy complimentary access for life." Lin Aigua regarded Qian Beigua with a wry smile. The man was not entirely foolish. Yet how could he have such a dim-witted son, who could not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Lin Aigua replied, "This is Su Ian's daughter, Su Inyuan. The apology should come from your son, and not you. Whether they can forgive you is not my concern." Qian Beigua's pallor deepened.
Su Ian?
He had been so focused on Lin Aigua that he failed to notice the presence of Su Ian. While his generation knew Su Ian primarily as Lin's son-in-law, the man's capabilities were far from insignificant. His wife, Lin Qingdai, held greater renown, and her family's influence overshadowed Su Ian, casting him in the role of a mere son-in-law. Qian Beigua, steeling himself, thought to himself that he had numerous illegitimate children outside. Casting aside the foolish Qian Yu to cultivate a successor would be easy enough. Before Qian Beigua could utter a word in self-preservation, Su Inyuan, having wrestled with the depths of the lake for some time, finally brought her catch to the surface. Seeing the object Su Inuan had ensnared, even the seasoned Su Ian and others could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Sun Wen stood, straining to see what lay upon the lake surface. Upon recognizing the hull, Sun Wen expressed admiration. Little disciple, you possess considerable strength to have pulled this up. Qian Beigua, rendered speechless, could only wonder, who cast this? How could such things be in my fishing grounds? In Chapter 106, Collapse, Su Inuan revealed a net filled with an assortment of clothing and a number of deceased fish, the stench wafting up as she lifted it. Relieved to be released from Sun Wen's grip, Qian Yu smirked at Su Inuan. You've made a false report. Just wait until the police arrive and see how you handle it. Turning back to the lake's surface, Chi Sui grew uneasy. Could it be that my Bluetooth connection failed? Did I misinterpret the scent? Taking another deep breath, Chi Sui affirmed, On one, there are still things lurking at the bottom of the lake. I did not misjudge. The scent I detected earlier has diminished. Sui Nuan's keen eyes caught sight of a netting tethered with a hemp rope, which extended further into the water, leaving her uncertain if there were additional items submerged. Master, could you lend a hand? Sun Wen deftly transferred the individual he was restraining to Sui's father, freeing his hands. He rubbed his palms together, saying, Nuan, pull a little closer. I can't quite reach. With Chi Sui present, Sui Nuan was confident that there were likely more belongings submerged beneath the surface. She gestured subtly towards Tian Sui, instructing, Tian Sui, fetch me a pair of gloves. Tian Sui understood and quickly retrieved a pair of disposable medical gloves from Sui Nuan's pocket, offering them to Sun Wen. Sun Wen's lips twitched in amusement. Little apprentice, you are remarkably well prepared. Better safe than sorry, Sui Nuan replied. In truth, she had only realized the necessity of gloves after observing Zhang Wenchuan and Rin Qi expertly donning their protective gear during their last meeting. Though she had not encountered many gruesome sights before, the thought of decaying bodies and writhing maggots was enough to warrant the comfort of gloves. Lin Igua hesitated. Is there more? Can I assist as well? The weight of the net filled with clothing and dead fish was undoubtedly substantial, and Sun Wen alone might struggle to pull it up. With this in mind, Qian Beigua signaled for the staff to bring over several pairs of gloves, asserting, Let us work together. I must uncover who has cast these items into our fishing grounds. Sui Nuan's expression shifted subtly, hoping Qian Beigua would remain true to his word and not later retract his commitment on behalf of his son. Once the group was ready, Sui Nuan reminded them, There's also a hemp rope. There must be more beneath it. Pull tight. Sun Wen gave an okay signal, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, with your master here, there will be no mishaps. The 8 of them, 6 employees, Sun Wen, Lin Igua, and Qian Beigua, combined their strength to heave upwards, while a lingering doubt crept into their minds. How could such a small girl possess such strength? Over the past 3 days, Jiang Wen had apprehended numerous individuals and brought them to court, and Sui Nuan's physical capabilities had remarkably doubled in that time. As they strained against the hemp rope, beads of sweat formed on their brows in the frigid winter air, yet the object beneath the surface remained elusive.
Sui Nuan hesitated, suggesting,
Perhaps we should wait for the police? The others exchanged bewildered glances. How could they, a group of 8, fail against a mere girl? Sun Wen waved dismissively. Trust me, little apprentice, we can manage. The other 7 nodded in agreement. Yes, we can lift it up shortly. Meanwhile, Sui's father, who was restraining Qian Yu, anxiously exclaimed, Can you manage? Should I step in? Old Lin, you hold him down. Yu Sui's instincts kicked in. It zipped to the backpack set aside by Sui Nuan, skillfully unzipped it, and extracted a length of rope with its claws. Holding the rope, Yu Sui gleefully exclaimed, Here for you. Sui Ian, taken aback, turned to glance at his daughter. You carry this with you? Sui Nuan offered an awkward smile, just in case. Following a silent exchange of glances, Sui Ian accepted the rope from Yu Sui. Thank you. Yu Sui returned to perch on Sui Nuan's shoulder, giving Qian Yu's head a fierce stomp with its claw, adding, No problem. Upon witnessing Sun Wen tugging at the hemp rope, Qian Yu panicked, but alas, he remained pinned down by Sui Ian. The latter swiftly bound him and tossed him aside, delivering a discreet kick for good measure. Were it not for the rule of law, Qian Yu would have been doomed. Yet, there are many ways to torment without crossing legal boundaries. His upbringing ensured that he would be unable to escape the consequences of his actions. With his hands free, Sui Ian donned the gloves provided by the staff, joining the effort to pull on the rope. 9 individuals exerted their strength, finally bringing the submerged objects to the surface. The 6 unseasoned staff members recoiled in shock, instinctively releasing their grip. Sui Ian barked, Steady. Let us retrieve the items before you lose your lunch. What surfaced were 2 suitcases, bound together by the hemp rope, the topmost suitcase riddled with numerous punctures, clearly made to facilitate access for fish to devour the contents within. The pallor of the employees reflected their profound distress, their faces blank with shock. No amount of encouragement from Sui Ian could restore their strength. One male and one female, overcome with horror, dashed away to vomit, while the remaining 4 employees turned pale at the cacophony of retching. With 2 personnel missing, the saturated clothing and the 2 suitcases became impossible to lift, leaving the group in a stalemate. Nuan tightened her grip on the fishing rod. She alone could manage multiple loads, yet the current situation rendered everyone paralyzed with fear.
I
think I'm going to be sick too. A quavering female voice interjected. Her words seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The 6 employees along with Qian Beiguo rushed to the side, retching uncontrollably. The 4 seasoned individuals exchanged glances, realizing that the earlier unease was warranted. Nuan, too, shuddered at the thought, her appetite for fish evaporating. The first to cry out among the female staff glared fiercely, staggering towards the bound Qianyu. Was it you? Did you dispose of the bodies? Before she could finish her tirade, another wave of nausea hit her, and she lost her stomach's contents all over Qianyu's green suit. Disgusted, Qianyu shouted, "You lunatic! Get away from me!" Chapter 107. Surprise and Super Hidden Items. After she finished retching, the girl spat venomous accusations. "It must be you. Otherwise, why are you so nervous? Why do you always try to chase people away when they come to the fishery?" Qian Beiguo, pale and shaken, raised his head, incredulous. "Qianyu, is this truly your doing? Have you completely lost your mind to engage in illegal activities?" While he indulged his son, he had his limits. Qian Beiguo's expression darkened. He would not protect a son who was more trouble than he was worth. Qianyu attempted to wriggle free from blame. "It wasn't me, Dad. I was just upset because her pet attacked me. You know I've always been timid. How could I ever do something like this?" Nuan raised an eyebrow at his assertion of timidity, finding it hard to reconcile it with his demeanor. The police, typically swift to respond, had yet to arrive. As the fishery was situated on the outskirts, Nuan shook her head. "This is truly heavy." A large bundle of clothing and 2 suitcases explained why it had taken all her strength to haul the items from the water. Anyone else attempting to use a fishing hook to retrieve such weight would find it utterly preposterous. Setting aside the question of whether the fishing gear could withstand such a load, the sheer physical exertion required would be beyond the capability of an average person to sustain for over an hour. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, their eyes vacant as they stared at the sky, each emanating a sense of impending demise.
Nuan sighed.
Recognizing that this incident would require not only the police and forensic experts, but also the psychological counselors from the station. Half an hour later, Nuan's eyes lit up as she spotted the arrival of law enforcement. Abandoning his struggle and engulfed in existential doubt, Nuan lifted his gaze momentarily before returning his attention to the rope clutched in his hands. His apprentice had recently grown increasingly strong. With such physical prowess and a modicum of martial arts knowledge, what more could the apprentice possibly require? One could simply break through myriad obstacles with sheer strength. Even if he were to falter in a confrontation, did not his apprentice possess a formidable treasure? Indeed, this treasure was none other than a firearm. For in the presence of a gun, all men are rendered equal. As Chen Guodong, who had led the team from the entrance, spotted the familiar figure, he hesitated momentarily, contemplating a retreat. Was it not Suenyuan who had just reported the incident? How could it be that he would encounter the significant figure, Suenyuan, here? Gu Ming, puzzled, inquired. "What's the matter, old Chen?" Following Chen Guodong's line of sight, he too fell silent. What a coincidence this was. Master Gu Ming, donning gloves, was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing that peculiar figure, she too fell into silence. "Apprentice, I initially thought your previous remarks about someone's misfortunes were exaggerated, but it seems they were merely a candid sharing, devoid of embellishment," Gu Ming lamented. "I am an honest person. I could never lie." Retracting her hand from Gu Ming's shoulder, Master Gu Ming mused, "So your visit today is solely for discussion, rather than an attempt to undermine me? Well, warm. Gu Ming hastened, striding towards Suenyuan. Chen Guodong and another forensic expert exchanged glances, resignedly trailing behind. Suenyuan waved her hand. "What a coincidence. It's you and Captain Chen again." Gu Ming nodded in affirmation. He turned to survey the sprawled bodies on the ground and the bound Qianyu. Wondering what had transpired here, Chen Guodong and the other forensic expert, approaching, shared a look of curiosity as they regarded the circle of individuals lying on the ground, 7 or 8 in total, a rather dramatic scene. Had it not been for the assurance that all were still alive, Guming might have been tempted to investigate further. Nuan, with a complicated expression, remarked, "There are indeed bodies among them." Guming nodded. They must be aware that a life has been lost. Nuan continued, "This is a fishing ground. You know how fish caught at such venues are typically handled?" The trio's pupils dilated in shock as they turned to the group of individuals sprawled out. Upon witnessing Guming's expression, Nuan surmised that he had grasped the gravity of the situation, and she nodded. "Yes, it is precisely as you think." Chen Guodong pointed at the bound Qianyu. "And him? Why is he tied up?" Nuan cast a disdainful glance at the man in the green suit. "He is quite suspicious, having persistently attempted to thwart my efforts to retrieve the items. His mouth is equally foul. To avoid his interference, I was left with no choice but to resort to this drastic measure." Chen Guodong understood. This individual certainly warranted interrogation. Rising to her feet, Nuan declared, "Now that everyone is here, let us first retrieve the items from the water. They seem rather heavy." Had the earlier staff not rushed away to vomit, the items would have been brought ashore sooner. Alas, they had fled. Chen Guodong and his colleagues had already donned their gloves, and the group collaborated seamlessly, soon enough. A suitcase resurfaced. Guming clicked his tongue. "This does not merely satisfy your curiosity, it's as if you've struck a monumental jackpot." As the items were dragged ashore, a foul odor assaulted their senses, prompting the nearly incapacitated 6 staff members and Qian Beigua to experience further upheaval in their stomachs. Though regrettably, there was nothing left to expel. With the items now on land, Chen Guodong's expression turned grave. 2 suitcases lay before them. One was undoubtedly a surprise. But what of the other? Guming and his master approached, swiftly untying the ropes that bound the 2 suitcases. Unfazed, Nuan inquired curiously, "Shall we open the other suitcase to see what lies within?" Chen Guodong nodded. "We need to document everything on site." The team tasked with photography and videography gathered to capture the contents of the second suitcase. Nuan, equally intrigued, craned her neck, her curiosity outweighing the unpleasant odor that lingered. Tian Sui's eyes sparkled. "All warm, I am enamored with this suitcase." Earlier, he had expressed disdain for the first suitcase, but now, upon separating the 2, his spirits lifted considerably. Uncertain, Nuan glanced at Tian Sui. If he was fond of it, she immediately began to conjecture about the contents of the second suitcase. Could it be that Tian Sui's preference indicates this suitcase contains gold? The price of gold was notably high, nearing 1,000 per gram. To discard a body while intertwined with a fortune in gold is indeed an extravagant undertaking. As the suitcase was gradually opened, a gleam of gold emerged. Standing upright, Nuan realized her suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed gold. Once fully unlatched, Guming hesitantly lifted a heavy gold bar. Contemplating that had it not been bound to a suitcase containing a corpse, he might have been tempted to remove his mask and taste it to ascertain its authenticity. He had pondered the possibility of another body or stones used for weight, but never had he imagined that someone would be so audacious as to use a box of gold as ballast. Chen Guodong was equally astonished. Not only had they unearthed a surprise, but also an unprecedented hidden treasure, gold. Qian Beigua, finally regaining some strength, turned pale. "You little scoundrel. Where did you acquire such an abundance of gold? Have you not only committed murder, but also resorted to theft?" Chapter 108. What happened to believing in science? Qian Beigua wished nothing more than to send the fool lying on the ground to his demise. His situation was dire. Having offended the powerful Su family of the internet industry, and now, this fishing ground was embroiled in such a scandal. There was no need for the Su family to intervene. Should this matter escalate, and they choose not to suppress it, their downfall was inevitable. A nearby officer quickly restrained Qian Beigua. "Sir, please remain calm." Breathing heavily with rage, Qian Beigua pointed at Qianyu, bellowing, "Is it you? Why did you dispose of these wretched items here?" What infuriated Qian Beigua was not merely that his son had committed murder. He had plenty of sons. What enraged him was that this fool had audaciously discarded the body in such a conspicuous location, in their publicly accessible fishing ground. If patrons caught and consumed the fish from this place, it would be tantamount to dining on human flesh. As this realization sank in, Qian Beigua's mind reverberated with the words, "Finished. Finished. Finished." His vision dimmed, and in a fit of rage he collapsed. While Chen Guodong was busy calling for an ambulance, he felt a headache coming on. "Please send more vehicles. We have 6 individuals who have vomited to the point of exhaustion, and 1 who has fainted from anger. Qian Yu lay motionless on the ground, resembling a corpse, his gaze fixated on the suitcase being dragged ashore by a group of individuals. Completely oblivious to his father's collapse from fury, Nuan was speechless. What a devoted son he was, so devoted he could die for his father. The gold was meticulously counted and photographed before being bagged as evidence. Nuan had also counted earlier. There were approximately 10,000 small yellow fish within the suitcase. Sun Wen once again sighed. Little apprentice, with such strength, why bother learning skills? One can simply break through all barriers with sheer force. As Gu Ming and his master secured the gold, they turned their attention to a larger pink suitcase. The suitcase was matted with black hair and mud, a rather unappealing sight. Before Gu Ming and his master could open the suitcase, Qian Yu, eyes wide with panic, shouted, "No. Do not open it. There's nothing inside." "I didn't do it. It was unintentional," Gu Ming retorted. "You're confessing without even a post-mortem examination?" No matter how loudly Qian Yu protested. In cases of body disposal, even if the perpetrator confessed, they were still required to examine the contents of the suitcase. Who could say if someone might not take the fall for him? Wealthy individuals often played such games. As the suitcase was opened, Nuan and the others gasped in horror. Even Gu Ming, with years of experience, was taken aback. The sight was shocking. No wonder there was so much hair. Everyone had expected a surprise body, but instead, they were confronted with a hidden trove of human fragments. Inside the pink suitcase lay several severed heads, each adorned with long black hair, all belonging to women. Chen Guodong felt a chilling sensation in his hands and feet. The case of the headless female serial murders? This case was not under his jurisdiction. It was initially led by team leader Zhao, who was under immense pressure from above, causing him to pull his hair out in distress. The bodies of the missing women had been mostly recovered, yet the heads remained elusive. Nuan, puzzled, asked Captain Chen, "What are you talking about?" Chen Guodong furrowed his brow, stating it was merely speculation. 3 months prior, a report was filed regarding a missing daughter, and the police had been deployed to search. It wasn't long before they found the missing woman, albeit as a headless corpse. Over the past 3 months, several other reports had surfaced, all concerning young women, totaling 5 in number. While the bodies of these missing women had been located, their heads had mysteriously vanished, evading all searches. Those who heard Chen Guodong's words instinctively cast their eyes downward at the pink suitcase, where 5 dismembered remains lay quietly arranged. "Captain, is there any connection among them?" Chen Guodong shook his head, asserting that the case was not in his hands and he was not well informed. This was a matter to address with team leader Zhao. After considering it, he decided to make a call. Team leader Zhao had become increasingly frantic in his investigation, the mounting pressures from above and the pleas of the victims' families nearly driving him to the brink. When the call connected, Zhao's voice was weary. "Hey, Lao Chen. What do you need?" Chen Guodong hesitated. "I found a suitcase containing 5 heads at the Qianjia fishing farm in the suburbs, and I wanted to inquire." "Hold on. I'll be right over," Zhao replied before abruptly hanging up. Chen Guodong sighed, wishing Zhao had let him finish his sentence. The heads, mangled by fish, were unrecognizable. One could not ascertain if they belonged to the 5 missing women simply by sight. With Zhao on his way, the group exchanged glances, uncertainty hanging in the air. "Captain, should we just stand here and wait? It's likely to attract mosquitoes." Chen Guodong, equally bewildered, found himself dialing Zhao again, who was now less agitated.
"Lao Chen.
"Do you have more questions?" Chen Guodong got straight to the point. "Is there any connection among the 5? After 3 months of investigation, Zhao had thoroughly compiled the evidence. All 5 women were born in the same year, strikingly beautiful with long black hair. However, inquiries among their acquaintances yielded no significant links. The sole suspicious detail was that all had dated wealthy boyfriends, yet neither family nor friends had ever met these affluent partners. Due to the absence of any notable connections, they had also scrutinized their birth dates, zodiac signs, and times, revealing a potential lead. The order of their deaths corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The first missing person was of the metal sign, and her corpse was found clutching a small yellow fish. Nuan, listening to the analysis beside Chen Guodong, remarked, "Isn't it a bit unscientific to consider mysticism in your investigations?" After absorbing Zhao's findings, both Chen Guodong and Nuan hesitated before simultaneously stopping in their tracks. You. Meanwhile, Qi Sui, who had heard everything, questioned, "Wait, did it miss something? Why does it seem so blank after hearing all this? Turning to seek comfort from companions, Chi Sui found Tian Sui and Yu Sui deep in thought, clearly having grasped something significant. It shouldn't be here. It belongs underground. Chen Guodong shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, as they walked toward the evidence bag filled with gold. Just moments ago, Gu Ming had mentioned the distinct patterns on the gold, making classification easier. If there were any mystical implications, these pieces of gold might indeed hold clues. Sui Nuan and Chen Guodong leaned in together to examine the gold patterns. Perched on Sui Nuan's shoulder, Chi Sui felt like a creature lost in a field of melons, faced with a large, sweet fruit but lacking the means to partake. Chapter 109. Uncharacteristic of him. Sui Nuan and Chen Guodong's actions caught Qian Yu's attention, and he appeared terrified. I killed them. They were all gold diggers, only with me for my money, which is why I eliminated them. They deserved to die. They were all worthless. Sui Nuan frowned in displeasure. I request that someone shut him up. He's bothering me. Yu Sui flapped his wings, declaring, leave this task to me. Before anyone could react, Yu Sui soared above Qian Yu, ready to drop something into his mouth the moment he opened it. Yu Sui's actions were purely personal revenge, as it harbored a grudge against Qian Yu for calling it a mop bird. Sui Nuan felt a sense of satisfaction, silently commending Yu Sui for its resourcefulness. With Qian Yu's mouth finally silenced, Sui Nuan and Chen Guodong could seriously inspect the gold. Lin Aigua and others crouched beside Sui Nuan, examining the 4 pieces of gold in her hands. Lin Aigua expressed doubt, with Qian Yu's notorious reputation as a spoiled rich kid. Could he really devise a 5-element murder scheme? Sui Nuan was taken aback. How would Uncle Lin know? Tian Sui also looked curiously at Lin Aigua, while Chi Sui widened its eyes in disbelief. How could a human, who hadn't heard anything, comprehend it when it remained utterly clueless? At that moment, Chi Sui felt as though the sky had collapsed, realizing it would need to rewatch 10 episodes of Detective Conan, or perhaps nibble on some walnuts for brain food. Lin Aigua pointed at the gold in Sui Nuan's hand. Look, these pieces of gold are divided into 4 patterns: wood, water, fire, and earth. Chen Guodong nodded thoughtfully, noting that while there was no metal present, the absence of a specific representative for gold led to the use of gold to carry these patterns. Lin Aigua agreed, stroking his reflective bald head, stating that such knowledge was not accessible to someone unversed in mystical studies. He then glanced at Qian Yu, who appeared suspicious. But that was not definitive. One could not judge solely based on appearances, could they? This thought resonated deeply with Sui Nuan, as she pondered whether Qian Yu was truly clever enough to concoct a scheme to push her into the water just to drive them away. With such brilliant insight, could he truly commit murder without leaving a trace for the police? Times had changed. Modern-day Xia was filled with surveillance cameras, and disposing of a body would inevitably leave some clues. Yet, as team leader Zhao had indicated, they had scrutinized the vast array of surveillance footage without uncovering a single lead. The notion that Qian Yu could execute such a flawless crime was met with unanimous disbelief from those gathered. Sui Nuan's mind whirred as she inquired, Captain Chen, if this is indeed related, where were the bodies discarded? Chen Guodong was familiar with the locations where the bodies had been found, having occasionally assisted Zhao when short-staffed, and having listened in on discussions. He retrieved his phone and searched for a map of Beijing, sketching the approximate locations where the 5 deceased had been discovered. Lin Aigua leaned in to take a closer look, gesturing, isn't this a classic representation of the 5 elements interactions? Isn't the deceased from this area attributed to fire? Chen Guodong responded, I'm not certain about that. With Sui Nuan, our personified harbinger of death, I rarely have time to ponder such matters. That's something I am unsure about. We need to wait for Zhao to arrive. Sui Nuan, intrigued, remarked, Uncle Lin knows so much. Lin Aigua's expression darkened. One is influenced by their surroundings. With that, he stood up and returned to his spot, sulking. Puzzled, Sui Nuan tugged on Sui Dad's sleeve. What's wrong with Uncle Lin? Sui Ian found herself at a loss. Old Lin's son had always been drawn to such matters. In the past, to persuade Uncle Lin to allow him to become a monk, he would incessantly chatter about these topics at home. Consequently, through constant exposure, Uncle Lin naturally acquired some knowledge in this area. Uncle Lin had 1 son and 1 daughter. His eldest daughter had a fondness for women, while his younger son had taken the vows of a Taoist priest. Thus, Sui Nuan slowly turned her gaze towards Uncle Lin, who sat lost in thought on a distant chair, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for him. He had a son and a daughter, yet it seemed his line would come to an end. Sui Ian waved her hand dismissively, asserting that in this technologically advanced era, women could bear children together. So extinction was not a concern. Sui Nuan interjected, this book could also be titled, Open-Minded Elders and Traditional Offspring? As for the Taoist priest from Jing'an Temple? Oh, him? He dabbles in both Buddhism and Taoism. Some call him a monk, others refer to him as a Taoist priest. He is indifferent to the titles, for to him, anyone who pays is a good client. Chen Guodong continued to ponder over the items in his hands. Feeling that Qian Yu did not strike him as the type capable of orchestrating such a meticulous plan. Meanwhile, Qian Yu, intimidated by the piercing gaze of Yu Sui, was rendered speechless. After staring for a considerable time, he realized that as long as he remained silent, Yu Sui would refrain from employing any physical means against him. He shifted his gaze, fixating intently on the luggage nearby. The ambulance arrived ahead of Captain Zhao, and several medical personnel rushed with their equipment to attend to the sprawled staff on the ground. Before long, Qian Beigua, who had fainted from anger, shakily rose to his feet. You ungrateful wretch! I have treated you well. I raised you myself. Even though I was occasionally busy and may have overlooked you, what love and resources have I not provided? Out of respect for you, I did not remarry. Is this how you repay me? Do you intend to ruin me? To obliterate the fruits of my life's labor? Tears of anguish streamed down Qian Yu's face as he looked at his nearly distraught father, wishing to speak but finding himself too afraid to do so.
Sui Nuan beckoned. Yue Sui, come back.
Yu Sui shot a furious glare at Qian Yu before obediently returning to Sui Nuan's side. With the greatest threat now gone, Qian Yu finally found the courage to speak.
Dad, I am sorry.
I was wrong from the very beginning. I know you have many women outside, many sons and daughters. I do not blame you. All the blame lies with me. I hate you for it. Why did my mother have to die, when it should have been you? Qian Yu's mental state was evidently fragile, his words tumbling out in disarray, often repeating that he was wrong, that he had been wrong from the start. Sui Nuan felt an even stronger sense of dissonance. Given Qian Yu's condition, he could not possibly be the true culprit. Qian Beigua seemed to share this sentiment, his tone deliberately softened as he coaxed. As long as my son is not the mastermind behind this case, there is still a chance for redemption. I could drain the fishery, replace it with a new batch, and then purchase a few trending topics online to sell a sob story. The internet has no memory. If I can turn the tide, perhaps there is still hope for our family. My son, tell me quickly, this case was not your doing. I only give you 500,000 a month for living expenses. Where would you find the funds to acquire so much gold? Chapter 110. My son is not so foolish as to devise such a meticulous scheme. This was also what fascinated Sui Nuan. Disregarding the current price of gold, which was over 600 per gram, this amount must be worth at least hundreds of millions, if not more. Where did Qian Yu procure such wealth to amass this quantity of gold? Moreover, the gold evidently had other purposes. If Qian Yu had wealth and leisure, why engage in such activities? Upon hearing Qian Beigua's inquiry, Qian Yu hesitated, glancing towards the evidence and the remnants of humanity scattered about.
Dad.
It was me. Don't ask anymore. I did it all. Qian Beigua erupted in anger. Have you lost your mind? How could this possibly be your doing? You can't even explain where the gold came from. While Qian Beigua was still berating Qian Yu, Captain Zhao and his team rushed in. Upon surveying the scene, he gasped, Old Chen, what in the world is happening here? Chen Guodong was at a loss for words, hesitating for quite some time before finally explaining. The items were caught by Nuan. The individuals on the ground consumed fish from the fishery, and the restrained individuals are suspects. After a straightforward explanation to Zhao, Chen Guodong felt a sense of confusion. Everything seemed overly coincidental, as if scripted. Zhao turned his gaze. Nuan? That name sounds familiar. Could it be her? Standing beside Sui Ian, Sui Nuan tilted her head curiously, sensing that someone was indeed searching for her. As their eyes met, Zhao was astonished, realizing it was the very same girl he had encountered multiple times throughout this case. Zhao's lips twitched. What a coincidence, it's you again. Sui Nuan hesitated before waving. Long time no see, Captain Zhao. Actually, it hasn't even been long. We just met 3 days ago. I am the police. It was me. I did it all. The murders. The disposal of the bodies. It was all my doing. The recently arrived Captain Zhao and his team were taken aback. What nonsense is this? You're confessing? We've been investigating for 3 months without any leads, not even a glimpse of the murderer disposing of the bodies, and now you claim to confess? Is this some kind of joke? Qian Beigua's anger flared. My son absolutely did not commit this crime. Just look at him. Do you think he has the capability to orchestrate such a scheme and leave no evidence behind? Furthermore, where would he acquire such an abundance of gold? Has there been any news of large-scale gold purchases recently? My son has been abroad. How could he have coordinated an international gold acquisition? Even if he bought it overseas, how would he transport it back? Even if my son were involved, he could not possibly be the mastermind. He simply does not possess the intellect for it. The crowd of onlookers and police exchanged incredulous glances at this unexpected self-incrimination. One could only say, a father knows his son best. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Qianyu was instantly extinguished, replaced by anger and humiliation.
Dad, what are you talking about?
It was me. 2 weeks ago on Monday, I took the opportunity to dispose of the items here in the early hours when no one was around. You can check the surveillance footage. Although I deleted it, surely the police can recover it, right? Everything was planned and executed by me alone. I've confessed. Do you not understand?
Is it possible you've been bribed?
Captain Zhao was utterly bewildered. Within the short time he had been present, the perpetrator had voluntarily confessed and even disclosed the timing of the crime. This doesn't add up, he exclaimed. Take him into custody. Nuan's gaze was fixed intently on Qianyu, her suspicion heightened. He had only mentioned the disposal of the bodies. What about the other elements? If he had successfully evaded surveillance earlier, why would he leave traces on his own territory? If he had initially evaded detection, why now confess so readily? It was all too suspicious, laden with inconsistencies. Chen Guodong had intended to question the fishery owner, Qian Beigua, but seeing his demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would provide any useful answers. The first staff member to flee timidly raised her hand. Officer, feel free to ask me anything.
I have worked here for quite some time.
Gu Ming and Li Wen had already covered the remnants of humanity with items. Upon seeing the obscured items, the staff member felt her stomach churn, covering her mouth as she began retching once more. After recovering, she staggered to her feet. Follow me. I'll take you to check the surveillance. Nuan felt a flicker of respect. She had been the first to vomit, the first to rise, and the only one willing to confront the harsh reality once more. A group of people followed her into the surveillance room. The staff member pointed at the computer. I'm not skilled in data recovery. The rest will depend on your efforts. The individuals were escorted to the surveillance room, where a staff member crouched beside the wall, his head resting against it as he succumbed to a new round of existential contemplation. Nuan and her companions exchanged glances, while Captain Chen tentatively retrieved his mobile phone, suggesting, should we call someone? After a moment of silence, Captain Zhao was about to nod in agreement when Sui Yan, who had followed closely behind, raised his hand. If it's not too much trouble, I could give it a try. Nuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Sui's father was quite capable. In his pursuit of success, he was diligent in his studies, which was why he had garnered the affection of Lin Qingdai. Recently, Lin Qingdai had been preparing to return to the military, immersing herself in recovery, leaving no time to attend to Sui Yan, the middle-aged man. With nothing to do and reluctant to disturb his wife, he resorted to fishing or occasionally felt compelled to assist his son in managing the family business. Captain Zhao, astonished, inquired, You can do that?
Sui Yan hesitantly nodded.
I know a little. At least I can recover some data. The group silently shifted aside, granting the esteemed Sui Yan space. Nuan silently gave a thumbs up, impressed. Initially composed, Sui Yan felt a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. He chastised himself. Don't smile. This is not the time for pride. We should focus on recovering the data first. Attempting to maintain his composure, Sui Yan settled before the computer. As he faced the equipment, a flicker of nervousness coursed through him. Although he had some knowledge, he would still require professional assistance if the task proved too challenging. With a hint of trepidation, he opened the backup files, locating the footage from the night in question as described by Qianyu. Without needing any intricate methods, Sui Yan effortlessly retrieved the surveillance video using a straightforward data recovery software. As the playback commenced, the group of solemn-faced police officers and Sui Nuan felt as though a flock of crows had taken flight overhead. Sui Nuan pointed at the footage, exclaiming, Is it really that simple? Leaning back, Sui Yan replied, This time, I feel no sense of accomplishment. I merely deleted the hard drive's video, and it was easily recoverable with basic software. Once again, the tension-laden group fell into silence, bewildered by the seemingly trivial nature of the task. Chapter 111. Indiscriminate Attack. Captain Zhao remained silent, glancing at a teammate who had been working alongside him daily. Could this case really be resolved by him? The officer beside Captain Zhao shook his head decisively. It doesn't seem so. This case had been under investigation for 3 months, and although the body could have been easily located, there had been no trace of clues left behind. A person capable of such meticulousness could not possibly be so careless in their actions. If Qian Yu was indeed the perpetrator, had their 3 months of effort merely been a futile battle against thin air? In the surveillance footage, Qian Yu, clad in black, huffed and puffed as he transported 2 suitcases on a small cart to the spot where Sui Yan was fishing, then plopped down atop one of the suitcases, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. The 2 captains nearly spoke in unison. Pause. Stop. Their movements were swift as they simultaneously pulled out their phones to capture a photograph. Chen Guodong set his phone down, patting the back of his chair. Let us keep this segment. Sui Yan had long since stepped back, now replaced by an officer at the computer. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's words, she nodded. Understood. Deputy Captain Chen. Captain Zhao was present, and the title of deputy was essential. Sui Nuan sighed. It was too dark to discern the contents of the paper. Chen Guodong also sighed, feeling that there had been issues from the outset, and now it seemed even more evident. Continue the playback. The video resumed, showing Qian Yu scrutinizing the paper for quite some time before lowering it and gesturing towards the sky, muttering for a while. Eventually, he reluctantly stood up from the suitcase. After tucking the paper away, he approached Sui Nuan's fishing spot, opening the paper multiple times to confirm its contents before nodding in assurance. Qian Yu then patted the suitcase, engaging in a peculiar monologue for a while before turning to leave. Before long, he returned with a small boat, taking considerable time to ensure it was safely lowered into the water. Once the boat was in the water, Qian Yu lingered for a moment, again touching the suitcase and mumbling for a while. After finishing, he glanced around nervously, ensuring no one was watching before opening the suitcase for a quick peek. Fortune smiled upon Qian Yu as he opened the first suitcase, revealing a treasure trove of gold. Upon seeing the overflowing gold, his greed surged, and he extracted 40 small yellow fish from the suitcase, placing them on the ground. After retrieving the gold from the first suitcase, Qian Yu rubbed his hands together, curious to see what lay within the second suitcase. However, upon opening it, he was so startled by its contents that he fell back onto the ground. Clearly shaken, Qian Yu pulled out a dagger, trembling as he punctured several holes into the suitcase. The suitcase appeared to be specially designed, and after much effort, he managed to create an opening. Completing this task, Qian Yu closed the gold bar suitcase and bound it up securely. Perhaps feeling that this was still insufficiently secure, he turned and left, fetching a net and tying the suitcase to the cart before hauling it onto the boat. This endeavor occupied Qian Yu for nearly 3 hours until he received a phone call, at which point he cleverly maneuvered the items onto the boat.
Sui Nuan,
watching the surveillance at a rapid speed, felt anxious for Qian Yu. Was it truly that heavy and difficult to manage? In reality, the weight was only moderately burdensome. Once the items were on the boat, the process became simpler. Qian Yu checked the paper multiple times before paddling the boat to the appropriate location, taking another half-hour to unload the items. From start to finish, Qian Yu toiled for nearly 5 or 6 hours, only leaving once daylight broke. Initially, the group had suspected that Qian Yu was not the murderer, but after viewing the video, they were even more convinced of his innocence. Captain Zhao exited the surveillance room and approached Qian Yu's police vehicle. You're not the true mastermind, are you? Why take the fall for someone else? Are you aware that if this case is sealed, you could face the death penalty? Qian Yu's expression contorted, and after a prolonged silence, he vehemently denied. No.
It was all me.
Officer, is it truly my father who has bribed you, compelling you to repeatedly implicate innocent people? With one hand cuffed, Qian Yu decided to abandon all pretense, pointing at Lin Aigua, Sui Nuan, Sui Yan, and Sun Wen. It's them. They are the ones who instructed me from behind the scenes. You should arrest them all. Captain Zhao thought. Does he think I'm a fool? If it were so obvious, I would gladly step aside and let someone else take my place. The officer he considered could easily lead the team. But her promotion had been stymied by his own unblemished leadership. The 4 individuals accused by Qian Yu exchanged glances, incredulous. Is he no longer even pretending? Captain Zhao remained undeterred. If the true culprit is you, why did you use that paper on the day of the body disposal? You could have simply discarded it. Couldn't you? And if it truly was you, who was the person that called you that day? Qian Yu's expression betrayed a moment of uncertainty. But then he seemed to recollect something and retorted defiantly. Why do you care so much? Do you live by the sea? What's wrong with me using a piece of paper? I'm a person who values rituals. Is it wrong to plan my disposal site in advance? That day, I had many friends to call upon. What's wrong with going out for some late-night entertainment? He added, I've confessed to everything. So just take me away without all this questioning, alright? Captain Zhao, furious, gritted his teeth. Then why did you take gold out during the disposal? Why were you so frightened by the heads in the suitcase? Didn't you put them there yourself? Qianyu scoffed. I regretted it. I felt like I had wasted too much gold, so what's wrong with taking some for myself? It's my gold. I can use it however I wish. As for being scared, it was dark. Who wouldn't he be terrified upon seeing a few heads suddenly appear? I am cruel. Not an unafraid deity who fears neither heaven nor earth. As for the incision made in the suitcase, it was undoubtedly intended to ensure that the fish swiftly consumed the contents within. Officer, you have posed enough inquiries. I possess justifications for all my responses. And should you inquire further, you would be overstepping your bounds. Moreover, should not these matters fall under the purview of your police investigations? Why question a mere criminal? Are your officers truly this inept? The group of officers led by Captain Zhao were visibly enraged, their faces ashen, yet they had no choice but to endure this tirade. After all, they were indeed incapable of uncovering any leads, had it not been for Qin Guodong's sudden contact. This unsolved case of the headless female serial murders might have been relegated to the cold case files indefinitely. Observing the officers' grim countenances, Qianyu scoffed. A band of inept individuals, and they dare to call themselves police? They ought to return home and tend to their fields. Am I truly so foolish? How could the schemes of an imbecile like me elude your grasp? By that logic, would you not be greater fools than I? Chapter 112, trending on social media. This indiscriminate verbal assault not only chastised Captain Zhao's team but implicated the entire police department, leaving the officers with increasingly sour expressions. Captain Zhao turned on his heel. Realizing that it is futile to reason with a determined fool, if he wishes for destruction, so be it. Unable to extract information from Qianyu, Captain Zhao had no choice but to shift his investigative approach. Since the case was linked to Qianyu, he resolved to review surveillance footage for any signs of Qianyu's presence at the site where the body was discovered. Targeting a specific suspect is indeed more feasible than fishing in the vast ocean. Qian Beigua could scarcely believe that his son, who had never been particularly intelligent, had managed to outmaneuver so many elite officers for 3 whole months. Officer, my son lacks such cunning. You must investigate thoroughly, for he has undoubtedly been ensnared by someone. Qianyu, shackled in the police car, flushed with indignation, retorted, Father, cease your attempts at defense. It was indeed I who committed the act. Qian Beigua bellowed in fury. Get away from me. Was he seeking justice for his son? It was clear he was desperately trying to salvage his own reputation, with the rescue of his son merely a secondary concern. Qianyu, more agitated than his father, implored, Father, stop struggling. In this life, I have been an unfilial son. But should I be reborn as your son in the next life, I shall repay you. Qian Beigua was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Having such a foolish son was more than enough. Though he was not a virtuous man, he was hardly a villain. He could not bear to encounter such incompetence again. He wished to avoid an early demise. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. If he could preserve his career, he would prefer his daughter as the heir. His son was merely a burden. As Qian Beigua grew increasingly incensed, darkness clouded his vision, and he fainted. The medical personnel, who were preparing to transport another patient, quickly retrieved a stretcher to carry Qian Beigua away. Tian Sui mused that although he could not perceive the malice directed at the green-clad individual, his instincts told him that the intent was to eliminate that green creature. Sui Nuan, Qi Sui, and Yu Sui all nodded in agreement with Tian Sui's assessment. Lin Aigua, reflecting on the comparison between Qianyu and his own wayward son, suddenly found solace in the knowledge that he was not alone in his plight. As Captain Zhao and his team prepared to depart, Sui Nuan and the other first informants followed suit to provide their statements. Sun Wen felt as though he had accomplished nothing that day. He chose to drive, hoping to spare Sui Nuan from feeling that her mentor was ineffectual. As Sun Wen drove, he sensed an eerily silent atmosphere within the vehicle. He cleared his throat and initiated a conversation. Old Lin, your luck seems to be lacking. How did you end up selecting this fishery? I heard you encountered a case while fishing last month? Lin Aigua gazed pointedly at Sui Nuan in the passenger seat. I have a feeling the truly unfortunate one may not be me, but rather the individual beside you. Sun Wen dismissed this notion, exclaiming, Nonsense. My apprentice could not possibly be unlucky. Old Sui, what do you think? Sui Ian hesitated. Yes, I suppose? Lin Aigua shot a disdainful glance at Sui Ian, who was speaking nonsense. You know very well what your daughter is like, and you dare to say that? Nuan remained silent, utterly intimidated into silence. Chi Sui appeared perplexed. So, who exactly is the culprit? Tian Sui shook his head, admitting ignorance. Yu Sui nodded in agreement, affirming they had no idea who it could be, except that it could not possibly be the man in green. From the perspective of surveillance, he was an accomplice, but it was evident he was merely a scapegoat. If he had not been discovered, he would not even qualify as that. Tian Sui, having completed his analysis, still felt puzzled. The green individual should not know who the true perpetrator was, yet that did not serve as a justification for his confession, right? Yu Sui pondered this point. Indeed, even if he does not confess, the police might still struggle to uncover the actual culprit. Nuan. If he voluntarily reveals the mastermind behind the scenes, would he still face the death penalty? Nuan, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of criminal law, was uncertain. I doubt it. After all, he is not the mastermind, is he? While the three middle-aged gentlemen were engaged in this debate, Sun Wen inquired curiously, "What are they discussing?" They were deliberating whether Qianyu, if he confessed to the mastermind, would be sentenced to death. Lin Igua shook his head. That depends on his level of involvement, whether he committed murder, if there is evidence proving his innocence, and whether the mastermind he implicates can be apprehended. All of these factors will influence the sentencing outcome. If the murderer remains at large, and the case does not escalate, he might receive a life sentence. However, given the magnitude of this case involving 5 victims, especially in such a prominent city, if it becomes widely known and the killer remains elusive, the chances are high that he would receive the death penalty. Sui Ian sighed. He probably cannot escape his fate. Nuan questioned, "Why is that?" Sui Ian turned his phone around. It's trending on social media. With so many people present at the scene, staff, medical personnel, officers, and us, whoever recorded a video would likely have gone unnoticed. Having just boarded the vehicle, Nuan was lost in thought about this peculiar case and had not even glanced at her phone. If this matter were to trend online, it would certainly complicate things. To quell the rampant online discourse, Qianyu, who had consistently confessed and had surveillance as evidence of his actions, would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt of public scrutiny. It is not that Qianyu deserves to die, but rather if he were to perish, the tenuous threads of this already dubious case would be irrevocably severed. Nuan, filled with trepidation, opened the trending search results. The report had gone from the site to the police station in a mere 2 to 3 hours, and it had already surged to second place in trending topics, with discussions continuing to escalate. Opening the recorded video, it depicted Nuan reeling in the suitcase, followed by the arrival of Chen Guodong and his team. The graphic content in the video had been thoroughly censored. Even the individuals involved, including Nuan and her companions, had their identities obscured, though the bold letters of Qian Family Fishery stood out prominently. The title was sensational as well. Mysterious suitcase discovered at Qian Family Fishery. Anyone who has recently eaten fish may have consumed human flesh. With such sensationalist headlines, surely they were overqualified to be mere fishery staff. They ought to be editors-in-chief instead. Such a waste of talent. No wonder it garnered such attention. With a title like that, Nuan felt she would have clicked on it herself if she had come across it during her usual browsing. The apocalypse has arrived. It cannot be from Shungan City, can it?
Please no.
Just 2 days ago, I caught 3 fish to take home, and there is still one in the freezer that I haven't finished. Oh, how terrifying. Thankfully, I haven't eaten fish this month. Oh no. I was just cooking fish. Please tell me where this is happening. Can I still use my pots and pans? It's over. I will forever have psychological trauma regarding fish. Not to mention, the fishing gear that this lady possesses is precisely what I have always dreamed of. Fishermen can reel in anything besides fish. This is a series of material. Hee. Those who do not love fish are overjoyed. But wait, is the body dumper insane? Why would they discard it in such a busy fishery? I can't take it. I just finished eating fish caught from this very fishery yesterday, and now I need to go get my stomach pumped. To inform the person above of a cruel truth from yesterday until now. You should have digested it long ago. Chapter 113. Father, you must believe in science. In the comment section, I encountered countless disheartened anglers lamenting their misfortunes at the fishing grounds. Fortunately, my passion lies in wild fishing. Hee. Wild fishing often yields unexpected delights, and the bizarre incidents at the baiting grounds are but rare exceptions. However, the occurrences in the wilderness are all too frequent. It has left me hesitant to consume fish in the future. In the video, there were 2 large boxes. Could they possibly contain 2 bodies?
No.
It was 5. I am an employee of this fishing ground, and I am currently in line for gastric lavage. 5. 5. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The already trending Qian family fishing ground skyrocketed in popularity. Soon, numerous trending topics regarding this incident surfaced, maintaining a fervent discussion online. The journey from the fishing ground to the police station barely took over an hour, yet the trending discussions multiplied. Chen Guodong, feeling helpless, noted the online uproar. Upon arriving at the scene, he instructed his team not to let the situation leak online. But alas, the internet was already abuzz with speculation. When taking statements, the young police officer, now accustomed to the process, fell silent, as she felt a strange familiarity with the lead individual. Nuan, well versed in the surroundings, welcomed everyone to sit down, urging them to proceed. The officer was taken aback, pondering why Nuan appeared more adept than herself in this situation. After a brief pause, the officer resumed her questioning. Upon learning that Nuan had pulled the items from the water, her eyes widened in disbelief. Trained professionals, they maintained their composure, secretly giving her a mental thumbs up. Such is the strength of women. Having completed her statement, Nuan opened the door, only to be approached by Gu Ming.
So,
You've been promoted to squad leader? Nuan nodded. What's the matter? Gu Ming hesitated. We might need someone knowledgeable to assist with this case, your friend.
Nuan,
Along with the others, turned to Lin Aigua, the only one among them with any relevant knowledge.
what?
Why is everyone looking at me? Lin Aigua sensed an ominous premonition. Nuan flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Uncle Lin. 10 minutes later, the four arrived before Captain Zhao and Chen Guodong. Lin Aigua, feeling helpless, admitted, I only have a vague understanding. Captain Zhao pushed a document toward Lin Aigua. No worries, we're all in the same boat. We're just here to assist. We'll review the surveillance footage, and 1T hastily jumped to conclusions based on superstition. Let us trust in science. Reluctantly, Lin Aigua took the paper and began explaining to Captain Zhao, while Chen Guodong showed Nuan and the others how they typically conducted investigations, primarily aiming to educate Nuan, with Sui Yan and Sun Wen as mere bystanders. The primary suspect, Qian Yu, proved to be uncooperative, his statements disjointed. At times, he claimed innocence, while at others, he adamantly insisted he was the perpetrator. We have invited hypnosis specialists to assist. The subsequent results remain unclear. Given the lack of cooperation from the main suspect and the numerous uncertainties in the case, we typically investigate the suspect's recent activities, checking surveillance to see if he interacted with any suspicious individuals, confirming whether he was present at the disposal site.
Nuan listened intently,
Pondering whether Qian Yu had been hypnotized, Chen Guodong shook his head. We cannot confirm that. Nuan. Nuan turned at the sound. It was Jiang Wan. As expected, the voice belonged to her deputy, Jiang Wan. What are you doing here? Have you finished over there? Jiang Wan approached Nuan, almost done. We're just waiting for the court to pass judgment. Jiang Wan chuckled at the thought of the judges working like a factory assembly line due to the overwhelming number of cases. I just wrapped up my side and heard there's a new development here, so I rushed over. Seeing Jiang Wan arrive, Chen Guodong decided to focus on his own tasks. The pressure from online public opinion weighed heavily on the police force. As the situation escalated, there would be increasing pressure from above to expedite the case resolution, but cases are rarely so easily resolved. Before departing, Chen Guodong took Sun Wen and Sui Yan along, in case Jiang Wan revealed information they ought not to hear. Jiang Wan frowned. I just visited the primary suspect. Qian Yu seems to have been verbally coerced into a hypnotic state. However, hypnosis alone cannot account for his behavior. At times, he speaks coherently, indicating he is in a waking state, yet he insists he is the mastermind behind the case. Hypnosis rarely reaches such a profound level. It primarily affects judgment. His condition resembles that of someone who has been brainwashed. Nuan pondered the implications. Could the case, intertwined with mysticism, involve brainwashing linked to esoteric practices? Jiang Wan hesitated. That is a possibility. As public servants, their foremost principle is to trust in science. They would not entertain thoughts of mysticism unless absolutely cornered. Let us see what Uncle Lin has to say. Nuan swiftly pulled Jiang Wan along toward the conference room. Nuan knocked on the door. Captain Zhao. May I join in? Captain Zhao glanced at Jiang Wan beside Nuan, surprised. Come in. Upon entering the conference room, Nuan noted a paper adorned with a pentagram, marked with various references to mysticism. What were you discussing? Lin Aigua rubbed his chin. What does this diagram signify? Rebirth, immortality, rejuvenation, the eradication of ailments? Such effort must be in pursuit of one of these, right? Unable to fathom the meaning, Lin Aigua quietly took out his phone. I'll consult someone more knowledgeable. Captain Zhao nodded. Go ahead. Initially at a loss for direction, Captain Zhao felt increasingly frustrated after Lin Aigua's lengthy explanation. In modern society, one must believe in science. Believe in science. If these things were truly effective, why did emperors of old still seek immortality? They could have simply sacrificed a few individuals for eternal life, right? The emperors wielded the power of life and death over millions yet dismissed such ideas. How could a deranged murderer in contemporary times still cling to such beliefs? It's absurd. On Lin Aigua's end, the call connected, and he promptly inquired, Hello, Dad, I have a question. He swiftly recounted the details of the case, leaving the other end silent for a moment. Dad, you must believe in science. Lin Aigua retorted. Believe in what science? After painstakingly raising his daughter and son, he had initially intended for his exceptional daughter to inherit the family business, only to find her coming out. After a month of turmoil, he chose to respect her wishes, albeit begrudgingly, believing the heir to his company should not have such a scandal. Thus, he placed his hopes on his son. However, 2 months later, his son announced his intention to become a Taoist, not a monk but a practitioner of Taoism. Just as he felt a flicker of relief, Taoists could marry and have children. Unlike monks, his son revealed that the sect he wished to join also prohibited marriage. Weighing the lesser of two evils, he once again pleaded with his daughter to take over the family business. Just as he resigned himself to this fate, his rebellious son dared to suggest he believe in science. What nonsense! If science were effective, fate wouldn't be so intent on tormenting him, a man nearing his end. Chapter 114. Why are my own people suddenly in trouble? Why do you care so much? If you want me to believe in science, then why don't you return to the secular world and show me? After a brief silence on the other end, Dad. The two scenarios you mentioned earlier were immortality and the gathering of Yin energy. Immortality is well known. I need not elaborate. Gathering Yin energy is a concept passed down through generations, believed to harness spiritual energy, though it was always a ruse, now utterly ineffective. We must trust in science. Resurrection is impossible, and cultivation is absolute nonsense. Dad, why the sudden inquiry? Lin Aigua shifted the camera. I'm at the police station, encountering a bit of trouble. Upon seeing the two officers present, the voice on the other end fell silent again. Did you kill someone? Didn't you say everything of mine was burned? Lin Aigua was somewhat irked, exclaiming, You're the one who committed murder, so be gone. With that, he abruptly ended the call.
Key suicide, pondering why Uncle Lin,
who usually appeared to have a good temperament, would become enraged during a conversation with someone on the phone. Nuan was at a loss for words. Perhaps the voice on the other end was too calm? Although he addressed the caller as Dad, his tone resembled that of someone conversing with a stranger. The Taoist priest at Jing'an Temple was notably warm and welcoming, devoid of any air of aloofness. Nuan felt that, should the remuneration be sufficiently generous, he might even agree to perform a song and dance. Lin Aigua seemed to recognize his own temper had flared, chuckling awkwardly. I get heated every time I speak with him. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Zhao, we have new findings. Come in. What have you discovered? The entering officer approached the table and placed her belongings down. After 2 hours of investigation, we found that Qianyu had been spotted at specific locations a few days before the body was disposed of. His appearances were primarily at bars and bathhouses. We had previously investigated these places, but since they were not in close proximity to the disposal site, we hadn't focused our attention there. Jiangwan pondered. This doesn't directly incriminate him as the prime suspect. If he had been identified early on as the scapegoat, he might have been arranged to appear there in advance. I've reviewed the surveillance from the fishing grounds, and it's clear he was unaware of the contents of the suitcase. Nuan voiced her concerns. If this case is indeed tied to metaphysics, and if he is the true culprit, considering he undertook these actions for the sake of immortality, he must be well-versed in metaphysics. A knowledgeable individual wouldn't tamper with the gold bars inside the suitcase. The gold bars must serve a specific purpose and quantity. If he were the mastermind, he wouldn't jeopardize his own elaborate scheme over something so trivial. Though she deemed herself unfamiliar with metaphysics, Nuan understood that one misstep or missing element could unravel the entire plan. Qianyu appeared foolish and acted clumsily. Yet it seemed unlikely he would sacrifice significant gains for minor ones, engaging in a cerebral duel with his own scheme. All evidence pointed to a singular conclusion. Qianyu was merely a scapegoat. It was highly probable the mastermind had discovered Qian Yu's greed had compromised their plans, thus utilizing this seemingly crude yet incriminating evidence against him to eliminate him out of frustration. Otherwise, how could everything have been so meticulously executed only to unravel at the last moment? This had to be evidence deliberately left by the mastermind. Had the scheme not involved using individuals, Nuan might have felt sympathy for the mastermind, toiling for 3 months only to have their efforts thwarted at the most critical juncture. No wonder the mastermind was driven to desperation, insisting on eliminating Qian Yu. Nuan stroked her chin, contemplating, if the mastermind intentionally pushed Qian Yu to the forefront then. Tian Sui gestured towards Lin Aigua, indicating he appeared suspicious. Yu Sui nodded in agreement.
Qi Sui exclaimed, "Ooh."
Why is it suddenly one of our own who seems problematic? Uncle Lin doesn't he strike me as a villain? Jiangwan inquired. What do you mean? She had not been involved throughout the entire affair, yet her ability to keep pace with the thought process and raise questions was already impressive. Nuan hesitated, glancing at Lin Aigua. She was reluctant to suspect the amiable and upright Uncle Lin. However, upon aggregating the information, she, along with Yu Sui and Tian Sui, had indeed converged on a similar line of reasoning. What was the prerequisite for all these discoveries? Wasn't it her, the chosen one, who had fished out the items from the fishing grounds? Coincidentally, Lin Aigua had recently moved from Sheng'an to the capital, and it was he who selected the fishing grounds. Moreover, he was the first to sit down, with others subsequently arranging themselves in a line. Most importantly, Lin Aigua was the only individual present who possessed considerable knowledge of metaphysics. One could tell from the scribbles on the table that he understood more about metaphysics than she had initially anticipated. Lin Aigua, feeling slightly bewildered under the scrutinizing gazes of Nuan and the others, rubbed his bald head, asking, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it really possible for me to be implicated?" Suddenly realizing, Lin Aigua pointed at himself. "Wait, I seem to have become a prime suspect. What is going on?" Jiangwan, Captain Zhao, and another officer turned to look at Lin Aigua, all bewildered by the sudden revelation. Lin Aigua continued to stroke his bald head. "Because I invited Nuan and the others to fish, and I chose this fishing ground, plus I'm knowledgeable about metaphysics." A chilling silence fell over the room. Despite the presence of numerous individuals and small animals, there was not a sound to be heard. With Sunwen, Sui Ian approached, ready to share the new discoveries, but hesitated. Knock, knock, knock. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? The group turned their attention to the door, and Chen Guodong appeared increasingly uncertain. "Should I leave?" Captain Zhao waved. Come in. Any updates?" Upon entering the conference room, Chen Guodong confirmed there was indeed a new finding. Qian Beigua's wife once managed 8 gold chain stores. She died in a drunk driving accident, plummeting off a cliff. After her death, all 8 of her stores closed within a year, and the subsequent handling of the gold remains unclear. I have dispatched someone to the hospital to request Mr. Qian Beigua's presence at the police station for cooperation in this case. What were you discussing just now? Why is it so quiet? Lin Aigua pointed at himself. I was just realizing I might be a suspect.
Sui Yan.
Sunwen. Chen Guodong. Sui Ian, who was reporting to his beloved wife Lin Qingdai, was bewildered. What is happening? How did it come to light that my old friend is also implicated? Sunwen was equally perplexed. Old Lin is a suspect? With his lackluster skills, he probably couldn't even outmatch my 5-year-old grandson. How could he possibly kill 5 people without leaving a trace? I refuse to believe it. Sui Ian nodded in agreement. Lin Aigua, feeling somewhat dejected, acknowledged that while he understood his 2 good friends were speaking on his behalf with good intentions, he requested they refrain from doing so for the moment. Chapter 115. On Nuan, he has a total of 15 girlfriends. Lin Aigua attempted to defend himself. My physical strength isn't particularly lacking. I can at least carry a load and hike for an hour without resting. Although I've just realized my suspicion seems substantial, it truly isn't me. The reason is that this whole affair is about immortality, and I'm not particularly concerned about that. If it were about resurrection, my suspicion might be greater. Moreover, the most crucial point is that I've only spent a little over a week in the capital these past few months. The rest of the time has been in Sheng'an. Having completed his self-defense, Lin Aigua formally declared, "That concludes my statement." Captain Zhao was momentarily speechless. Were it not for the fact that Lin Aigua's figure had never appeared on the surveillance footage, he might have begun to suspect him after such an analysis. Wealth, power, time, Intellect, physical capability, understanding of metaphysics, and familiarity with a Qian father-son duo, other than lacking the time and motive to commit the crime. Lin Aigua perfectly matched the profile of the perpetrator in this case. Captain Zhao rubbed his forehead. Investigations must rely on evidence. Mere suspicion without proof is futile.
Oh.
By the way, can the technical team recover Qian Yu's phone information? The only officer present shook his head. There's no issue with the chat records on Qian Yu's phone. We haven't found any unusual conversations. Nuan inquired. He received a phone call earlier. Do we know who that was from? Has the number owner been located? The officer shook his head. Data records show that at that time, Qian Yu's phone did not receive any incoming calls. We did find a recording on the phone, but it was a one-time playback type, self-destructing after it played. The data remaining on the phone cannot be played back, and we are still attempting to recover it. The case has once again reached an impasse, and Nuan, intrigued, inquired Uncle Lin, why did you choose the Qian family's fishing grounds? Lin Aigua scratched his head and replied, because the Qian family has numerous fishing grounds, scattered throughout various locations. Additionally, I had previously met Qian Beigua while fishing, and upon hearing that I was looking for a fishing spot, he graciously extended an invitation to me. I thought to myself, all fishing grounds are somewhat similar, but given the vastness of the Qian family's grounds, it must be more entertaining than others, so I agreed to visit. Captain Zhao, however, remained undeterred, suggesting they check on Qian Yu's situation. Discussing here proved fruitless. The foundation of their investigation hinged on evidence, solid evidence. Nuan lagged behind and tugged at Jiangwan's sleeve, pondering aloud whether the rapid spread of this matter was orchestrated by the mastermind behind it, aiming to incite public uproar and pressure the higher-ups. If Qian Yu continued to be uncooperative while the authorities applied relentless pressure, the police station might resort to implicating Qian Yu to fulfill their obligations. After all evidence presently pointed towards the Qian father and son. It was no longer merely about Qian Yu. Even Qian Beigua was under suspicion. Should he fail to clarify the whereabouts of his late wife's gold from her jewelry store, Qian Beigua might also find himself bearing the brunt of the blame. Sometimes, one cannot help but wonder whether the escalation of a situation serves to aid or complicate matters. The influence of online discourse on judicial proceedings is not entirely absent. Jiangwan nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, this matter concerning the deceased fell under restricted terminology, typically subject to censorship. Yet that particular video had inexplicably surged to trending status. Nuan's thoughts took a sudden turn. Could there be penalties for such occurrences? Generally, high-profile cases are strictly prohibited from leaking online, yet this one had somehow escaped into the public domain. Without hesitation, Jiangwan responded, indicating that in the pursuit of justice, the presence of online discourse would not hinder their investigation. Nuan sighed, lamenting the lack of leads. If only Qian Yu were willing to cooperate, the police would not find themselves at such a standstill. Currently, they had exhausted all avenues of inquiry, and alas, aside from the suspicions surrounding Qian Yu and Qian Beigua, no other clues had surfaced. Nuan pondered, how did Qian Yu come to know the deceased's state of birth? Throughout their journey, the atmosphere remained hushed. An officer walking ahead turned to glance back, and she noted the intricate web of relationships concerning the Qian family detailed in her notebook. Mr. Qian Beigua had 2 illegitimate daughters and 1 illegitimate son studying medicine, all of whom were positioned in various hospitals in the capital.
Nuan remarked in astonishment.
How many illegitimate children and, young girlfriends does he have? The officer glanced at Jiangwan, uncertain whether this information could be disclosed to Nuan. Ordinarily, revealing personal information about suspects is prohibited, but she sensed that Jiangwan had tacitly allowed this topic to be broached, hence her reluctance to dismiss it outright. Jiangwan nodded, affirming that regarding Nuan's requests, the higher-ups had granted her a free pass, with the sole stipulation of monitoring Nuan's psychological state to ensure her loyalty to the nation. The demands were remarkably modest. Nuan would manage the rest independently, without the need for upper management to assign tasks. A senior official remarked that the current situation was quite favorable. Upon receiving Jiangwan's approval, the officer finally opened her notebook for Nuan's perusal. Nuan tentatively accepted the notebook, noticing the officer's willingness to allow her to see it, and promptly seized it. She had been curious about its contents, especially after noticing Captain Zhao's peculiar expression upon reviewing it.
Wow! Exclaimed Yusui and Kisui in unison.
Their eyes widening in surprise. Tian Sui, eager not to miss out, quickly emerged from Nuan's pocket to join the spectacle. Jiangwan leaned in to glimpse the details. And the trio exhibited no barriers to understanding, exclaiming in astonishment at the revelations within. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 15.
Kisui gasped. Nuan.
He has a total of 15 girlfriends? Doesn't girlfriend imply more than just a casual relationship? In one, is it not customary for humans to have only one wife? This question rendered Nuan momentarily speechless, pondering how to respond with grace. However, she needn't have worried, for Sui took the initiative to address the topic, asserting that he likely sought these relationships in secrecy, as girlfriends differ from wives, permitting multiple in the human realm, while one can possess only a single wife.
Tiansui disagreed,
asserting that perhaps he possesses great strength, allowing for such an abundance of partners. At the mention of Qianbeigua's prowess, Sui hesitated, observing that he did not appear particularly formidable. Sui shook his head vehemently, insisting, impossible. He is not strong at all. Nuan could easily defeat him. If that were the case, Nuan could also have many boyfriends. Why then has she remained solitary? Nuan interjected, surely, that cannot be true. Could it not be possible that she simply chooses not to pursue relationships? If she desired to indulge in a series of relationships, she could easily manage 5, 6, or even 7 suitors. Nuan dismissed the squabbling of the small ones, acknowledging that men would only impede her progress as a harbinger of justice. Rather than squander time on dates, she preferred to absorb knowledge, preparing herself for a nationwide inspection. She, Nuan, was diligently honing her skills and gathering resources, readying herself for the journey ahead. Chapter 116. Why not just handcuff me first? Qianbeigua has 15 girlfriends, 8 illegitimate sons, and 5 illegitimate daughters. 2 of his daughters are employed in hospitals, 1 in a financial firm, another in accounting, and 1 has even joined a religious order. Nuan pointed at an image of a rather aloof-looking girl, pondering whether if Qianbeigua lacked esoteric knowledge, this young woman might be implicated as well. Nuan and the officer exchanged glances, the officer mentally recalling the details regarding the girl Nuan had indicated. She was 25 years old and had been in the religious order for 5 years. According to her records, her relationships with both her father and mother appeared quite strained. Her mother had caused quite a scene upon discovering her status as a mistress, leading to a prolonged rift. The likelihood of her involvement seemed minimal, yet it remained a point of interest for further investigation. What positions do Qianbeigua's children hold within the hospitals? Nuan inquired. The officer hesitated before replying. They are all still in training. Nuan remarked, if they are merely in training, their influence may be limited. They are likely too preoccupied with their rigorous schedules to delve into such chaotic matters. Ian hesitantly turned to Lin Aigua, recalling, it seems your wife was the head of obstetrics at the capital hospital before her passing? Lin Aigua replied, were it not for the clarity of my own situation, I might have suspected myself as the culprit. However, I assure you, I am innocent, an unwitting party in this entire affair. After contemplating for a moment, he extended his hands towards Chen Guodong, suggesting, why not just handcuff me first? Chen Guodong scratched his head awkwardly, I already checked you. You lack an alibi.
Ah?
Lin Aigua was taken aback, not anticipating that Chen Guodong had investigated him so promptly, hence his lack of surprise. Chen Guodong did not conceal the truth, explaining, I discovered your acquaintance with Qianbeigua and your considerable knowledge of esoteric practices, so I included you in my inquiries. When the bodies of the first 2 female victims were found, you were not in the capital.
Nuan questioned.
Why do both Captain Zhao and Chen Guodong focus solely on the same individual? Are we certain this is the work of a lone perpetrator rather than a collaborative effort? Chen Guodong affirmed Nuan's query, asserting, it is indeed the work of an individual. The confirmations from Li Wen and Gu Ming corroborate this. Each victim met with a unique fate, yet the methods employed bore striking similarities. From the knife marks and subtle differences, it is clear that the same individual executed the murders. Nuan nodded, comprehension dawning upon her. No wonder if it were the same assailant. The case would be far more complex. High IQ criminals pose the most significant challenges. Unless one possesses irrefutable evidence, such individuals can easily evade justice. A group of them proceeded to the interrogation room, separated by a 2-way mirror from the view outside. Inside the room, Qianyu displayed a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of indifference, as if impervious to the pressures surrounding him. Flanking him were 2 women and a man, creating a palpable tension within the interrogation room. Clearly struggling to elicit any useful information from Qianyu, Team Leader Zhao and the officer holding a small notebook entered the interrogation room, the officer gesturing for the 3 technical staff members inside to step out. As they exited, Qianyu stood as a formidable challenge, ranking among the top 10 toughest cases in their careers. All methods employed against him yielded no results. Team leader Zhao took a seat before Qianyu, intending to deliver a heartfelt and rational exposition. Why persist in such obstinacy? Confessing will lead to leniency, while resistance will incur severity. If you reveal the mastermind behind this, you may yet preserve your life. Surely, a wretched existence is preferable to a good death? Qianyu remained silent, clearly resolved to resist. That audio on your phone was used for hypnosis, wasn't it? Why would your accomplices resort to the 5 elements killing technique? One must believe in science. Techniques for immortality belong to the realm of fantasy. At this, Qianyu stirred slightly, bewildered. What 5 elements killing technique? Outside, Nuan, Nuan, and Chen Guodong scrutinized Qianyu's subtle expressions, attempting to glean some insight. Remarkable. He is willing to take the fall without any knowledge of the situation. I scarcely know how to describe this so-called genius, they mused. Team leader Zhao clenched his hands tightly on his lap, veins throbbing on his forehead. The victim's date of birth, the positioning of the body, the objects held in hand, and the engravings on the gold all bear relevance to the 5 elements. You claim to be the murderer, the mastermind, yet you appear to know nothing. What have your associates done to you to instill such blind loyalty, rendering you unafraid even of death? Qianyu bowed his head, murmuring softly, "It's not the 5 elements killing. I just think they were too materialistic. They weren't with me out of love, which is why they had to die. As for the so-called 5 elements killing, I know nothing about it. It must have been an accident." Team leader Zhao nearly laughed in exasperation. 1 accident, perhaps 2 coincidences. What of 3, 4, or 5? Are those mere coincidences as well? If I were to believe your absurdity and submit the report, my superior would have my head for a football by morning. Your mother's 8 gold shops have gone bankrupt, and the whereabouts of that gold remain unknown. We have grounds to suspect that gold is linked to the luggage. At the mention of his mother, Qianyu's previously placid demeanor erupted with agitation. Nonsense. My mother isn't to blame. It's all your father's fault. It's because of you that she suffered. Why don't you just die? Zhao and the officers instinctively recoiled, seriously doubting that if he were not restrained, Qianyu would have lunged at them in fury. Team leader Zhao cautiously inquired, "You did all of this for your mother?" "No, I did this for revenge. It's all his fault. It's because of him that my mother died, because of him that she drove under the influence." Why? Why did he betray her? Why did he abandon my mother? Why is he at fault while she pays the price? Qianyu gradually calmed, lowering his head as tears streamed down his face. Jiangwan patted the hypnotist beside her, suggesting they attempt to unravel the barriers of long-standing hypnosis. To induce such madness and unwavering obsession in a person requires extensive time and manipulation, and the individual who has been in prolonged contact with Qianyu, capable of keeping him awake and unyielding, is likely his father, Qian Beigua. What if this scheme involves more than just Qian Beigua? What role did Qianyu's deceased mother play in this web? The technician, summoned by command, promptly entered. Hypnotizing someone who has been under hypnosis for an extended period is easier than hypnotizing a novice. Unfortunately, the current environment is neither suitable nor convenient for such endeavors. Qianyu's confusion dissipated swiftly, replaced by a burning desire to rise, ignoring even the pain from the chair's edge. "Are you going to hypnotize me again? Control me?
Why?
I am a human being, not livestock. Why treat me this way?
Why?
Chapter 117. It seems overtime awaits again. Jiangwan asserted. His parents must be among the masterminds. Nuan felt a chill. To control one's own son. Framing him for crimes. All for some ethereal gain. Is this what humanity is capable of? If Qianyu's life was orchestrated as part of the scheme, then indeed, his existence is tragic. Chen Guodong glanced at his phone. Qian Beigua had been summoned. "I'll go interrogate him." Nuan hesitated. "I'll accompany you." Without a second thought, Ian followed suit. The other 2, of course, trailed behind. They were a team, after all. Jiangwan exchanged glances with her 2 colleagues, hesitating before deciding to remain behind. She could exchange information with Nuan later. Perhaps they would uncover something significant. Qian Beigua appeared bewildered upon seeing Chen Guodong enter. "What's going on, officer? Why have I been summoned as well?" Chen Guodong smiled. "Just a few inquiries. After all, the prime suspect is your son." Mentioning Qianyu made Qian Beigua slam his hand on the table in frustration. "I raised him well. How could he betray me like this? You must investigate thoroughly. My son has always been gullible. He must have been deceived by someone." Outside, Swain Wan nudged Sui Ian. Dad. Didn't his micro-expressions just now suggest he was telling the truth? Sui Ian nodded. Indeed, it seemed sincere. Yu Sui dismissed the notion, noting that the statement had dual implications. If he were the true culprit, his betrayal would mean he retrieved gold from the box, disrupting his plans. If he were innocent, his betrayal would imply he discarded evidence at his own fishery, jeopardizing his livelihood. Tian Sui concurred. Police officers are trained to observe micro-expressions. His statement was ambiguous, pointing in both directions, yet it contained elements of truth. He was skillfully sidestepping the crux of the matter. Chi Sui, feeling unsettled, hesitated before finally uttering. What a cunning individual. Chen Guodong had been interrogating for quite some time, yet Qian Beiguo deftly evaded direct answers, insisting he knew nothing, that his son was innocent, and that he lacked the intellect for such schemes. Watching the scene unfold, Sui Nuan felt a headache coming on for team leader Qian Beiguo, a seasoned professional, was playing the game with finesse, never admitting to anything, never giving a straight answer, always leaving himself an escape route. Sun Wen was astonished. How could such a brilliant man have such a foolish son? Sui Nuan pondered, but Qian Yu isn't truly foolish, is he? He articulates his thoughts well, knows how to manipulate situations and flatter others. Sui Ian shared this sentiment. Qian Yu wasn't unintelligent, though he often engaged in contradictory reasoning, leading to an impression of folly. Outside the case, he possessed a certain cleverness. Chen Guodong felt exasperated. He detested interrogating such individuals, where every response danced around the truth. If he considered the connection to the case, then Qian Beiguo's answers seemed pertinent. If deemed irrelevant, upon closer examination, they could indeed be unrelated. Emerging from the room, Chen Guodong realized they lacked evidence to detain Qian Beiguo. Sui Nuan glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 8. They had only taken a brief meal at the fishery since morning without any other sustenance. Sui Ian turned to ask, "Shall we find something to eat?" Nuan, if you wish to know more about the case, you can return tomorrow. Sui Nuan rubbed her temples. That works. Team leader Chen, what about you? You all go ahead. I'll be working late. Chen Guodong sighed, accustomed to his routine of overtime. Reluctantly, Sui Nuan and the others departed. Team leader Chen, I'll come back tomorrow. Sui Nuan called over her shoulder. Chen Guodong waved his hand. Just come here directly tomorrow. Jiang Wan should also be around. You can reach out to me or Zhao. Alright, I'm off then. Yu Sui reminded Nuan that if there were any issues with Qian Beiguo, they could investigate the case of his wife's death, which surely would not be as straightforward as it seemed. Anyone capable of ruthlessly exploiting their own flesh and blood would never crumble and resort to suicide over a fleeting sentiment. Prompted by Yu Sui's words, Sui Nuan echoed this thought to Chen Guodong, who nodded in agreement, assuring her that they would look into it. After Sui Nuan and her companions departed, Jiang Wan sent a message to Sui Nuan. There has been no new progress on our end. Qian Yu is being extremely uncooperative, but we have discovered that he becomes quite agitated whenever his mother is mentioned and occasionally utters phrases that may be relevant to the case. Due to humanitarian considerations, we cannot continuously provoke the suspect. However, the cyber police have reported that public opinion surrounding this case is extremely severe, necessitating the use of some unconventional methods. Sui Nuan inquired, "Is someone behind the scenes inciting this discourse?" Jiang Wan replied, "It is highly probable. In terms of online discourse, we lack special countermeasures and can only issue a public statement to convey our determination to resolve this case. The rapid dissemination of information about the case could either be orchestrated by the mastermind or stem from the vengeful motivations of the fishing staff, or perhaps interference from the family involved." Jiang Wan continued, "Currently, the only breakthrough in the case lies with Qian Yu and his deceased mother." Sui Nuan, who had been preparing to discuss this matter with Jiang Wan, was momentarily taken aback. Despite her late entry, Jiang Wan's logic was impeccable. Was it somewhat an injustice for such a talented individual to serve as her deputy? "Have you already initiated an investigation into his mother?"
Sui Nuan asked.
Jiang Wan confirmed. "I just assigned it, and the team leader will be coming tomorrow.
We should have results by then."
Focusing on a single suspect with a clear path for investigation, the police station would not be slow in its efforts. Yet, it seemed the officers would be burdened with additional overtime, particularly her deputy Jiang Wan and Captain Chen, one having just concluded a significant case, while the other had scarcely enjoyed a moment's respite since encountering her. Meanwhile, she, the principal party involved, could luxuriate in rest. Returning the next day to learn of subsequent developments, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt, Sui Nuan discreetly sent a supportive emoji to Deputy Jiang Wan. Rest assured, Jiang Wan, I will strive to elevate my status. Being with me will surely lead you to prominence. Yu Sui remained skeptical of Lin Aigua, lacking any substantial trust in humanity. Viewing Lin Aigua merely as a stranger they had met a few times. More composed and objective than Sui Nuan and the others, it suggested, Nuan, could you inquire with Uncle Lin about how Qian Beigua learned of his fishing plans? If Qian Beigua is indeed the mastermind, how did he ascertain that Lin Aigua could catch that particular item? Conversely, if Lin Aigua is the mastermind, everything would fall into place. He knows Sui Nuan and her misfortunes, as well as her tendency to catch peculiar things while fishing. However, this remained merely a hypothesis. Lin Aigua had previously mentioned that Qian Beigua would come. If he were the mastermind, then should Sui Nuan fail to retrieve the suitcase, Qian Beigua might undertake further actions, such as engaging in a confrontation with Qian Yu, leading to one of them accidentally falling into the water. If Sui Nuan were to be pushed, it was certain that Sui Ian and Sun Wen would jump in to rescue her. Qian Beigua might also follow suit, ultimately claiming to have seen something else in the water, thus leading to the retrieval of items and subsequent police involvement. While Sui Nuan believed Lin Aigua was not that type of person, she did not dismiss Yu Sui's suggestions, acknowledging that subjective judgments are often clouded by emotion. She engaged Lin Aigua in casual conversation before shifting the topic to her curiosity. Uncle Lin, how did Qian Beigua find out that you were coming to the capital to fish? After a brief silence, Lin Aigua replied, I believe I mentioned it in a fishing group. The next day, Qian Beigua approached me. He then produced his phone, showing Sui Nuan a message thread from the group where several members had suggested fishing locations. Sui Nuan leaned in to observe, confirming that Lin Aigua had indeed asked about fishing spots a few days prior. Yu Sui also withdrew, pondering the apparent coincidence, when Lin Aigua inquired about fishing locations. Sui Nuan had yet to decide whether she would join. With no other recourse, Sui Nuan resolved to enjoy her meal while awaiting news from the police station the following day. However, her thoughts lingered on the case, making her food taste bland. This was her first official foray into solving a case, having only participated in the initial stages previously. Encountering such significant setbacks for her debut left her feeling unaccomplished. Meanwhile, Zhao Tim, Chen Guodong, and Jiang Wan lamented, it's merely a matter of unfortunate luck. You happen to encounter an S-level case right off the bat. Ordinary cases aren't usually so convoluted. Upon returning home, Sui Nuan lay in bed, still preoccupied with the case, while Tian Sui pondered how it could assist Nuan. It detested seeing Nuan frowning. It preferred her radiant smile, which brought warmth and a sense of home. Setting aside its toy, Tian Sui quietly descended from the bed to find Chi Sui, who was engrossed in watching Detective Conan, and Yu Sui, who was staring into a mirror, muttering about why its colorful feathers were not continuing to grow. As Chi Sui munched on walnuts while watching anime, it pointed its tail at itself, asking, looking for me? Tian Sui nodded and gestured toward the balcony, indicating that Chi Sui should wait there. Chi Sui put down its phone and stealthily made its way to the balcony. Once certain that Chi Sui understood its intentions, Tian Sui turned to find Yu Sui. The three little ones successfully convened on the balcony for their first clandestine animal meeting. To facilitate their comings and goings, Sui Nuan had conveniently installed a small door at the balcony. Yu Sui inquired, Tian Sui, why did you summon us? Why the secrecy? Tian Sui cautiously peered inside, explaining, Nuan has been troubled over this case, and I wish to assist in the investigation. Do you wish to join? Yes.
Count me in.
Chi Sui eagerly raised its tail in agreement. Yu Sui, too, quickly consented, absolutely. How shall we proceed? With both companions willing to participate, Tian Sui was delighted, proposing, Yu Sui can fly and help us surveil Qian Beigua, while I have sensing abilities and Chi Sui possesses keen eyesight. We can infiltrate Qian Beigua's residence to gather evidence. Yu Sui will remain outside, while Chi Sui and I will search for clues within. Yu Sui deemed this plan feasible. Assessing the slender Chi Sui and the petite Tian Sui, pondering the usefulness of a small recording device to capture evidence without needing to carry anything out. Tian Sui shared a hint of regret, lamenting, if only we could procure such a device. Chi Sui excitedly wagged its tail, asserting, that's simple. We can just ask Nuan. She has everything. Tian Sui and Yu Sui paused, momentarily stunned. In their convoluted thinking, they had forgotten that a straightforward approach was available. Thankfully, Chi Sui's direct mindset provided clarity. The three little ones finalized their plan and merrily scurried back to Sui Nuan's bed, where Tian Sui, as the proposer, eagerly shared their scheme. Sui Nuan expressed her concerns, acknowledging it's a good idea, but it carries considerable risk. If Qian Beigua is truly cunning, might he anticipate that someone would infiltrate his affairs? Tian Sui pointed to itself and then to Qi Sui, confidently stating, regardless of how shrewd he may be, could he possibly predict that it would be us conducting the investigation? Sui Nuan found herself momentarily speechless, contemplating the validity of this reasoning. You know, Nuan, I will ensure Qi Sui's safety, Tian Sui reassured her. Although Tian Sui was a golden-haired bear with the lineage of a treasure-seeking mouse, it possessed remarkable strength. Having struck Qianyu's big toe earlier in the day, Qianyu was still limping by nightfall. Truly a punchman among mice. Feeling as though her strength has been inherited from Tian Sui, Sui Nuan acknowledges that her keen eyesight is akin to Qi Sui's. As for Yu Sui, she has yet to uncover any other peculiarities about herself. A wave of warmth and gratitude surged within Sui Nuan's heart. The reason Tian Sui and the others were so willing to assist in solving the case was largely due to her own determination, as they exerted themselves to devise solutions because of her desire to uncover the truth. Thank you all, she murmured.
Qi Sui nestled closer,
Gently nudging Sui Nuan with its horn on Nuan. There's no need for thanks. We are all in this together. The touching atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and Sui Nuan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. With Qi Sui around, it was impossible to maintain any sentimentality. Sui Nuan certainly did not possess any diminutive recording devices, at least not within her immediate reach, so she opted to call her deputy, Jiang Wan.
Nuan?
Do you have any new plans? Jiang Wan's voice came through, accompanied by the sounds of bustling activity. Sui Nuan glanced at the clock. After dinner, her evening routine had stretched from 8 to 10:30. Are you still working overtime? Jiang Wan responded with a soft affirmative. The higher-ups have instructed us to resolve this case within half a month. We haven't received any clues, and Qianyu is being extremely uncooperative. So, we can only work late searching for information. Sui Nuan sighed inwardly, realizing that in any profession, being an employee often meant working tirelessly, even when serving the state. I wanted to ask if you have any ultra-compact recording devices or communication tools. Jiang Wan quickly grasped Sui Nuan's intentions and likely moved to a quieter area. As the soft murmurs faded from the line, was the deputy planning to have Qi Sui infiltrate the investigation? Sui Nuan glanced down at the three expectant little ones, acknowledging that given the current situation, that was indeed the only option. As a competent deputy, Jiang Wan would not refuse or obstruct Sui Nuan's decisions. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch the items and personally deliver them to you shortly. Thank you for your help. Jiang Wan smiled. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty to ensure everything runs smoothly for you. After hanging up, Sui Nuan nodded at the three little ones. When Jiang Wan delivers the items, what do you all plan to do? True to her nature as a former leader, Tian Sui organized their plans with remarkable precision. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Let us first alter our colors to avoid attracting Qian Beigua's attention. Yu Sui, you will stay outside to observe any movements. Notify me and Qi Sui of any unexpected occurrences. Qi Sui and I will infiltrate, and Qi Sui, with your keen senses, be vigilant of our surroundings and avoid encounters with humans. I will be responsible for locating the items. Once the plan was laid out, Sui Nuan pointed at herself. And what about me? Tian Sui, without a moment's hesitation, declared on Nuan. Your role is simply to cheer us on. Sui Nuan felt a sudden wave of possessive affection from Tian Sui. Was she really the most redundant among them? Yu Sui offered consolation on Nuan. Being larger in size poses such challenges. It's best to leave the infiltration to Tian Sui and Qi Sui, as we would be too conspicuous. With Yu Sui's companionship, Sui Nuan felt a sense of balance restored within her heart. With the plan settled, Tian Sui was eager to set off. Yu Sui, let us go and smear ourselves with some soot. Yu Sui glanced mournfully at its beautiful feathers, lamenting why it had to cover itself in darkness when its plumage was so stunning. Sui Nuan raised a hand, intending to say something, but fell silent upon recalling the pristine state of the Lin family kitchen, where soot simply did not exist. And what about me? How should I disguise myself? Tian Sui and Yu Sui turned their gazes to the pitch-black Qi Sui. Tian Sui scratched its head. Qi Sui, you are already dark enough. There's no need to smear yourself with soot.
Qi Sui responded with resignation.
All right, then make haste and return swiftly.
Sui Nuan pondered.
Perhaps I should carry some dyeing materials with me in the future? For instance, henna powder or plant-based charcoal. For both Yu Sui and Tian Sui, As long as they refrain from licking their fur, there shouldn't be any danger. In actuality, licking their fur might not pose any threat, considering they had feasted on spicy snacks before. She had been utterly astonished to witness the three little ones indulging in such treats, unsure of how they had procured them. Over an hour later, the butler's voice came through on the phone. "Miss Nuan, there is a Miss Nuan outside looking for you." Nuan rose and instructed. "Let her in." "I invited her." "Understood." Once the call ended, Nuan went down to personally greet Nuan, returning to her room with Nuan. The outdoor pair of Sui and Sui soon made their entrance as well. Upon seeing the trio cloaked in darkness, Nuan hesitated. "What is this?" "They believe this guise will enhance their ability to conceal themselves." Nuan nodded in understanding, producing the miniature cameras and communication devices from her bag. "These are what the deputy requested." Nuan took them cautiously, examining them before beckoning Sui and Sui. "Come, let us see how to wear these." Nuan assisted Sui in donning one. This has a night mode, allowing for recordings even in the dark. Sui, now adorned with a small backpack-like monitor, tested its mobility. "It's fine, there are no restrictions." Sui, however, faced a dilemma. "I lack claws and cannot carry it." After much deliberation, Nuan struggled to fit Sui with the device, realizing it seemed specifically designed for small rodents. Nuan interjected. "This new development is intended for rodent use and is currently in its trial phase." Upon hearing rodents, Nuan immediately thought of Dahe and the others. Surely, it wasn't he meant for them? Indeed, it is designed for them. With this, they can gather evidence more effortlessly and reduce the frequency of inconveniencing you. Communication had become somewhat feasible on that end, but it still relied heavily on speculation. Nuan marveled at the efficiency of the talents within the Xia dynasty. Sui patted its chest. "I'll take charge. One device is sufficient." Sui was also fitted with a smaller communicator. "Can you hear the sounds?" Both Sui and Sui nodded in affirmation. Although Sui could not carry the backpack, the communicator could easily be secured to its horn. "All right, let us set off." With Sui bearing Sui on its back and clutching Sui beneath its feet, they proceeded toward the predetermined location. The house was one of several Nuan had provided, with Sui ultimately deciding which to investigate. Nuan felt assured that, given Sui's treasure-hunting lineage, its choice would yield significant findings. Nuan activated her tablet, manipulating it for a moment until it surprisingly connected to the monitor on Sui's backpack. Witnessing this, Nuan was taken aback. "It has this function too?" Nuan nodded. "This is actually a semi-finished research project. However, due to the difficulties in taming animals, it had been shelved. Your appearance has prompted renewed funding for its development." The project was personally mandated by the higher-ups, and with several members of the Lin family overseeing it, all funds have been channeled into the research without allowing anyone to misappropriate a single cent. Nuan pointed toward the house where Sui was headed. "Whose residence is this belonging to Qian Beigua?" Nuan scrutinized and confirmed. "It's one of his residences in the capital. Operating a fishery must be quite lucrative. With numerous illegitimate children, he must have quite a few properties for himself." Nuan stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, this warrants further investigation." Without delay, Nuan swiftly grabbed her phone and sent a message to an unfortunate officer still working overtime. As Sui soared through the air in a direct line, it avoided the winding paths of vehicular travel and soon delivered Sui and Sui to a thicket. "I'll leave you here. Getting any closer might attract surveillance." While it was not unusual for a blackbird to be captured on camera, it would raise eyebrows to see a black bird perched atop a black rat, clutching a black snake. Sui nodded affirmatively. "Sui, it's up to us now." Nuan and Nuan, fixated on the screen, were more anxious than the mouse and snake themselves, hardly daring to breathe as they watched Sui and Sui boldly advance. Outside the screen, Nuan silently broke out in a cold sweat for the two little ones. This was a covert operation, and could they not be a bit more serious? The trajectory of Sui and Sui's movements was enough to frighten her and Nuan to death. They were shamelessly strolling around someone else's living room. And although it was already midnight, that was no excuse for such audacity. Sui led the way, oblivious to his surroundings, making a beeline for the second floor. "Are we heading to the second floor? What's up there?" Sui inquired cautiously. The snake's voice was barely audible, and it seemed to matter little whether they whispered or not. "I have a feeling we might discover something on the second floor," Sui replied in a lowered tone. The operation proceeded smoothly, although the two little ones found climbing the stairs somewhat arduous. Upon reaching the second floor, Tian Sui directed Chi Sui towards one of the rooms. The door was firmly shut, and Chi Sui attempted to squeeze through the gap beneath it as before. But with an angle of nearly 2 centimeters coupled with its own head, it became stuck. Irritated, Chi Sui prodded its horn with its tail, lamenting that it was merely a decorative nuisance and contemplating whether to sever it. Being a golden hamster, Tian Sui also struggled to fit beneath the door. And the two little creatures exchanged glances, momentarily forgetting that human rooms could be locked. After studying the door for a moment, Tian Sui proposed, "How about I gnaw a hole in it? My teeth haven't been worn down much lately." Chi Sui hesitated, concerned that the noise might be too loud. "It shouldn't be. Let me give it a try." With formidable teeth, Tian Sui was indeed well equipped, and recently, its strength and dental prowess had both increased significantly. The video continued to shake, and Sui Nuan and Jiangwan could not discern the state of the door. But the sound suggested that Tian Sui was gnawing at it like sugarcane. The two little ones remained blissfully unaware of the perilous nature of their actions, while Sui Nuan and Jiangwan, outside the screen, were on the verge of panic. Sui Nuan pondered, "Shall we wait over there? If we get discovered, we can rescue them in time. Of course, it would be best if they aren't found, but we must be prepared for that possibility." Without a second thought, Jiangwan nodded in agreement and said, "Let's go." In perfect synchrony, Sui Nuan changed into a more practical outfit suitable for combat, descended the stairs, and departed in Jiangwan's car. As for why Jiangwan was not driving, it was simply because she needed to operate the tablet, a task Sui Nuan was not adept at. In case of an emergency, she would be utterly helpless. The atmosphere in the car was tense. Inside Qian Beigua's house, Tian Sui soon managed to gnaw at a small opening large enough for itself and Chi Sui to pass through. Upon entering the room, Jiangwan's breath caught in her throat. Directly across from the entrance stood a Buddhist altar, its candles flickering serenely. "Now, what do we do?" Chi Sui asked cautiously. Tian Sui quickly climbed to the altar's front to investigate, and Chi Sui pointed to an object on the table that seemed to be pressing down on something. Climbing onto the table was a trivial task for the two little ones, and there, beneath the offerings, lay an object resembling a diagram of the 5 elements.
Chi Sui.
"Move a little. Let me push aside the offerings to see what's underneath. I'll grip the paper to prevent you from displacing it as well." With eager anticipation, Tian Sui nodded. "All right, let us begin." As Sui Nuan paused at a traffic light, she glanced at the tablet. The offerings were pushed aside, revealing the contents of the paper, a diagram of the 5 elements. Tian Sui confirmed that the items had been captured in the backpack it carried, and it instructed Chi Sui to prop the paper upright against the offerings. The back of the paper bore a birth date corresponding to the 5 elements, appearing to be an ordinary sheet. Chi Sui sniffed the air, sensing something amiss with the ink used to write a particular character, a familiar scent. Tian Sui gazed up at the deity on the altar, feeling something peculiar. Before it could investigate further, Chi Sui suddenly descended from the table, heading straight for another area. "There's one here too. Why isn't it being offered?" Tian Sui joined Chi Sui. "What do these things signify?" Chi Sui led Tian Sui in a circuitous route, revealing 5 small altars on the ground, leaving the two little ones utterly baffled, unable to comprehend their significance. "Shall we restore the large altar to its original state?" Tian Sui suggested, scratching its head. Chi Sui nodded, and the two little ones toiled diligently. "Tian Sui, why do I feel like this operation might yield results, yet at the same time it feels fruitless?" Tian Sui scratched its head in confusion. "I don't know. I can't make sense of it either. If only Yu Sui or Nuan were here, they possess more knowledge, albeit limited." Once they restored the altar, Chi Sui descended from the table. "Should we explore other areas?" But Chi Sui raised its head, alert to the approach of someone nearby. "Quick, hide." Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Sui seized Chi Sui by its horn and darted toward a previously identified hiding spot. This had become second nature to them. Whenever infiltrating a human residence, the first order of business was to select a suitable, concealed location. Just as the two little ones concealed themselves, the sound of the door lock echoed ominously. Qian Beigua entered slowly, flashlight in hand, choosing not to turn on the lights as he advanced directly towards the altar, extracting the paper. Truly an inauspicious start. "Zhang Weiniang, despite your cunning, how could you have birthed such a foolish son? The lengths we've gone to control him, only for your damned maternal instinct to ruin all my plans. Qian Yu, how much better it would be if you simply complied and perished. Why resist me?" Am I not your father? You only have eyes for that worthless mother of yours. Qian Beigua's fury surged as he grasped the deity from the altar, smashing it onto the ground. The figure shattered, white powder scattering across the floor, and in his frustration, he stomped on it with malice. The police were certainly suspicious of him. He could no longer remain in Daxia and had to sever ties to survive. However, it mattered little. He had long prepared for contingencies and could execute his plans abroad. It was a pity that such a brilliant daughter and such a useful son had been rendered useless. Approaching the desk, Qian Beigua scrutinized the documents, recognizing that the individuals mentioned would serve as his scapegoats: his daughter, versed in mysticism, and the mother working in the household registration office. Who else could shoulder the blame, if not her? As he turned to leave the room, he suddenly halted at the threshold. The beam of his flashlight swept slowly across the floor, illuminating a hole gnawed by an unknown creature. Qian Beigua whirled around, raising his flashlight to search. Both the two little ones facing him and Nuan and Nuan, watching the live stream, were equally frightened. Nuan seized her phone, determined to gather evidence. This time, Qian Beigua, a highly intelligent criminal, would not escape. Nuan, the speed demon of Qiuming Mountain, pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the car to surge forward at an alarming pace. Am I allowed to run a red light? She asked. Nuan, on the phone notifying Team Zhao of the situation, nodded. I will coordinate with the transportation department afterwards. With Nuan's approval, Nuan immediately accelerated once more. Meanwhile, Tian Sui led Qi Sui in a frantic game of hide-and-seek, evading the beam of Qian Beigua's flashlight. The two sides were engaged in a perilous game of cat and mouse. Qian Beigua seethed with anger. There were no mice in his house, and it was likely the work of humans. He knew not the purpose of the hole, but he was resolute in eliminating the rude little intruders. Until now, his actions had been discreet, with no evidence pointing directly to him, as long as there was no proof. The police could only watch helplessly as he made his escape abroad. Yet, it was Qian Yu's blunders that had jeopardized his plans. Had it not been for his foolish theft of gold, perhaps his scheme would have succeeded, and he would be living comfortably abroad by now. It is all to blame on Qian Yu. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to take the risk of inviting Lin Aigua to share the suspicion. Nor would they need to unearth the plan to ascertain where it went awry. Despite countless calculations, he never anticipated that Qian Yu could still thwart his plans. Indeed, without the control of Zhang Weiniang, Qian Yu became increasingly unpredictable. Lin Aigua is undoubtedly suspicious. Why does the police harbor no doubts about him? His son and that illegitimate daughter of his belong to the same faction. Why is he not under scrutiny? A surge of murderous intent coursed through Qian Beigua as he frantically searched for Tian Sui and Qi Sui, his eyes reddened with rage, nearly dripping with venom. Those who betrayed him deserved death, and the mother and daughter he had long designated as scapegoats must face justice. As for those who incited rumors from the shadows, it would be best if he never discovered their identities. Otherwise, once he resolved this matter, those individuals would not escape his wrath, especially the 6 employees who leaked information. He did not need to know who the informants were, he simply desired their demise. Chapter 121. Discovery. Tian Sui and Qi Sui stealthily nestled beneath the desk, while Qian Beigua surmised that he had been driven to madness. After laboring for years on end, he found his meticulously crafted schemes effortlessly dismantled by his most despised son, Qian Yu. Breathing heavily, Qian Beigua muttered, "Where is it? Where is it?" Qi Sui, terrified, curled into a tight ball, thinking this must truly be the work of a madman. Upon noticing a faint red glow emerging from beneath the desk, Qian Beigua lowered his volume and cautiously approached. Tian Sui, your clothing appears to be glowing. Quickly remove it. Qi Sui urged. Such devices that require external communication signals often emit a slight red light, which would go unnoticed unless one looked closely. However, Qian Beigua was precisely on the hunt for them. Employing his skills in contortion, Tian Sui swiftly shed the backpack used for recording, while Qian Beigua hastened toward the desk. The flashlight illuminated a minuscule object, smaller than a wristwatch. Quietly resting in the corner, nothing else was present. Meanwhile, Qi Sui had coiled its tail around Tian Sui, hiding at the junction above the desk. This desk was a combination piece, resembling the number 7, with a narrow gap between the two tables for aesthetic purposes, just large enough for Qi Sui to hide sideways and for Tian Sui to crouch comfortably. Finding nothing amiss in his home, Qian Beigua bent down to retrieve the glowing trinket, realizing he could no longer afford to delay. He shoved the item into his pocket and turned to leave. On the other side, Sui Nuan and her companions bore witness to Qian Beigua's grim and sullen countenance. Upon reaching the outskirts of the villa district, Sui Nuan produced her long-neglected badge, declaring, "Police investigation." Those serving here were predominantly retired veterans. Upon seeing her credentials, the two men within the pavilion promptly opened the gate, without a word. Jiang Wan, possessing an exceptional memory, illuminated the path, exclaiming, "It's the house right ahead." The vehicle came to a halt, and both Sui Nuan and Jiang Wan alighted simultaneously. The exterior fence of the villa was merely decorative, and without much effort, they easily climbed over. Amidst the bushes, Yu Sui exclaimed, "On Wan, what brings you here?" Sui Nuan glanced at Yu Sui, realizing that Qi Sui and Tian Sui had been discovered. "Yu Sui, quickly, I'll check the back door." Unlike the two small ones who could casually slip into a corner, Sui Nuan assessed the front door, uncertain if she could force it open. "Step aside. Let me see if I can kick it down." Jiang Wan hesitated, instinctively stepping back, believing they would merely wait for an opportunity. This door did not appear easily breached. With concern for the two small ones inside, Sui Nuan delivered a powerful kick, and the seemingly sturdy and elegant door collapsed with a resounding crash. Qian Beigua, having just ascended to the first floor, stood in shock, while Jiang Wan outside bore witness to the entire spectacle, equally aghast. Sui Nuan wasted no time, charging directly at Qian Beigua with a clenched fist. Instinctively, Qian Beigua raised his hand to block, but Sui Nuan's foot swiftly followed suit. Struck solidly, he stumbled back several steps, clutching his chest, nearly retching blood. This woman, though seemingly petite, possessed an astonishing amount of strength. With his chest paining him and his hand growing numb, Jiang Wan, snapping out of her astonishment, quickly moved forward, and the two surrounded Qian Beigua. His expression darkened as he produced a knife from behind, lunging towards Jiang Wan without uttering a word. Sui Nuan, the formidable woman, would be dealt with later. He would target the softer target first. However, Jiang Wan was by no means a pushover. The two exchanged blows, but with Jiang Wan unarmed, she found herself constrained in her movements to avoid injury and to coordinate with Sui Nuan. Instinctively, Sui Nuan reached for her firearm, but, recalling the secrets on Qian Beigua, she retracted her hand, opting instead for the stun gun. If Qian Beigua still held some value, it was better to avoid using the handgun, lest she injure someone and hinder the investigation. While remaining vigilant from behind, Qian Beigua, slower than Sui Nuan, was incapacitated by the stun gun.
Sui Nuan, puzzled,
questioned how someone of such limited capability could manage to kill 5 individuals. It was comprehensible to evade detection, but with Qian Beigua's theatrical talents, coupled with some special tactics and prior reconnaissance, eluding surveillance should have been achievable, but currently, his physical prowess appeared rather ordinary. As Jiang Wan produced handcuffs, she remarked, "Ordinary individuals do not possess our level of skill." Sui Nuan, momentarily forgetting that not everyone was endowed with formidable strength, was struck by the realization.
"Agnon,
"What are you doing here?" Qi Sui's cheerful voice resonated from upstairs, and Sui Nuan's tension finally eased. "Are you all right? No injuries?" Qi Sui remained unfazed, its thick skin untroubled by fear. It eagerly beckoned Sui Nuan to the room where they had found evidence. "On Wan, we uncovered proof in that room. Qian Beigua is indeed a villain. Yes, I knew you were the best." Sui Nuan lifted Qi Sui onto her hand, cradling Tian Sui to inspect. "Are you all right? No injuries?" Tian Sui shook its head. "I'm fine. I've encountered such situations frequently. I know my limits." Sui Nuan was momentarily taken aback, as if she had finally comprehended the heart-stopping sensation that Captain Qin must have felt upon hearing her say that. The sheer terror nearly overwhelmed her, and yet, there was a sense of composure. As Yu Sui, having flown to the backyard, sensed the commotion, it hurriedly returned. "What is happening now?"
Qi Sui stood tall,
its chest puffed out, declaring proudly, "The mission has been flawlessly accomplished. Our Sui Sui detective team has achieved a resounding success in its inaugural operation."
Sui Nuan chuckled,
leading the 3 small ones downstairs. The matters on the second floor could wait for Captain Chen and his team to address. Qian Beigua lay on the ground, his spirit extinguished, utterly motionless. Why had he been so unfortunate lately? His schemes thwarted by his son, his scapegoating unsuccessful. And now he faced the wrath of 2 martial deities. Aware that he was inescapably doomed, Qian Beigua's gaze fell upon the knife nearby, rather than face judgment and execution. He would prefer to end his life, for at least this manner of death would preserve some semblance of dignity. Before he could devise a means of self-termination, Nuan, now gloved, casually picked up the knife. Had Qian Beigua so easily surrendered to fate? It felt rather incongruous compared to his earlier meticulous plotting. Considering the situation from another's perspective, Nuan mused that she would never be so reckless as to voice such matters aloud. One would never divulge such information anywhere. If she had ensured a scapegoat, there would be no reason to act hastily in fleeing the country. Would that not only exacerbate her own culpability? She sensed an unseen hand at play, yet Qian Beigua's recent words suggested that the entire affair had been orchestrated by him and his deceased wife. But the other mastermind had long since passed. Perplexed, Nuan straightened and regarded Qian Beigua, opening her mouth to inquire but ultimately deciding there was nothing worthwhile to ask. Chapter 122. Greetings, human. Captain Zhao burst into the room with a group of people, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, Nuan found herself surprisingly disinterested in the case at hand, lacking the usual vigor. Jiangwan, concerned, inquired, "Are you feeling fatigued? Would you like me to take you home? I can inform you of the case's outcome later." Nuan gazed at the figure of Qian Beigua being escorted to the vehicle, nodding slightly, a heaviness settling in her heart. "Yes, I would appreciate that." Jiangwan chuckled softly. "As I mentioned, it is my duty to ensure your logistical arrangements are taken care of. Squad leader, let us be on our way." Ever since Qian Beigua's capture, evidence had emerged in abundance, like mushrooms sprouting after the rain. Jiangwan, the diligent deputy squad leader, provided Nuan with daily updates on the case's developments. However, Nuan couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling, though she couldn't pinpoint the source of her discomfort.
Tian sui launged on Nuan's shoulder, exuding a languid demeanor.
Nuan, you haven't ventured out in days since the last incident. Why are you not feeling jubilant now that the case has been resolved? Nuan herself was unsure of her recent malaise. Perhaps a change of scenery was in order.
Qui sui, oui, Tian sui, shall we embark on a self-driving adventure?
Her two mentors, Sun Wen and Guan Xuanchu, had assured her that she could easily handle 10 adversaries alone. Conservatively speaking, 5 would pose no challenge for her. Moreover, with high-level approval, she could carry various weapons, provided she did not harm innocents without cause. Her mentors expressed that even they felt trepidation in the presence of the current Nuan, who could wield handguns, rifles, and stun guns with proficiency. They would surely kneel if they faced her. Feeling the weight of her somber mood, Nuan surmised that her prolonged stay in the capital was the culprit. A brief excursion of a month or two would surely uplift her spirits. With determination, she began to stock her beloved RV with supplies. 2 weeks later, accompanied by her 3 little companions, she set forth on a journey to Bai Bai Mountain, with the added intention of foraging for ginseng. Although winter was not the ideal season for ginseng harvesting, it was certainly feasible, as her success in locating the herb relied more on Tian Sui than on human sight. As for the potential loss of medicinal properties, she could address that later. After all, 1,000-year-old ginseng was not as commonplace as cabbage, and finding one was no guarantee. The primary regions for ginseng cultivation lay in Ningzhou, Jizhou, and Longzhou provinces. One might wonder why Nuan chose to venture further to Jizhou rather than the closer Ningzhou. The answer is simple. Jizhou had a historical record of ginseng over 1,000 years old. If one such specimen existed, who was to say another could not be found? It was all a matter of chance, and it was better to take a risk where the odds seemed favorable. Lin Qingdai had recently sensed Nuan's disquiet and, with concern, admonished her as she prepared to depart, urging her to prioritize her safety and well-being. Parents often repeat such words when their children embark on journeys. Nuan was reluctant to bring a bodyguard along. After all, climbing mountains with a protector could lead to complications. The 3 little ones sat together, singing a newly learned song, and Nuan felt her spirits lift slightly after days of gloom. This time, Nuan did not intend to head directly to Bai Bai Mountain. A self-driving trip promised scenic vistas along the way. Winter brought snow, and Nuan had always believed she was the only one taking a road trip at this time until, unexpectedly, her vehicle collided with another RV ahead. Tian Sui pointed at the 2 vehicles, silently delivering a quip. "I told you a collision would happen." Nuan retorted, it was the winter that made braking difficult. Normally, such an incident would not occur. She slowly exited her vehicle, intending to discuss compensation with the owner of the car she had rear-ended, as it was her fault.
Oh,
what a coincidence. Upon feeling the gentle impact, and Wen Shu, who had been snacking, set down her half-eaten treat and also emerged from her vehicle. "What are you doing here?" They both exclaimed almost in unison, having not seen each other since the last banquet. Nuan pointed to the vehicles. "Is your car modified too?" And when Shu approached Sui Nuan, asking, "Yours is modified as well?" Despite the collision, both vehicles appeared largely unscathed, the paint intact. Sui Nuan felt sheepish, adding, "Mine is indeed modified. Had yours been a standard vehicle, it would likely have incurred some damage." And when Shu inspected her car and reassured, "It's fine. No harm done." "What brings you to this secluded path?" "It's usually deserted, and even more so with the snow." Sui Nuan spread her hands. "I'm on a self-driving trip." Such splendid scenery deserves appreciation. And when Shu gestured to her own vehicle, "I was planning to go skiing. Would you care to join me?" With her 3 companions present, Sui Nuan shook her head. "No, I intend to explore various places, and am not headed to the ski resort just yet." And when Shu expressed her disappointment, "All right then. But by the way, will you be passing through Ningzhou? I've heard there have been occasional sightings of wild wolves in that area. Do take care." Checking her watch. And when Shu concluded, "I must be off." As Sui Nuan watched her depart, she returned to her vehicle, lost in thought, leaving her 3 little companions puzzled. Chi Sui nudged Sui Nuan. "What are you pondering?" Sui Nuan shook her head. Perhaps I've been too caught up with my little friends." "Nothing much. I was merely contemplating whether we might encounter a wolf pack. Perhaps we could have a wolf companion?" Yu Sui's eyes sparkled at the thought. "If it's a wolf, and it's that large, perhaps I wouldn't need to serve as a mount anymore," she mused. As she was the largest among the little ones and often bore the burden of carrying the others, especially in Sui Nuan's absence. When Sui Nuan was present, she served as their steed. In her absence, Yu Sui took on that role. During winter, Chi Sui struggled on the icy surface, while Tian Sui could manage, albeit unsteadily at higher speeds. Sui Nuan playfully ruffled Yu Sui's head. "Stop daydreaming. Wolves are pack animals and generally do not stray from their group." As the vehicle resumed its journey, Sui Nuan quickly cast the matter from her mind. Wolves were cunning and possessed a strong pack mentality. Under normal circumstances, they would never abandon their young, even the weakest, unless in extreme situations. 3 days later, Chi Sui once again voiced a familiar concern on Nuan. "Is this road becoming increasingly remote? Is this correct?" Sui Nuan sighed. "What kind of treacherous map is this?" "I am merely following the navigation." As twilight descended, the surroundings were cloaked in a blanket of white, visibility severely limited. Sui Nuan muttered, "Surely, a ghost one T suddenly appear, right? Hello, human."
Sui Nuan's smile faltered.
Her expression momentarily frozen. Her companions, Yu Sui and Chi Sui, were endowed with enchanting childlike voices, while Tian Sui possessed a more youthful timbre. Yet, just now, she thought she had heard a sultry voice greeting her. Peering through the window, Sui Nuan cautiously looked outside to find a wolf standing quietly by her car window, its amber eyes locking onto hers. Slowly, she raised her hand to wave. Surely, the wolf could not see her through the glass. Chapter 123, An Unfortunate Start. "I am Song, the leader of the wolf clan. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion." Sui Nuan rolled down her window slightly, ensuring her voice could carry. "What brings you to me?" "There is nothing for you to consume in my vehicle, aside from myself." Song observed the curious little ones peeking out, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "I have been observing you for some time. You are quite unique. Can you truly understand our speech?" Chi Sui scratched his head. Yes. You can converse with us too, can't you?" Tian Sui leaned closer to the window on Nuan. "It means no harm." Song took a deep breath. "Human, do you harbor affection for wolves?" Upon hearing this, Sui Nuan was puzzled. Was he suggesting that his entire clan sought refuge with her? To adopt so many wolves would be impractical. She could only establish a zoo, where the animals would remain confined, perhaps even worse off than if they were strays. Lost in a tangle of thoughts, Sui Nuan responded without delay. "Indeed, I do." Song delicately picked up a small cub and presented it to Sui Nuan, ensuring she had a clear view before gently setting the wolf cub down. "If you like it, would you consider adopting it? If it grows up, it will surely become strong and will protect you. It is also the only one with a spiritual connection like mine." Sui Nuan wished to see the little wolf more closely, but the window obstructed her view. "Why is that?" "Isn't it remarkable?" She pondered. "This winter has been particularly harsh, and our food supply is insufficient. Its bones are injured and we cannot save it. If it stays with me, it is destined to perish." She had heard that there were pet doctors in the human world. "If you have an affinity for wolves, please save it. I know that humans are fond of golden stones. Do you like them too? I can show you where to find such stones, and I can offer them as a token of gratitude." Sui Nuan was stunned. If she heard correctly, The wolf implied it would not only gift her a fluffy wolf cub, but also golden treasures. What splendid fortune was this? Shui, are there other wolves nearby?
Kisui glanced around.
Yes, to the southeast, but they are quite distant. Tentatively, Nuan lowered the car window a bit more. Then can you give it to me? I will take it to the pet doctor. Song stood upright with a little wolf cub in its mouth, while Nuan kept glancing at Shui. As an ordinary human, if she were bitten by a wolf, she would become a one-armed Nuan. Rest assured, there is no danger, Shui reassured her. Nuan lowered the window further and reached out to bring the cub into the car. The little wolf whimpered softly, murmuring in pain, "Mama." Seeing the reluctant bond between the mother and cub, Nuan hesitated. How about I heal it first, and then return it to you? Song shook its head, sorrowful about leaving its child behind, but this was an unavoidable choice. I have given birth to 6 in this litter. Even if I take it back, I may not be able to care for it. Please take good care of it. I will have my companions bring you the golden stones. After uttering these words, Song howled a few times. The wolves hiding in the distance swiftly approached, and with her keen eyesight, Nuan could see they were carrying several large yellow fish in their mouths. Where did you find those? Song turned back to glance. We found them in a cave, filled with all sorts of things and these golden stones. Nuan looked curiously. I will accept the gold, but you won't wander too far, will you? I can buy you some food later. Song nodded. Thank you. Unless something unexpected happens, we will not leave our territory. Nuan pointed toward the direction from which the wolves had come. If possible, I would like to visit that cave later.
Certainly.
With Song as the leader and no malice detected from Shui, Nuan felt confident accepting the gold. She planned to consult Nuan about whether these items needed to be reported to the authorities, and she sensed the cave mentioned by Song held significance. But first, she wanted to investigate it herself. Having secured the items and the wolf cub, Nuan felt exhilarated. This was no mere detour. It felt as though the heavens had bestowed treasures upon her. As she watched Song and its companions depart, glancing back occasionally, Nuan restarted the vehicle and headed toward the city. The wolf cub was placed on the control panel, and the 3 little ones curiously gathered around it. Shui gently pawed at the new companion. So smooth. No wonder Nuan enjoys petting us. Is it truly that delightful to touch?
Kisui inquired.
Brushing its tail against the cub, aware of its injuries, they were gentle in their exploration. The 3 little ones surrounded the wolf cub, joyfully taking turns to touch it, while Nuan, eager to feel the fluffy fur but focused on driving, kept her thoughts to herself. This time, Nuan navigated directly to the pet hospital. And along the way, the 3 little ones excitedly shared tales of the human world with the young cub, who listened in wide-eyed amazement. Finally re-entering the city, Nuan sighed in relief. At last, I see people again. The past 3 days had been a blur of confusion, lost no signal, encountering dead ends repeatedly. As she saw the navigation indicating the pet hospital ahead, Nuan switched off the navigation and prepared to park. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and a coarse-looking man with an unpleasant demeanor shouted, "Get out." Nuan was taken aback. Wait, I thought today would be fortunate for me, and now this? Was she the target of a street pickpocket? Raising her fists, she struck the man squarely in the face, landing 2 solid punches. The burly man staggered back, furious. Do you know who my uncle is?
How dare you hit me?
Nuan chuckled.
Oh?
A rich kid, are we?
Care to share your background?
The man leered at her, puffing out his chest. My uncle is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Shunlin City, Ningzhou Province.
Nuan scoffed.
Is that all? You dare bark at me with such a flimsy connection? She swiftly exited the vehicle and grabbed the man's collar, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Who doesn't have a backer? She retorted. I have connections too. I am a member of the criminal investigation team in Shunlin City, as well as part of the drug enforcement unit, and I serve as a squad leader in Beijing. After subduing him, Nuan crouched down and scrutinized the man with the same disdainful look he had given her. Were you planning to rob me in broad daylight? The man, flustered, protested. Rob? I merely wanted to borrow your car for a spin. Borrow? You call yourself a respectable person? Nuan was exasperated. This man seemed all too familiar with leveraging his connections. Just as she reached for her handcuffs, ready to demonstrate who had the thicker skull and greater backing, a figure plummeted from above, splattering blood across both their faces.
Ah, blood.
It's blood. The shrill scream left Nuan's ears ringing, and the acrid scent of blood turned her face pale. Was her aura truly this potent? Previously, she had to seek out trouble. Now it seemed to come knocking at her door, uninvited. The burly man, oblivious to Sui Nuan's rising irritation, continued to scream at a piercing pitch. The onlookers, frightened, kept their distance, and Sui Nuan felt inclined to curse. "Shut up." The man immediately silenced, fear gripping him as he crawled behind Sui Nuan. Despite his hefty frame, he could not escape the sight of the gruesome scene below. Sui Nuan reached out to check the fallen man's breath. "He's dead, quite thoroughly." The burly man, crouching behind her, gasped in shock.
Sangja?
How could it be him? As Sui Nuan skillfully dialed the police, she quipped, "Oh, you know him? If I recall correctly, this chubby fellow just fell from this building, right?" She glanced up, noting that the ground floor housed various shops, while the upper floors likely contained residential units. If this man truly had a deputy director uncle, his family would likely not reside in such a place. Sui Nuan's gaze sharpened on the burly man as she communicated the situation to the dispatcher. "A man has died. It appears to be a homicide. The location is..." Once she finished reporting, the burly man, recovering from his shock, muttered about misfortune and turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Wiping blood from his face, he replied, "To find a hotel, to clean up. Where else would I go? That fool Zhangya, why couldn't he wait until I was far away before jumping?" Sui Nuan, now stained with blood herself, seized the back of the man's collar, yanking him back with force. "What do you think you're doing?" The stout man, with an air of vigilance, clasped his hands protectively over his chest and shouted, "Let me tell you, just because you think I can't defeat you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. I would never be fond of a fierce woman like you, so abandon that hope." Sui Nuan, taken aback, thought to herself, "If it weren't for the fact that I cannot let this suspicious fool go, I would have liked to shake him off immediately. Is this kind of foolishness contagious? Someone has died. You came down from here, and you are a suspect. Please cooperate," she implored. The stout man scoffed. "Who would be foolish enough to kill someone like me, a mere coward? I'm merely here to inform him that his girlfriend is now my lover, and he should stop deceiving himself and bothering my beloved." As he spoke, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Could it be? This coward wouldn't jump off a building just because I mocked him, would he? He pondered the responsibility one might bear for provoking another to suicide through verbal assault. The thought left him in a state of confusion, his heart racing with anxiety. Under normal circumstances, his uncle would turn a blind eye, but if a life were lost, he would be the first to sacrifice him. Borrowing a car for a joyride was one thing, but could a dead person be brought back to life? He quietly raised his gaze upwards, contemplating the 9th floor. Perhaps, just perhaps, he is already beyond salvation. "This is none of my business. I would never commit murder. He took his own life. It has nothing to do with me. And you, fierce woman, you're not even a police officer. Why do you meddle so much? I'm going to take a shower. Any matters should be discussed with the police, not you." Sui Nuan, still concerned about the little wolf cub in her car, found no desire to engage with this rotund man any further. Instead, she discreetly produced a pair of handcuffs and swiftly secured his hands. "You. How do you even have this on you? Such items are not permitted for personal customization. Do you realize you are breaking the law?" In the brief span of minutes since exiting her vehicle, Sui Nuan felt as if she had been rendered speechless multiple times. This stout man dared to commit robbery in broad daylight, and yet she had presumed him ignorant of the law. To her surprise, he demonstrated a modicum of education by acknowledging that handcuffs should not be custom-made. Curious onlookers, startled by the commotion, began to gather around, pointing and whispering as they caught sight of the handcuffs. With her suspect secured, Sui Nuan began to search his pockets. At this juncture, her small notebook should have made an appearance. Given the stout man's peculiar status, she refrained from producing her official notebook from the city of Shingen to prevent any undue familiarity between the arriving detectives and him that might hinder her investigation. Understanding the delicate nature of this relationship, Sui Nuan discreetly retrieved her notebook and presented it to the stout man for inspection. "Although I am not a police officer, I am an officer of the military, and under these circumstances, I possess the authority to detain you due to your suspicious behavior. In the realm of public life, one's identity is self-assigned, irrespective of whether she claimed to be a police officer, a narcotics officer, or a military officer. It remained a statement of truth." Upon seeing her insignia, the stout man immediately wilted. The boisterous bravado he had displayed moments earlier evaporated. He realized the woman was affiliated with a military unit from the capital. While ostensibly his uncle held a higher position, the dynamics of power varied by location, and military credentials from the capital were universally respected. Sui Nuan, sensing the precariousness of the situation, decided to uncuff one of his hands and secured him to a nearby doorknob instead. Typically, she would not publicly handcuff someone, but given the stout man's suspicious demeanor and his apparent intent to flee, her actions were justified. Having secured her suspect, Nuan hesitated, realizing she was alone at the scene. She could not simply abandon a corpse, yet leaving it uncovered for passers-by to gawk at was equally unacceptable. She turned her attention to the crowd, seeking assistance in finding a cloth or some covering to shield the deceased. This way, she could spare the onlookers any undue distress while preserving the dignity of the departed. Before she could locate a suitable source, a bespectacled young woman approached, offering a piece of white cloth. "Officer, would you like to use this?" Nuan nodded gratefully. "Yes, thank you very much." After draping the cloth over the deceased, she turned to glance at the three little figures peeking curiously from her car. "Wait a minute, when did my car windows get replaced? How can I see the silhouettes of the three little ones peering out from the window?" Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, Nuan would have been tempted to take a few pictures or pull open the door for a closer look. However, she fought back the urge and refocused on her current responsibilities. Given the circumstances, she could only wait for the criminal investigation team to arrive and take over, as she couldn't leave just yet. With a sigh, she took out her phone, preparing to inform her deputy about the situation regarding the gold. Chapter 125. Chin Chin. In the car, she was preoccupied, and now she found herself in a waiting game, making it the perfect moment to relay her news. Nuan sent a message. "I just encountered a pack of wolves, and they gifted me some gold. Should I report this?" Nuan, ever the diligent deputy, responded almost instantaneously. "Did you encounter a pack of wolves, squad leader? Are you unharmed? Gold found in the wild typically needs to be reported. Where are you now? Is all the gold with you?" Nuan promptly shared her location. "I'm in Ningzhou province. It was a reward from the Wolf King, who indicated it was found in a cave filled with these large yellow fish. If it needs to be reported to the state, then perhaps you could send someone to procure some meat in the coming days. I'll negotiate a deal with the Wolf King. Oh, and by the way, I've stumbled upon a homicide case, and the suspect is the nephew of a deputy director here." Typically quick to respond, Nuan fell silent for a while, the chat box indicating she was typing, but no messages came through. Nuan felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that her phone has stalled again? The signal in the city shouldn't be that poor. Moreover, since her promotion to squad leader, her phone had been replaced with an unknown brand that Nuan had never seen on the market. "Alright, I'll head over to handle the gold situation immediately. Regarding the current case, I'll liaise with the authorities in Ningzhou. I assure you the perpetrator will not evade justice. Please hold on a moment. We'll arrive in a couple of days." Understood. The more cases Nuan became acquainted with, the less she felt the euphoric high from her newfound authority. Had it been the old her, she would have stubbornly tackled this alone, much like she did during the human trafficking case, convinced that her luck was infallible, thus disregarding all caution and rushing in alone. While she had returned home safely, and the subsequent issues were resolved seamlessly, reflecting on the perilous nature of her past choices now filled her with a touch of embarrassment. She had not merely been audacious, she had been recklessly bold. Fortunately, luck had favored her, and with the presence of Qi Sui and Yu Sui, she had returned to Sheng'an unscathed. With that thought, Nuan unconsciously turned to glance at the three little ones in the car. Ding dong. All the criminals in the drug case have been sentenced, and the 5 Elements case has been resolved. The perpetrator is Qian Beigua, who was captured on a drone camera while taking in the scenery at night, lurking near the body disposal site. The citizen who provided the evidence submitted it yesterday, and combined with the evidence we gathered, Qian Beigua has confessed without reservation. Qian Yu also played a role in the case, though he only assisted in the disposal of the body and initially faced a light sentence. However, due to his attempts to take the blame and impede the investigation, he is likely to receive a 10-year sentence. Is it truly only Qian Beigua who is the murderer? Without further ado, if Qian Beigua were truly so vigilant as to orchestrate his plans for over a decade without revealing a single flaw, it would be implausible for him to be captured on camera disposing of evidence. Nuan, there are 3 other individuals who also bear suspicion, yet we have yet to uncover any incriminating evidence. Nuan, who are they? Nuan, the one with the greatest suspicion is Qian Beigua's wife, but she perished in a car accident and no one can attest to her survival. Nuan, you should be able to guess the other 2. They are the mother and daughter who had a falling out with Qian Beigua. The mother works at the household registration office, while the daughter is affiliated with the Daoist sect. Nuan, However, at the time of the incident, they possessed ample alibis.
Nuan, so.
Is there no other option? Jiangwan. Indeed, the case has stirred up quite a commotion. The evidence against Qian Beigua is irrefutable, and there is a 99% chance he will be sentenced to death. The remaining sliver of hope lies in the possibility that someone may provide evidence to overturn the current chain of evidence before his execution. Otherwise, Qian Beigua faces certain doom. Nuan. Very well, will you be coming to Ningzhou? Jiangwan. I am preparing to set off. Nuan. Good. Then let us converse further when you arrive. The police are here. After sending this message, Nuan tucked her phone away and stood upright, gazing towards the distant sound of police sirens. Shortly thereafter, 2 vehicles came into view. A robust man with a fierce demeanor proclaimed, "Just watch, I am definitely innocent." Nuan dismissed the man as bravado, recognizing him as someone who preyed on the weak. This was merely an urgent situation demanding swift resolution. Before long, a few officers and a forensic expert hurried over. Nuan stepped forward, announcing, "I am the one who reported the incident." The lead officer nodded at Nuan, introducing himself as Qin Qing, the captain of the criminal division at the Jingyun District Public Security Bureau in Shanlin City. "Hello, Nuan," he said. As she rushed to tend to her injured pup, she retrieved her credentials from her bag, presenting them to the captain. "Given the peculiar circumstances, I have detained this suspect for the time being." Nuan gestured towards the robust man, explaining, "He attempted to rob my car in public and was acquainted with the deceased. From what I gathered from his fragmented words, he had contact with the victim prior to their demise." Captain Qin Qing appeared to recognize the man, her eyes flashing with disdain. This troublemaker had long taken advantage of his uncle's position in the Jingyun district, but now he had finally encountered someone who could hold him accountable. Having offended an officer from the capital, she was curious to see if this troublemaker's uncle would come to his aid. Qin Qing waved her hand, instructing, "Document the scene and escort the suspect to the vehicle. The rest of you, follow me for questioning." Nuan pointed to her car. "My pup has sustained injuries. I need to take him to the veterinary clinic first." Turning her head, Captain Qin noted that indeed, a pet hospital was not far off. "Very well. Please visit the police station later for a statement." Having barely returned to the city without accomplishing anything, Nuan nodded, accustomed to the routine.
All right.
"I will accompany you to the station shortly." Not yet feeling sufficiently familiar with Captain Qin, Nuan believed that during her wait for Jiangwan in the city, she would undoubtedly grow closer to the captain. She turned back to her car and brought out her 3 little ones along with her injured pup. As they prepared to head upstairs, Captain Qin remarked, "This officer not only has a wolf dog but also keeps hamsters, snakes, and birds. I hope that bird isn't a protected species. Daxia does not permit the private keeping of large birds." Though she was unfamiliar with the breed of the bird named Yusui, she was aware that most large birds were not allowed to be kept as pets in Daxia. "Lieutenant Sui, does your bird have documentation?" Nuan hesitated. It does have documentation, though the photo taken at the time of registration differs quite a bit from its current appearance. Captain Qin smiled, her demeanor as a meticulous detective shining through. She understood that if she did not inquire, the public might harbor a sense of false hope regarding such matters. If she can do it, why can't I? It's only natural for a bird to change as it matures. Please present the documentation. It is my duty. Nuan silently assessed the current state of Yusui, realizing it had indeed transformed significantly. Chapter 126. As time passed, it had morphed into its present form. Captain Qin, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Nuan placed her injured pup in the driver's seat and began to peruse her documents. "You see, it was previously a white-crowned parakeet, and as time went on, it became what it is now." Captain Qin's expression froze as she examined the documentation, glancing between the irate Yusui and the photo on the paper. After several rounds of scrutiny, her composure began to waver. "Lieutenant Sui, please refrain from jesting." Nuan nodded earnestly. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It truly changed as it matured." She retrieved a photo from her phone, showcasing the bird when it first developed its colorful feathers. Captain Qin scrutinized the image for a considerable time before silently closing the document and handing it back to Nuan.
All right, Lieutenant Sui.
"Please ensure you update its photo when you have the chance." "And what about the snake?" Nuan inquired, gently petting Chi Sui. "It's harmless. It's a black king snake." Captain Qin felt her resolve wearing thin. Was it also a case of it changed as it grew?
Nuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed.
Captain Qin, the deceased's neighbor stated that the victim had a confrontation with a stout man before their death. We have reviewed the surveillance footage, and the neighbor S account is truthful. Captain Chin S expression immediately turned serious. Did the footage capture the argument between the victim and Wang Lin prior to the latter's death? An officer nodded, glancing at Sui Nuan, uncertain if this information could be shared in her presence. Understanding, Sui Nuan was about to take her injured pup to the veterinary clinic when Captain Chin gestured for her to proceed, saying, "Go ahead." Lieutenant Sui 1T disclosed this to anyone. The officer retrieved their phone and opened a video, revealing Wang Lin, the stout man, standing at the doorway, embroiled in a heated exchange with someone inside. Sui Nuan hesitated momentarily. Perhaps she should take her pup to the veterinary clinic first? "I want to see the person," exclaimed a voice that seemed to come from the little wolf pup. Sui Nuan wondered, is that high-pitched voice really coming from this little wolf pup? The pup looked up at her, unabashedly declaring, "You heard correctly. It was indeed me. Can I watch?" Sui Nuan thought, what a peculiar creature. After whining in pain for so long, he suddenly seems fine at the prospect of some gossip. Can this little wolf pup truly comprehend human chatter? As Sui Nuan glanced around at her three little companions, all sporting eager expressions, she leaned closer to the phone. Since both the little wolf pup and the others wished to watch, she figured she might as well indulge them. Her own curiosity piqued as well. The four of them became engrossed in the video, astonishing the young officer present. Wang Lin arrogantly proclaimed, "You pathetic fool, Xin will only find happiness with me. I warn you, do not disturb her again, or I will have you killed." The man inside the room retorted angrily, "Wang Lin, don't think your wealth makes you exceptional. Xin could never love you. You are merely leveraging your uncle's influence to pressure her into submission. You look at yourself. You resemble a bloated pig. Who would be attracted to a man with a physique like yours? Whose face is even less appealing than that of Zhu Beiji? Xin struggles to eat because of you, hence her gradual decline." Wang Lin remained momentarily stunned by the man's insults before finally reacting with rage, lifting his fist, larger than a sandbag, and striking the man inside. The two grappled within the confines of the room, and the video abruptly concluded. The officer retrieved the phone and switched to another video, revealing Wang Lin emerging from the victim's room 21 minutes later. Sui Nuan reflected on Wang Lin's feeble state during their own confrontation. She hesitated. It's improbable that after more than 20 minutes of fighting, Wang Lin would emerge unscathed. Was there surveillance within the deceased's room? The officer responded, Sui Nuan felt a bit embarrassed. "My apologies. I'm just accustomed to such situations." Having frequently encountered cases, she had developed a reflexive response. Captain Chin glanced at Chi Sui, wishing she could consult her phone to ask when the world had evolved without her knowledge.
Lieutenant Sui,
"Please take your pet for an examination. We will manage this case." Sui Nuan gently stroked the little wolf cub and said, "All right, I shall take my leave now." She encountered cases frequently, having become accustomed to them, and prioritized the examination of the little wolf cub. As she swiftly turned to leave, she failed to notice that Chin Chin, the captain of the criminal police team, was still watching her. A young officer, puzzled, inquired, "Captain Chin, is there an issue with that young officer?" Chin Chin shook her head, musing that perhaps Sui Nuan was feeling irritable due to her involvement in the case concerning Wang Lin. After all, how could she have found a criminal police officer's notebook in the belongings of a platoon leader? The military and police are not part of the same system. How could one person possibly possess two forms of identification? The notion that Sui Nuan might be involved in counterfeiting identification was absurd. Military identification is equipped with ranks, serial numbers, anti-counterfeiting features, and personal information. If she were to misidentify such a document, she might as well resign from her position. Burdened by her thoughts, Chin Chin maintained a stoic facade as she and the officer discussed the case while proceeding to the deceased's residence. Meanwhile, Sui Nuan arrived at the veterinary hospital with the little wolf cub. Upon entering, she noticed 6 or 7 veterinarians standing before the floor-to-ceiling glass doors, gazing outside. Upon spotting Sui Nuan, the group of veterinarians exchanged awkward smiles, one of them asking, "Excuse me, what seems to be the problem with your pet?" Sui Nuan indicated the little wolf cub in her arms and replied, "My dog seems to have a broken bone. It has been whimpering." To alleviate the awkwardness, the veterinarians busied themselves with various tasks, as people tend to seek distractions in uncomfortable situations. Truly, the people of Daxia have a knack for gossip. Sui Nuan gently reassured the little wolf cub, "Be good. The doctor is here to help you, so no biting, all right? Be obedient." The little wolf cub blinked and replied, "I won't bite. I am very obedient. Mommy doesn't allow me to bite." Regardless of the breed, all young creatures are irresistibly adorable. And Sui Nuan felt a mix of tenderness and concern as she gently patted the little wolf cub's head, whispering, "Don't worry, you'll be all right." After the doctor fitted the little wolf cub with an Elizabethan collar, they finally felt comfortable taking it from her. The receptionist waved her over. "Pet owner, please come over to register your information." Sui Nuan was quite familiar with the registration process, having done this before at the veterinary hospital. Everything went smoothly until she reached the section for the pet's name. She had been too preoccupied while driving to consider a name, and after encountering a murder case, she had completely forgotten. The little wolf cub lifted its head and scratched its head, saying, "Name? Mommy always calls me Xiaolu because I am the smallest." Sui Nuan smiled and said, "Let us use Xiaolu for now. Once you're better, we can choose a proper name." The little wolf cub tilted its head, as if recalling a phrase its mother had once uttered. "Xiaolu, Mommy cannot protect you. I can only send you to embrace a new life." Chapter 127. 1,314 yuan. The receptionist nodded and said, "Then we will temporarily name the puppy Xiaolu." "Pet owner, what breed is your dog?" Sui Nuan hesitated. "I'm not really sure about dog breeds, and besides, Xiaolu isn't just a dog to me." The receptionist continued, "Shall we register it as a Czech wolf dog? It does resemble one." Sui Nuan agreed. "That works." After completing the registration, she followed the doctor carrying Xiaolu upstairs for an examination. In truth, the examination process at veterinary clinics typically follows a routine of extensive tests before any specific treatment can be administered. After a comprehensive array of tests, Sui Nuan found herself spending several thousand yuan. Having little concept of money, Chi Sui exclaimed, "Is all this really necessary?" As she watched the little wolf cub being taken for examination, she settled into a waiting area, contemplating the cost of care. It is often said that treating pets is more expensive than treating humans, a sentiment Sui Nuan wholeheartedly agreed with. While she was not short on funds, she empathized with those who, earning a meager salary of 5,000 yuan, come home exhausted only to discover their pet is sick. In a panic, they would rush to the veterinary clinic, only to find themselves spending thousands before even beginning treatment. Chi Sui scratched its head, asking, "So, is it really expensive?" Sui Nuan shook her head, saying, "For me, it's manageable, but it might be a bit costly for an average person." Yu Sui gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Xiaolu had been taken, recalling, "If I remember correctly, I was sold for 1,314 yuan back in the day." The two little ones and Sui Nuan turned to look at Yu Sui in unison, exclaiming, "You can remember that?" From the fragments of Yu Sui's words, it was clear that it had been deceived by humans on several occasions. What surprised Sui Nuan was that Yu Sui even remembered the exact amount for which it had been sold. Yu Sui, snapping back to reality, shook its head and explained, "They were discussing the price right in front of me, so of course I remember." Discovering that it was valued so little made Yu Sui feel a twinge of melancholy. Sui Nuan comfortingly patted Yu Sui, saying, "You are a protected species. Your worth cannot be measured in monetary terms." Speaking of prices, Tian Sui chimed in, "I believe I was sold for around 58. Both little companions shared experiences of having been sold, while Chi Sui, who had grown up in the forest, remained oblivious to its own value. All of a sudden, it eagerly exclaimed, "Nuan, quickly check how much I'm worth." Sui Nuan hesitated, unsure of what to say. Checking her phone, she realized it was already past 9 o'clock. She had only lost track of time since 5.
Compelled by Chi Sui's eagerness,
Sui Nuan opened a search application to investigate, knowing full well that a life cannot merely be appraised by price. Now aware of their worth, both Yu Sui and Tian Sui leaned in curiously, nodding earnestly, "Yes, we understand." Sui Nuan felt a twinge of exasperation at their apparent nonchalance. Soon, the screen displayed the selling prices for black king snakes. Online prices ranged from 800 to 1,500 yuan, while physical stores charged between 500 and 700 yuan, with premium specimens fetching even higher prices. As for Chi Sui, being entirely black and a variant species, it could easily command a price exceeding 10,000 yuan. Tian Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. Chi Sui is worth a fortune. Previously oblivious to the concept of money, the realization of their value transformed their perspective entirely. Suddenly filled with newfound confidence, Chi Sui puffed up its chest like a victorious rooster and declared, "Hee, let us keep a low profile. We are no longer mere pets." Sui Nuan affectionately ruffled Tian Sui's head. "Tian Sui, you have the ability to seek out treasures. Your worth cannot be measured by mere currency."
Tian Sui nodded enthusiastically.
"I understand, Nuan." While awaiting the results of Xiaolu's examination, Sui Nuan suddenly remembered that she needed to update Yu Sui's photograph. She waved to Yu Sui. Let us take a picture to update your identification. This was something she could easily arrange with the staff who had issued the identification previously, without needing to make an extra trip. Yu Sui raised its wings, saying, "Hold on, let me groom myself first." Nuan was accustomed to Yu Sui's vanity, and she skillfully retrieved a mirror from her bag, placing it in front of Yu Sui. After a considerable time spent preening its feathers, Yu Sui finally declared, "All right, Nuan, you can take the picture now." Owning a dog requires a pet license, although Xiao Lu is a wolf. Nuan insisted on referring to it as a dog. Who would dare to force her to conduct a lineage test on her beloved Xiao Lu? With that thought in mind, Nuan decided to prioritize obtaining a license for Xiao Lu as well. While she mentally organized her tasks, her hands remained busy. The staff member handling the photo update remarked, "What a peculiar white cockatoo. How did this little lady end up with such colorful feathers?" She mused that her biology lessons certainly hadn't covered anything like that. After all, white cockatoos are made up of white and yellow feathers. Where did the colors come from? Could it possibly be that the creature had regressed to become a phoenix? The staff humorously expressed that if she believed such a tale, she might as well twist her head off and play soccer with Nuan on the other side of the phone. After finishing the photo session, Yu Sui returned to perch on Nuan's shoulder, saying, "Nuan, I have photos and videos on my phone."
Nuan sighed,
realizing that even updating the picture of her adorable little companion required providing additional media. What a hassle. With video evidence as proof, the staff member, who had been so certain just a moment ago, fell into silence, retracting her earlier statements, realizing her naivety. Upon receiving the news that the staff would promptly update her tomorrow, Nuan tucked her phone away and returned Yu Sui's device back into her bag. A quick glance at Yu Sui's phone revealed that 108 gigabytes of memory was consumed primarily by photos. The rest was occupied by various camera and standard mobile applications, leaving no space for anything else. Indeed, the camera-loving bird's phone was distinctly unique. As for Xiao Lu's owner, Nuan rose to her feet. Xiao Lu's condition was a simple, closed fracture with minimal displacement at the fracture site. A manual reduction could yield satisfactory alignment, allowing for a conservative treatment approach. Splinting or casting would suffice, without the need for surgery. As for your situation, Nuan, lacking understanding in such matters, resolved without hesitation to follow the doctor's advice, prioritizing her beloved Xiao Lu's comfort. The doctor nodded, having encountered wealthy clients before. The recent slew of tests had met with no objections. She must ensure that this affluent patron remembers their hospital fondly. Such agreeable and well-off pet owners were her favorite. Very well, we will arrange treatment for Xiao Lu immediately. The procedure will take approximately 30 to 60 minutes, and given that Xiao Lu is still a juvenile, a few days of hospitalization might be necessary for us to adjust the treatment as needed. What do you think? However, Nuan hesitated to agree outright to Xiao Lu's hospitalization. She needed to consult Xiao Lu's opinion. "May I go in to see Xiao Lu?" The doctor nodded in affirmation. By all rights, she should have finished her shift by this time, yet the allure of wealth compelled her to stay. It was not merely an extension of her work hours, but rather a beckoning of financial gain. Chapter 128. An unusually warm welcome. Upon entering the surgical ward, Nuan immediately noticed the still form of Xiao Lu lying motionless. She hurried over, softly inquiring, "How are you feeling?" Xiao Lu's sweet, soft voice replied, "I'm fine, don't worry. I'm very strong. My mom often praises me." Nuan gently patted Xiao Lu's head. "You might need to be hospitalized for treatment. Will you be scared all alone?" Though Xiao Lu wished to shake her head, she found herself unable to move. "I want to be scared. I want to be healthy and strong when I see my mom." The resilience of such a child could easily evoke sympathy in any human heart. Nuan encouraged Xiao Lu, affirming that she was indeed the strongest and would certainly prevail. Having worked in a pet hospital for quite some time, it was not uncommon to see staff speaking to pets as if they were their own children. The doctor felt no surprise at this. The only point of astonishment was that this wealthy young lady also owned hamsters, snakes, and birds. Would these creatures not engage in a bit of companionship out of boredom? Birds eat snakes, snakes eat hamsters. As for whether dogs would catch birds, that would depend on their temperament. Yu Sui leaned in closer to Xiao Lu. "You must recover quickly. We need to pick names together, go out to play, and grow up together." Yes. We'll go back and see the hamster leader together," Yu Sui exclaimed, jumping onto the table and playfully tapping Xiao Lu's nose with its paw. Yu Sui nodded. Facing challenges bravely is the first threshold to becoming a warrior. "We'll be waiting for you." Xiao Lu nodded determinedly. "I will definitely get better." After chatting with Xiao Lu for a while, Swain Wan finally stood to leave. Having received so much money from her, and with Xiao Lu being so well-behaved, if the hospital dared to mistreat her beloved Xiao Lu, she would come daily to test the efficacy of her influence. Just as she reached her car, Qin Qing and his team arrived, ready to wrap things up. Perfect timing. Shall we head back to take statements?
Sure.
Tian Sui reminded. On you haven't booked a hotel yet. This trip had been entirely unforeseen. Had it not been for encountering the hamster and a golden bribe, Swain Wan had planned to rough it for a night outside. Could you help me book a hotel?
I need to drive.
Chi Sui immediately accepted the task. No problem, I've got it covered. The three little ones, Yu Sui and Tian Sui, could recognize characters and pinyin, but only Chi Sui was adept at typing with its tail. When it came to taking statements, Sui Nuan was almost more proficient than the police. When questioned, she answered with remarkable clarity, leaving the officers momentarily stunned. Once the statements were completed, a young officer hesitated. Sui Captain, why are you so familiar with this process? Swain Wan, rising to leave, replied, in a couple of days, you'll find out. Noting the time, she added, I've gotten blood from the deceased on me. I need to go wash up. The officer stood to see her off, bewildered, scratching his head and asking a nearby colleague, what does Sui Captain mean? The other two officers, equally curious, shook their heads in unison, unsure. Yu Sui, sharp-eyed and perceptive, could not suppress a chuckle, thinking to itself, they'll soon know. Upon reaching the hotel, Swain Wan was greeted by a chair that flew straight toward her face as soon as she stepped inside. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts, and she instinctively managed to close the half-open door, blocking the incoming projectile. Why was the atmosphere here so fervently chaotic? Had the staff not encountered anyone for days? And now, with the return of guests, were they eager to engage? Peeking from the doorway, Swain Wan observed the hotel staff, bewildered beside the fray. As a couple fought with reckless abandon. On should we call the police?
Kisui, eyes wide, cautiously inquired.
Swain Wan nodded. Yes, let us report it. I'm not sure what is happening. Just as she dialed 110, one of the men pulled out a knife and stabbed the other several times amidst their struggle. The trio attempting to intervene, along with a loud woman wanting to join in, stood frozen in disbelief. The once rambunctious scene fell silent for several seconds. Hello, 110. What's your emergency? Are you still there? Swain Wan opened her mouth. Yes, I'm here. I'm at the NT Hotel, and there's a brawl happening. Hello, caller. We received a report from the same location 8 minutes ago, and a dispatch has been sent to the police station. Swain Wan surmised that the hotel staff had already reported the incident. Since knives were involved and someone was injured, she needed to expedite assistance. Please contact the police department to hasten their response. After hanging up, she noticed a staff member had already dashed to call 120, halting her own call. Since the hotel staff had taken the initiative to report, she wouldn't waste time duplicating efforts. By the way, the hotel was called NT. She recalled that one of the families she knew bore the surname N. Could this be a property of the N family? The original text had not mentioned it, and she had no interest in delving deeper. As Sui Nuan stepped inside, she distinguished between brawling and intentional injury. A crowd of onlookers rushed forward to separate the 6 individuals. A non-weapon-related injury would be deemed minor, at worst classified as disorderly conduct, while using a knife could lead to a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Upon seeing Sui Nuan enter, the staff looked taken aback. A somewhat disheveled individual wearing a manager's badge approached her with a professional smile, hastening to invite her to check in. Good evening, esteemed guest. Are you here to register? Sui Nuan nodded. Yes, I am. What is going on here? The manager's expression turned troubled as she glanced toward the restrained individuals. This is a private matter among guests. We have already contacted the authorities. Sui Nuan silently retrieved her police identification from her bag. I'm an officer. I want to make any unfounded accusations. I also reported the incident myself. Upon seeing Sui Nuan's badge, the manager visibly relaxed. In that case, 5 of the 6 guests are friends. The one wielding the knife is a separate individual. The 5, here on vacation, were playing cards and drinking in their room. The knife man complained 3 times about the noise. We explained the situation to the 5, who initially agreed to tone it down, only to resume their raucous behavior moments later. The aggrieved guest descended to demand that we summon the 5 individuals involved, wishing to confront them face to face. Ultimately, the situation escalated to such a degree. Although we proposed a room change, the disturbed guest was unwilling to accept the solution. Sui Nuan understood that the 5 individuals occupied several rooms, and it would certainly be less cumbersome to relocate the complaining guest rather than confront all 5. However, the dissatisfied patron remained adamant about a direct discussion. The hotel staff, perhaps hoping to allow the guests to self-regulate the situation for their own convenience, arranged for both parties to meet downstairs. Consequently, a heated argument ensued, with each side firmly entrenched in their positions. Chapter 129. Documentation. Sui Nuan found herself at a loss for words. Prior to her arrival, both parties had maintained a semblance of restraint, yet upon her entrance, the beleaguered guest resorted to violence. It was uncertain whether her presence had altered the atmosphere or if the complaining guest had simply reached their breaking point, a matter worthy of contemplation. After Sui Nuan expressed her thoughts, the manager looked to her with an expression that implored her to take charge of the situation, akin to that of a police officer. Sui Nuan stepped forward into the crowd, questioning what grievances could possibly justify such hostility. Surely, a compromise would be preferable to a scenario where one party ended up in the hospital and another in jail. The hospital was not far from the hotel, and within moments, an ambulance arrived. During this time, Sui Nuan meticulously reviewed the entire incident. As soon as the injured party was taken away, the police arrived. Upon hearing that 6 individuals had engaged in mutual combat involving knives, the officers, fully equipped, entered to find a well-ordered hotel lobby. Qing hesitated, feeling a peculiar familiarity with the individual who had their back to her. Meanwhile, Sui Nuan, having heard the commotion, turned slowly, astonished to see Captain Qin. What a coincidence! Qing managed a slight smile. Indeed, it was quite the coincidence to encounter such chaos twice in a single day. No wonder she was so well-versed in police matters and the intricacies of case procedures. I have compiled the details of the incident. I have yet to review the surveillance footage, but I will pass this on to you, Sui Nuan said as she handed over a small notebook she had requested from the manager. She then called for the young woman at the front desk, asking her to assist with her check-in. Before the young woman could respond, the manager swiftly intervened. Right this way, I will assist you with your check-in. Regardless of who handled the check-in, Sui Nuan was eager to return to her room for a shower. Qing hesitated, reminding her that a statement needed to be taken. Sui Nuan waved her hand dismissively. I will handle it tomorrow at the police station. Qing trusted Sui Nuan's word, and as she was not the primary complainant, the statement was not of utmost importance. Tomorrow would suffice. All right, just remember to come by tomorrow. After completing her check-in, Sui Nuan ascended to her room with her suitcase. Utterly exhausted and disinclined to converse. Order whatever you wish for takeout. I'm not sure if any places are still open at this hour, and it's rather chilly. Not a problem. I'm not hungry, Chi Sui replied. I have food. Tian Sui produced some snacks from his pocket, raising them for Sui Nuan to see clearly. Feeling somewhat isolated, Yu Sui pondered why only he seemed to require sustenance on a daily basis. Amidst her sense of isolation, Sui Nuan unpacked her suitcase to retrieve clothes for a shower, as the outfit she wore along with some larger items needed to be sent to the dry cleaners. Chi Sui crawled off the bed to inspect for hidden cameras, a precaution Sui Nuan had never worried about with him around. Upon returning from his thorough check, Chi Sui reassured her, safe, and Nuan can rest easy. Good. You're wonderful, Sui Nuan responded as she stepped into the bathroom for her shower. Downstairs, Captain Qin had transformed into a diligent worker, tirelessly managing the communications. As the captain of the criminal police, she typically would not be required to attend such matters. Yet after a particularly bothersome previous case involving Wang Lin, she had been restless at the station. Upon hearing of yet another incident, she had promptly taken charge of the response team. Upon arrival, however, she found herself regretting her decision, encountering yet another entitled individual. What unfortunate luck! With an impassive expression, Qing confronted the irate man wielding the knife. This situation was not instigated by me. It was their incessant noise that disturbed my peace. I extended multiple chances for them to behave, yet they remained obstinate. When I invited them down for a discussion, they resorted to vile insults directed at my parents, which provoked my response. Qing turned her attention to the opposing group, unaware of the extent of Sui Nuan's turmoil. Having finished her shower, Sui Nuan consumed a light snack before collapsing onto her bed, exhausted from the day's events, hopeful for a pleasant dream. Nuan, we have selected outfits for you, Tian Sui exclaimed, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Shall we visit Shaolu later? Yes, but we must eat something first, Sui Nuan replied.
Sui chimed in.
Red Sui and I have already ordered takeout. Sui Nuan, just awakening, felt a twinge of embarrassment. sensing that the three little ones were taking care of her rather than the other way around. Though she would normally handle these tasks herself, the trio had conspired to ensure she arose on time. Thank you, my three little caretakers. After their meal, Nuan led the trio directly to the police station. She had formulated a plan to complete her statement in the morning and then visit Xiaolu. If possible, she would take Xiaolu along. It had been far too long since they had gone fishing together. In the northern chill, the lakes were mostly frozen, necessitating ice-breaking tools for fishing.
Nuan,
lacking such equipment, resolved to procure some after her statement. Having been unable to fish for quite some time, she felt a longing whenever she passed a lake. Yet breaking through thick ice with her bare hands posed a formidable challenge. Each time she encountered a wild lake, she could only stare longingly, navigating familiar paths. Nuan arrived at the police station and requested officers to take her statement, eager to visit Xiaolu afterward. The officers from the previous night shift had likely gone home to rest, and the current group was unfamiliar with Nuan, struggling to keep pace with her rapid responses during the interview. Once the statement was complete, Nuan departed without a trace, heading toward the pet hospital. Squatting in front of Xiaolu's enclosure, she asked, "How are you feeling? Is it painful? Your leg is all wrapped up." Xiaolu moved its front leg, encased in plaster, replying, "It doesn't hurt, just feels a bit strange." "You're a brave little wolf cub," Tian Sui commended, giving Xiaolu a thumbs up. Nuan turned to the doctor. "Can I take him outside?" The doctor advised against it, stating it was not recommended for pet owners to take their dogs out at this stage, as the area where the plaster had been applied was still in the early stages of healing, and external movement could exacerbate the injury. Nuan felt disappointed. "We can't take him out? Xiaolu, you're the one being restricted, yet you're comforting me and the others. It's all right. We'll have plenty of time to play together in the future. Once I recover, will you take me to the vast grasslands? Mom said our ancestors were born in the grasslands, and we came here to live after being driven away by our kind." Nuan gently patted Xiaolu's head, promising, "Once you're well, I'll take you all on a tour of the Great Xia. As for a global tour, perhaps that would be best left aside." Her bounty was rather high, and it was quite tempting. After all, to outsiders, she appeared to be a weak woman, defenseless and unarmed, accompanied by a few burdens. In reality, however, Nuan was more than capable, dispatching adversaries with ease and wielding various weapons with remarkable skill. She was truly formidable. Chapter 130. I Will Teach You. Xiaolu was nothing short of an extraordinarily understanding little angel. As Nuan prepared to leave, this was her sole thought. Had it not been for the need to avoid delaying the doctor's work, Nuan and the trio would have been reluctant to depart. With a heart full of fatherly affection, Chi Sui lamented, "If only we could take Xiaolu with us. He must feel so lonely alone in the hospital." Although Nuan felt a tinge of regret about not being able to bring Xiaolu along, it was but a minor sentiment. Chi Sui believed that since Xiaolu had fully recovered, in the future, it could frolic freely alongside them on the vast grasslands.
Sui concurred,
reasoning that a momentary wait could yield a beautiful future. What could be more delightful?
Chi Sui then nudged Tian Sui beside him, asking,
"Could you assist me in bending my horns? You possess greater strength." Tian Sui. "Why? You Sui. Indeed, why?" Tian Sui stuttered slightly. Suddenly, Nuan recalled the incident when Chi Sui attempted to squeeze through a door, but failed due to its horns. At that time, Chi Sui had expressed that the horns were a hindrance, though it never mentioned it again afterward. It was surprising that it still remembered.
Nuan quickly grabbed Chi Sui,
saying, "No, you see, you're still growing, aren't you?" Chi Sui lowered its gaze to examine itself and realized it had indeed grown significantly. Due to its unrestrained appetite, having eaten alongside Yu Sui and the others, Chi Sui was now noticeably plumper than when Nuan first encountered it. That makes sense, right? The gap is quite small. As you grow, you naturally cannot fit through it. It's not just about the horns. Chi Sui scratched its head with its tail. "Is that so?" The other two little ones nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. The most easily persuaded among the trio, Chi Sui promptly believed them, letting out a sigh of resignation. "Well, if that's the case, I shall keep my horns." Tian Sui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was quite startled by Chi Sui's impulsive nature. If Nuan hadn't acted swiftly, Chi Sui would have nearly nudged its head against Tian Sui. Having prepared all the necessary tools, Nuan led the three little ones to go fishing. Upon entering the city, she noticed a secluded wild lake along a narrow path and decided to give it a try. It was rather remote and typically no one would venture there. allowing Sui and Nuan to fish in peace and converse with the little ones. True to her action-oriented nature, Sui and Nuan drove for an hour and a half until they reached the wild lake. Recalling the incident where she had collided with Shu's car, Sui and Nuan parked carefully near a patch of withered grass. After stepping out, she inspected her surroundings with diligence and nodded in satisfaction, assuring herself that parking here would not disturb anyone. Sui remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Of course it won't disturb anyone. You might as well have parked in the brush." Sui and Nuan shrugged, saying, "Just to be safe. While my car is black and less conspicuous than Shu's white one can never be too cautious." She certainly did not wish to be disturbed while fishing. As a gust of wind blew by, Sui quietly leaned against Sui, feeling a chill. Sui and Nuan, with tools in hand, teased, "I bought you some clothes. Yet you refused to wear them." Speaking of clothing, Sui nearly burst into laughter. How could a snake like Sui possibly wear clothes? They would be akin to a straight tube, resembling a pair of infant socks with openings at both ends. Once adorned in the colorful attire, Sui would simply flop down, utterly immobile. Had Sui and Nuan not helped, it would have taken Sui ages to remove that outfit. Sui likely recalled the traumatic experience from that day, feeling its entire head heat up. Wearing that outfit was more challenging than shedding its skin. Sui and Nuan couldn't help but chuckle. The limited edition colorful Sui would probably never make a comeback. It was a one-time affair. Upon reaching the icy surface, Sui and Nuan confirmed that the ice thickness exceeded 15 centimeters, and thus, she selected a suitable fishing spot and immersed herself in the task at hand. Eager to try something new, Sui suggested, Sui, shall we go ice skating?" They were undeterred by the cold. Skiing was also an option. Sui fancied itself an elegant gentleman, claiming mastery over the essential skills of a gentleman. It could bow and salute, stand tall and proud, and believed its claws were more than capable of handling skiing. Sui hesitated. "Once I reach the ice, I won't be able to move." Sui raised a paw. "I've learned how. I can teach you." Sui and Nuan, who was focused on drilling through the ice, glanced up at the eager Sui.
Sui, speaking candidly,
Piqued her curiosity. How could Sui teach a legless snake to skate? Sui nodded. "I can teach you too." With two mentors at hand, Sui felt emboldened. If it could master the difficult art of the human character, surely ice skating would be a breeze. Convincing itself, Sui mimicked Sui and Sui, straightening its posture. "On one, shall we go ice skating?" Without lifting her head, Sui and Nuan cautioned, "Do be careful." With both a forceful and agile unit accompanying them, Sui would be safe even if it flopped down. After all, it could always call for her assistance in an emergency.
Sui dashed to Sui Nuan,
Thumping its chest in assurance on one, "Don't worry. With me and Sui around, nothing will go wrong." Yet, as Sui and Nuan continued drilling into the ice, an ominous feeling washed over her. Just as she prepared to raise her voice in protest, Sui hastily added, "We know our limits."
Sui Nuan, all right.
"Since you've said it, as long as you know your limits, go ahead." Watching the three little ones depart, Sui and Nuan returned to her task with renewed focus. With the whole drilling tool, creating a small opening was a breeze. Winter fishing essentials included a tent, otherwise, sitting for too long could lead to frostbite. As the tent offered warmth and wind protection, after completing her preparations, Sui and Nuan settled onto a chair, fishing rod in hand, sighing contentedly. Ah, this is the life. Hardly had she settled when the sounds of the three little ones outside reached her ears. Sui, you must twist around. Don't simply wiggle. Wiggling won't do. I can't control myself. I feel as if my body is no longer my own. Curious, Sui and Nuan peeked outside,
witnessing Sui gesticulating dramatically while Sui resembled a caterpillar riding in place.
Sui and Nuan, seated in the tent, thought to herself, "It feels like I'm watching a battle between snakes and mice in a fantastical spectacle." Sui, soaring above, could hardly bear to watch. It slowly descended to the ground, instructing Sui, help lift Sui up. Sui, clearly troubled, immediately obeyed the command. Realizing that its impulsive nature made it ill-suited to teach others, this task was best left to Sui. Though Sui appeared to have the most temperamental demeanor, it was surprisingly gentle, aside from being somewhat narcissistic and overly concerned with its appearance. It was capable of teaching even the most straightforward-minded Sui exceptionally well. Sui, with its seemingly calm demeanor yet hidden volatility, mused, "I truly am not cut out for teaching. I am better suited for a more direct approach." Chapter 131. Indeed. On one, you guessed correctly. Tian Sui, having just learned to skate, supported the considerably larger Chi Sui, both trembling uncontrollably. Yu Sui remarked, "If I had hands, I would join in." Sui Nuan silently turned back, observing that the three little ones appeared to be having a splendid time. As the guardian, she decided to refrain from dampening their spirits, instead choosing to mute the world and savor the sounds of their happiness. Unwavering in its determination, Yu Sui, known as the teacher bird, declared that today it would teach Chi Sui how to skate. Otherwise, it would change its name to Chi Sui. With resolute gazes exchanged between Yu Sui and Tian Sui, both were filled with determination, prepared to stake their dignity on this endeavor. Should they fail, one would be renamed Chi Sui, while the other would take on the name Chi Tian Sui. This gamble on dignity proved fruitful. An hour later, Sui Nuan glanced outside once more and saw that Chi Sui was no longer merely wriggling in place. Where did it go? Sui Nuan gathered her fishing gear, unzipped the tent, and stepped outside. Just as she emerged, Chi Sui's jubilant voice rang out from above. "Yu Sui, let me go. Nuan will catch me." "All right." Looking up, Sui Nuan was met with the sight of Chi Sui soaring directly towards her, and she instinctively reached out to catch it. Just as Tian Sui leaped down from Yu Sui's back. With a sense of exasperation, Sui Nuan remarked, "Please do not be so impulsive. What if I fail to catch you?" Chi Sui shook his head vigorously, proclaiming, "That is impossible. Nuan will definitely catch us." Moreover, he added, "Nuan, I have learned to ice skate. It's incredibly cool." Sui Nuan hoisted Tian Sui onto her shoulder, freeing her hands to catch the descending Yu Sui. "Are you having fun?" she inquired. Tian Sui spread his claws wide in excitement, exclaiming, "Yes. We taught Chi Sui how to skate. It feels like a remarkable achievement." Clearing her throat, Yu Sui interjected with utmost seriousness, "Let us return to the matter at hand." Chi Sui, who had been writhing in excitement, quickly scrambled to his feet, recalling, "All right. Nuan, we saw someone digging a hole over there." The smile on Sui Nuan's face faltered. In such frigid weather, who would be idle enough to dig a hole? If it were ice fishing, she might understand, but digging a hole could imply hiding something, perhaps currency, people, or fragments of a populace. Tian Sui leaned close to Sui Nuan's cheek, affirming, "Indeed, Nuan, you guessed correctly." Chi Sui chirped joyfully. "It's a familiar scent." Sui Nuan, however, remained unfazed by the reemergence of the populace. Yu Sui frequently glanced back, suggesting, "Nuan, shall we proceed?" "Hold on, allow me to report this," she responded. After making the call to the authorities, Sui Nuan followed the trio of little ones as they ambled towards the scene. Whether they would confront the perpetrator depended on whether he fled or noticed them. "Hello, I have spotted a man digging a hole, and beside him is a black plastic bag containing something unknown that resembles a person. Please send a team to investigate. I am at the location," she reported adeptly. Having completed the call, Sui Nuan positioned herself at a respectable distance from the man, crouching to observe his laborious efforts at excavation. Chi Sui whispered urgently, "Nuan, shouldn't we confront him?" "That is the duty of the police," she replied. "Besides, we are quite far away, and even if you, a snake, speak loudly, he would not hear you." Tian Sui, perched atop Sui Nuan's cap, expressed confusion. "Nuan, are you not a police officer? You even possess a badge." It was only during moments of idle curiosity that Sui Nuan remembered her credentials, when there was no gossip to indulge in. She often assumed the role of an ordinary citizen. Sui Nuan stroked her chin thoughtfully. "No rush. Let us observe for now. After all, he is digging a hole and is unlikely to flee suddenly. Even if he attempts to escape, he cannot take the evidence with him." The man digging appeared skittish, lifting his head to scan his surroundings whenever he sensed movement. The perpetrator was already on high alert, yet Sui Nuan, with her keen eyesight, remained undetected, crouched at a distance by the trees. "Honestly, his actions seem a tad sluggish, don't they?" she mused. Fortunately, in the frigid winter, there were not many passers-by. Otherwise, his sporadic glances while digging would seem peculiar, as if he were attempting to excavate a grave suitable for a corpse, which would take at least 2 hours. The ground was frozen in winter, making excavation difficult. It would be far more efficient to break a hole in the ice and dispose of the evidence into the lake. At least until the ice melted, no one would likely discover it.
Yu Sui pondered aloud, "Nuan,
Have you encountered too many cases that you now empathize with the killer? This line of thinking seems rather perilous."
Tian Sui nodded solemnly, "Nuan,
Remember the core values of socialism." Chi Sui was baffled by the sudden shift in topic from the hole-digging man to Sui Nuan, yet it understood that Sui Nuan's silence indicated Yu Sui was correct, and it nodded in agreement, feigning comprehension. Indeed. All right, I was merely considering the mindset of the perpetrator. One must not let their mind grow stagnant. Really? Chi Sui asked, its eyes gleaming with wisdom as it tilted its head, curiosity etched across its serpentine face. Sui Nuan found it endearing and gently tapped Chi Sui's small head, advising, if you can't think, then don't. It may lead to complications. With the topic concluded, the group continued to watch the man digging. The laboring man felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his back, prompting him to pause and glance behind him. Finding no one there, he recalled that he had scrutinized the path earlier. Although there were fresh tire tracks, he did not observe any parked vehicles. They had likely departed long ago. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed under his breath, viciously kicking the black bag at his feet. It's your fault. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would never have lent you money. Remembering the arrogant demeanor of the deceased, the man kicked the bag several more times in anger. Sui Nuan gasped in disbelief from a distance. What a grudge. To harbor such animosity, even after death, she thought. If he were not in such a rush to bury a corpse, would he still be inclined to desecrate it? Shall I go eavesdrop? Yu Sui suggested eagerly. Birds do appear during winter, and Yu Sui, being conspicuous, was easily noticeable. However, most individuals would not suspect that animals could converse with humans. Except for parrots, of course. Presently, Yu Sui bore little resemblance to a parrot, and most passers-by would only remark, the stranger the appearance, the quicker the judgment, the uglier the visage, the longer the sentence. Chapter 132. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Yu Sui, while not unattractive, did possess an unusual demeanor. If you wish to listen, you may proceed. Sui Nuan encouraged. With her approval, Yu Sui, under the envious gazes of her two companions, swiftly flew towards the hole-digging perpetrator. A solitary bird perched atop a tree would suffice. Bringing along additional companions would seem too peculiar. After a considerable time, the expert eavesdropper Yu Sui returned, her expression somewhat convoluted as she alighted back on Sui Nuan's shoulder, momentarily lost for words. Chi Sui, filled with urgency, inquired, Yu Sui, what did you overhear? Well, it seems to be about a loan that was never repaid. The deceased borrowed money from the killer years ago, which revived the deceased's company. Yet, he continually made excuses to avoid repaying the debt. The killer, eager to reclaim the money for his wedding, found that the deceased not only refused to repay but also belittled him, claiming that before borrowing, he was a grandson, but afterward, he became a lord, and still refused to pay. The deceased even demanded the killer kneel and call him father in exchange for repayment. In a frenzy to marry, the killer indeed knelt before the deceased, yet the deceased still refused to repay. Sui Nuan was rendered speechless, and then the killer resorted to murder?
Yu Sui nodded slowly.
I have heard that humans say one should only kneel before heaven, earth, and parents. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Chi Sui, fixated solely on right and wrong, was bewildered by the implication. So, does that mean killing him was justified? Tian Sui scoffed. A person like him deserves to die. He is a scourge. Sui Nuan found herself at a loss for how to comment on the situation, though she felt a semblance of justice in the deceased's fate. Deceptively clever individuals will employ every tactic to coerce repayment, but honest individuals, when cornered, may indeed resort to violence. After what felt like an eternity, Yu Sui perked up. Nuan, the police have arrived. Sui Nuan slowly rose from her crouch, her legs numb from the prolonged position. Let us go wait by their vehicle. In such frigid conditions, the absence of a car would spell doom. Upon hearing the sirens, the perpetrator would surely make a hasty retreat. Once her legs regained mobility, Sui Nuan ambled toward the police car, with Yu Sui leading the way. Simultaneously, Sui Nuan received a phone call. Hello, this is Qin Qing, the captain of the criminal investigation team from the Jingyun District Public Security Bureau in Shunlin City. May I inquire about your precise location? I'm moving forward. There is a lake on this side, and I am just by the lake. Also, you might want to silence the sirens, as they could frighten the suspect away. No sooner had she spoken than the sirens faded into silence. After hanging up, Captain Qin Qing fell into deep contemplation, pondering why the voice of the caller seemed so familiar. Had she been so busy in recent days that she was beginning to hallucinate? The truth would reveal that Captain Qin not only had sharp eyes but also exceptionally acute hearing. Sui Nuan could hear the blaring sirens, and naturally, the perpetrator could hear them as well. Startled, he hastened to fill in the dirt, and after a hurried completion, he clutched his shovel and sprinted toward the vehicle. Prior to Sui Nuan's arrival, the assailant had already been digging for quite some time, and the pit was halfway formed. Sui Nuan had been crouched there observing him for over an hour and a half. Given such a lengthy duration, it was indeed time for him to finish his task. As the assailant, shovel in hand, dashed towards the car, he suddenly halted, his voice trembling. "Who are you? How did you end up by my car?" A warning flashed within Sui Nuan's mind. He harbored murderous intent. He was not a benign individual. Sui Nuan imperceptibly nodded, her fingers brushing against her masked chin. "Do you think you would believe me if I said I was merely passing by?" Having spent several hours digging the pit, the assailant had long since removed his winter essentials, the mask, hat, and earmuffs. His expression darkened as he retorted, "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Sui Nuan shrugged. "Turning yourself in now might lessen your sentence. Are you willing to sacrifice your entire life for him?" Upon uttering these words, Sui Nuan casually produced her small notebook, displaying it with a flourish. "And also, I recommend you refrain from attacking me. Assaulting a police officer incurs a heavier penalty." The assailant clenched and then relaxed his grip, a bitter smile crossing his face. "Lending him money is the greatest regret of my life," he lamented. The assailant seemed to contemplate surrender, yet Sui Nuan remained vigilant. What if he harbored thoughts of killing her and burying her body alongside his victim? One must always guard against potential threats. Although Sui Nuan could easily overpower him, an ambush could lead to injuries that would worry the three little ones and Xiao Lu in the hospital. The assailant approached her slowly, their distance diminishing with each step. Sui Nuan anticipated his movements, sidestepping to evade the shovel's sudden strike and delivering a swift kick to the joint of his leg. Caught off guard, the assailant knelt in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Sui Nuan sent the shovel flying and swiftly handcuffed him. Before Jiang Wan's arrival, Sui Nuan had always utilized ropes for restraint. But with Jiang Wan, a versatile partner, her equipment had been upgraded. For instance, ropes had been replaced with handcuffs, a pig-catching tool with a stun gun, and a chainsaw with a sharp tang dao. To prevent Sui Nuan from accidentally dropping the knife, Jiang Wan had thoughtfully tucked a roll of tape in her weapon box. The assailant had not anticipated being subdued in less than a minute. Had he known this officer was so formidable, he would not have succumbed to a moment of madness and assaulted her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have attacked a police officer or committed murder. I was just momentarily out of my mind. I never intended to do this," he pleaded. Sui Nuan dismissed his tearful confession. If he truly felt remorse, he would not have approached her with murderous intent moments earlier. Had she not been present today, he might have committed a double homicide. However, it appeared that most individuals lacked her fortuitous luck. Why haven't they arrived yet? With Qi Sui and Tian Sui soaring through the branches, Yu Sui swiftly ascended. "Nuan, I'll go check." As Yu Sui went to assess the situation with the police, Sui Nuan's gaze returned to the assailant. While it may seem easy to question why he was not prosecuted, she still felt compelled to ask, why not press charges against him? "You must know that committing murder and disposing of a body rarely escapes the scrutiny of surveillance cameras," she mused. The man, kneeling on the ground, let out a cold laugh. "Press charges? What good would it do when there are those above protecting him, who would kill if they weren't driven to desperation? I considered him a good brother. I lent him all my savings when he was in trouble. But what did he promise me? He said he would repay me double. Yet now he won't even return that meager 200,000, let alone double it." Sui Nuan's expression soured. Had it not been for her mask, the assailant would have noticed the derision in her gaze. "Who are these people above you? So powerful and influential?" The assailant lowered his head once more. "Who else could it be? Just those who are acquainted with the sons of the elite, like Wang Lin and his ilk. They squander their days in idleness, contributing nothing. Yet they enjoy the support of everyone in society." Sui Nuan discreetly activated the recording on her phone. "Do you have any evidence? Accusing someone without proof will only worsen your situation." "Empty accusations?" The assailant scoffed. "If you want to experience what it's like to be put in a difficult position, try getting something done at the office. You'll soon find out. You need not offend anyone. Those little underlings are already troublesome enough." Sui Nuan hesitated. "Is that really true? Isn't the police station quite reliable? Like Captain Qin Qing of the criminal investigation team." Upon arriving in Shunlin City, the only public officials Sui Nuan had encountered were those under Captain Qin. She had yet to meet anyone else. The assailant's face contorted with anger upon hearing her words. "Where are you from that you don't even know this? Your identification isn't fake, is it? You don't even know that Captain Qin, the model officer of the criminal investigation team, came from Shingen?" 2 years prior, Qin Qing had been transferred from Shungan City to the Jingyan district of Shunlin City. Rising from deputy captain to captain, The criminal investigation team under her leadership was the only reliable group among the many public officials in their district. Had it been the previous captain, I wouldn't have needed to bury a body. I could have simply bought a refrigerator to stuff him inside. That rotund former captain would never have discovered it. As he spoke, the assailant became increasingly agitated, banging his head against the ground in frustration.
Why?
Why did they only replace the criminal investigation team? He lamented. It should have been those high-ranking officials who shielded each other, controlling all of Shunlin City. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he felt, tears streaming down his face as he bowed his head. My girlfriend is pregnant. I just want my money back, so I can marry the love of my life. My demands are not high, yet no matter what I do, they always find a reason to reject my claims. I cannot let my girlfriend be forced by her family to have an abortion. That 200,000 was borrowed for emergencies. Why should he refuse to pay me back? The assailant's lament was interrupted by the sound of approaching vehicles. Yu Sui, hovering near the car, looked up. They're here. Inside the vehicle, Captain Qin Qing and her officers observed. They found it strange that this peculiar parrot seemed to genuinely understand human speech, engaging in conversation with them. With a complex expression, Qin Qing exited the car and, upon spotting the familiar figure, her heart finally settled. She had felt the voice was familiar and recognized the bird from the previous day's delivery of 2 cases by Nuan.
Qin approached Nuan.
Placing a hand on her forehead. What a coincidence. Nuan felt an odd sense of déjà vu from Qin Qing's slightly exasperated demeanor. Reminiscent of her own encounters with Captain Chen, who often regarded her with a similar expression. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. I merely came to fish today. Qin Qing nodded. Where's the body? Someone take the assailant to the car first. Nuan gestured. Follow me. The body has just been buried. With a witness leading the way, Qin Qing felt a bit lighter. She signaled to her idle officers to gather their tools and get to work. Walking alongside Nuan, Qin Qing slowly took her phone from her pocket. Let us exchange contact information. Given your frequent encounters with cases, it would be quicker to reach you directly. Nuan, unreserved, retrieved her phone and exchanged contact information with Captain Qin. Once they confirmed the exchange, Qin Qing hesitated. Are you still a police officer? She had heard the assailant mention Nuan's police credentials yesterday, realizing she had not misjudged her that day. Nuan did not conceal the truth. I hold an auxiliary position. This was clearly confidential, and Qin Qing did not press further. Someone who could hold 2 different public office positions simultaneously must possess significant secrets. Nuan remained preoccupied with the matter of high-ranking officials covering for one another, leading the way to the burial site. She waved her hand, ready to depart. Qin Qing raised her hand. We need to take a statement. Having just completed a statement this morning, I'll join you later. My fishing gear is still at the lake. After drilling for half the day, she had hardly fished for long before encountering a case. Marking yet another day of Air Force duty. She, Nuan, never engages in futile pursuits. As for whether she has caught any fish or what she has caught, it is best not to inquire too deeply. It suffices to know that she does not engage in empty endeavors. Upon returning to the tent, Nuan messaged Jiangwan to inquire about the ongoing efforts to cleanse the officialdom. She would provide the evidence, and the subsequent actions would rest solely with Jiangwan. She must not reveal too much of her identity. Otherwise, everyone would soon realize she is the judge, and they would undoubtedly take precautions against her. For instance, wherever she goes, there must be an outward appearance of tranquility. Nuan, Deputy Platoon Leader, where have you reached? Jiangwan, I am nearly in Ningzhou. The ground is icy and slippery in winter, making it treacherous to traverse. Nuan, do you have time to make a call now? While awaiting Jiangwan's response, Nuan picked up her fishing gear, quickly baited her hook, and cast it into the water. She could not let her hands remain idle while on the phone. Her mouth was busy even as her hands worked. Shortly thereafter, Jiangwan called. Is there an unusual situation? Nuan, her gaze fixed on the bobber, replied. I was just fishing. Has another case arisen? Nuan was pleased to note that her deputy had learned to respond promptly. Indeed, progress was evident. Yes. It seems we have encountered something. I just happened to see the culprit burying a body. On the other end of the line, Jiangwan silently marveled at the increasing novelty of their encounters. Being chosen as Nuan's deputy suggested that her capabilities were second to none. Transitioning from a police force to a military platoon leader's deputy was somewhat beneath her talents. Yet Nuan possessed the aptitude and abilities that made it impossible for her to remain confined to the rank of a mere lieutenant. As Nuan's status rose, so too would Jiang Wan's. On the surface, Sui Nuan was a military platoon leader, yet in reality, it was merely a title. She belonged to the 749 Bureau, a detail too sensitive to disclose publicly, thus necessitating the facade of a military identity. Observing the nature of the tasks Sui Nuan engaged in with Jiang Wan, it was apparent that none were particularly military-related. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Jiang Wan queried, "Is there yet another unusual situation?" Sui Nuan felt her fishing rod suddenly dip. She hastily began to reel it in, commenting, "It seems that the situation in Xinglin City, Jingyun District, is quite severe with official collusion. I plan to visit the office to assess the situation. Do you have enough personnel?" Jiang Wan paused, reflecting that she might not have enough personnel after all. Initially, she had underestimated the scope of the platoon leader's authority. However, with the proper credentials, ordinary individuals would not dare to oppose them. "Platoon leader, I can request additional personnel from the capital. That individual has stated that as long as there is evidence, anyone can be dealt with, including that very individual themselves." Sui Nuan expressed her astonishment. "That individual has granted me such extensive authority. Yet they are not concerned about the potential for abuse?" Jiang Wan replied, "It seems the platoon leader has forgotten that if my family wished to exploit their power, they wouldn't need your assistance. A few others can wield enough influence on their own. By the way, how many personnel do we have at our disposal? I am not familiar with everyone in our team." Jiang Wan was well aware of the numbers, responding without hesitation. "The platoon leader has 80 team members under her command. Due to the platoon leader's unique circumstances, all personnel are currently under my command. Would you like to meet your teammates?" Chapter 134. A new development. 80 members? Sui Nuan was taken aback as she reeled in her line. Typically, a platoon leader would have around 30 or 40 personnel. She had not anticipated such a significant number. "No need, just manage them well. We each have our roles. I'll handle external matters while you manage internal affairs. We are a chosen duo. There's no rush for you to come. I will first assess the situation, even though those individuals likely have some issues." Jiang Wan responded gently, "All right, but do take care. Platoon leader, you are the heart of our team. Should anything happen to Sui Nuan, the entire team would likely disband, as they were established solely to serve our interests." "Understood. Let us proceed this way for now. Inform me when you arrive so I can coordinate with the warehouse regarding the exchange for gold." The warehouse had mentioned that there were many assorted items in the cave, not just gold. Without Sui Nuan needing to elaborate, Jiang Wan deduced the identity of the warehouse. "All right, let us proceed thus." "Indeed. What on earth?" Sui Nuan's face turned pale as she reeled in an object from the water. What kind of cursed connection was this? She had thought that there would be nothing else beyond what she had just caught, yet here it was. As she gazed at the suitcase submerged beneath the ice, she fell into deep contemplation. Jiang Wan was startled by Sui Nuan's sudden elevated tone. "What is it, platoon leader?"
"Have hooked the suitcase?"
Quickly, Jiang Wan, go and unfasten the tent zipper. We mustn't let the smell escape. Yu Sui glanced at Chi Sui. "Are these human remains?" Chi Sui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You guessed correctly." With Sui Nuan's luck, one could easily surmise what was inside the suitcase without needing to guess.
"Sui Nuan."
"I will go fetch Captain Qin." Sui Nuan waved her hand. "Go ahead." Listening to the commotion on Sui Nuan's end, Jiang Wan found herself at a loss for words. How many times had her dear platoon leader encountered a case involving a suitcase? Or rather, how many times had she fished up a suitcase? Those superstitions are ill-advised. Jiang Wan could not help but ponder. If Sui Nuan did not fish, perhaps the frequency of encountering cases would be significantly reduced. Sui Nuan's fishing hole was not particularly large, making it impossible to haul up the suitcase. This was not a matter of strength, but rather size. As Sui Nuan skillfully maneuvered to the tent's zipper, she leapt and grasped the zipper, sliding down to the ground. The prepared Yu Sui flew out of the tent towards the diligent Captain Qin. Returning to her seat, Sui Nuan awaited reinforcement, noticing that her phone remained connected. She picked it up. "Is there anything else to discuss?" "None, platoon leader. I will hang up now." For cases with minimal repercussions, Jiang Wan need not intervene. It would suffice to hand it over to the criminal investigation team. However, if it were a case involving higher-ups, she would need to take full charge. The evidence that Sui Nuan diligently fished for, sought, and encountered must not be easily overlooked. Chi Sui peered into the small opening. "Sui Nuan, why did you not detect this beforehand? You usually would have noticed while fishing." In truth, Sui Nuan had only become aware of the suitcase when it was right in front of her. Although the phone call had diverted some of her attention, it was a limited distraction. What fisherman would neglect their rod while already feeling a catch? Unable to resist, Nuan tugged at the rod again, this time feeling a lightness, as if it were devoid of weight. Aside from the absence of resistance, it felt as though she had hooked a fish of modest size. With that thought, Nuan hesitated. Sui, you must not be mistaken. It really feels quite light. This suitcase seems rather small, approximately 20 inches in size. Sui's tail hooked Nuan's hand, leaning towards the water surface. It has a familiar scent, doesn't it? Were it not for needing to anchor herself with her tail to avoid falling, Sui might have scratched her head in confusion. Sui leaned forward to sniff, inhaling the cold air. What on earth is that smell? The bloodline of the treasure mouse relied on instinct and perception, and Sui's intuition was indeed quite accurate. Sui retracted. I cannot quite explain it. It's just a very strange scent. There was no point in delving into the details of the situation. Even if Sui tried to articulate its intuition, it would struggle to find the words. As the two small creatures waited, Sui quickly located Captain Qin. Hello, human. Qin turned slowly, spotting Sui perched on a branch, puzzled. How did you end up here? What is the situation with your master? Sui preened its feathers. A new development has arisen, a suitcase. Captain Qin, who was preparing to return the deceased to the team, raised an eyebrow. Is this bird jesting with me? Sui shot a disdainful glance at Qin. I assure you, I am not joking. Captain Qin, now even more bewildered, thought, is the world truly evolving without me? There were snakes that did not hibernate in winter, hamsters unbothered by the cold, and a multi-talented pet owner like Nuan. Initially, the peculiar team was enough to astonish her, but now she realized her experience was still quite limited. A bird could converse with her, and it was not merely a product of mechanical training. She, Qin, the captain of the Jingyun District Criminal Police, discerned a hint of disdain in the eyes of a parrot capable of human speech. The world was indeed a touch surreal. Shall we go? Sui could engage in normal conversation with humans. Its current manner of speech was deliberately restrained. It had discovered that by speaking in a slightly halting and succinct manner, it could minimize the chances of causing trouble for Nuan. Although Nuan was indifferent to this, Sui cared deeply. Qin and Sui exchanged glances for a considerable time, confirming that Sui was not jesting, and she relented, suggesting they first return this creature to the car before proceeding. Sui felt a sense of respect and nodded in agreement. Very well. Qin sighed, perplexed by the apparent arrogance of the squad leader, who, despite appearing quite composed and reliable, seemed to have several pets that acted with a haughty demeanor. Unable to comprehend this contradiction, she set her thoughts aside and proceeded with her team to lift the contents of the black plastic bag into the vehicle. Sui patiently followed, albeit adopting a ground-walking chicken persona. The officers ahead frequently glanced back, clearly unfamiliar with poultry, as they did not recognize that a parrot was also known as a ground chicken. Sui reveled in the attention, proudly raising its crest. Look, gaze upon me. Once I depart, you shall no longer have the privilege of seeing me. After securing the extracted items in the vehicle, Qin brushed the dirt from her hands and called out, Sui, shall we proceed? Surprised, Sui did not expect this human to remember its name. Qin, bemused by the scrutiny, quipped, what are you staring at? Let's go. Sui soared towards the direction of Nuan, with Qin and her team trailing behind. Chapter 135. A mere increase in troubles. The winter roads were treacherous, and Sui's flight was not swift, periodically halting to wait for Qin and her team. Upon reaching the small tent on the icy surface, Qin bent down to enter. What about the suitcase? Nuan gestured. The opening is rather small. I cannot pull it up and need to enlarge the hole. Clutching a fishing rod, she mused that had she not been waiting for Captain Qin and the others, she could have expanded the ice layer to retrieve the suitcase earlier. Qin's expression grew serious. Such luggage found in the wild rarely contained anything benign. Squad leader Sui, allow us to handle this. You remain outside and observe, as breaking the ice would undoubtedly cause splinters to fly. Nuan handed her fishing rod to Qin and stepped out of the tent with her belongings. Although they had not urged her to leave, her curiosity about the contents of the suitcase, which seemed surprisingly light, was piqued. Having encountered numerous cases involving suitcases in her fishing endeavors, this was her first encounter with one so lightweight. The previous ones were excessively heavy, particularly the two substantial suitcases discarded by Qianyu, which required several people to haul them, to prevent the suitcase from being dragged beneath the ice. The officer scrambled in a flurry before finally managing to pull it onto the shore. Nuan leaned forward, Once the suitcase was retrieved, she could ascertain that it was merely an ordinary 20-inch luggage piece. What could possibly fit within such a small container? It could not be insignificant. Nuan hesitated and looked down, confirming with Chi Sui once more. To be frank, a 20-inch suitcase is generally too small for an adult female, let alone a male. The contents being so light suggested they contained either fragments of a person or perhaps a child. Chi Sui nodded affirmatively on one. I assure you, my judgment is not flawed. Nuan nodded, feeling an involuntary urge to move closer. Finally finding an opportunity to assist, the forensic expert stepped forward, prepared, and slowly opened the suitcase. To her astonishment, the suitcase lacked any openings, and despite the cold, the individual inside maintained a normal shape, aside from some slight swelling.
Standing alongside Nuan, King simultaneously gasped.
Realizing the small hands within the suitcase indicated it contained a child, Qing quickly advanced a couple of steps, recalling a report made by a couple a week prior about their 3-year-old daughter who had gone missing in the park. She had been nearby and distinctly heard the account. The mother had gone to the restroom while the father took a call from a company executive, and due to the park's size, the surveillance had only captured a shadowy figure abducting the child. Judging by the silhouette and gait, Qing surmised it was likely a woman, approximately in her 40s. Winter attire obscured details, and the surveillance footage was too distant and unclear for the parents to identify their child solely based on clothing. Qing rummaged through her bag for her phone, opening the gallery to compare the child in the suitcase with the photographs on her device.
Nuan leaned in closer.
Captain Qing. Qing hesitantly passed her phone to Nuan, asking, do the child in the suitcase and the one in the photo resemble one another?
Nuan pondered.
Although the child appeared unaffected by the cold, after being submerged for so long, it was difficult to ascertain. Tian Sui pointed to the left side of the child's neck on one. Do you see that small area? Is that not what humans refer to as a birthmark? Nuan focused her gaze, nudging the forensic expert. Could you slightly pull aside the child's collar? Qing's gaze fell upon the small birthmark, and both women watched intently as the forensic expert, gloved hands at the ready, pulled back the collar. Sure enough, there was a mark in the same spot as in the photograph. Qing sighed heavily. Such cruelty. The forensic expert pointed to the little girl's legs. Captain Qing, there are signs of abuse on the child. The atmosphere grew somber, and Qing straightened, ensuring to document the evidence, while others fanned out to search the vicinity for any clues. Investigating cases today was no longer reliant solely on reasoning and interviews. With the advancement of technology, many cases could be resolved through surveillance footage. Ordinary individuals could not evade monitoring, and meticulous minds would not leave traces at the scene. In most instances of body disposal, there was rarely any evidence left behind, as perpetrators often fled the scene immediately. Having inadvertently contributed to 2 cases, Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Captain Chen usually only experienced 1 case every few days, yet here in Ningzhou, they had encountered 2 in quick succession. Captain Qin, have you solved yesterday's case? Nuan sought to strike up a conversation. Upon mentioning the previous day's case, Qing's frustrations bubbled forth. Since arriving here, it's been nothing but chaos. Attempting to organize a disjointed criminal police team, solve cases. I wonder if I inadvertently offended some higher-up, for what else could account for my being relegated to this place? Surrounded by entitled individuals, with a system of mutual protection among officials, she had transformed from someone ambitious to merely wanting to safeguard her small domain within 2 short years. She longed for the day when a higher authority would uncover the disarray in Jingyan district, or rather, the entirety of Shumlin, and would hold those responsible accountable, allowing her to return to a time when her sole focus was solving cases, unencumbered by bureaucratic entanglements. She envied her former colleagues. While Shumlin was embroiled in its own complexities, the sheer volume of attention it received prevented cases from being abruptly halted in the midst of investigation. Conversely, her daily existence here was a relentless cycle of solving cases, being interrupted, resuming, and then being interrupted once more. Qing felt a profound sense of frustration. She was fully capable of solving cases, yet this wretched place rendered her nearly immobile. She aspired for promotion, desiring to ascend beyond the role of a mere district criminal police captain to that of a municipal or provincial police chief. Having reached this juncture, she never viewed ambition as a pejorative. Without it, at 36, she might still be a mere police officer. With a heart heavier than bitter herbs, Qing sighed. Lowering her voice, the 2 cases from yesterday have connections to higher-ups, The hotel incident has incurred some losses, and the suicide case is also entangled in private discussions. We are powerless to intervene. When I first arrived here, it was precisely like this, without connections, without a backing, without any foundation. I dared not stake my future on reporting to the central authorities. I could only tend to my modest patch of land and do what was within my capabilities. Qing lifted her gaze to the sky, admiring those who dared to report on Dongling City and Huailin City. Perhaps my bleak prospects stemmed from my unwillingness to gamble everything, didn't they?
Nuan frowned.
Is the protection among officials here so severe? Qing smiled bitterly and shook her head. Never mind. Discussing this with you serves no purpose and only adds to my troubles. The credentials in the capital indeed carry significant weight, yet a second lieutenant's prestige, no matter how commendable, is still rather limited. If I hesitate to risk my future, how could I possibly drag someone younger and more promising like Nuan into this? Chapter 136. I will, at the very least. Nuan couldn't help but tug at Qing's sleeve again. Just tell me, what if I have a solution? Qing scrutinized Nuan for a moment, her gaze unexpectedly landing on the confident Yusui. In that instant, she found herself oddly inclined to believe Nuan. After all, obtaining a certificate for a nationally protected species and flaunting it about would certainly incur swift repercussions without some backing. As Nuan's three companions gazed at her with eager anticipation, Qing sighed, thinking that sharing this with you wouldn't hurt, considering you'd eventually pick up on some things. However, do not act impulsively. Capability does not equate to everything. Background is of utmost importance. With a deep foundation and numerous connections, Nuan nodded. I understand. I have discretion. Qing felt a twinge of unease. Why did Nuan's words unsettle her so? Not yet fully acquainted with Nuan, Qing shook her head, attempting to dispel her ominous premonitions. Do you remember Wang Lin? His uncle is the deputy chief of Shunlin, and then there's that fellow from yesterday. His father is the chief of Jingyun. They have been pampered since childhood, and many in Shunlin covet the deputy position. To prevent his nephew from dragging him down, they arranged for Wang Lin to be placed in Jingyun district. Speaking of Jingyun district, Qing shook her head vigorously. It's rotten to the core, top to bottom. If things continue this way, I might end up among them in a few years. With Wang Lin's uncle providing protection, our chief has completely let loose, favoring those who are sycophantic and generous with gifts, while leaving the rest to languish. As for me, having been transferred from Sheng'an to Jingyun district, they dared not touch me yet. I was essentially parachuted in without warning. Qing smiled wryly. Because of my assertive demeanor and decisive nature, they all assume I have someone backing me. Otherwise, why would I stand tall before them? For the past 2 years, only I know that I stand utterly alone. When they finally uncover my true circumstances in a few years, perhaps that will be the moment I reach my nadir.
Nuan gently patted Qing's shoulder.
Don't worry, someone will come to address those issues. Qing shook her head and quickened her pace, not wishing for an energetic and promising junior to witness her despondent demeanor. Accompanied by Qing's solitary silhouette, a soft sigh and resigned words of defeat reached Nuan's ears. It won't change. After all these years, it remains the same. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Haven Ti? Without a moment's hesitation, Nuan hurried to catch up, glancing at Qing. I will, at least I will.
Qing patted Nuan's shoulder.
Youth is a wondrous thing. You have the courage to charge forth, to strive, while I have long been dulled by the vicissitudes of time and the pressures of society. After uttering this, Qing straightened up, resuming her competent persona as Captain Qin. Have you uncovered any leads? Captain Qin. Apart from the traces left by Sui squad leader and our own footprints, there have been no other recent activities in the vicinity. Qing waved her hand decisively. Then let us wrap up for now and return. Sui hesitated. Nuan, it seems Captain Qin doesn't trust you. Nuan nodded. It's normal for her not to trust me. If I were Captain Qin, I wouldn't believe what a young person claims either. After we return to the city, let us conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot take a single account at face value. From Nuan's experiences over the past few days, it was evident that Jingyun district was indeed in disarray, but she, Nuan, would approach it with meticulousness. The photo of Yusui was due for an update, and she also needed to arrange for a dog license for Xiao Lu. Securing a license for a wolf was undoubtedly tricky, but it was impossible to privately tame a wolf, as they are a nationally protected species. She would explain Xiao Lu's situation to the authorities, but on the surface, She could only treat Xiao Lu as a dog. She recognized that while she considered Xiao Lu non-threatening, that was a different matter from endangering others' lives. Once back in the car, Nuan hesitated. I suppose we need a vaccination record to obtain a dog license? Can Xiao Lu receive vaccines meant for dogs? Yu Sui regarded Nuan with an expression of disbelief, suspecting that Nuan had been outside too long and had frozen her brain.
Tian Sui pondered.
Although wolves and dogs belong to the same family, their physiological structure and immune systems might differ somewhat, right? Exactly.
Kisui nodded. Nuan,
Could you all collaborate and have Jiangwan inquire about this? Ask if she can help me navigate this situation. As for testing the waters, we could simply visit the office to find out. There was no need to stage a dramatic confrontation. Upon receiving the assignment to type, Chi Sui perked up.
Yue Sui. Tian Sui, come quickly.
Yu Sui and Tian Sui collaborated, and Nuan had no fear of Chi Sui revealing any embarrassing secrets through her phone. With one being narcissistic, another composed, and the third typing, the trio harmoniously managed the situation. Undercover work requires professionalism. Nuan thought about disguising herself and perhaps purchasing a small camera. She regretted not retrieving the handy device that Qian Beigua had picked up that day. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a pang of regret for losing such a useful gadget. When she found the time, she would have to get another from Jiangwan. Good things are never too many. Also, hadn't they discovered a plethora of sedatives in the private room of the restaurant? She could procure some of those as well. They are quite useful. While lost in thought, Nuan followed the police car to the Jingyan District Police Station. After parking, she turned to her companions. You stay in a car. I'll be in shortly to take a couple of statements. I'll be out quickly. Tian Sui gave her an okay sign.
Nuan.
Go ahead. We'll behave and wait for your return. Before exiting the vehicle, Nuan suddenly recalled seeing the reflections of her three companions inside the car yesterday. She pulled the door open and examined it for a while before confirming that she could indeed see inside from the outside.
Squad leader Sui.
Do you know where to take your statements? We want to accompany you. All right, you all can go. I'm familiar. Going once a day. It would be surprising if she were not acquainted. She guessed the young officer inside taking statements had not forgotten her yet. Captain Qin led the team away, while Nuan continued to scrutinize the car door. Tian Sui frequently turned his head. Nuan, what are you doing?
Yue Sui, still directing the Kisui, expressed confusion.
What's the matter? Nuan pointed at the car door. When did we change the car windows? I had no idea. The three companions were puzzled. What do you mean? Before, you couldn't see inside from the outside, but now I can see you all clearly through the window.
Kisui was dumbfounded.
Haven't you always been able to see?
Huh.
Really? X3. Tian Sui jumped from the control panel to the driver's seat and climbed up to the window, examining it closely for a while, yet found nothing. Unconvinced, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Why can't I see anything? Chapter 137. Serving the People. Nuan stroked her chin. Could it be that good deeds work for me too?
Yue Sui nodded affirmatively.
We merely assist. You, Nuan, are the true executor. Any changes are normal. They cannot only manifest in us. Is that so? That's rather impressive. While it is a foregone conclusion that I cannot cultivate immortality, garnering some merit to strengthen my body is quite beneficial. Enough of this. Let's focus on the positive developments. You all stay put. I shall return shortly. With a nimble leap, Tian Sui hopped back into the vehicle. Nuan, please take care. Before departing, Nuan reminded her to procure a small camera, as it would be essential for their upcoming endeavors, instructing that it be sent directly to the hotel. Certainly. Consider it done. As she closed the car door, Nuan shook her head, contemplating that if Tian Sui were to be proportionally enlarged into adulthood, she doubted even her two masters could triumph over her, given their ages. Meanwhile, Tian Sui was young, strong, agile, and had even learned martial arts from her. She had become an exemplary figure among her peers. It was no wonder that Tian Sui, who could subdue the formidable Dahe into unwavering loyalty, remained in his thoughts even after her departure. To communicate with Dahe, Nuan possessed Rinqi's contact information. Every time she sent a video, Dahe's first words were always greetings to Tian Sui. Over the past few months, Dahe had flourished remarkably, even adorning a uniform that he had insisted upon, only to discard it immediately after filming, claiming it was uncomfortable. What would Tian Sui look like in uniform? Would she appear adorable or striking? The mere thought made Nuan's heart flutter. Regrettably, Tian Sui was far from enthusiastic about it. Nuan confidently navigated to the office where statements were taken, and upon entering, she greeted warmly. Here we are again. Officer. Why is it you again? Nuan took a seat opposite the young officer. Did Captain Chin not just bring back two? I was the one who discovered them. The officer's expression was complex, her mind racing back to the events of the previous day, where one case had been handled, and today two more had surfaced. Quite impressive indeed. Let us get started. I have other matters to attend to.
Oh, all right.
Nuan succinctly recounted her discovery of evidence, completing her statement in less than half an hour. The officer, visibly perplexed, echoed the same question posed by her colleague the day before. Why are you so adept at this? Nuan glanced over the printed statement, replying nonchalantly, practice makes perfect. It was the first time the officer had heard such a declaration in the precinct, leaving her momentarily stunned. Can one truly become proficient at this? Nuan confidently signed her name. Why not? Just look at my frequency of visits. Being unskilled would be the oddity. The officers present nodded in agreement, utterly at a loss for a rebuttal. All right, the statement is complete. I must take my leave. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow? The officer scratched her head, questioning whether they would indeed meet again. Nuan departed swiftly, missing the officer's confused inquiry. Back in her car, she retrieved a larger bag to accommodate Yusui. She was there for an undercover investigation, not to be treated like a spectacle. Upon returning to the hotel, Nuan set up the camera that had been delivered in advance. With her disguise of a mask and hat, she appeared unrecognizable. This time, she was determined to visit the service office, where various tasks could be accomplished, engaging with the public to uncover numerous issues. Having pinpointed the exact location, Nuan drove directly there. The camera was contained in her backpack, operated by the adept Yusui, who was far more proficient in the art of photography than Nuan herself. Upon entering the office, she noticed the receptionists engrossed in their conversations, completely oblivious to her presence. Nuan frowned. Excuse me, I would like to ask a question. Before she could finish, a man and a woman interrupted her with scowls. The woman expressionless as she went to take a number. The man sneered, What do you want? You seem young. Why are you asking? Nuan's mouth, concealed beneath the mask, pressed into a straight line. Her initial experience upon entering was exceedingly unpleasant, rendering the words serving the people displayed prominently above her a bitter irony. Before she could conclude her inquiry, she was met with derision. Nuan forced a smile, mentally noting this encounter. Turning away, she decided there was no need for her to process any requests. She would leave matters concerning Xiao Lu to Jiangwan and would simply ask the staff to send a new photo for Yusui. Since the online procedures were already completed, given the poor service, it was likely they would forcibly detain Yusui upon discovering her situation. She would not allow Yusui to be taken away to a metaphorical zoo. Should that occur, she might struggle to restrain herself from drawing a weapon. For the safety of all, she resolved to remain a silent observer that afternoon. As she entered the service office, she noted the sour expressions on the faces of all staff members, as though the citizens outside owed them a considerable debt. Just as Nuan was about to find a place to sit, a loud voice pierced the air. Can you not comprehend? I have already stated that your documents are incomplete. 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 Do you hear me? A bewildered middle-aged couple outside looked helplessly at each other, the wife tugging at her husband, who was on the verge of losing his temper. She repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. We are new here and hoping to start a small business. Could you please inform us of what we are missing? The staff member, clearly impatient, flung the documents back through the window. If you don't know, ask someone else. Don't waste everyone's time. In this day and age, it seemed anyone could attempt to open a shop in Jingyan district. Hurry up and leave. Nuan, who had yet to settle into her seat, stood tall. It was a shared human trait to empathize with the vulnerable. Observing the indifference of others, it was clear that this office had always operated in such a manner. Nuan stepped forward to collect the couple's papers, quickly assessing the contents. While she wasn't entirely familiar with the requirements, it was evident that they had most of what they needed to open a business. Realizing this, she stood straight, inhaled deeply, and endeavored not to let personal emotions cloud her judgment. Dear staff member, I understand that you may be feeling discontent with your work. However, as a counter representative, your duty is to inform and guide those seeking stamps, not to vent your frustrations indiscriminately. The staff member cast a sidelong glance at Nuan, scrutinizing her attire, which was clearly unfamiliar. She sneered, if you have so much free time, why not explain things to them? You don't even understand the documents required for business registration. What business do you think you can open in Jingyan district? Chapter 138. Absurd. This is utterly absurd. Sui Nuan clenched her fists, astonished that a grassroots worker could be so brazenly obstinate. I just reviewed the documents, and it seems you have everything necessary. May I inquire what specific documents you claim are missing? The staff member crossed her arms defiantly. Am I the staff member here? Or are you? If I say it's missing, then it is missing. Sui Nuan leaned forward, resting her palms on the desk, locking eyes with the staff member. Then please enlighten me. What exactly is lacking? The staff member disdainfully turned her head away. Don't waste my time. Next. As Sui Nuan observed the scene unfold, a young woman stood up from among the gathered crowd and approached her, gently pulling on her sleeve. I apologize. She just newly entered the workforce and is a bit hot-headed. Sui Nuan was already contemplating asking Jiang Wan to look into the situation, so she did not stubbornly refuse to leave. The couple, seeing Sui Nuan being led away, followed them anxiously. The counterstaff scoffed. Where did this bumpkin come from? Dressed in all that cheap attire? Sui Nuan's resolve hardened. Did this staff member truly judge others so superficially? I'm Sui Nuan, the young lady of the Sui family. I only wear custom-made clothing, and none of my attire bears a logo. Once outside the office, the young woman felt it was safe to speak again. You all must be from out of town, right? The middle-aged couple nodded in agreement, expressing their confusion about why Jingyun's establishment differed from theirs. Little girl. Do not take that person's words to heart. It is our fault for not inquiring beforehand. The young woman took the documents from Sui Nuan's hands and flipped through them, exclaiming in exasperation, this is not merely a matter of incomplete documentation. Here, to conduct business, one must offer respect. Without a tribute, they will undoubtedly find fault. The couple stood speechless, astonished that one must pay respect to the staff in this establishment. We certainly do not require such customs back home. How can this be necessary? Sui Nuan's complexion paled. Could it be that these unspoken rules had become so widely acknowledged? Was this the standard for all offices in Jingyun District? The young woman, taken aback, initially sensed Sui Nuan's youth and feared her impetuousness might offend the staff, prompting her hasty intervention. Yet, upon reflection, she noticed Sui Nuan's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an official. Quickly dismissing this thought, she reasoned that such a young woman could not possibly hold a senior position. She had never heard of such a thing. For years, this had been the norm. Only during inspection days did the service improve. The woman shook her head, her expression revealing her disdain. The middle-aged couple felt uneasy. How much respect was expected? They had invested so much in acquiring and renovating their shop, and if the necessary permits were not procured, all their efforts and savings would be for naught. The woman sighed. If you're in a hurry, around 12,000 should suffice. If you're not, a few thousand will do. It can be arranged within a month. Sui Nuan gritted her teeth. She had tolerated the staff's emotional demeanor at work, as everyone harbored grievances, yet here in Jingyun District, not only did the staff bring their emotions to work, but they also demanded respect. Without it, they would obstruct the process and delay matters. Truly remarkable. Chi Sui was incensed. They demand so much before they will assist. Those people are certainly villains. Hearing Chi Sui's indignant remarks, Sui Nuan felt her own anger deflate, akin to a punctured balloon. While she would not ignore the situation, she found it rather amusing that Chi Sui measured her worth against such standards. Justice Tian Sui was even more furious, Nuan. May I infiltrate her home and bite her? She just bullied you. The little one in the bag, Yu Sui, whispered in agreement. I can peck her. Chi Sui asked. Did Nuan just get bullied? She sensed something odd in that person's tone, not expecting her to actually mistreat Sui Nuan. Chi Sui's temper flared instantly, Nuan. I want to bite her. Sui Nuan, exasperated, pressed Chi Sui down, reminding her there were outsiders present. Let us not frighten them. After calming the three little ones, Sui Nuan gently inquired, given that this has been happening for so long, why has no one reported it? Upon hearing Sui Nuan's question, the distressed couple brightened. Eagerly turning to the young woman, indeed, why has no one reported it? The young woman shook her head with a bitter smile. If reporting were effective, we wouldn't be compelled to pay. After all, several thousand yuan is not an insignificant amount for us common folk. Beyond Jingyun District lies Shenlin City, and the funds taken from them would be largely distributed to higher authorities. Thus, who could successfully report such matters? Are you familiar with Captain Qin Qing of the Criminal Police? Sui Nuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Captain Qin's notoriety, even her name being mentioned during undercover investigations. Reflecting on Captain Qin's despondent demeanor, Sui Nuan's expression became grave. What had occurred to extinguish the fighting spirit of a criminal police captain? The middle-aged couple felt anxious. The woman had always been the one chatting with outsiders. Unconsciously, she rubbed her hands together. Is that captain more corrupt than the others? The young woman shook her head. She is an exceptionally capable individual. When she first arrived, she made significant strides, and during that time, Jingyan District experienced rare tranquility. Some citizens had discreetly informed her about the office's fees, and she immediately penned a report to higher authorities. But Sui Nuan blurted out, was it intercepted? Indeed. The young woman confirmed. That same year, her sister committed suicide, publicly attributed to depression, but who would believe that? Sui Nuan felt a chill. Had Captain Qin, only hours ago, spoken of family in a manner suggesting she would not gamble their safety. Absurd. It was utterly absurd. What a place Shunlin City was. What a district Jingyan had become, still resorting to underworld tactics in this day and age. With a grim expression, Sui Nuan instinctively reached for her pocket, but halted upon seeing the few individuals before her. Wait a moment. This young woman seems to have information that may also be available online. I shall investigate later. One cannot wrongfully accuse the innocent, nor heed a single narrative. The middle-aged couple was left dumbfounded, exchanging glances as the usually reticent uncle stammered, Dear, should we consider relocating our business? Sui Nuan's desire for justice was nearly overwhelming. She waved her hand dismissively. You may proceed with your plans. The truth may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. At least not while I am here. The young woman sighed. I cannot proceed with the process today. We should wait a couple of days until the staff forget us. They interact with so many people daily that they are unlikely to remember us. Little girl, you appear freshly graduated, yes? Think carefully before acting. Heroism has no place here. All right, I shall take my leave. This is merely a piece of advice from someone who has walked this path before. You may disregard it, but I hope you heed it. Chapter 139. Is this her reputation? Sui Nuan and the middle-aged couple watched the young woman walk away, exchanging glances. The woman said, Little girl, thank you for standing up for us. The elder lady turned to the usually silent uncle. Let us reconsider whether we should open our business here. We are immensely grateful. Dear, let us head back and discuss this further. Once the outsiders departed, the three little ones peeked out. Tian Sui raised a paw to poke Sui Nuan's face, questioning Nuan, What are you thinking? Sui Nuan walked toward her parked vehicle, contemplating whether she should inform her mother or grandfather about the situation. Although Lin Qingdai had yet to fully recover, she was gradually engaging in clerical work. One day, when Sui Nuan procured the necessary medicinal herbs, Lin Qingdai would be able to return to her former position and shine brightly once more. Shunlin City was incredibly intricate. Could Jiangwan manage it? Sui Nuan remained troubled until she reached her car, pulling out her phone to message Jiangwan. Are you available? Previously, Sui Nuan had only contacted Jiangwan for specific matters. This was the first time she reached out in such a casual manner. Jiangwan replied, I'm here. What's up? Do you want to call? Sui Nuan responded, Yes, let us. Jiangwan, having grown adept at predicting Sui Nuan's needs, nearly instantaneously called her the moment the message was sent. What's the matter, squad leader? As Sui Nuan recalled Jiangwan's recent activities, a wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed Jiangwan had not taken a break since joining her. After finishing the drug case, she had immediately transitioned to the Qianbagua case. And now she was in Shunlin, Ningzhou province. Sui Nuan suddenly realized that it was not Captain Chen or Captain Qin who were being overworked, but rather her dear deputy. Guilt intensified. Have you not had a break in a while? Jiangwan, still waiting for further discussion, responded. Why do you ask, squad leader? Recalling the similar looks of discontent on Captain Qin and Captain Chen's faces, Sui Nuan felt embarrassed. I just feel like you seem to be constantly busy with my affairs, without a moment's respite. On the other end, Jiangwan pondered. Well, it is true, I have been quite busy lately, but I find joy in it. Squad leader. I aspire to become a general secretary, which implies that I wish to attain the rank of colonel and serve as your deputy. I do not feel the slightest fatigue in this pursuit, for I possess a clear objective, and you, as my squad leader, can guide me towards its realization. Jiangwan, who oversees logistics, can only reach the rank of colonel at best, as the position of a general secretary is exclusively held by officers of the rank of second lieutenant or colonel. The highest rank for a second lieutenant is captain, while for a colonel, it is, indeed, colonel. Her ambitions extend beyond that of a captain. Each day spent alongside Sui Nuan fills her with a sense of fulfillment. Sui Nuan smiled, recognizing her ambition, and resolved to do her utmost. On the other end of the line, Jiang eyes sparkled with mirth. So, my squad leader, do you have any instructions for me at this moment? Wan's tone turned serious as she resumed her formal demeanor. The nepotism in Jingyun district is rampant, with grave suspicions of power abuse for personal gain. While informing Jiang of this situation, Wan switched through various entertainment accounts to investigate the matter concerning Captain Qin's sister. The three little ones, upon returning to the vehicle, climbed out to retrieve their phones and assist in gathering information. Tian Sui's eyes lit up. On Wan, I found something, look. Wan picked up Tian Sui's phone and glanced at it. This is the situation. I will send you the rumors about Qin's sister's tragic jump from years ago. Jiang Wan, now in work mode, responded promptly. All right, I need to report this matter to the relevant authority. It is no trifling issue. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan nodded. Go ahead. I will inform my family as well. Your team may not suffice. When people lose their minds, they dare to do anything. Having ruled like a local despot for so many years, who knows how wild their thoughts have become? You still wish to be my future general secretary as a colonel. You must not falter. Jiang Wan assured her. Rest assured, squad leader, my dreams have yet to be fulfilled. Very well. Go and speak with them. I will also call my family later. After hanging up, Wan forwarded the information from Tian Sui's phone, alongside what she already knew, to Jiang Wan. During the day, Lin Qingdai was busy, and Wan figured she would not have a chance to answer the phone. She did not wish to disrupt her mother's fervor for work. As for discussing matters with her old father, Ian, she decided against it. They were simply not on the same wavelength. The same rationale applied to her frail brother, Han. After securing her phone, Nuan started the car and headed back to the hotel, feeling an inexplicable resurgence of her previous exuberance. Suddenly, she felt an urge to shout, Captain Qin, your justice is on its way. This sentiment was a tad too dramatic, so Nuan merely shouted it in her mind. She had long outgrown such theatrics. Upon returning to her hotel, Nuan opened the laptop she had brought from the car and continued her search for information, gathering and preserving the myriad complaints about Jingyun District and Shumlin City before sending them to Jiang Wan. Most importantly, Wan still hoped to meet with Captain Qin later that evening. If she was willing to provide evidence, it would serve as a crucial boost for their impending operation. Yet, recalling Captain Qin's past experiences, she hesitated. She should not impose moral obligations upon her. Nevertheless, Wan still wished to inquire. Is Captain Qin available? When do you finish work? Have you encountered another case? Qin responded. Wan fell silent. Was this her reputation? Had she only been here for a couple of days? Captain Chen had at least taken a month to acclimate. Although Captain Chen's workload was not as overwhelming as Captain Qin's, the situation was certainly not her fault. It was undoubtedly due to the chaos in Jingyun District. After mentally reassuring herself, Wan continued to reply to messages. Captain Qin, are you jesting? Cases don't come 3 times in a single day. After 1 and 2, there cannot be a third. Then what do you need from me? Qin queried. If there are no urgent cases, I will be finishing at 5:56. If a case arises, I will have to work overtime. Do you have time after work? I would like to discuss something with you. Of course. During our conversation, you may decline to answer any questions you do not wish to address. If you prefer not to discuss certain topics, we can simply consider it a friendly dinner invitation. The dinner invitation was primarily due to Captain Qin being a woman. Had she been a man, such an invitation would have been highly unlikely. Wan generally preferred to discuss cases strictly within the confines of work, without any personal interference. Her exchanges with Captain Chen had revolved solely around cases, and more cases. A search for the term case would reveal that it appeared at least once every 3 sentences in their conversations. Zhang Wenchuan's chats were similarly limited, primarily centering on their last outing to retrieve documents and allowing Dahei to meet Tian Sui. Most of the dialogues revolved around Rin Qi, with Dahei frequently wishing to see Tian Sui, even going so far as to report that his mousewife was pregnant to the big sister Tian Sui. Even though the big sister was no longer by their side, they continued to show her respect. This left Tian Sui feeling exasperated, with an urge to reprimand the mouse. Chapter 140. Could it be that the 3 little ones sent her this? On Captain Qin's side, upon seeing the message from Nuan, she felt her heart race uncontrollably. Despite the message revealing nothing substantial, she found herself staring at the dinner invitation for an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a minute, or perhaps even longer. Her hand trembled slightly as she resolutely typed a single word, good. Regardless of the outcome, she desired to take one more gamble. Had she not possessed such tenacity, she might have chosen to resign long ago. Thank you, Sui Nuan replied. The silence that followed indicated that Captain Qin had likely surmised her intentions. As someone who had been wounded in the past, Captain Qin's willingness to accompany her on this gamble once more was truly precious. Perhaps I should be the one thanking you. I finish work at 9 o'clock tonight. I will bring something for you, as I believe you will need it. Sui Nuan selected a restaurant and sent the location to Qin. All right, let's meet there. Her instincts told her that Captain Qin would provide her with crucial evidence. From Jiangwan, Sui Nuan learned that before undertaking any action, one must verify thoroughly from multiple sources. This was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it was a meticulous approach to ensure preparedness. After solidifying their plans with Captain Qin, Sui Nuan set her phone down and continued her search for evidence. The scattered information available online was inconsequential, but should someone decide to investigate, it would transform into irrefutable proof. Meanwhile, Jiangwan hurriedly arrived in Jingyun, bringing only 9 others with her, making a total of 10, precisely a small team. She instructed the others to disperse and gather evidence while she organized her belongings and headed to the Indi Hotel where Sui Nuan was staying. Knock, knock, knock. Before Sui Nuan could rise, Qi Sui, engrossed in an anime, exclaimed, "On one, I'll get the door." As a snake, Qi Sui considered it a significant failure not to be able to open human doors. Lately, it had taken it upon itself to do so. Sui Nuan, with an exasperated smile, sat back down. All right, go ahead. The door swung open, and Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. She hesitated before pushing the door open, only to find it empty, save for a snake coiled around the doorknob. Qi Sui can open doors now. Sui Nuan stood up. Indeed, it has been practicing various ways to open doors. Furthermore, I have arranged to meet with Captain Qin, the head of the Jingyun District Criminal Police Team, to discuss this matter thoroughly. Jiangwan hesitated. Squad leader, then I. Sui Nuan paused. Let me ask if she can bring you along. After all, your involvement is crucial for the subsequent operations. Upon sending the message, Qin readily agreed. Since she had resolved to take another gamble, she would also need to extend her trust. Moreover, her family had been relocated to Shingen City, a place where such scoundrels could not infiltrate. The mayor of Shingen City was not someone to be trifled with. Under her leadership, each department in Shingen City was superior to those in other locations. This mayor was known for her decisive approach. Capable individuals were promoted, while the incompetent were dismissed outright. As for why she was so assertive, the answer lay in her allegiance to the central government. She had to accomplish something significant during her tenure in Shingen City. With her family safely situated, Qin was prepared to take another chance, for herself and for her sister. Seated beside Jiangwan, Sui Nuan perused the menu with a hint of disappointment. Had she known better, she would have chosen another establishment. What was this? Everything appeared to be merely a bite-sized portion. Is this considered elegant? Such dining standards are not upheld in her own home, nor in her grandfather's abode. Jiangwan, too, found herself at a loss for words, contemplating the likelihood that sampling every dish on the menu would leave her unsatisfied. After a moment's regret, Sui Nuan reluctantly flipped through the menu once more, inquiring, "What will you have?" "I shall cover the bill." With business on the agenda, Sui Nuan had reserved a private room, ensuring that their disparaging remarks would remain unheard by outsiders. Qi Sui peeked out curiously. "Nuan, there are 2 cameras, you know." It had become a habit for Qi Sui to check for surveillance whenever they arrived in unfamiliar places. Hesitant, Sui Nuan glanced at the camera in the upper left corner, then lowered her gaze, feigning interest in the menu as she quietly asked, "Aside from the one in the corner, are there any others?" Tian Sui also poked his head out from Sui Nuan's oversized bag, which contained 3 smaller ones. With her head bowed, Sui Nuan found herself making eye contact with the 3 little creatures, which was rather endearing. Qi Sui's tail emerged, pointing upwards. Sui Nuan remarked, "The lighting here is quite lovely." Jiangwan, puzzled, looked up and opened her mouth to inquire, but reconsidered, recognizing that Captain Pai must have her reasons for such actions, and thus remained silent. While the restaurant's chandelier was indeed pleasant, given Sui Nuan's home decor, Jiangwan doubted that Sui Nuan's admiration for the light was purely aesthetic. Sui Nuan winked at the 3 little creatures and pointed to her phone. Yu Sui and Tian Sui exchanged knowing glances. "All right." Qi Sui, utterly bewildered, complied obediently. Tian Sui facepalmed. "Nuan wants us to inform Deputy Captain Jiang and Captain Qin about the cameras above." "Oh, I see."
Qi Sui finally understood. Sui Nuan cautioned.
Do not look up. The lights are equipped with surveillance. After we finish our meal, we shall discuss matters by the riverside. Jiangwan had a habit of shielding her phone before checking messages, almost turning to Sui Nuan out of curiosity. She was sharp-eyed and had noticed that Sui Nuan had not been holding her phone moments ago. This message, could it be from those three little creatures? Jiangwan replied. All right. Following suit, Qi Sui sent a message to Qin Qing. When Qin Qing arrived, the trio appeared to be enjoying a casual meal among friends, sharing laughter over their meager fare. Sui Nuan remarked, I could still have another meal after this. Qin Qing, who had eaten before coming, nodded. I thought I wouldn't be hungry yet. The three exchanged glances, and Sui Nuan stood up. Let us take a walk. Perhaps we can enjoy another meal later. Qin Qing slung her bag over her shoulder. Let us go. A walk after dining is just right. Sui Nuan settled the bill, lamenting that they had spent a small fortune for such an unsatisfactory meal. Exiting the restaurant, the trio strolled leisurely by the riverside, clad in warm attire that shielded them from the winter chill. In the biting cold, they were the only three walkers near the bridge. With Tian Sui and the others alert to any lurking figures, Sui Nuan felt at ease. Allow me to introduce. This is Jiangwan. Jiangwan, meet Qin Qing, the captain of the criminal police in Jingyun district. Sui Nuan did not disclose Jiangwan's full identity, believing that if Captain Qin were to learn of it in due course, she would understand. Jiangwan, a former psychological evaluator, extended her hand. A pleasure to meet you. Captain Qin. Qin Qing reciprocated the handshake. Likewise, Ms. Jiang. After the introductions, Qin Qing wasted no time, retrieving documents and several recording pens from her bag. If I am not mistaken, you intend to address the turmoil in Jingyun district, yes? These should assist you. Jiangwan accepted the items, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. We will restore a clear sky to Shenlin City. Qin Qing, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, Sui Nuan, Ms. Jiang, which unit are you affiliated with? How is it that you can oversee this matter? In her understanding, such investigations were typically conducted by specialized teams dispatched from the central government, who were overt in their operations. Those with connections generally cleared their trails well in advance, making it improbable for them to be easily apprehended. Only covert investigations like Sui Nuan's could catch them off guard. Sui Nuan hesitated, glancing toward Jiangwan for guidance. Well, our unit. Jiangwan struggled to articulate a response. You may consider our team a rather unique one. As for further details, I cannot disclose. Qin Qing nodded in understanding. Confidential? Indeed. Jiangwan confirmed. As they walked casually, the three appeared as friends enjoying a leisurely stroll. The files and recording pens contain evidence I have gathered. My position in the open offers little assistance. Concerned for her family, Qin Qing had reservations about her involvement. Yet the formidable presence of Sui Nuan compelled her to lend support, even if only from the sidelines. What if her contribution was the missing piece? With these thoughts in mind, Qin Qing resolutely brought the backup evidence with her. However, she remained cautious, preparing for contingencies should Sui Nuan be in league with those she sought to expose. Her second set of documents would be discreetly sent to a retired superior, imploring them to deliver the files to the mayor of Shingan City. Though this carried ethical implications, if she were to perish, it would be her best recourse. Should her superior refuse to be dragged into the fray, her third plan involved disseminating all evidence to various news outlets, thus amplifying the situation. If it garnered enough attention, the authorities would be compelled to act, ensuring her family received the protection they deserved. Her sister's tragic fate and her stalled career had nearly driven her to madness. For someone so ambitious, stagnation was the gravest blow. Status and achievement are like rowing upstream. One must advance or risk falling behind. Qin Qing turned to Sui Nuan. You are someone I can trust, correct? Sui Nuan affirmed. We will not disappoint you. Urgently needing to address pressing matters. Jiangwan hesitated but ultimately chose to excuse herself early. As a deputy captain with aspirations, her schedule was demanding. Sui Nuan turned to Qin Qing, initiating conversation. Jingyun district is even more chaotic than I had imagined. Unfazed, Qin Qing replied, It's not the time for central inspections. I figured you must be quite frustrated. Where did you go afterward? Perhaps to the office? Recalling the staff's demeanor, Sui Nuan's fists clenched. Yes, I visited the office, and it was truly an eye-opener. Qin Qing understood. So, did you overhear anything regarding me while there? How did you know? Sui Nuan inquired, puzzled. Tonight, you seemed hesitant to speak. You weren't like this before, and your approach surprised me. Qin Qing had surmised that Sui Nuan's identity was not ordinary and anticipated that her extended stay would reveal more. However, she did not expect the revelations to come so swiftly. Sui Nuan was taken aback. Do I appear that different? Qin Qing shook her head in resignation. It's you, Sui. Had I not seen the credentials, I would not have guessed. You, Sui, popped up. Me? The other two little creatures also expressed curiosity. Why? Qin Qing nodded. Precisely because of you. You are a protected species in our country. While many affluent individuals own them, you are the first I've seen brought out so boldly by someone like Captain Sui. Sui Nuan realized. Had she inadvertently revealed her secret from the very beginning? How to put it, if you Sui were not adorned with this vibrant plumage, concealing her identity would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Qin Qing withdrew her gaze from you Sui, fixing her eyes ahead. Have you heard any news regarding my sister? This statement from Qin Qing was assertive. It was undeniable that during her time here, her reputation had soared to unparalleled heights among the public servants of the Jingyun district. Sui Nuan offered a low, affirmative sound. Qin Qing managed a bitter smile. It is I who have caused her misfortune. I believed that those individuals would target me, and I took precautions accordingly. Yet I never anticipated that they would turn their ire upon my family. Her sister had aspired to become a police officer, always holding her in great admiration. Sui Nuan opened her mouth, wanting to offer some comforting words, but found herself at a loss for anything meaningful. After all this time, it seemed that Qin Qing had at least come to terms with the situation on the surface. What had transpired was irreversible, and wallowing in regret would only serve to torment oneself. What she needed to do was gather evidence, bide her time, and wait for the opportune moment to exact retribution upon those who had wronged her, an act they rightfully deserved. Hey, beautiful, is it just the two of you? It's rather unsafe for two girls to be out at night. Would you like us gentlemen to escort you home? Right, everyone? Laughter erupted among the group. Sui Nuan turned back, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace as she observed several unruly youths, their attire woefully inadequate for the biting cold. Sui Nuan and Qin Qing were dressed appropriately, Sui Nuan in tailored clothing that provided warmth, while Qin Qing wore state-issued attire that was equally effective. The group of ruffians, on the other hand, seemed to flaunt their disregard for the chilly weather. Sui Nuan was still mulling over how to console Qin Qing when her irritation flared. We don't need your help. Why so aloof? We're merely looking out for you, one of the ruffians retorted. Qin Qing, expressionless, directed her gaze at the group of youths. I warn you for the second time, we do not require your assistance. The ruffians paused, then erupted into laughter. How about you give us your contact information, beauty? As a public servant, Qin Qing could not afford to assault civilians indiscriminately. She discreetly retrieved a small notebook from her bag, intended for suppressive purposes. I repeat, we do not need your help. Please leave us be. The ruffian leader scoffed. In Jingyun district, our boss is the law. You're just an ordinary cop. If Qin Qing were here, perhaps I might have felt a twinge of fear. As dusk enveloped the area, the ruffians could only see the glaring insignia, oblivious to the name inscribed within the notebook. Sui Nuan's expression shifted oddly as she surreptitiously produced her camera. Who is your boss? Dare to repeat that. Upon catching a glimpse of Sui Nuan's face under the dim light, the ruffian's gaze turned predatory. Our boss is Wang Lin. In Jingyun district, he is the law. If you follow us, you might even climb the ranks. Having encountered such a pathetic lackey of a boss for the first time, Sui Nuan captured evidence for Jiang Wan. Video proof. Do you really think we'll believe you just because you claim your boss is Wang Lin? Chapter 142. Are there bullets in my gun? What would you like us to do to prove it, little beauty? The ruffian leader smirked lewdly, mysteriously reaching into his pocket and producing a firearm. Sui Nuan and Qin Qing's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively retreating, fearful that the ruffian might suddenly lose control and fire upon them. Noticing their reaction, the ruffians chuckled. No surprise there. You cops can spot a real gun right away. This is our boss Wang Lin's gun. He has been preoccupied lately, so we thought we'd take it out for a spin. What do you think? You two lovely ladies believe us now? Qin Qing positioned herself protectively in front of Sui Nuan, stepping back cautiously. Such individuals were notoriously unpredictable. They could shift from jovial to violent in an instant. On one, the gun probably doesn't have any bullets, Tian Sui chimed in, affirming her suspicion. Indeed. There are no bullets, she added. Reflecting on Wang Lin's recent circumstances, Sui Nuan felt a flicker of sympathy for him, though he was embroiled in his own murderous troubles. His underlings flaunted his name, brandishing a firearm of dubious origin. The right to bear arms is not easily obtained. Swain Nuan had painstakingly applied for hers, supported by substantial personal merit and family background. As for Wang Lin, a rather pitiful figure, Swain Nuan doubted he could secure such a privilege. As the captain of the criminal police, Qin Qing rarely managed to acquire a firearm for her duties. It was infuriating to see a mere ruffian gallivanting with one. In that moment, she was torn between indignation and amusement at her adversary's foolishness. Swain Nuan sought to extract further evidence, puzzled. But we have a gun ban in Daxia. Possessing a firearm without authorization is illegal. The ruffian dismissed her concern. In this territory, Wang Lin is the law. I hear his uncle is about to get a promotion. If that happens, the entire Shenlin city will be under our boss's control. Swain Nuan retorted, a promotion? Not if I have anything to say about it. She tugged at Qin Qing, stepping forward to draw her beretta from beneath her garments. Care to take a look at what I have here? And while you're at it, why not guess whether my gun has bullets? The ruffian was taken aback. You're breaking the law. A police officer committing a crime is punishable by even harsher consequences. Swain Nuan smirked. Aren't you guilty of the same? I'm a police officer. What if I have the right to bear arms? The ruffian feigned calmness. We don't have any bullets. A gun without bullets poses no threat to anyone's safety. To demonstrate, he fired several shots into the air, attempting to prove that his level of criminality was less than Swain Nuan's. Swain Nuan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Qing. So, the gun is indeed unloaded? That simplifies matters. At that moment, their thoughts aligned. Qin Qing reached into her bag, gripping her self-defense weapon, while Swain Nuan tucked her firearm away, jesting, actually, my gun is also without bullets. Against these ruffians, she could easily manage alone, let alone with Qin Qing by her side. The ruffian, incensed, felt humiliated in front of his peers. He stepped out of the vehicle, resolved to show them just how formidable they truly were. Swain Nuan accepted the beef tendon stick Tian Sui offered her. As the ruffian lunged forward, she raised her hand, striking his leg with the stick, then landing a blow to his face, followed by a third to his head, before delivering a swift kick to ensure he didn't fall to the ground and get trampled. With calculated precision, Swain Nuan took down several of them. Qin Qing pondered whether she had been too conservative. No, as a senior, she couldn't afford to lag behind. Fully unleashed, Qin Qing was quick and fierce, targeting their points of pain. In less than 10 minutes, 7 or 8 ruffians lay groaning on the ground. The only reason it took that long was the slippery terrain. They were cautious not to slip while running, or else one kick could have taken them all down. Qin Qing turned to inquire, how many handcuffs did you bring? Swain Nuan replied, just one. It's quite heavy, and carrying too many is inconvenient. With firearms, electric batons, handcuffs, and various other tools, her back was hardly spacious enough to accommodate them all. It felt somewhat inappropriate to display her weapons openly, so she typically kept them hidden behind her. Qin Qing awkwardly chuckled, realizing Swain Nuan seemed to have everything one could imagine. Your gun. Swain Nuan produced her handcuffs and randomly selected a fortunate ruffian to cuff. My gun, however, was obtained through legitimate channels, with national certification for personal carry. Qin Qing recalled her first encounter with Swain Nuan, who had a plethora of documents in her bag. Just how many certificates do you possess? Swain Nuan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Quite a few. I've secured every necessary certificate. I pride myself on being meticulous. Qin Qing and Swain Nuan squatted together, waiting for the police to arrive. Having just concluded a tumultuous situation, Swain Nuan, having swiftly dialed the emergency number, displayed a level of proficiency that left Qin Qing with a throbbing headache. Your skills are rather impressive, aren't they? Swain Nuan waved her hand dismissively. It's merely basic practice. I know my limits. Since resigning herself to her fate and accepting reality, Swain Nuan's understanding of knowing one's limits had become as bountiful as the bait before a fishing expedition. After all, she had promised her lieutenant to aim for a general's rank, not merely settle for a colonel's. To ascend to such heights, a series of cases was indispensable. Qin Qing found herself momentarily speechless. How ironic that the least self-aware individual frequently proclaimed, I know my limits. Encountering 3 cases in a single day was an unprecedented intensity for Qin Qing in her career. Thus, the two engaged in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, approaching anyone attempting to rise to their feet to deliver a swift reprimand. The 8 unruly youths were thoroughly subdued by Swain Nuan and Qin Qing. The leader among them, wielding a firearm, was met with Swain Nuan's scrutiny. As someone who had once sought to understand handguns, she wondered, what kind of gun is this? I've never seen it before. A firearm Sui Nuan did not recognize could either be a new model, a modified version, or something uniquely foreign. Otherwise, she would have been familiar with it. Meanwhile, Chi Sui, who had also pursued knowledge in this area, felt disheartened, questioning why she was unfamiliar with it. Despite her diligent study, Sui Nuan gently reassured Chi Sui, as Captain Qin was unable to converse with them. Tian Sui patted the somewhat disheartened Chi Sui. "You're remarkable. You identified the cameras, noticed the anomalies, and even alerted Nuan about their movements. You're the best." Yu Sui nodded in agreement. "Our strengths are not hierarchical. They simply differ in kind. You and Tian Sui recently infiltrated Qianbei country to gather evidence, while Nuan and I could not achieve such a feat moreover. You preemptively informed Tian Sui about the situation in Qianbei, significantly mitigating exposure risks." Chi Sui was easily soothed, and with a few words from Yu Sui, they had him feeling uplifted. Chapter 143. Don't be deceived by my appearance as a ruffian. I possess a kind heart. He, we are all impressive indeed. Sui Nuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Chi Sui was undoubtedly the easiest to manipulate among them. Yet, Yu Sui's words rang true. To avoid prolonging Qin Qing's time, Sui Nuan had chosen a restaurant not far from the police station, and soon several police vehicles arrived. With 8 offenders, including Sui Nuan and Qin Qing, there were too many individuals to transport back to the station in one trip. When a woman emerged from the lead police car, the ruffian shouted, "Captain Qin, you must arrest these 2 violent women. They are illegally armed and have broken the law." Tang Lintian was momentarily stunned, pointing at herself. "Did you call for me?" If she was not mistaken, her captain stood before this ruffian, who dared to harass them. This ruffian was quite the character, aware of her captain's formidable reputation. Yet, how could he forget what she looked like? After a moment's hesitation, the ruffian thought, "This woman doesn't resemble the renowned, decisive Captain Qin, does she? Isn't the captain of the criminal investigation team Qin Qing?" Yes, it is indeed them. We were merely concerned for the safety of these 2 young ladies walking alone at night, and out of goodwill, we intended to escort them. Yet they were ungrateful and even drew their guns to threaten us, assaulting us in the process. Don't take my ruffian appearance for granted. I am genuinely kind at heart. It's merely a hobby. Sui Nuan was speechless, realizing why this ruffian could associate with Wang Lin. They were strikingly similar. The other officers were equally bewildered. Was the ruffian suggesting that their deputy captain should arrest the captain? Setting aside the fact that the deputy captain was a devoted fan of their captain, there was no way they could trust the ruffian's one-sided account given the number of people on her side. Tang Lintian approached Qin Qing and saluted, "Captain, this is." Qin Qing cast a glance at the ruffian leader, who appeared dumbfounded on the ground. "We have recordings. Take them away." Just moments ago, Sui Nuan had confidently proclaimed that they would not repeat their mistakes, yet now she found herself wondering if they truly would revisit this situation today. Hesitating, she asked, "Am I going to?" Qin Qing replied, "Let us go together. We need to make a copy of the video, and you will require the original."
Fine. Sui Nuan relented.
As they boarded the vehicle with a group of people, Sui Nuan felt a peculiar gaze from a young girl. After scrutinizing the girl for a moment, she suddenly recalled, this the night shift officer, who took my statement yesterday? What a coincidence to meet again." The officer smirked. "Did you come twice today and give 3 statements?" Sui Nuan's smile faltered. Indeed." The officer nodded, exasperated. "I thought I recognized the voice. It turns out it really is you." The familiarity of the situation was unmistakable. She had indeed encountered someone just like this yesterday. When they returned to the police station, Tang Lintian had already arranged for Wang Lin to be present for questioning. Recently, the unresolved suicide case had resurfaced, and now another incident had arisen, exacerbated by his subordinate's actions. Wang Lin's expression was long and sullen. His reputation for being a carefree troublemaker was well known, and he insisted that Zhang Ye's death had nothing to do with him, yet no one seemed willing to believe him. In the midst of his recent misfortunes, he felt suffocated and merely wished to vent his frustrations. Did he not know his own worth? He only dared to bully the weak and never truly intended to kill anyone. What pained him most was that not only did his uncle disbelieve him, but even his parents did not trust him. Having lost weight due to this ordeal, he felt as though he had exhausted every effort to convince his family. Yet they remained unconvinced. He had hoped to discuss matters privately with Zhang Ye's family. Throughout his life, since his uncle had become the deputy chief, he had never been so manipulated. Now, not only had his family cut off his allowance, but they had also ordered him to stay home, forbidding him from stepping outside. Just when he thought he had come to terms with it all, the police suddenly showed up at his door. accusing him of illegally possessing firearms and allowing his subordinates to bully the weak and assault public officials.
Me?
Allowing my subordinates? Wang Lin was utterly dumbfounded. He would never engage in such behavior. How could his subordinates act under his name? Moreover, what about the gun? Was it the one he had flaunted just last week? As this realization struck him, Wang Lin felt a wave of shock wash over him. That gun had been secretly taken from his uncle's study, intended merely for show. In the chaos of recent accusations and confinement at home, he had forgotten all about it. If Sui Nuan were to discover Wang Lin's thoughts, she would undoubtedly find amusement in his predicament, as his subordinate had proven equally adept at causing trouble for their own. Qin Qing accepted the firearm that Sui Nuan handed her, her expression grave. This gun? Sui Nuan inquired, puzzled. Is there a problem? Qin Qing shook her head. I do not recognize it either. Sui Nuan responded. As a competent admirer, Tang Lintian interjected earnestly. If the captain does not recognize this gun, its origin must be questionable. Wang Lin could not possibly have a legitimate source for firearms. Thus, this gun might very well belong to his uncle. Sui Nuan slowly turned her gaze to Wang Lin. The gun was no longer the focal point. The real concern was that none of them recognized it, and it appeared to be in its original state rather than modified. Reflecting on Wang Lin's uncle's lawless demeanor, Sui Nuan's expression turned serious. He wouldn't have any foreign connections, would he? Once this line of thought was pursued, the suspicions multiplied. The more she contemplated, the more suspicious it became. Sui Nuan could no longer sit still and stood up. I need to make a call. Qin Qing's expression mirrored her concern as she glanced at Wang Lin. I will probe a little. Knowing that Wang Lin would not receive any kindness from her, Qin Qing approached him, who appeared utterly aggrieved. Captain, you cannot blame me for this. You must understand. I have been confined at home these past few days. Where would I find the opportunity to incite or condone such actions? Though I previously played with them, our relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, discussing trivial matters. Qin Qing maintained her stern demeanor, questioning, where did the gun come from? As a relative of a public servant, you should possess a certain understanding of the law. Murder and illegal possession of firearms. Your actions have become increasingly outrageous. Wang Lin. Wang Lin was visibly intimidated by Qin Qing's dark expression. He recalled how she used to treat him with similar severity. However, something had shifted, and she suddenly became particularly aloof, lacking the previous sharpness of her words and the intimidating glare that had once unsettled him. The most he received from her was a few disdainful glances. Although not particularly astute, Wang Lin could hardly miss the blatant disdain Qin Qing directed towards him. After more than a year of being confronted once again by the demon Qin, he felt utterly cowed. Chapter 144. Has he been driven mad with anger? That gun? Yes, it was borrowed from my uncle's study, hidden in a secret compartment. I merely intended to show off. I even removed the bullets. A secret compartment? Sui Nuan's expression turned peculiar. What sort of gun needs to be concealed in such a manner? Don't most people carry them on their person? Like me? Wang Lin, feeling wronged, protested. I truly lack the courage to commit murder. Moreover, I am well aware that if I were to kill someone, my uncle would never protect me. Why do you all refuse to believe me? Zhang, you must be trying to frame me or extort money from my family. They are so impoverished that their pockets are emptier than their faces. If someone suggested he could use my life to swindle my family out of tens of millions, knowing him as I do, he would certainly do it. Wang Lin spoke earnestly. Captain Qin, you must thoroughly investigate this case. I am truly innocent. My parents, on the other hand, always think of solving problems with money. It wasn't my doing, so why shouldn't the police investigate? I have nothing to fear from an inquiry. Qin Qing tugged at the corner of her lips. Innocent? You dare utter such a word? If your family were innocent, then the Jingyan district would be devoid of any unsavory characters. Resorting to money to settle matters only indicates a fear of being uncovered. Noticing the silence from Qin Qing and the others, Wang Lin's spirit waned. Had his reputation truly sunk to such depths that no one believed even his honest words? Captain Qin, I need to step outside. The Wang family's evident fear of an investigation, even to the point of allowing their son to bear the brunt, indicated significant issues at play. When Jiangwan arrived, she had concealed her presence, but fearing discovery, she felt the need to warn Jiangwan to be cautious. Given the urgency of the situation, Sui Nuan refrained from messaging Jiangwan to ask if she was available for a call. Hello? What is going on, squad leader? Sui Nuan rubbed her temples. We need to investigate the Wang family further. I will send you a picture of a gun later. See if you recognize it. A gun? Has the squad leader encountered another issue? Swain Wan sighed. We've run into a few troublemakers, but they've also provided us with considerable evidence, which I will forward to you shortly. Be careful. The Wang family is not to be trifled with. Okay, squad leader, don't worry, I'll be cautious. Initially reassured, Swain Wan felt her confidence waver upon hearing that response. Why was the assistant platoon leader adopting her catchphrase? After hanging up, Swain Wan returned to Qin Qing's side, watching as she interrogated Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin, as a wealthy heir, had certainly learned a number of bad habits, he still possessed a modicum of discretion. At the very least, the three present believed him when he claimed he had not killed Zhang Ya. It was simply not within his capability to concoct an alibi through suicide. If Wang Lin had truly murdered someone and staged it as a suicide, he would not have had the audacity to provoke Swain Wan afterward, nor would he have been the first to confirm Zhang Ya's identity when the body fell. Yet, the evidence was glaringly against him, and the circumstances appeared to implicate him directly. Frustrated, Wang Lin requested a face-to-face meeting with a group of troublemakers. He was genuinely curious about how they dared to be so brazen. He did not have the audacity to act so arrogantly in front of Qin Qing or to cower before Swain Wan. Yet these individuals felt emboldened enough to tease and attempt to intimidate her. As they met, the lead troublemaker immediately began to boast, "Our boss has come to rescue us. You women are doomed. Boss, look at what these two women have done to us. They even took the gun you left at the club. You must seek justice for us. As your loyal subordinate, how can we be bullied by mere police officers? You are the law of Jingyan District." Wang Lin's face turned purple. Those were drunken boasts he had made while flirting, and even the women he had pursued did not believe him. Yet these fools actually took him seriously. "Shut up. Who do you think you are, daring to provoke the police? Apologize at once." The 8 troublemakers exchanged glances, and the lead one suddenly grasped the situation. "Boss, are you biding your time for revenge? As expected of you. We bow to your wisdom. Apologizing is nothing. I would kneel if you asked." Wang Lin felt as though he might faint from frustration, sensing 3 glares directed at him. Why was the heavens treating him so unjustly? He was merely a boastful heir, not a hardened criminal. Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Here in Daxia, everything is governed by law. You should stop consuming those mindless anime, dramas, and films. They've clearly warped your minds. The lead troublemaker fell into a new round of contemplation, then suddenly dropped to his knees. The others, though bewildered, followed suit, kneeling as well. "We were wrong. We should not have provoked the police. We are willing to pay any price for your forgiveness. Please accept our apologies." After the lead troublemaker finished, the rest of the group awkwardly echoed their apologies. The lead troublemaker looked eagerly at Wang Lin, as if seeking affirmation. "Boss, am I not brilliant? Kneeling an apology for your scheme will surely bewilder them." Swain Wan, Qin Qing, and Tang Lin could not help but close their eyes in exasperation. The lead troublemaker's thoughts were all too transparent. Wang Lin was truly fortunate to have such loyal, albeit foolish, subordinates. On one, Qiren hesitated. Is he merely stalling for time? Swain Wan could hardly bear to watch. If Qiren had caught on, it was clear just how predictable the lead troublemaker was. Wang Lin, consumed by anger, felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Trembling, he pointed at the group of troublemakers. You foolish lot. Never call me your boss again. I am unworthy." The lead troublemaker was taken aback. "How could you say that, boss? You are the best leader our team could hope for. It is because of you that we are united. Without you, our group would fall apart. Only you are deserving of being our boss." Wang Lin's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Swain Wan hesitated. Has he truly fainted from anger? Chapter 145. Stop. Silence. A chorus of alarmed voices erupted. "Boss. Boss. What happened to you?" The lead troublemaker showed no sign of remorse, pointing angrily at Swain Wan and the others. "I warn you, release us immediately so we can take our boss to the hospital. If anything happens to him, you will all pay dearly." Swain Wan, at a loss for words, pondered what on earth Wang Lin had said to these troublemakers. How could they so recklessly provoke the police and then threaten active officers in the station? Wang Lin, in fact, only experienced a momentary blackout before collapsing, yet he regained consciousness almost immediately. However, upon hearing the voice of the ringleader with the yellow hair, he couldn't help but wish he had truly fainted. Reflecting on what his uncle had said a few days prior, that he was the most foolish person under the heavens, he felt that this group of yellow-haired individuals was even more foolish than he. for at least he was aware of his situation. The taste of rust lingered in Wang Lin's mouth, but he had no choice but to rise and prevent the 8 yellow-haired rascals from continuing to tarnish his name with their reckless boasts. If these fools sought their demise, that was their own affair. He had no desire to perish prematurely. With wealth, power, and a multitude of attractive young admirers, he could not afford to be prematurely ensnared by fate. With this thought in mind, and his head still buzzing, Wang Lin struggled to stand. Swain Wan was somewhat taken aback. To her surprise, he managed to get back on his feet, clearly demonstrating his will to survive. The yellow-haired thugs, loyal as they were, instantly ceased their raucous clamoring upon noticing Wang Lin's movements, eagerly gathering at the doorway to inquire about his condition. "Boss, how are you? You scared us all when you suddenly fainted. You must have been extremely busy lately, right? Exhausted to the point of collapsing. It's all our fault. We should not have troubled you when you are so occupied." Wang Lin thought to himself, busy? Not at all. I had been lounging at home for quite some time, and wasn't I just angered to the point of fainting? How could these dimwits misconstrue his state as mere exhaustion? Overwhelmed with fatigue, he raised a hand and commanded, "Stop." Silence. As soon as the words left his lips, the 8 yellow-haired men instantly fell silent. Swain Wan glanced at the time, contemplating the possibility of a worst-case scenario where the Wang family might face ruin. It would be prudent to summon more people for assistance. She recalled Jiang Wan's ominous remark about the potential consequences of her actions. With this in mind, Swain Wan gestured to Qin Qing, indicating she would step out to make a phone call. Having received 2 calls from her daughter that night, Lin Qingdai was filled with concern. The individuals on the other side were utterly lawless. "I've already filed a report. Nuan, please ensure your safety in Shunlin City."
Don't worry, Mom.
"I'm cautious and will remain safe. The people from the capital haven't arrived yet. I won't do anything reckless. Oh, by the way, I just confiscated a firearm. I'll send you a picture to see if you recognize it." Lin Qingdai replied softly, "All right, Mom will urge the higher-ups to send more personnel to investigate Shunlin." "Okay. I'll send the picture now." After hanging up, Swain Wan forwarded the image she had sent to Jiang Wan to Lin Qingdai. Shortly thereafter, a response arrived. "Mom, I don't recognize this firearm either. I'll ask your grandfather tomorrow." Swain Wan, "Okay, Mom, rest early." "Mom, you too." Swain Wan, all right. Despite her verbal assurances, once Swain Wan pocketed her phone, she returned to Qin Qing's side. Wang Lin was still embroiled in commotion, while Deputy Captain Tang quietly recorded the chaos from a distance. The police station was equipped with cameras, ensuring every detail of Wang Lin's discussions was clearly captured. Upon returning to Qin Qing, Swain Wan lowered her voice. "I just inquired with another person, and she also does not recognize that firearm." Qin Qing, skeptical, wondered aloud, could it truly be linked to foreign entities? While local thuggery is one matter, collusion is an entirely different concern. If Wang Lin's uncle were indeed implicated, it was likely that he would not escape unscathed, even without evidence. If there were any proof, everything would have concluded long ago. Wang Lin represented the greatest vulnerability for the deputy chief, as he indulged Wang Lin far too much, allowing him to be privy to information that should have remained concealed. If Wang Lin were intelligent, it might be manageable, but alas, he was far from clever. Unraveling the truth would make Wang Lin the most significant point of leverage. Wang Lin adamantly denied any association with the yellow-haired thugs, yet they insisted, declaring him their boss, willing to risk their lives for him. Tang Lintian, standing by, felt her head spin. This was more exhausting than witnessing market vendors bickering over trivial matters. The obstinate yellow-haired leader was furious, insisting that he was Wang Lin's subordinate, and that all his past words were mere idle chatter. "You think I'm lying about the women I've pursued? They don't believe me. They only seek my money. What about you? Why do you believe me so blindly? Do you really need me to tell the truth? Can't you think for yourselves? Even those girls know I'm just bluffing. They only want my wealth. What do you gain from this?" The brazen yellow-haired ringleader was left in shock, his expression one of disbelief, his eyes fixed on Wang Lin as if struggling to accept the reality before him. Wang Lin felt a heat rise to his face, cornered by the sheer absurdity of the situation. How could there be such stubbornly ignorant fools? Had he detonated a bomb in his previous life, leading to this arrangement of inept allies? If not for the necessity of extricating himself from these fools, he would never have considered revealing his own vulnerabilities. Wang Lin, who valued his reputation above all, found himself in a humiliating position. "Don't call me your boss. I cannot afford subordinates who overstep their bounds." The yellow-haired thug, eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "I am sorry for causing you trouble. Let me atone with my life. Without a second thought, he turned and hurled himself against the wall. The remaining 7 yellow-haired men, confined within the same room, were left in stunned silence, helpless to intervene as they watched their leader collide with the wall. Qin felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Are you out of your mind? If you're going to die, do it outside. I don't want to be blamed for this." Tang Lintian hurriedly approached and opened the door to the detention center, while Qin quickly dialed for emergency services. It was unimaginable that this brash ringleader would act so recklessly. The other yellow-haired thugs exchanged glances, uncertain if they should follow suit. Chapter 146. I have foretold this day would come. Will it lead to death? Tang Lintian, exasperated, settled into a chair. Stay still.
Nuan peeked in,
Reassured that he would not die. In reality, one would not perish from such a collision unless by some extraordinary misfortune. Otherwise, survival was almost guaranteed. Wang Lin, bewildered, pondered his recent misfortunes. He felt wronged by Zhang, but this situation was even more absurd if he were to be blamed for this. It would be a greater injustice than that faced by Dou Yi. This is not my doing. He chose to act irrationally and crash into the wall. I did not compel him. Qi Sui could not suppress his curiosity and peered in Nuan. Is this person mentally unstable? Nuan shared his sentiments, perplexed by the sudden wall collision. The preceding dialogue had seemed innocuous enough. As they watched the yellow-haired thug being escorted away, Wang Lin sat in a stupor within the interrogation room, under the intense scrutiny of Qin and Tang Lintian, who sought any morsel of information regarding the deputy chief. As night fell, Nuan returned to the hotel to rest, for she was young and did not wish to suffer premature baldness. Qin had now become Nuan's second auxiliary friend, readily inquiring about any case details. To ensure Jiangwan's safety from potential ambush by the Wang family, Nuan had been diligently staying close to Jiangwan, valuing her curious yet responsible assistant. Despite Wang Lin's silence, Qin felt disheartened. She had hoped Wang Lin could gain access to the deputy chief's study and uncover some secrets, yet he appeared utterly oblivious. While there was no progress on Qin's end, significant developments were unfolding with Jiangwan. Drawing from her experiences in the western province, combined with her insights gained in the capital, Jiangwan found herself thriving in this endeavor, swiftly amassing a substantial collection of evidence to present to the official in the capital. This individual was known for his decisiveness and promptly dispatched a considerable team to assist Jiangwan, promising that should she manage the situation adeptly, Nuan would be granted a promotion. Naturally, Nuan's elevation would also benefit Jiangwan. The matter concerning the deputy director was essentially a case of dismissal and investigation. What stunned Nuan the most was the revelation that Wang Lin's uncle also bore the surname Wang, and Wang Lin was the illegitimate child of the deputy director. The deputy's wife, born without a uterus, had been married to him for the sake of his career, but he ultimately succumbed to temptation and sought companionship outside the marriage, resulting in Wang Lin's birth. In a bid to ensure his son would not grow up without recognition, the deputy devised a scheme to register Wang Lin under his sister's name, presenting the narrative that his brother-in-law cherished his sister, thereby allowing Wang Lin to inherit his mother's surname. The depth of Nuan's astonishment was palpable. No wonder the deputy doted on Wang Lin. After all, he was his illegitimate son. Such a child could hardly escape the clutches of parental favoritism. The firearm involved was particularly intriguing. It was a sample intended for smuggling from abroad, procured by Wang Lin's biological father. However, as he prepared to act, his wife fell gravely ill. The deputy, momentarily setting aside his plans, intended to leverage his wife's demise to advance his own position, which ultimately led to the gun being showcased by his own son. The subsequent fallout from Zhang's death ensnared Wang Lin, causing him to forget about the firearm altogether. A series of fortuitous coincidences culminated in the rapid downfall of a legendary deputy director within mere days. With the deputy uprooted, those who had depended on him were equally ensnared in the ensuing chaos. Civil servants in Ningzhou province awoke to find the once murky skies now illuminated, each one akin to Fan Jin celebrating his success in the imperial examinations. Qin never imagined that the insurmountable obstacle before her would crumble so effortlessly. Half a month later, Nuan reappeared before Qin. "Captain Qin," she exclaimed, taken aback to see the very officer who had led the arrest of her previous suspect. After a moment's pause, she turned slowly, greeted by Nuan, flanked by Tian Sui and Qi Sui on her left and Yu Sui on her right, all smiling at her.
Squad leader Sui?
It has been quite a while. In just 2 weeks, Shunlin City had undergone a remarkable transformation. with an astonishing average of 5 to 6 civil servants dismissed daily. Sui Nuan approached Qin Qing, stating, "I told you this day would come." Qin Qing regarded Sui Nuan with admiration, recognizing her ability to unravel complexities and pursue justice with unwavering resolve. "I seem to have aged, unable to match your brilliance," she responded. Sui Nuan shook her head. "Captain Qin, in 2 years, your ability to remain untainted amidst the mire already surpasses that of 95% of people. Do not belittle yourself." Over the past fortnight spent alongside Jiang Wan, she had gleaned much knowledge and now turned her curious gaze to the middle-aged woman restrained by officers. What crime has she committed? Qin Qing glanced at the subdued woman, recalling, "Do you remember the suitcase case from half a month ago?" After a moment's recollection, Sui Nuan confirmed, Yes, it's her." Indeed, after we ceased our investigation into Wang Lin, we redirected our focus to other cases. The perpetrator of the body disposal case confessed without resistance, making our job rather easy. We then began to sift through park surveillance footage to identify the moments surrounding the child's death. Initially, we identified 3 suspects, but 2 were swiftly cleared due to solid alibis. Ultimately, we narrowed it down to her. Sui Nuan hesitated. The woman appeared utterly ordinary, raising questions as to what grudge she might hold against the child's parents. Qin Qing too found the situation perplexing. Struggling to articulate the circumstances, the perpetrator's son had harbored feelings for the victim's mother, yet due to the perpetrator's aversion to her, their budding romance had been thwarted, leaving the son despondent and unmarried to this day. Following a job transfer, the parents of the deceased returned to Jingyun district, whereupon the perpetrator's son encountered the victim's mother and exchanged pleasantries, leading to... Sui Nuan hesitated, grappling with the absurdity of her conjecture. Did the perpetrator witness their exchange? Qin Qing affirmed, "Yes."
So why?
The middle-aged woman's expression turned fierce. "She seduced my son. She is the one deserving of blame. The one who has condemned our family to extinction. If we cannot thrive, neither shall they." Sui Nuan was taken aback, while Qin Qing merely sighed, instructing, "Take her inside." Sui Nuan had other matters to attend to. She had merely stopped to greet Captain Qin. "Since you have your duties, I shall take my leave," she said. Qi Sui was elated. "We are off to pick up Xiao Lu." "You Sui," retorted, "Fool. She won't understand what you're saying." Tian Sui peeked from the bag. "Xiao Lu must be bored after such a long stay in the hospital. Nuan, let's hurry to fetch him." Considering the recent unrest, Sui Nuan decided against picking up Xiao Lu, opting instead to leave him in the hospital where the doctors could care for him adequately. After all, her finances were robust enough not to be burdened by the daily hospitalization fee. With a rare moment of free time, she prepared to bring food for Jiang Wan and Xiao Lu, intending to visit the formidable leader, Sister Tsang. Chapter 147. What malevolent intentions could a fishing enthusiast possibly harbor? Qin Qing waved her hand. "If you have matters to attend to, do not let me detain you. I, too, must proceed with further inquiries." Sui Nuan cast a glance at the middle-aged woman being taken away, pondering the likelihood of her guilt. "It is difficult to ascertain," Qin Qing admitted, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. "Initially, we suspected the perpetrator's son, but he had an alibi. When we approached him, the perpetrator confessed voluntarily. Hence we had no choice but to detain her." Reminded of a previous case where a brother took the blame for a sibling, Sui Nuan felt a heightened sensitivity towards the notion of voluntary confession. Was there surveillance capturing her disposing of the body? Qin Qing nodded, affirming, "It was precisely due to that footage that we secured an arrest warrant. Given the recent turmoil, we had to wait a considerable time to obtain it, and when it finally came through this morning, we apprehended her by noon." Sui Nuan had not been involved in the entirety of the proceedings and refrained from overstepping, wary of leading Captain Qin astray. However, her visit was not solely for pleasantries. She stepped closer to Qin Qing, gesturing towards the police recording device on her shoulder. "Can that be turned off?" Qin Qing instinctively glanced at the camera, noting the case was not yet concluded and thus could not be deactivated. "If it's a private matter, feel free to message me after my shift." Sui Nuan hesitated before responding. "Very well, I shall go fetch Xiao Lu then." In truth, Sui Nuan merely wished to caution Qin Qing to remain vigilant in light of recent events. The deputy director was merely that, a deputy, and limited to Shenlin City rather than the entire Ningzhou province. He could not wield such influence on his own. There had to be others lurking in the shadows. And it was unfortunate that someone as cowardly and foolish as Wang Lin had such a decisive father. By sacrificing his own life, He sought to preserve his final vestiges of honor. As long as he evaded capture and sentencing, he would still be regarded as Deputy Wang of Shunlin City. When Jiang Wan led the arrest, he had already taken his own life in his study, leaving behind a confession detailing numerous individuals complicit with him. The majority being low-level players, with a handful of mid-ranking officials, and the sole high-ranking individual being the deputy director of the Ningzhou Provincial Public Security Department. This deputy director was also dismissed and investigated, essentially for false accusations, as he was entirely innocent. Jiang Wan aspired to rise through the ranks, and thus could not allow any instances of false accusations or wrongful treatment to taint her work. Even the evidential confession provided by the deputy on his deathbed would be meticulously scrutinized by Jiang Wan. Sui Nuan observed alongside her. Indeed, the deputy director had committed no wrongs. His primary pastime being fishing, the only blemish on his record being that a friend had deceived him into fishing at a particular wild lake known for its large catches. As a result, the deputy director hurriedly went fishing overnight, only to catch a fish no bigger than 2 fingers. He later discovered that the video sent by an old friend was stolen from someone else. Unable to contain his anger, he took a night bus to Jizhou and confronted the captain of the criminal investigation team who had deceived him. Naturally, the deputy director, not possessing the physical prowess to overpower the captain, found that the latter, feeling guilty, did not dare to retaliate. After a lengthy investigation, this was the only blemish Jiang Wan could find regarding the deputy director. What malice could a fishing enthusiast possibly harbor? After concluding this matter, Jiang Wan sensed there were still unanswered questions, but it was clear that further inquiries would yield no results. Thus, she shifted her focus to clandestine investigations. Wang, the deputy director of Shunlin City, was merely a scapegoat, shouldering the immense burden of the entire city. This was patently unreasonable. How could a deputy director suppress an entire city? Both Jiang Wan and Sui Nuan expressed their disbelief. To allay the upper echelon suspicions, Jiang Wan resolved to feign a cessation of her investigation. As they took a break, Sui Nuan recalled Xiao Lu. Upon arriving at the pet hospital, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao Lu, wagging its tail excitedly in anticipation. Sui Nuan had informed the veterinarian over the phone about her visit to pick up Xiao Lu, and the little one had eagerly awaited her arrival. Nuan had promised that once it fully recovered, they would visit its mother. It had not seen its mother in ages. Humans often say that a day apart feels like 3 autumns, and for Xiao Lu, it had been many autumns since their last encounter. Xiao Lu, we're here, Sui Nuan exclaimed, her excitement evident as she twirled around, eliciting joyous wriggles from Xiao Lu. How are you feeling now? Is there anywhere that still hurts? Sui Nuan observed Xiao Lu closely. It appeared to have fared well. Of course it had, for Xiao Lu was a wolf. Sui Nuan was unsure if wolves could consume dog food, so she had arranged for custom meals to be prepared daily for Xiao Lu. The aroma of the unseasoned food was enough to make the veterinarian drool. Were it not for her modesty, the veterinarian might have exclaimed, "Rich lady, are you in need of another dog or perhaps someone to tend to your beloved pet? I would be more than willing to assist." Though the veterinarian secretly yearned to be taken under the wing of a beautiful and gentle wealthy woman, she maintained a stoic demeanor. She patted Xiao Lu, noting its remarkable cooperation during treatment and unexpectedly swift recovery. Initially, she had anticipated it would take a month to remove the cast. Yet Xiao Lu had improved so well that it could be done 2 weeks early. Sui Nuan lifted Xiao Lu and noted its weight. It's heavy. The veterinarian quirked an eyebrow. How could it not be? With 3 hearty meals a day, each filled with ample fish and meat. Had it not been for the energy expended during injections and the inconvenience of the cast, it would have gained even more weight. Though she thought this, she could not voice it directly. Indeed, a lack of activity combined with a nutritious diet naturally results in weight gain. The veterinarian mused to herself. Xiao Lu consumes more than I do. The amount it eats in half a month could match my salary for 2 or 3 months. Xiao Lu looked up, its bright eyes gazing at Sui Nuan. Are we going to visit my mother? I want to tell her that I've been eating well and cooperating with the doctor. She will surely be pleased to see that I've put on some weight. Sui Nuan smiled, stroking Xiao Lu's head. Doctor, Xiao Lu is all better now. I will take it home. The veterinarian nodded. Yes, goodbye, Xiao Lu. In a flash, Xiao Lu bounded over. Xiao Lu. Vice Jiang has already bought some food for the leader. Let us hurry to meet her. Xiao Lu may not have known who Vice Jiang was, but it understood that food was involved, and Nuan had instructed Vice Jiang to buy food for its mother. Thank you, Nuan. The veterinarian watched as the black snake wriggled excitedly around Xiao Lu, discreetly pinching herself to maintain her composure. It was one thing to see a snake that did not hibernate. It was quite another to witness it frolicking with a dog. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. After bidding farewell to the veterinarian, they departed. Xiao Lu let out a few low whines, conveying gratitude for the care it had received during its stay. The veterinarian waved, wishing Xiao Lu good health.
Yun Sui.
Having said their farewells, Sui and Nuan, accompanied by the little ones, set off on a new journey. As for the hospitalization fees, they had long been settled. Pet hospitals, having been duped numerous times, typically require payment up front. Once inside the RV, Sui and Nuan placed Xiao Lu in the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt. Tian Sui tugged at Sui and Nuan's clothing. Nuan. Xiao Lu still doesn't have a name. Sui and Nuan suddenly realized that amidst her recent preoccupations with the chaotic affairs of Shunlin City, she had forgotten that Xiao Lu was still merely a nickname. Xiao Lu, do you have a name you like or one you wish for? Xiao Lu tilted its head.
Me?
I want to be a great leader, like my mother. In the context of wolves, the term leader implies one who guides them to abundant food. Sui and Nuan had no idea what form Xiao Lu would evolve into, but changes were certain. To rule over the world and command all beasts, was this Xiao Lu's aspiration? Xiao Lu wagged its tail joyfully. Having been surrounded by cats and dogs during its hospitalization, the young wolf had picked up some dog-like mannerisms. Yes, Nuan, yes. Sui and Nuan hesitated. Then can we choose one of the characters from To Rule Over the World? As a young wolf, Xiao Lu was filled with admiration for its mother. And having heard her instruct it to listen to this human, it was eager to comply. Moreover, Sui and Nuan treated it with respect, always consulting it before making decisions. And Xiao Lu was fond of this human. That's fine, Nuan. Sui and Nuan then presented Tian Sui to Xiao Lu. This is Tian Sui, to rule over the world. Since you aspire to lead the wolf pack, how about using June? If Xiao Lu agreed, it would henceforth be known as June Sui. Xiao Lu wagged its tail enthusiastically. Yay. From now on, I shall be called June Sui. I must tell my mother. The little wolf stood up, half leaning over the passenger seat, tail wagging in delight. Hello. We shall be good partners from now on. I am June Sui. Chi Sui also wagged its tail fervently. I am Chi Sui. Yu Sui nodded. Yu Sui. Tian Sui waved its paw. I am Tian Sui. If anyone bothers you, just call me, and I shall handle them. Sui and Nuan chuckled as she placed Tian Sui on the control panel. You all chat. I need to drive. June Sui stood on its hind legs, leaning onto the control panel. Nuan, are we going to find my mother? Yes, but we are not there yet. You can play with Chi Sui and the others in the back for now. In its juvenile state, June Sui was small enough for Sui and Nuan to hold with one hand, yet in comparison to the other three little ones, it appeared quite large. Even Yu Sui was half its size. Observing June Sui's stature, Yu Sui felt reassured, thinking, you will be entrusted with the responsibility of being a mount in the future. You are the most outstanding offspring of the leader. In the future, you should at least match her strength, if not surpass it. If that were to happen, Yu Sui would indeed have a cool mount as a companion. Yu Sui felt no qualms about the idea of a mount. It simply recognized that being smaller than June Sui made it difficult for it to move when Tian Sui or Chi Sui climbed onto it. Having a larger partner would be advantageous. Even at such a young age, June Sui could contend for the title of the most straightforward in the group, grinning widely. I can do it. I am destined to rule over all wolves. I will become even stronger than my mother. Tian Sui couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the little one, who seemed blissfully unaware of the impending servitude ahead, lacking the shrewdness that characterized its mother. One could discern from the gaze of the leader that she possessed a certain astuteness. As for June Sui, it had its own talents. Its thoughts were solely occupied with a desire to see its mother, wishing for her to witness its healthy appearance, so that she could lead their pack with peace of mind. The three little ones could easily discern the thoughts of the young wolf cub, June Sui, who remained by the control panel instead of retreating to the back. Chi Sui was hopelessly engrossed in watching anime, having initially indulged in Conan. He later sought out other heartwarming slice-of-life series when he found the former too intellectually demanding. Despite this shift, Chi Sui persisted in watching 3 episodes of Conan daily, reasoning that one should consume what one seeks to enhance. Thus, absorbing more content might indeed sharpen his intellect. Sui and Nuan chose to remain silent on the matter, noting that after viewing over 500 episodes, Chi Sui seemed to exhibit no significant changes. June Sui nestled beside Chi Sui, resting his head against him, pondering the peculiar humans within the screen. Why did they move? Yu Sui and Tian Sui showed no interest in Chi Sui's chosen shows. One was captivated by her own beauty, while the other was engrossed in learning how to conquer creatures of vast size with her petite frame, each with their own distinct passions. Observing the current dynamics, it appeared that Jun Sui's interests might align with Qi Sui's. Ecstatic, Qi Sui shifted closer, explaining, "This is an anime, a fantastical world crafted by humans. Would you like to watch together? It's quite fascinating." Eager to divert his attention, Jun Sui nearly nodded in agreement. The four little ones were engrossed in their respective activities, allowing Sui Nuan to concentrate on driving without the need to divide her focus on whether the three little ones and the newly joined Jun Sui were getting along. As the matriarch, she felt no need to interfere with their thoughts, but rather aimed to harmonize their relationships, a responsibility she embraced. Fortunately, Sui Nuan had never needed to worry in this regard. The little ones were considerate and wouldn't complicate matters for her. As they drove, they soon reached the rendezvous point where Jiangwan awaited with the supply vehicle. Sui Nuan parked and leaned out the window to wave, signaling for them to follow. Jiangwan was still mulling over the affair in Shunlin City, recalling a similar feeling of unnaturally smooth progress that had surfaced during the Qian Beigua case. Previously, Jiangwan had been either conducting psychological assessments or entangled in the intricacies of official matters. The Qian Beigua case, being her first encounter, left her puzzled about how he had acquired those blueprints. Such documents were not easily obtainable without connections. It was nearly impossible without significant ties. Aside from his illegitimate daughter, Qian Beigua's network contained few individuals knowledgeable in the esoteric arts. Most were merely superficial adherents, unlikely to grasp the nuances of the five elements and their lethal implications. Yes. There was also Lin Aigua, who possessed considerable understanding. And then there was the shattered idol. The powder within resembled ashes, but was not entirely so. Analysis indicated a trace of cremains, but the quantity was minimal, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain its origins, with no definitive conclusions yet. Initial hypotheses suggested it could belong to Qian Beigua's wife, Zhang Weining, yet this remained mere speculation. Lost in thought, the group quickly arrived at the location where Sui Nuan had previously lost her way. Being a territory inhabited by wolves, they approached with caution, refraining from making any sudden movements. This time, they were here for a transaction, not to present themselves as easy prey. Chapter 149, Jun Sui is quite the chatterbox. Sui Nuan cracked the window slightly and called to Jun Sui, "Come here," and shout a few times. "Will the warehouse leader hear you?" Jun Sui, brimming with confidence, declared, "Certainly. My mother will definitely hear my call, and upon hearing it, she will respond. We can then follow her response to find her." Sui Nuan quietly rolled the window down further, cradling Jun Sui's small form to allow him to poke his head out. Otherwise, with a soundproof and sight-obscuring window, even if Jun Sui shouted his lungs out, it was likely that the warehouse would not hear him. With the window down, Jun Sui cleared his throat and let out a series of howls. Awu, awu, awu. The three calls echoed far and wide. Despite his small stature, Jun Sui had quite the voice. In Sui Nuan's ears, it sounded like, "Mom, Mom, where are you?" After a considerable wait, a distant, urgent howl reached the ears of the group. Jiangwan and the others, who could not decipher the warehouse's response, were merely surprised. However, Sui Nuan, who understood the call, immediately changed her expression. The response from the warehouse conveyed a warning. "There is danger. Do not approach." Jun Sui, eager for his mother to come and see him, grew anxious and, if not for the narrow window, would have leapt out in haste. "On one, Mom, there is danger,"
Jun Sui exclaimed,
his little feet stomping in frustration against the driver's seat, desperate to rush toward the source of the howl. Sui Nuan furrowed her brows and took out her phone to call Jiangwan, inquiring if they had brought firearms or any other weapons. Such natural eliminations were not her concern, but the warehouse was different. Sui Nuan shook her head, deciding it was best to ask, as without weapons they would be helpless. Surely, she could not allow her companions to put themselves in harm's way. The call connected, and Jiangwan's gentle voice came through. "What's the matter, squad leader?" With a serious expression, Sui Nuan asked, "Do you have any guns or weapons with you?" Jiangwan replied, "We have stun guns and some non-restricted knives." Sui Nuan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by restricted weapons?" Jiangwan responded candidly, "Sleeping drugs and pig-driving tools, 1 for close combat, 2 for ranged." "Is something wrong? Is there an ambush?" Sui Nuan sighed, "The warehouse might be in some trouble. We lack lethal weaponry and may not be able to assist." Jiangwan hesitated. Is it a territorial dispute among the wolf clans? If it involves wolves, the squad leader merely needs to drive them away. Wolves are inherently cautious. They will retreat if they sense they cannot win. Sui Nuan turned to Jun Sui. What do you think? Jun Sui nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I will tell my mother now. With that, Jun Sui began howling to the warehouse, following the direction of the calls, as Sui Nuan started the car, steering toward the sound. The warehouse had been attempting to persuade Sui Nuan to take Jun Sui away, but the little cub was resolute in his refusal. Yu Sui inquired. Shall I take a look from above? Nuan, just follow me, Sui Nuan replied, and she nodded in agreement. Jun Sui, feeling anxious and helpless, looked to Yu Sui. Please, Yu Sui, thank you. Don't mention it. We are partners, came the reassuring response. Chi Sui wished to comfort Jun Sui with a pat, but his tail was too short to reach. He could only wag it to ease the tension. We are in this together. No need for thanks.
Tian Sui Kaim Din.
We assist one another, complementing strengths and growing together. With Yu Sui leading the way, the 6 vehicles swiftly approached the battleground of the wolf clans. In winter, with no grass to conceal them, the 6 vehicles boldly approached, causing the fighting wolves on either side to part, with the larger group crouching low and retreating. The pack led by the warehouse eyed the retreating wolves with predatory intent, gradually closing in. Jun Sui, from the vehicle, fervently cheered for his formidable mother as the 6 vehicles illuminated their headlights and honked their horns, driving the encroaching wolves away. In truth, even without Sui Nuan and her companions, the other pack would have retreated. The warehouse had successfully defended a vast territory, demonstrating considerable strength, not something to be taken lightly by all. The rival pack howled in frustration before swiftly retreating, only daring to turn and flee once they were certain the warehouse had no intention of pursuing them. The warehouse's fierce presence slowly dissipated as it instructed its pack to keep their distance before trotting over to Sui Nuan's car window.
Mom, Mom, Mom.
I'm all better now. Nuan even said I've gained weight. Mom, Nuan named me Jun Sui now. Are you hurt? How are you feeling? Realizing that Jun Sui was quite the chatterbox, Sui Nuan hesitated. Jun Sui, should I let you out? Jun Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can Nuan really do that?
Thank you.
The warehouse, too, felt a sense of joy, stepping back several meters, awaiting Sui Nuan to release Jun Sui from the vehicle. The warehouse understood that its size and identity as a wolf posed a significant threat to fragile humans. Thus, stepping back to show it meant no harm was the most prudent course of action. As Jiang Song took the initiative to depart, Sui Nuan exhaled a sigh of relief. She slightly opened the door to let Jun Sui out of the car, allowing the mother and daughter to reunite. It wasn't that she was particularly worried about Song. Rather, she desired to show a greater respect for her own life. She was no longer the stubbornly resolute Nuan of yesteryears. Once Jun Sui exited the vehicle, he turned and wagged his tail at Sui Nuan. Upon receiving a reassuring glance from her that signaled him to go, he dashed towards Song. The affectionate interaction between the 2 females made Sui Nuan hesitate to interrupt. She felt akin to a villain in a story. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Song, Jun Sui suddenly recalled Sui Nuan's words. Oh right, Mama. Nuan mentioned wanting to propose a deal with you. Song, puzzled, raised her head and ambled closer to Sui Nuan's window. Greetings, human. I hear from Jun Sui that you wish to discuss a transaction?
Sui Nuan nodded. Indeed.
I would like to exchange meat for an opportunity to visit that cave. Of course, should we find anything of value within, we will also offer meat in return. Song glanced at her weary, hungry companions not far off and, without a moment's hesitation, nodded. Certainly. You may take whatever you wish. These items hold little value for us. For we wolves, sustenance is of utmost importance. Sui Nuan acknowledged this, stating, then the deal is struck. If the items within prove significant to us, we will return with more meat after taking what we need. Song, despite maintaining eye contact with Sui Nuan, did not exude the demeanor of a subordinate. You are a most worthy human to engage with. If you do not mind, we may become friends. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. Sui Nuan lowered the window completely, expressing her eagerness to forge a friendship.
I am Sui Nuan. These are my companions, Ki Sui, Yue Sui, Tian Sui.
And this is your child, Jun Sui. Song turned to acknowledge the trio and her child. Greetings, I am Song, the leader of the wolf tribe. Chapter 150, to the cave. With the agreement established, Sui Nuan dialed Jiang Wan's number once more. Song's subordinates were both famished and injured. It was imperative they were fed first. At the very least, sated wolves would exhibit a diminished desire to attack, and with Song present, the risk of sudden aggression from the wolves would be mitigated. Commander? Is the wolf leader agreeable? Sui Nuan glanced back, and upon seeing Song's approval, she suggested, let's prepare some meat for the injured to eat first, shall we? Jiang concurred, recognizing that while Nuan's communication with the small animals was commendable, the fear of wild wolves' attack was an entirely different matter. All right, I will open the doors to let the meat out. Jiang kept the line open with Nuan, picking up the radio to coordinate with other team members. 5 vehicle doors swung open, and various cuts of meat were tossed onto the ground. Though the cold weather posed no risk of spoilage, when spring arrived, Song and her kin would not suffer from a lack of food. A distant pack of wolves, upon spotting the meat cast by the team members, stirred restlessly. However, Song merely glanced back, and the wolves immediately lay down obediently.
Nuan, intrigued, inquired.
Is your territory far from here? Do we need to deliver the meat to you? Song hesitated. No need. We can transport it ourselves. Unfamiliar scents would only serve to make them anxious. Nuan nodded, respecting Song's decision. Jiang, let's throw the meat down for them to carry back. Jiang, still directing the operation, responded affirmatively. Understood. Chi Sui nestled on Nuan's head, his eyes fixed on Jun Sui, who was cautiously interacting with the remaining wolf companions. Having spent considerable time with humans, Jun Sui retained a strong human scent, despite having recently mingled with Song. The wolf pack watched Jun Sui approach with wariness, while Song remained silent, merely observing. Children inevitably face numerous challenges as they grow. For now, Song could protect her child, but once Jun Sui accompanied Nuan, he would have to assume the mantle of guarding her. Jun Sui, however, did not disappoint Song. He quickly gained the acceptance of the wolf pack. During this time, Jiang had directed the other team members to toss the remaining meat from the vehicles. Once this was accomplished, all 5 vehicles closed their doors, awaiting the wolves to collect the meat. Song, it is ready. Shall we allow them to approach and take the meat back to your territory? Song nodded and turned, emitting a few low calls. The wolves, previously eager but restrained by Song's authority, gradually approached the pile of meat. Jiang had maximized the available space within the vehicles, filling them to capacity. This heap of meat was akin to a treasure trove for the wolves. Song did not wander far, standing by as the wolves sequentially dragged away pieces of meat. Presently, only Song, Jun Sui, and 1 wolf remained at the site to guard the food. Watching her subordinates depart, Song turned to Nuan. They have left. Shall I take you to the cave now? Is it far? Can we drive in? Song assessed Nuan's vehicle. We can reach close to the cave, but there is a stretch where you will need to disembark. This vehicle cannot enter.
Nuan nodded.
Then let us proceed to the cave. Jun Sui hesitated. Mama, what about me? Song gently nudged Jun Sui with her head. You stay behind. You are still too small. The obedient Jun Sui nodded. All right, Mama. Nuan cooperatively opened the car door and placed Jun Sui inside. Are we ready? Song approached the front of the vehicle, turning to inquire of Nuan. All set. Let us depart. The 6 vehicles set off once more, with Song moving swiftly. Having sustained no injuries during her recent skirmish with another wolf pack, even if the wolves were wounded, Nuan could not afford to act recklessly and leap from the vehicle to rescue them. Song, possessing a certain intuition, would not harm Nuan. But the other wolves might not share the same restraint, especially given that they were starving. Trailing behind Song, the convoy traveled for some time before reaching their destination. Song's breathing grew slightly labored. We have arrived. Nuan was the first to alight from the vehicle, with the team members gradually gathering around her. Commander? While the individuals in the vehicles might have felt trepidation at the sight of a single wolf, the moment a pack was involved, they became invigorated. Let us proceed. It is just ahead. Nuan felt it was her request to view the site, thus she naturally led the way, armed as she was. Commander, allow me to lead. Several team members interjected, seeking to accompany her. With so many live targets and a firearm on her person, Nuan felt no fear. I shall lead. I am the commander, and in such unpredictable situations, my response time is paramount. Should Song betray them, who knows if she might display even the slightest malice. Tian Sui was already sensing the change, and as Song began to move, Chi Sui was the first to detect it. In such tactical outings, seasoned leaders and elite scouts typically take the forefront. Nuan, being both the captain and the most formidable warrior in the team, was the only one fit to lead. As soldiers, obedience to orders is paramount, and the group fell silent. Nuan gestured to Jiang. How about you take the center position? While Jiang was not weak, Nuan viewed her as a reliable logistical support. Jiang hesitated before nodding, with Nuan leading. It was only sensible for her to take the middle ground, ensuring she could swiftly respond to any issues that arose and maintain control over the team. Having established their positions, Song and Jun Sui strolled leisurely ahead while Sui Nuan and her team remained vigilant, their senses heightened. If the roles were reversed, and a group of humans with firearms were leading the way, Song would likely feel equally apprehensive. Trust had yet to be fully established, and Song was in no rush. As Jun Sui nestled close to Song, her small voice babbled incessantly, "Mama, Nuan said she wants to take me climbing mountains, visiting grasslands, and going to the seaside. When I see those beautiful landscapes, I will return to tell you all about it." Song, with fondness, replied, "Very well.
Mama.
The doctors in the human world are so remarkable. I awoke from my slumber to find my leg bandaged. Look, I am fully recovered now." Song's face radiated with satisfaction. It was truly delightful to be by her side, for one would certainly fare well. Listening to Song engage in conversation with Jun Sui, a group of individuals soon arrived at the entrance of the cave mentioned by Song. "This is the place," she declared. At the cave's end lay numerous chests, from which the yellow stone we presented to you was extracted from one of the damaged boxes. Sui Nuan nodded, leading the 10 individuals behind her into the cave. The cavern appeared to be artificially crafted, with smooth walls bearing signs of excavation, indicating that it had been there for quite some time. As they ventured further, Sui Nuan halted her steps upon encountering a fork in the path. Song, who had fallen behind, caught up without glancing at the cave's bifurcation, which seemed rather unremarkable. Save for 2 large stones at the center, their surfaces pockmarked for reasons unknown. Had those stones been smooth, they could have served as a resting spot during the summer. Alas, they were not. Chapter 151. Will we be caught? Yu Sui understood that Sui Nuan was not in a position to inquire further, yet curiosity piqued within her. "The center?" Song affirmed. "Indeed, it is circular in shape, with 2 symmetrical large stones at its heart, and nothing else." Sui Nuan pressed on, suggesting they could return to investigate later. Not long after, Sui Nuan spotted 2 openings leading to the left and right. These entrances were not directly aligned but staggered, with the right one closer to the exit and the left one receding deeper into the cave. Jiangwan hesitated, pondering if there was any significance to this arrangement. Sui Nuan, equally perplexed, glanced at Song. Without a moment's thought, Song remarked that both paths appeared similar to the previous one, save for the first fork, which had 2 stones, while this one contained only a single stone. Additionally, 2 more forks lay ahead, 2 stones on the left and 1 on the right. "We are traversing the central pathway, which leads to the area filled with chests." It was evident that Song had visited this cave on multiple occasions, speaking of it as if introducing one's home. Jiangwan grew increasingly familiar with the layout, casting a hesitant look at Sui Nuan. "Captain, does this remind you of the 5 Elements murder case?" "Indeed, the 5 Elements murder case." The 2 exclaimed in unison. The shock it had brought to Sui Nuan and the unease it instilled in Jiangwan were profound. Upon encountering the peculiar arrangement and bizarre occurrences, they could not help but draw parallels to the Qian Bagua murder incident. Sui Nuan, suppressing her curiosity, opted to explore deeper within. The group resumed their pace, with Sui Nuan unwittingly quickening her steps. They soon reached the cave's terminus, where a sight of chests of varying sizes greeted them, alongside a broken box leaking gold. Sui Nuan gasped. Could it all be gold? Jiangwan waved her hand, donning gloves and a mask to inspect the contents. The group, well prepared, retrieved masks, gloves, and lock-picking tools from their bags, clearly having come equipped for this endeavor. Sui Nuan also took out her gear, and they spread out, examining the chests with a mix of tapping and studying. While Sui Nuan may not have been particularly skilled in assessing the items within the boxes, she had mastered the art of lock-picking. In her quest to become a formidable quintuple threat, Sui Nuan had not only brushed up on physics but also acquired unconventional skills. Mastering this skill was merely a precaution for a day when it might be needed. Whether it would prove useful in the future remained to be seen, but learning it was never a mistake. After inspecting a lock, Sui Nuan turned to the 3 small creatures perched on her shoulders, exchanging glances. Chi Sui hesitated. "Shall we open it?" Tian Sui, more decisive, scampered back to the bag, soon emerging with a lock-picking tool. "Nuan, here you go." Tian Sui's adorable face brimmed with eagerness, as if urging, "Hurry, let's see what's inside." Without a doubt, treasures awaited within. Otherwise, Tian Sui would not be so animated. Accepting the tool from Tian Sui, Sui Nuan couldn't help but glance at Yu Sui, questioning whether it was truly wise to proceed. "Go ahead. What if there are exquisite jewels? Perhaps among them, there are precious beads worthy of my illustrious, formidable, and charismatic self." Sui Nuan silently turned back, realizing that inquiring further with Sui was superfluous. With a few deft maneuvers, Sui Nuan unlocked the iron lock of the first chest. As she opened it, the beam of her flashlight revealed a dazzling array of colors, a truly breathtaking sight. Tian Sui's eyes transformed into gem-like shapes, wide with astonishment. Sui Nuan had seen many sparkling accessories in her changing room, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and more. However, encountering such treasures in an unexpected setting felt entirely different. She had no fondness for attending extravagant banquets, where ostentatious gems served little practical purpose. Such events necessitated wearing fitted attire, like gowns or suits, coupled with high heels, which Sui Nuan particularly abhorred. Gowns felt restrictive, suits were impractical for carrying firearms, and offered little sense of security. Casual clothing was far more convenient, stylish yet comfortable. Suddenly, a bright glimmer caught the attention of the group, prompting them to turn in unison. "Captain, how did you pick the lock?" Jiang Wan, still examining an iron lock in her hand, was clearly still contemplating how to deal with it.
Sui Nuan shrugged,
displaying her lockpicking tool. "Well, since we were bound to open it anyway, I simply pried it open." Jiang Wan fell silent, realizing her captain possessed quite a repertoire of skills. While it was understandable for a young lady to learn self-defense to prevent abduction, the lock-picking skill raised questions. "Ahem, Captain. Deputy Captain Jiang, I can pick locks too," Jiang Wan admitted sheepishly. Sui Nuan was taken aback. "You can? Then let us work together. I happen to have a spare." A team member stepped forward, receiving the lock-picking tool from Sui Nuan's hand. Under the astonished gazes of the other team members, they approached the lock and fiddled with it for about a minute before it clicked open. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, realizing she had overlooked something significant. "It seems I underestimated you. I shall compile a list of your skills for future assignments." The team member explained, "I learned this from my neighbor's grandmother when I was young. I haven't had much use for it since, so I'm a bit rusty now." Sui Nuan patted the team member's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, you'll soon find opportunities to employ it." Jiang Wan's gaze towards this team member shifted, clearly envisioning multiple future roles for her. With the team's collaboration, all 8 smaller boxes and 10 larger ones were swiftly pried open. Sui Nuan circled the boxes, contemplating the temporal disparity of their contents. Among the 18 boxes, 3 large and 2 small contained gold, while 1 housed books and tomes related to the 5 elements. The rest were either jewelry or an assortment of silks and satins, diverse in nature. The chests containing gold were rather plain, mere ordinary black boxes. In contrast, the boxes adorned with jewelry and fine fabrics were extravagantly designed, though their surfaces had acquired a layer of green from prolonged exposure in the cave. Remnants of their former opulence, still visible. Sui Nuan hesitated, pondering whether these could be ancient artifacts. If they were indeed antiquities, would their forceful lockpicking not imply vandalism of cultural heritage? "Will we be caught?" From the depths of Sui Nuan's eyes, Jiang Wan discerned her thoughts. What is the captain truly worried about? Who would dare apprehend her? Who could possibly succeed? Has she forgotten that she is already recognized before several high-ranking officials in the nation? Not only was she recognized, but every action of Sui Nuan was monitored by a designated leader, with her messages reaching the highest echelons of authority. Chapter 152. A sense of helplessness. Sui Nuan felt somewhat bashful under Jiang Wan's gaze, and upon suddenly encountering so many stunning gemstones, her excitement momentarily caused her to lose her composure. Tian Sui could hardly contain the restless excitement brewing within. The treasures within the chest were enough to astonish Sui Nuan and her companions, let alone this treasure-loving golden-haired bear. "Nuan, please set me down. I wish to touch them." Sui Nuan hesitated, contemplating whether this might constitute a violation of artifact preservation. However, after a moment's reflection, she relinquished her reservations, reasoning that Tian Sui possessed an innate sense of propriety. After all, it was a prudent creature. She gently placed Tian Sui beside the jeweled crown's chest. The overwhelming brilliance of the vibrant gemstones was evidently more striking than that of gold, leaving the 11 of them momentarily dazed, their cognitive faculties nearly overwhelmed. Sui Nuan turned, pondering whether they should summon an expert. Their collective knowledge seemed insufficient to handle such precious artifacts. Had it been merely gold, they would have easily transported it themselves. But with antiquities, it was prudent to consult professionals. The situation was too daunting for them. Jiang Wan nodded absent-mindedly, having known her for a few months. This was the first time Sui Nuan witnessed Zhang's deputy feeling astonished. "I'll step outside to make a call." The cave relied on flashlight illumination, effectively blocking all signals.
"Zhang,
Still engaged in conversation with Jun Sui, lifted his head. Shall I escort her? Sui Nuan nodded, still incredulous that they had stumbled upon such an unexpected treasure. As Jiang Wan noticed Zong trailing her, her back instinctively tensed. Had it not been for the presence of her team members, she might have succumbed to anxiety. Sui Nuan gazed at the jeweled crown within the chest. As her flashlight illuminated it, a dazzling array of colors burst forth. The keen-eyed Yu Sui fluttered its wings, prompting a Nuan to shine the flashlight backward. Sui Nuan, perplexed, complied, and adjusted the beam. Not that way, move it back a little more. After another subtle adjustment, Yu Sui nodded in affirmation. Yes, look down through that filigree in the pink crown. Is there something beneath? Perhaps a book or a handwritten letter.
Sui Nuan squinted.
Leaning in slightly, the gemstone's radiance was blinding, and she could barely discern a hint of some paper-like object, but its nature eluded her. Come over and take a look. Is there a letter or something similar beneath this pink crown? Several team members quickly approached, and Sui Nuan stepped aside to inspect the other boxes. While Chi Sui had superior vision, it was primarily attuned to living beings. Squad leader, there does seem to be something. The treasures were haphazardly arranged, with many exquisite filigree crowns distorted from pressure, causing the onlookers to wince at the sight. Internally, they cursed the individuals responsible for such wanton destruction. Sui Nuan continued her search beneath other boxes, waving her hand. See if there are more items. There could be something important. When Jiang Wan returned, she found her teammates bent over, shining their flashlights at various angles to inspect the boxes. What are you doing? Sui Nuan stood straight, explaining. It seems there might be a letter or something beneath some of the boxes containing jewelry. We should advise the professionals to handle them with care, as they might contain crucial information. Jiang Wan nodded, assuring her, Don't worry, squad leader, I will. Should we take the gold with us first? The gold boxes and jewelry boxes were evidently from different eras, and with a box containing metaphysical items present, Jiang Wan had reason to suspect a connection between these treasures and the Qian case. The combined gold from several shops far exceeded this quantity. And since Qian was unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of other gold, the discovery of this substantial amount necessitated further investigation. Sui Nuan shook her head. Let's explore the other passageways first. Jiang Wan nodded, and the five followed, leaving the rest to guard the area. The intercom system did not require signals and could not be easily interfered with, making it their primary method of communication during operations. Sui Nuan hastened her steps toward the two passageways, glancing left and right. In a horror or suspense film, she would have chosen to split up, leading to a series of unfortunate events, but reality was not akin to cinema. Choosing a path at random, she led the way, with Zong and Jun Sui following closely, and Jiang Wan and the others trailing behind. Zong did not quite understand why Sui Nuan insisted on exploring an empty area, but he chose to respect her decision. Upon reaching the end of the forked entrance, Sui Nuan scanned the area. Aside from the two large stones in the center, there appeared to be nothing else.
Yu Sui,
who had been perched on Sui Nuan's shoulder since their arrival, took flight, circling the cave's ceiling and peering down. From Sui Nuan's vantage point, it appeared unremarkable. Yet viewed from above, the cave oddly resembled human organs. Yu Sui let out a surprised squawk, noting, humans do seem to have a penchant for peculiar shapes. Sui Nuan looked up at Yu Sui, and the creature, after completing its circle, returned to her shoulder. Without prompting, Yu Sui elaborated, this place is indeed circular. The central stones bear a resemblance to human organs like lungs. Sui Nuan was taken aback to find a connection to the Qian case here. After all, the capital was quite distant from Ningzhou province. To proceed with caution, Sui Nuan turned. Let us investigate the other passageways. Directly opposite the first entrance they had entered was another, and Sui Nuan led her group through all 5 tunnels. Yu Sui flew to the ceiling of each cave, and every large stone appeared to be related to organs: liver, heart, spleen, lung, and kidney. Sui Nuan felt a shiver of apprehension. Without a professional, this was truly beyond their capacity. Jiang Wan, having gleaned something from Sui Nuan's increasingly grave expression, felt a headache coming on. As a participant in the Qian case, she understood better than anyone how hastily and carelessly the case had been concluded. To quell public unrest, and with evidence pointing towards Qian they had no choice but to hasten the case's closure. This matter could still be investigated, and the higher-ups had indicated that those involved could pursue it whenever they wished. Yet, what good would that do? The most crucial and significant individual, Qian had already been executed, leaving them with scant leads. Jiang Wan, Chen Guodong, And Team Zhao had the will to investigate, but faced with a case that seemed to yield no clues, coupled with an unending stream of daily responsibilities, they felt powerless. Upon completing their circuit and returning to the end of the cave where the boxes were piled, Nuan and Jiangwan exchanged a glance, both sighing in resignation. Nuan massaged her temples, thinking to herself, perhaps she should follow Qi Sui's example and watch a few episodes of Conan to see if her intellect might improve. Chapter 153, The Letter. Nuan mentally filtered through the potential suspects in the Qianbeigua case, and time and again. She felt that the most likely suspect was Qianbeigua's wife, Zhang Weiniang. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. Zhang Weiniang was indeed deceased, having passed away several years prior. No matter how strong the suspicion, it was futile if she was no longer alive. To prove Zhang Weiniang was the murderer, one would first need to establish that she still existed in this world. Once again, her thoughts spiraled into a labyrinthine quandary. And Nuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shall we wait outside for them to arrive? Jiangwan, still mulling over the earlier events, nodded in agreement. As you say, squad leader, let us head out. The group exited the cave in a grand procession, and Nuan called to Zhang, Junsui, and Jiangwan, stepping aside to crouch down. Only Jiangwan understood that Nuan could comprehend animal language. Otherwise, Nuan would not have sought a private space for their conversation.
Zhang,
puzzled, asked, what is going on? Do you have questions for me? Nuan stroked her chin. Do you know who delivered these items here? Zhang shook his head. I do not know. This area was not originally our territory. I discovered it later, when I led our clan's expansion here. Squad leader, do you suspect Mr. Lin? Even without stating his full name, Nuan recognized who Zhang meant. The only Lin involved in the case was Lin Aigua. Nuan was in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain about the situation. Logically, Uncle Lin, being so open-minded, should not be in pursuit of immortality. He accepted his eldest daughter's coming out and his youngest son's monastic life. Such a person, who does not fervently chase after superstitions, would generally not seek eternal life. Of course, if Lin Aigua were to feign his interactions with her parents and later with her and her master, that would be another matter entirely. With such resolve and cunning, Nuan felt that being outmaneuvered by such an individual was not a disgrace. Jiangwan also deemed it unlikely that Lin Aigua was the mastermind, and she sighed, acknowledging that solving a case truly was a hair-raising endeavor. No wonder she had overheard Captain Zhao and Captain Chen discussing hair growth products earlier. After uttering this, Jiangwan instinctively touched her hat, beginning to worry about her potential future as a bald maiden. Nuan fell silent, surprised to hear news of Captain Chen in this context. Poor Captain Chen, she mused. Surely has not yet found any hair growth products? Perhaps one day, she could ask her brother for a recommendation? Her brother, always busy, still managed to maintain a head full of hair. With no fruitful discussion emerging, Nuan led Jiangwan, Song, and Junsui back to the cave entrance, where a group awaited Jiangwan's reinforcements. With a precise address, a team of professionals arrived around an hour later. At Nuan's signal, Jiangwan took the initiative to step forward and conveyed everything she could. Among the professionals were some elderly individuals, their frail bodies trembling, appearing as if they might collapse at any moment, which set Nuan's heart racing. Jiangwan guided the group into the depths of the cave, and Nuan suddenly recalled the papers beneath the box. She directed her flashlight towards the pink crown below. There is something else down here. Could we unearth the items and see what the papers say? An elderly staff member, with white hair and spectacles, approached, leaning down to inspect closely. Upon seeing the exquisite crown damaged, she muttered angrily, her language rather coarse. The staff member beckoned her assistant to carefully extract the items from within, laying them out on the cloth spread upon their entry. Nuan and the others, unsure of how to proceed, merely stood by and observed. After more than 40 minutes of meticulous handling, the contents of the box were finally revealed. Nuan, wearing gloves, cautiously picked up the exposed items, discovering a file folder. Jiangwan came alongside, taking the flashlight from Nuan to illuminate the contents for her. As the folder was opened, Nuan first pulled out a stack of photographs, followed by several letters. Having perused the photographs, Nuan's previously uplifted smile vanished, replaced by a grim line as her expression darkened. The images bore witness to a tragic history, serving as evidence of the Daxia people being treated like livestock for experiments. After viewing only half of the photographs, Nuan found it increasingly difficult to continue. She handed the photographs to Jiangwan and slowly opened the envelope, revealing a dense compilation of experimental data. detailing what was used, how many individuals were involved, the number of casualties, and the ages and genders of the subjects, all meticulously recorded. Both Sui Nuan and Jiang Wan lapsed into silence, unsure of what to say. It was clear that these findings must be submitted. After examining the photographs, Sui Nuan clenched her fists in anger, momentarily yearning to wander through a certain country, for trouble seemed to follow her wherever she went. But reflecting on the historical cases she had encountered, she dismissed the notion. Not only was the bounty extraordinarily high, but her very presence in that country could inadvertently assist in solving their cases, an implausible thought. Suddenly reminded that Song had yet to eat, she hesitated. Would you like to grab a bite to eat first? Song nudged Junsui, replying, I'm fine. I'm not hungry. Since Song had made that decision on his own, Sui Nuan refrained from further interference and soon immersed herself in handling the site's artifacts. They couldn't manage the jewelry, but they could with the gold. Bored, Ji Sui glanced around and won. May I go for a stroll? Still engrossed in counting gold, Sui Nuan nodded softly. Go ahead. You Sui, concerned about Ji Sui being mistaken for a wild snake, hesitated. Nuan, I'll accompany Ji Sui. Sui Nuan waved, reminding them to stay safe. After the trio of small animals departed, Sui Nuan returned to her task. Tian Sui, a competent treasure-seeking mouse, had already descended to rummage for treasures when the group entered the cave. Meanwhile, Jun Sui lingered close to Song, realizing that given their rarity, this might be the last chance to be together for an unknown period. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Sui was reluctant to part from Song even for a moment. Ji Sui and Yu Sui, a rare pairing of snake and bird, attracted the attention of the workers, who couldn't help but glance over.
Yu Sui, Si Sui pondered.
What is the significance of all this? Is any of this truly useful? Yu Sui strutted in a grandiose manner, asserting, humans sometimes delight in toying with seemingly useless matters. You should stop thinking about it. It could be detrimental to your mind, Ji Sui retorted, slightly defiant. I'm not foolish, Ji Sui insisted. You're not foolish. Just a bit slower to comprehend, Yu Sui conceded. As they discussed, Ji Sui was oblivious to the underlying implications of Yu Sui's words, nodding vigorously, of course. I've been told I'm not foolish. Just then, Tian Sui wandered by. Ji Sui? Ji Sui's eyes lit up. Tian Sui, you arrived just in time. Let's think together. Or we could summon Jun Sui and Song. After all, it's said that 3 heads are better than 1. Tian Sui acquiesced. Very well. Let us brainstorm together.
Great.
Yu Sui, Tian Sui, wait here while I fetch Jun Sui and Song. Excited to be organizing a discussion on such a significant matter, Ji Sui dashed off to gather the others. Before long, the small group was assembled, and brimming with pride, Ji Sui declared, let us begin.
Yun Sui, bewildered, asked.
Begin what? Ji Sui paused, and Yu Sui sighed, realizing that aside from themselves and Tian Sui, none of the others were fully aware of the context or possessed the necessary intellect. Ji Sui struggled to grasp the situation, while Jun Sui and Song remained oblivious. Yu Sui sighed, accepting that Ji Sui, despite being a bit slow, was still a valued companion. They were constructing a diagram of generative relationships, focusing on the 5 major organs: liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. They had yet to locate the liver essential for the cycle. Ji Sui and Jun Sui expressed eagerness. So our task is to find the liver? We still need to locate another liver? Yu Sui hesitated before nodding, perhaps, but this is merely a hypothesis. We cannot be entirely certain. Ji Sui turned eagerly. Where is it? Should we split up to search? Tian Sui glanced at the small creatures nearby, scratching its face. It seems to be a hidden chamber. Let us enlist Nuan's help. Absolutely. I'll go call Nuan, Jun Sui chirped, scampering off to find Sui Nuan. Sui Nuan looked up as she saw Jun Sui rushing towards her, setting down her belongings. What's wrong? Jun Sui glanced back at the other companions who were approaching. Yu Sui and the others just analyzed something and realized we might have missed a step. So we came to find you to help us look. Sui Nuan regarded Yu Sui, confusion evident in her eyes. Yu Sui, exasperated, clarified, it's just a theory. Yu Sui proceeded to explain their conjecture to Sui Nuan, who, upon hearing it, recognized the absence of a critical branch in their analysis. To establish a genuine cycle of mutual generation, it implies the necessity of possessing 2 livers. Yet, whether in the case of the Qianbeigua incident or here, 1 liver is conspicuously absent. With a multitude of outsiders present, Sui Nuan found it inconvenient to voice her thoughts. She exchanged glances with Yu Sui and Tian Sui. signaling them to take the lead and explore the surroundings for any new discoveries. They nodded in agreement and promptly gathered their companions to commence their search. As for why Sui and Nuan refrained from joining the search, it was due to the presence of the cultural relic protection staff. If they began their investigation, it would inevitably lead to discussions about the case, which was not suitable for public disclosure. Initially, Sui and Nuan intended to wait until the staff had transported the artifacts before resuming her own search. The mechanism for the secret chamber might very well be located here, but with an abundance of items, she found it impractical to conduct a thorough examination. A careless touch could inadvertently activate a switch, potentially endangering these treasures, which would be an immense waste and a source of deep regret. The staff responsible for the inventory had nearly finished organizing the items, presenting the letters from the boxes to Sui and Nuan, while the remaining artifacts were packed up and taken away. The restoration of cultural relics was their responsibility, and other matters were beyond their concern. Conveniently, the police were also preoccupied with the case, discarding items into their custody, allowing the workers to leave without further ado. With the others gone, Sui and Nuan stood upright, surveying the ground strewn with gold, a sight to behold. "You continue counting. I'll investigate other areas," she instructed. Jiang Wan looked up. "Shall I accompany you with the squad leader?" Sui and Nuan waved her hand. "You stay here and manage them well. I can handle this on my own. If anything arises, I'll return to find you." "All right, be safe, squad leader," she replied. Sui and Nuan turned to leave. With 10 individuals present, her absence would not be missed. This time, Sui and Nuan resolved to begin her inquiry at the first junction, primarily to ascertain the possibility of a secret chamber. Upon reaching the designated area, several creatures, including Chi Sui, were meticulously examining the walls.
Chi Sui, in particular,
was directly pressed against the ground, sniffing intently. Observing Chi Sui's actions, Sui and Nuan found herself puzzled. What was it doing? Yu Sui, studying the wall above, landed on Sui and Nuan's shoulder, explaining, "We sensed something amiss," which led us here. Shortly after arriving, Chi Sui detected an unusual scent, although it felt somewhat elusive. Sui and Nuan hesitated. "So this is to facilitate a more precise confirmation?"
Yu Sui nodded helplessly, indeed.
Tian Sui stood up, shaking off debris, and earnestly explained to Sui and Nuan, "I truly believe something is off here, but I cannot pinpoint what it is." Chi Sui, feeling disheartened, rose and expressed confusion and Nuan, "I genuinely smelled a familiar scent just now, but for some reason, I can only faintly detect it now. It feels as if there are fragments, yet I cannot discern their location." Sui and Nuan contemplated, lowering her gaze. Her intuition also suggested something was amiss, prompting her to begin her investigation here. Could it be beneath us? Jun Sui sniffed curiously, wondering if its keen sense of smell had failed it, leaving it unable to detect anything. What could this familiar scent be? Jun Sui gazed at its mother, eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Song, equally perplexed, unconsciously sniffed the air, questioning, "What scent?" Aside from the meat of those present, I seemed to detect nothing else. Lowering its head, Song sniffed the ground again, and indeed sensed a faint odor. Chi Sui's eyes brightened. Had Song also detected it? Was that scent ephemeral, sometimes perceptible, and at other times entirely absent? Song couldn't resist another sniff, only to find the scent had vanished, as if the previous experience had been a mere figment of its imagination. Since that's the case, we must continue searching. We must scour every inch to uncover the entrance to the underground chamber. The little creatures dispersed, and Sui and Nuan began to meticulously feel along the walls, occasionally knocking to ensure she missed no detail. Chi Sui continued to crawl on the ground, attempting to discern where the scent was strongest. However, after several thorough examinations of the limited space, Sui and Nuan and her companions failed to identify any switches or entrances to a secret chamber. Chapter 155. It appears it cannot become a technical wolf after all. Crawling towards the east, Chi Sui flipped onto its back, exclaiming, "Heavens, where could those fragments be?" A snake lying on its back was a rare sight, and Sui and Nuan couldn't help but glance at Chi Sui a few extra times. After half an hour of searching with one person and 5 creatures, they found nothing, forcing Sui and Nuan to confront a harsh reality. They had misjudged their location. "Perhaps it's not here. Shall we search elsewhere?" Tian Sui scratched its face, contemplating the idea of digging a hole to see if the fragments lay hidden beneath. The cave was not particularly large for humans, but for a golden-haired bear, it was akin to a modestly sized luxury apartment. "Nuan, I feel it's right here. Beneath us, or perhaps above." Chi Sui fervently nodded. Yes, I completely agree with Tian Sui. Yu Sui landed on the ground and reported, I observed earlier. There shouldn't be any issues above. Jun Sui, feeling left out, asked in confusion, what mechanism? What exactly are we searching for? A hidden chamber. Chi Sui attempted to illustrate, but struggled to convey its thoughts effectively. Yu Sui had a sudden thought and trotted over to Chi Sui. How about I carry you up to sniff around above and see if it's concealed there? Yes, yes. Chi Sui eagerly nodded. Having crawled across the ground, it had found no issues below. If the chamber were problematic and not below, it was most likely above. Without hesitation, Yu Sui grasped Chi Sui and soared towards the cave ceiling, slowing their flight as they neared the top.
Chi Sui stretched its neck.
Confident it hadn't misinterpreted the scent. During its first visit with Nuan, it had sensed it, albeit for only a brief moment. When it led the way inside, the scent returned, solidifying its certainty. Stop. Yu Sui hovered in midair, asking, where's the problem? Back a little, right at the center, directly above the stone. Chi Sui instructed. Following its guidance, Yu Sui flew back. Is it here? Chi Sui attempted to climb onto Yu Sui's back. But as Yu Sui's wings began to move, Chi Sui wrapped around it, causing both of them to plummet. Nuan, help! 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 Sui Nuan rushed forward to catch the squealing Chi Sui and the exasperated Yu Sui. Chi Sui felt a wave of embarrassment. It wasn't intentional. I panicked. A snake would naturally need to coil around an object to avoid falling, but once Yu Sui was ensnared, it could no longer fly. Yu Sui could force its way free, but that would risk injuring Chi Sui, so it simply chose to remain still, allowing itself to descend. It knew that even if they fell, Nuan would catch them, so it willingly let gravity take its course.
Chi Sui climbed off Sui Nuan,
allowing Yu Sui to slowly rise. Have we confirmed? Is it at the center of the cave ceiling?
Yes, indeed, Chi Sui replied,
raising its head to inhale deeply again, certain the scent originated from above. Squad leader, what are you all doing?
Jiangwan,
who had just entered the junction from the passageway, looked up as well. The ceiling appeared ordinary, devoid of anything remarkable. Sui Nuan turned to see Jiangwan gazing upwards and chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. Chi Sui detected a scent at the center above, and we're investigating if there's anything unusual there. Has the gold been counted? Jiangwan approached Sui Nuan. It's been completed. The team is currently transporting the items back to the vehicle. Should we call someone to bring a ladder and dig around? With over 80 personnel under her command, aside from a few stationed in the capital, the rest had come to Shunlin City. If it weren't for the desire to avoid alarming the already skittish inhabitants of Shunlin City, Jiangwan would have summoned even more individuals to deliver takeout to the wolves. On the ground, the diminutive Tian Sui strained to raise its paw, exclaiming Nuan, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I can manage. Sui Nuan glanced down at Tian Sui, cautioning, climbing up there is too perilous. What if you fall? Tian Sui looked hopefully at Yu Sui, suggesting, Yu Sui can carry me up, and I can gnaw a hole in the top. No. Sui Nuan immediately rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Tian Sui scratched its head, clearly puzzled. Sui Nuan crouched down, explaining, there are fragments up there. If you chew on the dirt and rocks. What if you accidentally ingest something? It's not hygienic. While Sui Nuan did not oppose Tian Sui eating meat, she drew the line at human flesh. Being up there for so long would be exceedingly unsanitary. Jiangwan surveyed their surroundings and noted that the cave wasn't very tall. Stacking some boxes should suffice. Or should we bring over some boxes of gold for a makeshift step? Sui Nuan couldn't help but twitch her lips. The state of the world was indeed in decline if gold, worth 1,000 per gram, was to be utilized as a stepping stone. Truly the most extravagant of footrests.
All right.
Do we have anything to dig with? Jiangwan pondered for a moment before affirming, yes. Sui Nuan scrutinized the seemingly time-worn cave, suddenly uncertain, and inquired, by the way, won't digging cause it to suddenly collapse? Jiangwan replied, that is something I hadn't considered, as I'm not a professional. Shall we call in an expert to take a look? Sui Nuan nodded, thinking it wise to summon someone just in case. Generally, such a small cave wouldn't collapse. But given the numerous tunnels dug here and her presence within the crowd, an unexpected incident wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. Better to exercise caution. Jiangwan prepared to step outside to make a call and summon someone knowledgeable. Suddenly, Sui Nuan recalled her versatile subordinates. She waved her hand, saying, wait a moment. You could ask our subordinates if any of them possess the expertise. She felt that among her more than 80 subordinates, there would likely be a wealth of talent. Jiangwan gestured an okay sign, instructing the squad leader to wait here for a moment. Sui Nuan waved her hand, saying, "I'll check another location." Jun Sui moved closer to Chi Sui, inhaling deeply to catch a whiff of the scent, but not only did it detect nothing, it sneezed loudly several times. It seemed clear that it was not destined to be a technical wolf. It was a creature of brute strength and speed. With this thought, Jun Sui surreptitiously assessed Sui Nuan's physique, then glanced down at itself. It knew it must strive to consume more food and grow larger than its mother, so it could carry a Nuan, just as Yu Sui did with Chi Sui and Tian Sui. Completely unaware of Jun Sui's musings, Sui Nuan beckoned. "Let us move on to the next secret chamber and see if we can uncover something new." During their first exploration, they merely glanced around. Now that they had the time, they might as well conduct a thorough investigation. With renewed confidence, Chi Sui climbed into the second secret chamber, while Yu Sui, as usual, carried Chi Sui to sniff around at the top. Any discoveries? Chi Sui shook its head, indicating there was none. Tian Sui's gaze fell to the ground, pondering. Could it be below this time?
How could that be?
Shouldn't these all follow a similar pattern? As Chi Sui reached the center, it froze and lowered its head to sniff once more. Sui Nuan hesitated, asking, "Is there a problem?" Chapter 156, Dig? How do we dig? Chi Sui pressed its nose against the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems there is indeed a scent." The statement left Chi Sui feeling somewhat unsure. Had it not leaned in closely, it would have completely missed the smell. It cast an inquiring look at Sui Nuan, asking if they should dig to investigate. Since it couldn't assist from above, it could certainly help from below. Sui Nuan felt a bit flustered. Without any tools, she decided to mark the spot and dig together later. That works. The inquiry was primarily driven by curiosity. What was this peculiar scent that the snake had detected? Yet her wolf nose had failed to catch? Sui Nuan drew a circle on the ground before leading the group of small animals to the next location. The little ones collaborated, while Sui Nuan merely followed along, marking the way. In total, they explored 5 secret chambers, each with varying intensities of scent. Upon reaching the final chamber where the gold was stored, Chi Sui made several trips back and forth without detecting any scent. It scratched its head with its tail, pondering if this chamber contained no fragments. Sui Nuan roamed around the area where she had previously placed numerous boxes, feeling a sense of anticipation that something delightful might be hidden here. Tian Sui noticed Sui Nuan searching for something and joined in the exploration. Just as they were still seeking the entrance to the mechanism, Jiang Wan's summoned technical personnel arrived on the scene. The technicians were none other than Sui Nuan's subordinates, each possessing a blend of literary and martial prowess, along with a wealth of eclectic skills they had learned on their own. This reinforced Jiang Wan's confidence in her plan. She resolved to take stock of her team's unique skills to ensure no talent went unrecognized. "Squad leader, everyone is here. Should we start digging now?" Sui Nuan turned around, asking, "Digging? Is there something to collect the dirt in?" The scent was faint enough that even Chi Sui had to get quite close to detect it, suggesting it was either buried deep or had mostly decomposed. Sui Nuan felt that the latter was more likely. In such locations, digging too deep could easily lead to a collapse. She doubted anyone would be unaware of such knowledge when it came to the tunnels they had painstakingly excavated. As a diligent vice squad leader, Jiang Wan had, of course, prepared in advance, knowing that everything must wait for Sui Nuan's directives. If she didn't it would be quite a challenge for her to not only be a good vice squad leader, but to also aspire to being a major. "I have prepared evidence bags." Sui Nuan couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at Jiang Wan, affirming, "As expected of my capable vice squad leader, your preparations are thorough." Just as Sui Nuan was about to retract her hand to start digging, she suddenly felt a distinct difference in the texture of the stone brick beneath her fingers. Uncertain, she began to probe around, confirming that this particular brick felt different. Jiang Wan quickly approached, following Sui Nuan's indication to touch the brick that felt unusual. While its surface appeared identical to the surrounding bricks, it felt cold to the touch. Jiang Wan pressed down and discovered that this brick did not function like the others. It could be depressed. Could this be the switch for a hidden chamber? Sui Nuan shook her head, advising, "Let us not act hastily. Let us dig up the dirt first to secure our evidence before we consider anything else. If this isn't a switch for a hidden chamber but a deadly trap, we could end up toiling for nothing but a few boxes of gold, with no other evidence to show for our efforts. Gold must be surrendered to the state. Regardless of how much is found, it ultimately belongs to the nation, but evidence is something entirely different. The pursuit of evidence and the unraveling of difficult cases would earn them genuine credit." Jiang Wan recognized the wisdom in Sui Nuan's words. She turned back and asked, Squad leader, shall we dig together? Sui Nuan nodded, her curiosity piqued about what could be hidden inside, especially something that could nearly deceive even the keen nose of Chi Sui. Jiangwan took out a pen and made a mark on the wall. There were no other bricks identical to this one, and while the area was easily identifiable, this spot was different. Turning around, one could easily lose track of where the brick was, so marking it was prudent to avoid wasting time. After marking the spot, the group returned to the first secret chamber. By now, there were already a few individuals inside, with one team member wearing a hard hat preparing for work. Jiangwan gently inquired, "How is it?
Can we dig?"
The team member stood up, turning to see Sui Nuan and Jiangwan, saluting respectfully, "Squad leader, vice squad leader. This type of area has a stable structure. As long as we don't dig too deep, it should remain intact." However, as with any probabilistic issue, the team member wouldn't guarantee anything, pondering what if it suddenly collapsed? Chi Sui raised its tail, asserting, "Nuan, with me here, I'll know if he finds any fragments. Let him begin digging, shall we?" Sui Nuan shared the same sentiment. She indicated the area to be excavated, believing they could start digging cautiously, as it shouldn't be buried too deeply. The team member nodded in compliance, retrieving a tool and climbing atop a box filled with gold, carefully excavating in the direction Sui Nuan had indicated. As soon as a shallow pit was dug, Chi Sui lifted its head, sensing the scent intensifying. Sui Nuan inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" The fully armed team member examined the ground meticulously, discovering nothing but ordinary soil. However, upon closer inspection, the color appeared significantly darker than before. This was not entirely unexpected for Sui Nuan. There was no need to dig deeper. She decided to collect some of the darker soil for further analysis back at their base, as the cave was unlikely to evade them. The team obediently scooped a small pouch of soil, and the squad leader inquired if she wished to take a look. Chi Sui wagged its tail eagerly, expressing a desire to observe. Sui Nuan accepted the evidence bag and opened it, finding the soil looked like any ordinary dirt. Yet, before even approaching, Chi Sui firmly asserted, "This is it. It bears a familiar scent." With Chi Sui's confirmation, Sui Nuan felt reassured enough to hand the sample over to Jiangwan for examination. Suspecting there might be an issue, Jiangwan did not press for more details, accepting the soil and assuring Sui Nuan that she would report back immediately after the results emerged. The remaining 4 hidden chambers, where fragments were buried, were no longer directly overhead. They did not require gold as a stepping stone. Sui Nuan waved her hand, instructing them to carry this out, expressing her gratitude for their efforts. The box of gold was substantial, necessitating 4 team members for transport. Without hesitation, the team members moved forward to carry the items away. Such subordinates were a source of comfort for Sui Nuan. She particularly disliked those who were overly inquisitive. If it were essential for the team to know something, she would inform them without needing to be asked. Silence implied that the information was not necessary for them. In the military, following orders sufficed. Showcasing one's abilities depended on actions, not words. The group swiftly proceeded to the other chambers, excavating soil from the marked areas. Ultimately, only Sui Nuan and Jiangwan entered the final chamber. Sui Nuan touched the peculiar stone, recalling scenes from films and television dramas she had seen in her previous life, which dealt with similar stone bricks. The first response was to press down. If it resisted, the second option was to pry it out. She felt the stone's seamless surface, pondering how it could be pried free. Jiangwan, what if the mechanism is hidden beneath this stone brick, and it cannot be pressed down? How would we extract it? Jiangwan pondered, would we really need to pry it out? Yes, they needed to, but how? Chapter 157. The Principle of Force Breaking All Methods. The two exchanged glances for a while, Sui Nuan once again tracing the perfectly seamless stone brick with her fingers, perplexed by its lack of any crevice. How had those who excavated here managed to remove it? Perhaps there were other mechanisms at play. Was this merely a distraction? Jiangwan's tone conveyed uncertainty, clearly engaging in speculation. Sui Nuan's gaze wandered around the chamber, contemplating whether they should search further. If they could not find anything, they would devise a method to pry the stone out. Jiangwan nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll call in a few team members to join us." Tian Sui, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Nuan, I can gnaw a hole into this, making it easier for you to extract the brick." While Sui Nuan was still exploring other areas, she thought, Tian Sui truly embodies the principle of breaking all methods with sheer force, wanting to chew through everything. Yet, with this determination, Tian Sui's suggestions often proved feasible. Is that wise? Wouldn't your teeth get hurt? Tian Sui, full of confidence, replied, "Leave it to me. I'll be just fine." Ever since it had shed its identity as a bullied little creature, nothing had been able to obstruct its formidable teeth. Nuan cradled Tian Sui in her palm, placing it at the marked spot to unleash its capabilities. Tian Sui did not disappoint its audience, promptly gnawing out a small indentation at the right spot. Its impressive teeth left the onlookers grinning. Even Song's usually composed demeanor cracked slightly. Song compared his teeth with Tian Sui's, realizing his own were not as effective. Just as Tian Sui had created a grip-sized indentation in the peculiar brick, Jiangwan entered with 5 team members. The others remained with the vehicle, as leaving such a substantial amount of gold unattended would be quite disrespectful. Squad leader, shall we begin our search? Jiangwan approached Nuan, her brow raising in confusion at the scene before her. Is this truly the principle of breaking all methods with a single bite? Nuan reached out to test the brick, finding that her 4 fingers could grip it perfectly. Alright, Tian Sui, we won't need any tools now. Let us keep searching, and if we find nothing else, we'll pull this brick out to investigate. Well done, Tian Sui, she praised, returning the creature to her shoulder and calling to a still-dazed Jiangwan to continue their search in the chamber. Tian Sui spat a few times, feeling as though sand had entered its mouth, yearning to rinse. Jiangwan, you and the team should start searching. I'll step outside for a moment. The weather was cold, and bottled water was ineffective against the chill. However, Nuan had a thermos of hot water in the vehicle, intending to rinse Tian Sui's mouth. Jiangwan snapped back to reality, her expression complex. Alright, squad leader, go ahead. Taking a few small ones out of the cave. Nuan thought she wouldn't be gone long. Yu Sui, Tian Sui, Jun Sui, and Song must be getting hungry, and she wanted to leave them in the vehicle. You all stay in the vehicle, I'll be right back, it won't take long. Song followed her into the camper, as it was too cold outside, and food would freeze if taken out. It was essential for the little ones to have something warm to eat. She had prepared Jun Sui's meal, which could be heated up. After setting out their meal, Nuan prepared to leave. Chi Sui raised its head. On, I'll accompany you. I'm not hungry. Snakes do not require meals at every turn, and Chi Sui's assertion held merit. Nuan, feeling helpless, replied, the vehicle is warm. I'll be back shortly. No, I want to go with you. Unable to resist the stubborn Chi Sui, she extended her hand. Alright, I'll take you. Is that acceptable?
Kisui,
who had been twisting in place, eagerly climbed up Nuan's hand, exclaiming, Yes. On, you're the best. Such a childlike demeanor was new. Chi Sui had not been this way at their first encounter. Nuan thought, when did it start to resemble a child more and more? Alright, you all eat here. I'll be back soon, she reassured. Tian Sui, somewhat anxious, reminded her. On, please be cautious. Understood, she responded, waving her hand as she descended from the vehicle, closing the door behind her. The interior was warm, and it was only fair to let the large Song remain inside for a while. Upon exiting, Nuan made her way directly to the cave. Considering it was now February, nearing the new year, she contemplated whether to return home to celebrate before resuming her search for ginseng, almost forgetting the original purpose of this expedition. Nuan felt she might be the first to do so. Entering the depths of the cave, Nuan quickly joined the others, beginning to explore the walls for clues. Bored, Chi Sui lifted its head, its small red eyes surveying the cave ceiling, sensing it might be slightly lower than the others outside, though it could be an illusion. Moreover, why did the ceiling bear so many cracks compared to the others? Curiosity often intensifies during moments of boredom, and Chi Sui's gaze darted between the ceiling and Nuan's face. Noticing her preoccupation, Nuan turned, unable to ignore Chi Sui's persistent attention. Chi Sui blinked its little eyes and pointed its tail at the ceiling. On, do you see those cracks? There seems to be a hint of a different color behind this layer of mud. The final chamber appeared superior to the other 5. Not only were bricks used for the walls, but the ceiling was also covered with a smooth layer of mud. Yet, one wondered if the workers had cut corners, as the ceiling was riddled with cracks. Nuan redirected her flashlight towards the ceiling, and following Chi Sui's hint, she indeed perceived a splash of color peeking through the fissures. Uncertain, she tugged at Jiangwan's sleeve. Take a look. Does it appear that there is colorful paint behind those cracks? Jiangwan lifted her head, uncertain. After several glances, she still couldn't discern anything. Perplexed, she remarked, I don't see anything. Hearing Nuan, the other team members engaged in conversation also looked up. The more Nuan observed, the more convinced she became that something was concealed behind. Did any of you notice anything? The team members shook their heads in unison. No. Chi Sui grew anxious. On Nuan, I truly saw something.
Nuan gently patted Kisui,
Attempting to soothe its agitation. Any other discoveries on the walls? Again, the group of team members shook their heads. None. Nuan directed the beam of her flashlight towards the marked stone brick, concluding that since other areas were unproblematic, the issue must lie here. You all wait outside. If anything happens, it would be difficult to escape with so many of us in here. A team member, skilled in lockpicking, stepped forward. Captain, such a risky endeavor should fall upon us first. How can we let you bear all the peril? The others echoed in agreement, asserting that it was only right for them to take on the danger before the squad leader. Chapter 158. Unseemly Characters. Jiang Wani remained silent, as she shared the same sentiment. Their entire squad was devoted to Nuan. Should anything unfortunate befall her, they would be disbanded and reassigned to different teams. In such perilous circumstances, it was only fitting for her, as the vice squad leader, to shoulder the responsibility. Before Jiang Wani could voice her thoughts, Nuan raised her hand to halt her. Let me speak first. She pointed at the stone brick that Tian Sui had gnawed at. You all cannot extract this. And even if you could, just look above. If the ceiling collapses, who among you could escape? The team members hesitated, pondering if they themselves could flee, let alone the captain. Nuan confidently patted herself. I can. This wasn't arrogance. It was merely a statement of fact. She indeed possessed the requisite speed, strength, combat prowess, and reflexes that few in the team could rival. Previously, Nuan would not have dared to guarantee such confidence, but now she felt emboldened. Jiang Wani hesitated, but upon locking eyes with Nuan's resolute gaze, her worries dissipated. Vice Squad Leader, please ensure your safety. We'll wait for you outside. Reluctantly, the team members turned to leave, and Nuan's gaze gradually settled on the brick. Chi Sui, keep an eye on the surroundings and alert me if anything seems amiss.
Understood, Nuan.
Outside, Tian Sui, still engaged in eating, suddenly raised its head, anxiously crawling to the window to peer outside.
Suis leapt busy de Tian Sui.
What's wrong? Tian Sui scratched its face, confusion etched across its features. I suddenly felt that Nuan might be in danger, but now it's gone. Even the most intuitive Tian Sui had sensed something, prompting Sui to grow vigilant. Shall we go take a look? Let us. Jun Sui quickly lifted its head from its bowl. I'm going too. Tian Sui waved its hand. Jun Sui, you can continue eating. Sui cannot carry you. Jun Sui, puzzled, questioned its implication. Wasn't it suggesting that it wanted to accompany them to the cave? I'll wait outside the cave, and won't he cause you any trouble? Song felt relieved. Her child had matured significantly during this time, realizing that knowing one's limits was crucial for survival. Before exiting, Nuan closed the door, but that was of little concern. Tian Sui assuredly possessed the strength and means to manage. With a click, the door swung open, and Sui prepared to take flight, waiting for Tian Sui to climb onto its back. Jun Sui, Song, we'll go ahead. Tian Sui scrambled onto Sui's back without turning around, casually informing Song and her daughter. Watching the two companions depart, Jun Sui eagerly exclaimed, Mom, 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 let us get moving too. Song nudged the car door open and leapt out. Don't rush. Take your time. Jun Sui, in its impatient fervor, seemed to have inherited a hasty temperament from somewhere. As the small group hastened towards the cave, Nuan slowly extended her gloved hand towards the brick. Empowered by Tian Sui's formidable strength, she gripped the brick and tugged. The brick remained immobile, and with half her strength expended, Nuan raised an eyebrow. It's wedged in quite tightly. Can an ordinary person truly extract this stone?
Nuan.
Those who can devise such mechanisms are unlikely to be ordinary. Nuan acknowledged. Chi Sui, your reasoning is becoming increasingly sound, speaking nothing but the truth. With renewed determination, Nuan exerted 90% of her strength, and the stone brick was gradually pulled out. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as she turned, revealing a fragmented clump of earth on the ground. Chi Sui, who had been vigilant of the ceiling, recoiled in fright. Nuan slowly raised her gaze, and where the ceiling had once been a cracked earthen wall, a solitary, mottled red pupil now peered down at her. The pupil silently observed the ground below, embodying an eerie blend of superiority and compassion, both emotions rendering that red gaze particularly unsettling. Nuan locked her eyes onto the pupil, and with a decisive motion, she exerted herself fully to extract the stone brick entirely. The brick felt cold and heavy in her grasp, yet she was oblivious to its weight as she dashed out, her figure a blur. In mere seconds, Suenyuan sprinted out of the cave, colliding with Yu Sui and Tian Sui, who had hurried over. Nuan, how do you feel?
Yu Sui inquired anxiously.
The ground rumbled ominously. Suenyuan turned slowly, witnessing a colossal stone slab descending to seal the cave entrance, reminiscent of a long-neglected machine. A collective silence enveloped the group as they observed the slab's descent. Once it firmly struck the ground, sealing the entrance, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed. Tian Sui appeared dazed. Who could this mechanism trap? Vice Squad Leader, what did you discover inside? Suenyuan handed the brick to Jiangwani, who nearly stumbled as she received it, astonished by its unexpected weight. What is this? Why is it so heavy? I don't know. It was the marked one, and I just took it out along with me. Suenyuan gestured towards the sealed cave entrance. What now? Shall we blast it open? While the state permitted Suenyuan to carry firearms, explosive devices like grenades were out of the question. Using a gun could be justified by state enforcement to placate the masses, but using a grenade felt fundamentally inappropriate. Jiangwani glanced back at the cave entrance. I'll call in more people tomorrow to take a look. If we can blast it open, we will. Otherwise, we'll think of another plan. Suenyuan recalled the red pupil and added, if possible, let us avoid using explosives. There are murals at the end of the cave, and explosives might destroy them. I have a feeling those paintings could provide vital evidence. All right. We'll heed the Vice Squad Leader's advice and try to think of alternatives. Suenyuan glanced at her watch. It's getting late. Let us return tomorrow. Okay. Let us regroup. Jun Sui nuzzled against Song. Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye.
Suenyuan waved. Song, we'll bring another batch of food tomorrow. You should hurry back. You must be hungry after a long day. Song's substantial size meant that the modest amount of food Suenyuan had prepared would hardly suffice, especially since it was intended for Jun Sui. As the convoy departed, Song swiftly returned to their tribe. Suenyuan remained preoccupied with thoughts of the red pupil. Placing her phone on the passenger seat, please send a message to Captain Chin, advising her to be cautious. Could that eye be related to immortality? Why did she doubt it so? It appeared particularly sinister, far from benevolent. Moreover, in her recollections, there seemed to be no deities in the Great Xia with red pupils that granted immortality. Could it be foreign? What era were they in? Why still cling to superstitions? What kind of person was this? Chapter 159. Working off a crime? In her mind, Sui Nuan revisited all the deities she knew. Yet she still could not find a match. Ultimately, she resolutely chose to abandon the search, deciding that tomorrow's visit would yield clarity. Chi Sui, shaking his head, exclaimed, Nuan, I no longer require the assistance of Yu Sui or Tian Sui to send a message to Captain Chin. Am I not impressive? Before Sui Nuan could respond, Jun Sui, who had been peeking around, interjected, so impressive, Chi Sui knows so much. Flattered by the little cub's praise, Chi Sui's serpentine face radiated pride. Indeed. As long as you learn diligently from me, you too can excel.
He. Jun Sui wagged his tail, asking, can Chi Sui teach me?
I want to be a cultured wolf too. Without hesitation, Chi Sui replied, of course, follow my lead, and I guarantee your success. On the sidelines, Yu Sui, Tian Sui, and Sui Nuan pondered. Could Jun Sui truly become accomplished under Chi Sui's tutelage? This was indeed a matter worth contemplating. Has Captain Chin replied yet?
Chi Sui,
who had been boasting about his own achievements, glanced at his phone screen and said, not yet. Captain Chin might still be working overtime. Sui Nuan, not dwelling on it, drove straight back to her temporary hotel. Once back, she felt an overwhelming fatigue despite having accomplished little that day.
Chi Sui, puzzled, asked, Nuan.
Why hasn't he? Captain Chin replied. It's been so long. Over an hour had passed since she had sent the message, and considering Chin's usual promptness, something seemed amiss. Sui Nuan reluctantly rose from her bed and mused. Still no reply? Chi Sui nudged Sui Nuan's phone towards her with his tail, confirming no response. Captain Chin usually replies fairly quickly. Meanwhile, Yu Sui, who was teaching Jun Sui to recognize characters, observed curiously. Could she be busy, perhaps? Jun Sui tried to recall. Is she the short-haired sister from before? Tian Sui nodded. Yes, the police officer we encountered while taking you to the hospital. After explaining, Tian Sui turned back to Sui Nuan. Could Captain Chin be in some danger? Sui Nuan found it hard to believe that, even after a blood exchange, the people in Jingyan district would still dare to act so boldly, openly kidnapping public officials. She picked up her phone and messaged Jiangwan. Sui Nuan, could there still be those daring enough to kidnap public officials in Jingyan district? After such a thorough cleansing, surely not? Jiangwan, We are specifically targeting Jingyan District. Both the major and minor players have essentially been replaced, at least for now. There shouldn't be anyone that reckless. Jiangwan. Has something happened with the squad leader? Due to the thorough blood exchange, some who should be incarcerated are still working. Could they be causing trouble again? Nuan, completely unaware of the current situation in Jingyan District, replied, Nuan. Working while bearing crimes? Are those individuals willing? After a lengthy pause, Jiangwan responded. Jiangwan, if they perform well, they can reduce their sentences. Aside from greed, they are quite clever. What a blatant temptation, Nuan thought. The state acknowledges your capabilities and extends an invitation for redemption. Jiangwan, is the squad leader facing a tricky situation? Nuan, not really. I just sent a message to Captain Qin, and she hasn't replied yet. I can't help but overthink. After sending the message, Jiangwan took a while to respond again. Jiangwan, unless something unexpected has happened, she should be quite busy. Most of the external public officials in Shenlin City have been apprehended, and she's likely managing all criminal cases in Jingyan District, especially since Deputy Captain Tang has been reassigned. Nuan. Jiangwan, they are urgently reallocating personnel to this area. Someone should be able to fill in tomorrow or the day after. Things might return to normal eventually. Jiangwan's words carried an air of uncertainty, as she had yet to withdraw her team. If more issues arose, another round of cleansing would undoubtedly follow. Nuan responded with an acknowledgement emoji, thinking that if there was no reply in half an hour, she might try calling. 20 minutes passed, and suddenly, Nuan's phone chimed. Jun Sui, who had been lying beside the phone, immediately perked up. Who messaged? Nuan inquired from her position at the computer. On one, it's Captain Qin, Jun Sui replied. Nuan stood and walked towards the bed, asking, what did she say? Jun Sui responded, a wolf who can't read is puzzled by 3 question marks.
Nuan.
I seem to not know how to read. Nuan slapped her forehead. My apologies, I forgot. As she spoke, Nuan reached for her phone at the bedside. Captain Qin, I'm still busy, so I might not be able to respond promptly. Captain Qin was managing the entire Jingyan District's cases alone, which was indeed a daunting task, especially since she previously had Deputy Captain Tang to share the workload. Silently, Nuan lit a candle for Captain Qin in her heart and stood up, contemplating whether to go out and enjoy the night scenery, which they had yet to experience. This suggestion found favor with the 4 little ones. Nuan, however, had more than just small animals on her shoulders. She was also holding on to one. Although Jun Sui was not large, walking a dog required a leash. Without much hesitation, Jun Sui wagged his tail, encouraging Nuan to put on the leash. This way, I want to get lost, and you want to have trouble finding me. Nuan patted Jun Sui, remarking, what a sensible little darling you are. Once we leave the city, you want to need to be leashed. I want to always be pulling you along. With everything prepared, Nuan led the 4 little ones out of the hotel. Unsure of where to go, she decided to take a cab, instructing the driver to take her to the liveliest spot in Jingyan District. The driver, pleased to have such a trusting passenger, patted his chest, assuring her, don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. At this moment, Nuan remained blissfully unaware of any oddities until she stepped out of the car. Standing in the wind with the 4 little ones, she gazed at the large sign across the street that read, Bathhouse. Although she hailed from Beijing, which is in the northern region, she had never been to a large bathhouse. Moreover, she had grown up in a southern region like Shingen. Jun Sui, puzzled, asked, On one, why are we here? Are you taking me to bathe? Nuan, taken aback, replied, how did you know this was a bathing place? Jun Sui had only just begun to recognize a few characters. In just over an hour, both Yu Sui and Tian Sui had taught him about bathhouses. Jun Sui sniffed the air. I can tell by the smell. The doctor had the same scent when he took me to bathe, just a bit different.
Cough.
We're not bathing. We're just out for a stroll. With so many little animals accompanying her, how could she possibly be going for a bath? Chapter 160. I also saw a familiar face I hadn't seen in a long time. Nuan, stubborn as ever, wandered aimlessly in a place she was unfamiliar with. After a brief walk, she felt as though she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Confused, she turned back. But that familiar silhouette vanished again. Yu Sui followed Nuan's gaze, pondering deeply as he stared in a particular direction. Nuan focused intently on that spot for a while, questioning if it was merely her imagination. Tian Sui, eagerly awaiting junk food, and Chi Sui, bewildered, asked, what illusion? Jun Sui, ever observant, sniffed around, remembering his duty to protect Nuan's safety as instructed by the warehouse. Unfortunately, aside from recognizing Qin Qing and Jiangwan, he was unfamiliar with others. Yu Sui turned back, his eyes now dull and lifeless. It's not your imagination. I've also seen a familiar face I hadn't seen in a long time. Sui Nuan's hand halted. Given the context of a long time, Qin Qing and Jiangwan were certainly excluded, as they had both met with Yu Sui today. If it involved someone familiar, yet not seen for a while, it couldn't possibly be Captain Chen Guodong, could it? Yu Sui nodded, confirming Sui Nuan's suspicion. That's right, Nuan, you guessed correctly. A certain someone who revealed themselves for just a fleeting second felt numb inside, wondering why they kept running into her everywhere. Hadn't they gone out for some fun? Is this truly where the game ends? No wonder Shunlin has suddenly undergone such tumultuous reorganization. It appears that the Grim Reaper has descended upon this place. Qin Qing cast a puzzled glance at her newly assigned assistant beside her. What's the matter? Xiaohe shook his head. Nothing, just spotted an acquaintance. Qin Qing followed his gaze and soon fixated on Sui Nuan, hesitating as she murmured, "What a coincidence, I too have seen a familiar face." Xiaohe's mood grew more despondent, an instinctual sense telling him that they were indeed referring to the same person. Qin Qing turned to the heavily made-up woman nearby and inquired, "Is this the right time frame?" The woman nodded, "Yes, officer, I assure you. For this lead, I've been discreetly gathering intel for nearly half a year." Qin Qing raised her thumb in admiration. "You possess quite the talent. Would you consider?" Before she could finish her sentence, the woman shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, "If that police officer's information is accurate. Is there really a reward of 500 for each arrest?" A group of undercover narcotics officers stood by. Qin Qing's expression grew complex. "Are you really so financially desperate that you would voluntarily gather evidence?" The woman nodded earnestly. "It's worth it to endure the scorn and mistreatment. One cannot forsake monetary gain for the sake of pride." The police officers fell into a thoughtful silence, suddenly finding her reasoning rather compelling. Qin Qing patted the woman's shoulder. "If we do apprehend someone, I will advocate for a greater reward for you. Should you uncover anything further, we can establish a long-term collaboration. Women like her, who are intelligent and beautiful, willing to lower themselves to gather evidence while unafraid of danger, regardless of their past professions, earn Qin Qing's admiration." The woman's eyes gleamed with determination, as if she were pledging allegiance. "Officer, if the payment is right, I would be more than willing to cooperate." Qin Qing replied, "All right, you should return to the car, conceal your face so you aren't recognized. Today you are on leave, but tomorrow you need to perform convincingly without drawing attention." The woman patted her chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Xiaohe, observing from the front, suddenly turned back, startling the resolute woman. She lowered her voice, pointing to her head, "Officer, I can't shake the feeling that this plainclothes man is a bit." Qin Qing interjected, "Cough, he's harmless. He's an undercover officer. You mustn't speak ill of the police. Now, hurry back to the car and await our good news." The woman froze momentarily. After working for so long, this was one of the few instances where someone didn't display disdain upon learning of her profession, regardless of the circumstances. Other officers would always react oddly when they discovered she was a hostess, yet both this officer and the one seemingly lacking in common sense showed no signs of judgment, as if her work was not something to be ashamed of. Qin Qing gestured for a team member, who promptly approached. "Captain, take this witness, Wei Rushi, to the vehicle to prevent any accidental harm during our operation." Wei Rushi, originally named Wei Zhaonan, had chosen the name Wei Rushi upon entering the workforce. With limited education, she struggled to think of a suitable name and thus adopted the moniker of a renowned female poet. Although her parents were alive, her fate was more tragic than Lu Rushi's. After her 9 years of compulsory education ended at age 14, they cast her out. At such a tender age, she was left helpless until an elder coaxed her into this industry. Now, at 22, after years of navigating the depths of this profession without shame, she had managed to purchase a modest one-bedroom apartment in Jingyun district. The space may be small, but it provided a harbor for her wandering soul. With the mortgage still unpaid, she needed to work even harder to secure a better life. Wei Rushi followed the officer into a black vehicle. She was compliant. Having been instructed by Qin Qing to cover her face, she immediately complied, tying her hair back, donning a hat, and masking her face, coupled with her oversized winter coat. No one would suspect she was the Wei Rushi who would smile for the right price in a KTV. Sui Nuan received a prompt from Yu Sui and pretended to pass by the ambush point nonchalantly. Is that really Captain Chen? Sui was surprised. And why is Captain Chen here as well? Nuan halted, casting a glance at the unappetizing snacks. No way. Could a casual stroll lead to encountering them on a mission? Nuan quickly signaled to Jun Sui, and upon seeing Captain Chen beckoning, she turned to Nuan. Shall we go over? Nuan silently nodded in agreement. Jun Sui, understanding, feigned distraction by something nearby, leading Nuan toward Qin Qing and the others. What brings you here? Qin Qing pointed to the KTV across the street. We received reports of suspicious activities occurring there. Nuan hesitated. Are we talking about prostitution? Aren't those cases typically handled by the Criminal Investigation Unit? And Captain Chen, why have you been reassigned to Shunlin City's Jingyan district from the capital? Qin Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that Nuan had guessed correctly. It was indeed the same acquaintance they both knew. Chapter 161. Captain Chen is a versatile asset, always deployed where needed. Qin Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Guodong, recalling their past collaborations in the same city. Chen Guodong was fortunate to have moved to the capital. Despite being a captain, her position didn't carry the same weight as that of a deputy captain in Beijing. Qin Qing withdrew her envious gaze and focused back on Nuan. The informant mentioned drug use, hence the considerable response. As for him, she gestured toward Chen Guodong. The recent arrests in Shunlin have been numerous, so he has come temporarily to assist. Since you seem to know each other, I won't elaborate further, Chen Guodong nodded. Well aware of Nuan's reputation among the officers in both Shungan and Beijing, known as the Goddess of Deliverance and the Walking Grim Reaper, those seeking promotion should align themselves with Nuan. Nuan inquired, didn't Captain Chen just transfer to the capital not long ago? Why return to Shunlin City? Chen Guodong instinctively touched his hat-clad head. The workload here is overwhelming, so I came to help. Nuan gave a thumbs up. Captain Chen is indeed a versatile asset, always deployed where required. Aware of their active duty, Nuan refrained from prolonging the conversation, her gaze drifting towards the KTV across the street, ablaze with neon lights and debauchery. Captain Qin, may I join you? Without hesitation, Qin Qing agreed. In significant cases like this, even on leave, criminal investigators would be summoned back, and Nuan's eagerness to participate was not something she would refuse. KTVs are notorious for their numerous entrances. More personnel would only aid in capturing suspects. Of course, but do you have a firearm? This operation is rather perilous, and we will be armed. Nuan quietly retrieved her Beretta, which had not seen the light of day for half a month. Yes, I brought it. Qin Qing realized she had forgotten that this young woman was entitled to carry a firearm. All right, then let's proceed together. Nuan lowered her voice. When do we start? Chen Guodong glanced at the time. It's 12 o'clock. The informant mentioned activities typically commence between 11 and 12, so we must act quickly to catch them in the act. Nuan looked at the clock, then we're nearly there. Qin Qing handed the surplus masks obtained from the other team members to Nuan, advising her to conceal herself, adding that both Yu Sui and Jun Sui should also take precautions. This time, Qin Qing referred to the two larger and more conspicuous creatures, which could easily reveal Nuan's identity. Yu Sui felt disheartened. Why was it always her? Fortunately, this time there was Jun Sui as well, otherwise, her frustration would have been even greater. Nuan, I can soar into the sky, and if anyone escapes, I can track them. Nuan gently released Yu Sui into the air, instructing her to be cautious. Jun Sui, in a state of agitation, asked, what about me? Can I truly be of no assistance? Nuan crouched down and patted Jun Sui's head, saying, you should hide in the car for now. Once you learn more, you will be able to help. I can teach you to recognize the scent of poison, so in the future, you can alert Nuan if you encounter any. Qi Sui had completely embraced the role of a mentor, racking her brain for something to teach Jun Sui. Feeling a bit dejected at being unable to assist, Jun Sui nodded obediently. All right, I'll wait in the back for Nuan and everyone else. Please stay safe. Still too young, Jun Sui thought that once it grew up, it would be able to help Nuan with many tasks. Jun Sui was taken to another vehicle, and Qin Qing couldn't help but steal a few glances at Jun Sui. Was it just her imagination? Or did she have the impression that Nuan's small pet was intelligent enough to comprehend human speech? No, it wasn't just the pet. It seemed that Nuan could understand what her creatures were saying as well. Shaking her head vigorously, Qin Qing reassured herself that the long hours she had been working were simply causing her to hallucinate. She must trust in science. Once everything was arranged on Nuan's end, she glanced at the watch concealed beneath her sleeve. The time was nearly upon them. Qin Qing signaled to the street vendor. the passersby, and the parked vehicles. As soon as the plainclothes officers received the layered information, a group of people swiftly surged toward the KTV. Nuan, trailing behind, observed the snack stall where she had purchased her food. Indeed, the vendor had vanished without a trace. The once bustling street was now noticeably less crowded, and genuine bystanders were left bewildered, their minds swirling with questions. What had happened? What was going on? Ignoring the confused pedestrians, Nuan followed the crowd toward the KTV. The prearranged officers surrounded the entire establishment, and Qing led the charge inside. Don't move. Hands on your heads, crouch down. No one move, crouch down, all of you. Experiencing such on-site law enforcement for the first time sent chills down Nuan's spine. Unfamiliar with the protocols, she trailed behind Qing, effectively acting as an observer to absorb new knowledge. Inside the KTV, flashing lights made Nuan feel slightly dizzy. Nuan, look at the upper left above you. Be cautious. Following the two voices' warnings, Nuan looked up to find an indistinguishable figure watching them from above. The KTV was designed with an open structure. The ceiling was adorned with a mural, but due to the dim lighting and the prompts from Qi Sui and Tian Sui, Nuan had no time to examine it closely. Locking eyes with the figure, Nuan noted their surprise at her vigilance, and without hesitation, the person retreated from her line of sight. Tian Sui felt anxious. Nuan, I sense that person is dangerous. Nuan quickly ran to catch up with Qing, alerting her to the mysterious figure on the top floor, who appeared to hold a significant identity. Qing glanced upward and remarked, let's investigate. The outside is already heavily surrounded by our people. No one here can escape. I'll take a team to the top floor. You keep an eye on things down here. The radio crackled with noise, and Chen Guozhong could only catch fragments of the conversation, but he could roughly guess what was happening. Go ahead. Stay safe. He was not far behind Nuan, and at the moment she looked up, he did as well, but he only caught a glimpse of the figure's back. Qing led a team up the stairs following Nuan. She clicked her tongue, thinking, no wonder she could become a platoon leader at such a young age. Aside from her other skills, her stamina is remarkable. During their ascent, Nuan occasionally paused to wait for them, not because they were slow, but because she was simply too fast. Upon reaching the third floor, men and women from various rooms emerged into the hallway to gauge the situation below. Spotting Qing and her team, they panicked and attempted to flee. Don't move. Hands on your heads, crouch down. Nuan scanned the area, trying to locate the mysterious figure, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. Chapter 162. Why thank me? Nuan inquired. Is it still possible to find that mysterious person? Tian Sui and Qi Sui were also frantically searching, but shook their heads in unison. No, we haven't found anyone. Nuan felt a touch of irritation from the blinding lights and chaotic scene, and her gaze involuntarily drifted to the ceiling. On the third floor, closest to the ceiling, as Nuan looked up, she suddenly locked eyes with a peculiar red eye, a pattern composed of roses resembling an eye. Gazing at the eerie and enchanting design, an unsettling chill crept down her spine. Suddenly, a hand landed on Nuan's shoulder. What's wrong? Nuan instinctively prepared to counter the grip, realizing it was Captain Qin's voice. It's nothing, Captain Qin, what about you? Qing also looked up at the ceiling where Nuan was fixated, her brow furrowing at the strange pattern. It's nothing, I just noticed you standing here and came to check. Nuan shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts to focus on the task at hand. This KTV was quite large. If they were to apprehend everyone, the holding facility would likely overflow. However, that was not Nuan's concern. With the truth as their weapon, the KTV patrons behaved themselves, and soon everyone was gathered in the lobby. Chen Guozhong switched off the flashing lights, restoring normal illumination. Without the disorienting lights, Nuan lifted her gaze again, and the mural that had previously appeared so peculiar now seemed ordinary. Puzzled, she wondered if it had merely been an illusion caused by the lighting. Tian Sui had not forgotten Nuan's desire to locate the mysterious individual and cautiously peered around. Scratching its head, it noted, it seems that mysterious person is not here. Upon entering the KTV, it had sensed a malevolent presence, but the source was nowhere among the gathered crowd. Nuan surveyed the crowd of at least 200 to 300 people, hesitating. Should we apprehend everyone? Qing shook her head, pointing to the 20 or so individuals who had been isolated. These few need to be taken back. The rest just need to cooperate with identity verification and the investigation. If necessary, we may also request urine tests. That's insightful. Just as Qin finished her sentence, the 20-plus individuals were blindfolded and led away. Captain Qin, are we certain everyone is accounted for? Qin seemed unsure, having searched the rooms, believing everyone should be present. No one escaped, right?
I'll ask.
She had been inside. How could she know what had transpired outside? Chen Guizhong, who was approaching, overheard Sui Nuan's last inquiry and waved his hand dismissively. No need to ask. No one has escaped unless there's a secret room. Otherwise, everyone in the KTV is here. Sui Nuan sighed. All right then. Chen Guizhong, puzzled, asked, do you feel someone is missing? The mysterious person from the third floor?
You too.
Chen Guizhong nodded. I indeed saw them. That person was quite peculiar. Who wears a black robe in a KTV and isn't odd. Qin, who hadn't noticed the so-called mysterious person upstairs, wondered aloud. Could they have shed the robe and blended into the crowd? Sui Nuan, Chen Guizhong shook his head. I don't know. Qin pressed. Was the person male or female? No idea. X2. Qin sighed. I only caught a glimpse of their back. Their entire face was shrouded by the hood. It was too dark for me to gather much information. Nuan, I believe it was a woman. Tian Sui's tone was rather uncertain. After evolution, Tian Sui had diverged significantly from an ordinary golden hamster, yet certain traits still influenced it to some extent. For instance, like golden hamsters, it enjoyed hoarding items in its cheek pouches. Furthermore, while the golden hamster could see in the dark, it was nearsighted. From its size, Nuan should be female. Qi Sui also suffered from nearsightedness, but it could discern shapes through thermal vision. If all went as expected, it should indeed be a woman. Both of the little companions had asserted that she was a woman, and Sui Nuan's gaze, once aimless, now lingered on the female figure for an extended period. After surveying the area, Sui Nuan remained uncertain and asked Captain Qin if there were any surveillance cameras in the vicinity, expressing her desire to review the footage. Chen Guodong beckoned a team member over, instructing them to escort her to the surveillance room. Upon entering, an officer immediately sought out the monitoring facility to preserve the evidence. The officer said little, leading Sui Nuan to the surveillance room. Inside, a few individuals sat in silence. Upon Sui Nuan's arrival, one person rose. The surveillance footage from the past week has been deliberately damaged, and we have been unable to recover the data. Sui Nuan approached the computer, asking, is there any chance of retrieving it with professional assistance? The officer shook his head, replying that the likelihood of fully restoring the footage was slim, but some fragments might be salvaged. Alas, we should still engage professionals for further assistance. Sui Nuan sighed in resignation as she exited the surveillance room.
Outside.
Qin and Chen Guodong were astonished. Why are you out so soon? Have you finished already? Not quite. The footage has been compromised. Sui Nuan could not help but sigh again. With the remaining matters beyond her aid, she decided to check the third floor, wondering if there might be someone overlooked. Chen Guodong, feeling uneasy, insisted, I'll bring a team with you, just in case. Qin concurred, as they intended to conduct another thorough inspection after questioning the individuals here to avoid any missed details. Ascending to the third floor, Chen Guodong glanced at the ceiling's patterns in the corridor, pondering the presence of such peculiar murals in a KTV establishment. While he found them aesthetically unappealing, they were certainly bizarre. Sui Nuan took out her phone, capturing several images and promptly sending them to Jiangwan. Being in plain clothes, Chen Guodong lacked a police recording device. He turned to Sui Nuan with a somewhat nonsensical expression, uttering, thank you. Sui Nuan, still preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious individual, paused, pointing to herself. Thank me?
Why?
With a distance of about 1.5 people between them, Chen Guodong clasped his hands behind his back, stating, I should be up for a promotion soon. Have you considered why, amidst so many detectives in the capital, I was the first to arrive in the Jingyan district of Shenlin City? Technically, I'm not even a detective from the capital. Such a fortuitous opportunity shouldn't fall into my lap. They must be preparing to move me up, hence my assignment here to accrue some merit. Sui Nuan, perplexed, questioned, but why thank me? Isn't it you who solved the case? Chen Guodong was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his forehead. That is a valid point. But without the numerous cases you provided, I wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. Despite being overwhelmed with cases, feeling like a dog in his busyness, and losing clumps of hair in a matter of months, he remained sincerely grateful to Sui Nuan. Yet, he could not help but utter a familiar lament. If only there weren't so many cases, it would be better. Chapter 163. What on earth? The decor on the third floor has suddenly descended in quality. For a moment, Sui Nuan was unsure whether Captain Chen was mocking her or expressing gratitude. Captain Chen was a straightforward man, so Sui Nuan decided to interpret his words as appreciation. While it was true that she provided the cases, it was also a testament to his own capabilities. You need not thank me. It is you who deserves the gratitude. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared and capable, and Captain Chen exemplified that notion. He was not one to be overly sentimental. He contemplated expressing his gratitude to Sui Nuan by inviting her out for a meal when she next had the time. With his qualities of gentlemanly conduct and prudence fully developed, Chen Guodong recognized that without Sui Nuan, he would not have received such a sudden promotion, which appeared to carry significant weight. He owed her a debt of gratitude. However, expressing this gratitude over a meal was one thing, while being alone in a room with a woman was another. Despite being close in age to Sui Nuan, he understood the need to maintain propriety. His wife was gentle, kind, and magnanimous. She would surely get along splendidly with this young lady. At 40 years old, had he married a little earlier, he might have even had a daughter resembling Sui Nuan. In his eyes, she was a remarkably outstanding junior, and referring to her as a young lady was entirely appropriate. Unfortunately, his daughter resided outside the capital. Otherwise, she too would surely have gotten along well with Sui Nuan. For someone who could bond so effortlessly with animals must possess a commendable temperament. The third floor contained only 5 private rooms, each with a distinct decor style. Yet all shared a common characteristic: opulence. Sui Nuan frowned, uncertain of the previous occupants' activities, as the floor was strewn with scattered flower petals. The vintage aesthetic suggested a theme reminiscent of emperors or high-ranking officials. This KTV establishment, with its second-floor rooms resembling a true KTV, seemed to cater more to a bar ambience on the first floor, where men and women were engaged in close dances upon her entrance with Captain Qin. As for the third floor, Sui Nuan found herself pondering why it seemed designed for the entertainment of affluent individuals seeking companions. Sui Nuan's focus was sharp. Upon entering the room, she headed directly to a large display shelf. Having encountered numerous secret rooms, she instinctively felt the presence of one wherever she went. Meanwhile, Chen Guodong, examining the wall on the other side, glanced at Sui Nuan. After years of working in criminal investigation, he had rarely suspected the existence of secret rooms. But since meeting Sui Nuan, he had developed an immediate habit of inspecting walls or display shelves. Tian Sui pointed towards a rather ordinary figurine of a maid, saying, "Nuan, I like that one." Sui Nuan followed Tian Sui's small finger and inquired, "Which one?" Tian Sui rubbed its hands together, indicating, "The one in the second row from the bottom and the third column, that maid figurine." "Nuan, can I go touch it?" "Be careful," Sui Nuan replied, lifting Tian Sui and placing it beside the maid figurine. The maid figurine was roughly the same size as Tian Sui, only a few centimeters taller. After setting Tian Sui down, Sui Nuan stepped back, her gaze fixed on the entire display shelf. For reasons she could not discern, her attention kept drifting back to the maid. After observing the display for a considerable time, Sui Nuan suddenly exclaimed, "Tian Sui, did you just push the maid figurine?" Tian Sui scratched its head. "No, I haven't even touched it yet." Chen Guodong approached, glancing at Tian Sui. "Have you discovered something?" Sui Nuan hesitated. "Captain Chen, do you notice that the maid figurine in Tian Sui's section seems to be tilted? All the other figurines on the shelf were perfectly aligned, save for the maid, which was turned slightly to one side." At that moment, both Sui Nuan and Chen Guodong shifted their gazes towards the direction the maid was facing. A police officer outside, preparing to enter the room, paused, silently retracting one foot. "No, is it not permissible to enter?" Sui Nuan shook her head. "You can enter, it's fine. Have you found anything?" Chen Guodong asked promptly. The officer shook their head. "No, the third floor has been thoroughly searched. Should we check the second floor?" Chen Guodong nodded. "Yes, please inspect the second floor. I have a few things to attend to here." Given the unusual circumstances surrounding Sui Nuan, it was deemed inappropriate for the other team members to witness her communicating with the small creature. As for avoiding misunderstandings, those were matters to be handled privately. During a mission, who could afford to be concerned about such nuances? "Understood, Deputy Captain." Sui Nuan snapped a few pictures, recognizing that until any other clues surfaced, even the most peculiar points warranted attention. Tian Sui stood in front of the maid figurine, mimicking her pose as it turned its head towards the entrance. The room's door had never been closed. It swung open entirely when the officer came to report. Driven by curiosity, Chi Sui clambered down from Sui Nuan's shoulder, declaring, "Nuan, I want to take a look too." Tian Sui expressed astonishment. Nuan, from this angle, one can perfectly observe the mural on the ceiling. I wish to see it too. Wait for me, replied Chi Sui, who promptly slipped off Nuan's shoulder and landed on the floor, while still capturing photographs. Nuan crouched before the antique shelf, activating the video function on her phone, directing it towards the doorway for an extensive duration. Once satisfied that she had recorded what she wished to see, Nuan finally retracted her phone. Chen Guodong stood beside her, his expression grave. Is there an issue with that mural? Nuan replayed the video several times but remained uncertain, deciding first to inspect the other 4 private rooms. Guided by Tian Sui, Chi Sui also glimpsed the scene witnessed by the maid, exclaiming in astonishment, "How peculiar! It seems as though it is gazing up at someone." Suddenly realizing the implications of Chi Sui's musing, Nuan thought, indeed, as long as one can view the mural from that angle, it must inherently be an upward gaze. An upward gaze? Who warrants such reverence? A deity, perhaps? Nuan stowed her phone, taking Chi Sui and Tian Sui in her hands as they proceeded to the next private room. With the benefit of initial experience, the uniquely perceptive Chi Sui swiftly identified the second object facing the doorway. The second private room, styled in a minimalist manner, featured a weapon shield positioned aside, alongside a man with his hands clasped in prayer, kneeling reverently towards the entrance. The third private room, approached from the staircase, undoubtedly occupied the central position. Nuan and Chen Guodong pushed the door open, only to be met with a room decorated in a neon style. Their steps faltered momentarily. The first room exhibited a summer aesthetic, grand and imposing, while the second room's minimalist decor was opulent. This neon design could barely be described as simplistic. After observing the preceding 2 rooms, Nuan, filled with anticipation for the central room, and Chen Guodong both experienced a momentary sense of disappointment. Chen Guodong opened his mouth. A retort lodged in his throat, unsure whether to voice it. Chi Sui, lacking the depth of Chen Guodong's concerns, was thoroughly disenchanted. What a letdown. It significantly diminished the decor of the third floor, devoid of any character, utterly uninspiring. Were Chen Guodong to overhear this, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. Upon entering the neon-decorated room, both Nuan and Chen Guodong instinctively directed their gaze downwards towards the entrance. In the previous 2 rooms, the focal points were located lower down, leading them to instinctively glance in that direction. Tian Sui poked Nuan's cheek. Nuan, there is a window here that looks outside. Nuan, perplexed, queried, a window? I didn't notice one when I walked over just now. Did I miss it? Turning around, she spotted a sizable window to her left, adorned with soft padding along its edges, a delightful touch that harmonized with the overall design. Truly a talented designer. Chen Guodong approached the window, observing that from the outside, it resembled an ordinary mirror. With the addition of this window, the scope of their search expanded considerably. However, with a clear objective, locating an individual would not prove difficult. Moreover, this neon decor was rather simplistic, with minimal figurines or artworks present. Within a short span, they had identified the respective worshippers across all 5 rooms, each adorned in distinct styles: summer, minimalist, neon, German, and Arabian. Nuan found herself utterly puzzled. What significance did these elements hold? They returned to the first private room, crouching before the maid figurine, gradually sinking into contemplation. Chen Guodong tentatively reached out, testing if he could move it. Nuan nodded, affirming that studying mechanisms typically required the displacement of objects or the striking of walls. As Chen Guodong prepared to lift the maid figurine, it appeared as if it had taken root, resisting his attempts to lift it. Was it truly the mechanism? Chen Guodong, somewhat uncertain, cautiously rotated it. It resisted movement to the left but spun easily to the right. The figurine, now facing away from the entrance, prompted astonished glances from Nuan and Chen Guodong. Suddenly, they were startled by the silhouette of Captain Qin standing in the doorway, causing both to jump. Captain Qin, how did you approach without making a sound? You gave me quite a fright. Qin stepped into the room, questioning, what are you doing? Haven't you completed your inspections on the second floor? Nuan pointed to the maid figurine, which had reverted after Chen Guodong released it. There appears to be a mechanism here. A mechanism? She had not encountered such a thing in her years of service. She was taken aback by the revelation. Excellent. It seems we may need to work through the night. Qin inhaled deeply, crouching beside Chen Guodong. Did anything change just now? Not yet. You arrived just as we began to manipulate the mechanism, Nuan replied. Logically, Chen Guodong and Nuan should not have been so easily startled. Yet Qin's sudden appearance had indeed taken them by surprise. They had previously glimpsed a mysterious figure, still absent from the third floor, and upon turning to see someone at the door, how could they not be startled? Chun Guodong twisted the maid figurine once more, and all three turned to gaze outside. Yet the exterior remained eerily calm. Nuan clapped her hands. It seems we need all 5 private rooms to participate simultaneously. Captain Qin, gather a few more people. Let us give it a try. Perplexed and still unclear about the situation, Qin was pulled along by Nuan towards the door. Deputy Chun, please wait here. Use the intercom to coordinate our actions. Under Nuan's direction, 5 individuals quickly assembled, with Qin responsible for coordinating their count. The 5 simultaneously rotated or pressed the corresponding mechanisms, and 3 seconds later, a series of clicking sounds echoed from the ceiling. Qin cautioned in a low voice. Do not act recklessly. Nuan held her phone aloft, recording the entire process of the mechanism's transformation. The world of novels is indeed extraordinary. Where in reality can one encounter such high-tech marvels? Perhaps they exist, but as an ordinary person, she was unaware of them. While it was true that the male protagonist of the original story had perished, Nuan would not forget that this still constituted a narrative world of triumph. Layer by layer, the rose mural faded, revealing a figure with cascading dark hair, wielding a demonic mask that obscured its face. With a pair of crimson eyes gazing intently down at a half-figure, or perhaps an evil specter, the mural depicted her in a pristine white divine robe. An incongruous sight alongside the demonic mask, resembling a haphazardly assembled character. Captain Qin, have you ever seen the figure depicted in this mural, or perhaps someone resembling it? Qin scrutinized the mural for a prolonged moment before shaking her head. I have never encountered it. The deities of our great Xia are generally quite benevolent or aesthetically pleasing. Setting aside other considerations, that demonic mask is decidedly uncharacteristic of great Xia. Such a thing does not even originate from the underworld. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, Qin leaned closer to Nuan's ear, whispering, "Trust in science." Nuan was taken aback. She had always been the one urging Captain Chen and others to have faith in science, yet the tables had turned so swiftly. As the mural was fully revealed, Chun Guodong cautiously stepped back. All this fuss merely to conceal such a mural? In his years of experience, this mechanism ranked as the most intricate he had ever encountered. Nuan did not intend to withhold information from Qin and Chun Guodong. Earlier, I discovered a cave in another location. It seems to contain a mural similar to this one. I only caught a glimpse of an eye, and I cannot ascertain if it is indeed the same. Within that cavern lay a considerable trove of gold and antiquities, amounting to over a dozen chests. The mere mention of gold instantly conjured thoughts of the Qianbagua case in Chun Guodong's mind. He glanced around, lowering his voice, and inquired, "Is this connected to the gold case?" Sui Nuan was uncertain, yet her intuition suggested a 65 likelihood of a connection. Perhaps it was so. Qin, without much deliberation, surmised it pertained to the serial murder case. Hadn't the perpetrator already been sentenced to death? Sui Nuan, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at the mural in a daze. On the surface, the case was closed, yet. Is this still operational? Mid-sentence. Sui Nuan suddenly noticed the police recording device on Qin's shoulder, and her words fell silent. Qin glanced down, realizing it had just run out of battery downstairs. This device was perpetually failing. Sui Nuan exhaled in relief. There were still numerous unresolved questions regarding the case, but due to public pressure and an avalanche of emerging evidence, the authorities had no choice but to conclude the investigation. Captain Chen, do you think the mysterious figure could possibly be Zhang Weiniang? Chun Guodong pinched the bridge of his nose, having rushed here without rest, now feeling a throbbing headache. Chapter 165. Is this still the world I live in? It's possible, but there's no evidence, Qin mused, her mind swirling with questions. The case had only released its conclusion, leaving her in the dark about the remaining details far away in Shunlin City. As a participant, Chun Guodong succinctly explained the situation to Qin. Confounded by the mural's significance, Sui Nuan turned to head back to the private room for another inspection. If nothing was found, they would disband. As time was of the essence, Qi Sui, in a state of confusion, pondered aloud, for the organs of liver, heart, spleen, lung, and kidney to form a cycle. Is there not another liver needed? If this indeed relates to that case, could it not also imply a missing private room? Suddenly, Sui Nuan's jumbled thoughts coalesced into clarity from Qi Sui's words. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Qi Sui, you are truly brilliant. You are my guiding light. With that, Sui Nuan hastened down the stairs in search of a room that matched the decor of the Xia style. It was either directly below or directly opposite. As she proceeded, she beckoned Qin Qing and Chen Guodong to follow.
Stop chatting.
Let us head downstairs to see if there's a room resembling the first private room on the third floor. Qin Qing and Chen Guodong promptly followed suit, while Sui Nuan inspected the private room beneath the Xia-style decor, and they ventured to check the potential counterparts across the way. Sui Nuan appeared solitary. Yet three were engaged in this investigation. Her pace surpassed that of Qin Qing and Chen Guodong. After thoroughly examining the room directly below, Sui Nuan and the two others found nothing, prompting her to dash toward the opposite side. However, halfway there, she suddenly halted. Could the circular room possibly be the one occupied by the staircase? With two captains inspecting across the way, Sui Nuan did not rush over. As she entered the room obscured from view by the staircase, she indeed spotted a small ornament from the side. Could this be it? Not wanting to charge ahead alone, she called out to a police officer to inform Qin Qing and Chen Guodong. The two were already approaching her direction, and soon they arrived at Sui Nuan's location. Chen Guodong took the lead in twisting the ornament, and beside it, a door swung open. Unlike other mechanisms that emitted noise, this door opened silently before their eyes. A passage leading to the first floor? Qin Qing felt a slight sting in her face. She had been overly confident moments ago. Could there truly be a passage leading outside? A miscalculation on her part. Let me handle this. Qin Qing considered herself the team leader and felt it was her duty to take the first risk. Chen Guodong disagreed, asserting, let me go. After all, I'm the only male here. Sui Nuan leaned in. I'm younger and quicker. I should go. Qin Qing, 30. Chen Guodong, 40. Although aware that Sui Nuan was looking out for them, her words felt somewhat disconcerting, as if implying they were much older. After all, being in their 30s and 40s is precisely when one should be adventurous. Sui Nuan shot a reassuring glance at Qin Qing and Chen Guodong. In the darkness, her sight was of little concern, as Qi Sui and Tian Sui could guide her. The hidden passage was a straightforward descent, and Sui Nuan nimbly crawled down.
Kisui.
With a keen eye, observed to the right, while Tian Sui kept watch on the left. Nuan, there's no one here. Nuan, it's safe for now. Upon reaching the bottom, Sui Nuan called out, I've reached the bottom. For the moment, there's no threat. Chen Guodong, having allowed Qin Qing to descend first, was the last to follow. Once below, Sui Nuan quickly adapted and realized she could see the environment clearly. The meager light filtering from above was insufficient for illumination. Reflecting on her day spent wielding a flashlight within the cavern, she felt a twinge of absurdity. She had assumed the light was the reason she could see, when in truth, she had always possessed that ability. The passage was not particularly spacious, accommodating only two individuals side by side. Sui Nuan discerned the path ahead, seizing the lead. Having spent nearly 2 hours since entering the KTV, Sui Nuan doubted anyone remained in the passage, yet she maintained a semblance of caution. The corridor was a straight path, and after approximately 10 minutes, Sui Nuan emerged from an area resembling a manhole cover. Tian Sui remarked, I told you it would feel increasingly familiar. Nuan, there's malice. Sui Nuan also perceived the alleged source of malice that Tian Sui had indicated. She pushed herself up with her hands and leaped forward, questioning, why not run? Speaking as she acted, Sui Nuan paid no heed to martial ethics. She drew her firearm and aimed at the thigh of the cloaked figure. Clearly taken aback by the young woman's decisive actions, the cloaked figure snapped his fingers and retreated swiftly. This was a residential area, and Sui Nuan exercised caution in her gunfire, refraining from a rapid barrage. Sounds of the cloaked figure's rhythmic retreat, occasional swishes of the cloak, and the intermittent snaps echoed in Sui Nuan's ears, accompanied by the ticking of a pocket watch or some other device. Sui Nuan cupped her head, feeling slightly dizzy, and stumbled forward in pursuit of the cloaked figure. Chen Guodong, who had just climbed up, and Qin Qing, still grasping the situation, noticed Sui Nuan chasing something and followed suit. However, after only a brief sprint, Qin Qing and Chen Guodong suddenly turned on each other, leaving a bewildered Sui Nuan, who exclaimed, What are you doing? In the air, the lunar figure heard the gunshots, immediately taking flight toward the sound. Qi Sui, anxious, called out, Nuan? Nuan? Tian Sui, with a swift mind, suggested, Qi Sui, slap her.
Give Nuan a good smack.
Unsure of what to do, Qi Sui, in a moment of desperation, lifted her tail and swatted Sui Nuan on the neck. The pain caused Sui Nuan to furrow her brows, her mind gradually clearing, yet she was utterly confused. Was I hypnotized? What kind of hypnosis is this? Is this still the world I know? Nuan, stop Captain Qin and Captain Chen. With her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse, Sui Nuan intervened to separate the two, delivering a resounding slap to one. The two, now seeing red, lost sight of each other. Qin clutched her face, exclaiming, "What just happened? It appears we were hypnotized." Chen Guodong felt as if the very foundation of his beliefs had crumbled in a single day, incredulous at the extraordinary effectiveness of hypnosis. Is this still the world I live in? Sui Nuan turned to pursue the fleeing cloaked figure. Relying on Qi Sui's ability to see through obstacles and Tian Sui's intuitive sense, as long as the distance remained manageable, she could keep up. Though the hypnosis posed a challenge. Chen Guodong and Qin flanked her, with Chen Guodong rubbing his cheek, wondering, how much strength did Sui Nuan use? My face is burning. Hypnosis could not account for such effects. It was evident that something else within the KTV had influenced them. Sui Nuan shared the same sentiment. If hypnosis were truly that powerful, the world would have descended into chaos long ago, though the cloaked figure's hypnotic abilities were indeed formidable. 3 individuals relentlessly pursued. While the cloaked figure ahead furrowed his brow in silent frustration, these troublesome adversaries ought to have remained at their post of observation. After laboriously crafting the coveted treasure basin, it was disconcerting to see it jeopardized so easily. Should I discover the identity of the informant, they shall not escape retribution. The mere few boxes of gold were insufficient. More was needed. Success in experimentation is rarely achieved in just 1 or 2 attempts. Perhaps it would be prudent to sell off those antiques instead? Chapter 166. Splitting up. The trade of antiques cannot be accomplished in a day or 2. A single round of hypnosis will not suffice. Prolonged contact with an individual increases the risk of exposure. The cloaked figure gritted his teeth. After this encounter, a lengthy period of inactivity would ensue. Operating within the confines of the Great Xia was fraught with constraints that made one's scalp tingle. There were far too many clever minds at play. Glancing back at the 3 persistent pursuers, the cloaked figure wondered if they were akin to an unyielding adhesive plaster. No matter how one attempts to shake them off, they remain steadfast. With a flick of his wrist, several marbles were released from his sleeve. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the marbles striking the ground resonated with an extraordinary clarity, intermingled with a faint snap of fingers. Sui Nuan felt a sudden dizziness wash over her as her vision blurred, and pain shot through her neck, accompanied by the swift tail of Qi Sui. Regaining her senses, Sui Nuan heard Tian Sui's urgent warning, "Nuan, beware of Captain Qin's fist." Sui Nuan sensed the fierce wind of an incoming punch and instinctively lowered her head to evade Captain Qin's onslaught. The trio was running in tandem, as Sui Nuan dodged. Chen Guodong, who was also poised to strike, bore the brunt of the attack. With a dazed expression, Chen Guodong felt a heavy blow to his chest, staggering backwards several paces before clarity returned with the impact of the punch. Sui Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, momentarily forgetting that Captain Chen was at her side. She had instinctively ducked at Tian Sui's warning, narrowly avoiding Captain Qin's blow. Standing upright, she blocked another of Captain Qin's punches and retaliated with a slap to the other side of his face. Striking the face, while somewhat insulting, was preferable to inflicting damage elsewhere. After the thorough sweep of Shunlin City, Sui Nuan's physique had undergone notable changes, the most apparent being her considerable increase in strength. Recently, she had been preoccupied with other matters alongside Jiangwan, leaving her no time to train and control her newfound power. She genuinely feared that a single punch might inadvertently harm Captain Qin or the others. Thus, face-slapping it was, with no long nails to worry about. She was confident that she would not mar their appearances. Captain Qin, covering half of his face, suddenly regained his focus. Am I being manipulated again? Sui Nuan found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether they should continue the pursuit. While having a larger group was typically advantageous in chasing down criminals, the peculiar abilities of their adversaries posed a significant challenge, leading to friendly fire among their ranks before they could even close in. Perhaps, Captain Qin, Captain Chen, we should split up? You both can return to gather resources to counter the hypnosis and rally more personnel, while I pursue alone. The current arrangement was untenable. They risked inflicting harm upon one another. Chen Guodong, clutching his chest, decisively stated, I'll search for something to completely block out sound. Pursuing that cloaked figure right now would be a sheer waste of time. Captain Qin showed no hesitation. Indecisiveness was not an option. Among the 3, Sui Nuan possessed the most formidable combat skills and was the only one capable of swiftly shaking off the effects of hypnosis. Then Captain Chen and I will gather more personnel to encircle this area. We must not allow that audacious cloaked figure to escape. Individuals with such capabilities ought to be recognized by the state. As a police officer, she could not rest easy until this was achieved. Sui Nuan nodded. Then I shall proceed. Please ensure your safety. With that, she pressed onward in pursuit. Having conversed for a while, she was unsure if Chi Sui could still locate their quarry. Nuan, whom are you searching for? While running, Sui Nuan looked up to see Yu Sui chasing after her from the direction of the KTV. Overjoyed, she thought, what a fortuitous turn of events. Please inform Yu Sui that I cannot call out. This was a residential area. She had no desire to make headlines the next day. Chi Sui and Tian Sui relayed the situation to Yu Sui, particularly emphasizing the prowess of the cloaked figure's hypnosis.
Yu Sui, astonished, murmured.
Is there really such a thing as metaphysics in this world?
How unscientific.
As one of the oldest among their group, Yu Sui had encountered a myriad of oddities. If not for past misfortunes that led to limited contact with humans, Yu Sui would possess even greater knowledge. I'll ascend higher to survey. Believing she had evaded her pursuers, the cloaked figure gradually reduced her speed. With age creeping upon her, she felt her stamina waning. Desperate to discover the secret to immortality, she could not fathom meeting her demise. Wealth and ability were hers, and she refused to perish so easily. Breathless, the cloaked figure's face twisted grotesquely beneath her hood. Those three were to blame for disrupting her plans. That KTV was one of her prepared treasure basins, now lost. Clenching her fists in frustration, she lamented the time wasted. Too busy in recent years to return to her lair, perhaps it was time to devise a plan to sell off those antiques. Her original intention was to procure immortality and utilize those items to clear her name, cloaking herself in an impenetrable guise of innocence. However, that was no longer necessary. No one would know her identity, and those who did would meet their end. As the cloaked figure calculated her next move, she quickened her pace. This attire was far too conspicuous. She needed to change into something less noticeable. High above, Yu Sui quickly spotted the cloaked figure in the darkness. To ensure she was not mistaken, Yu Sui descended to a rooftop not far from her. The cloaked figure, filled with heightened vigilance, suddenly turned around, her swift movement causing the wind to lift her hood slightly. From her vantage point, Yu Sui widened her eyes in astonishment. How could a person be so alert? Clad in black with a hood, she also wore a mask that obscured half of her face. Yu Sui had not seen much, only the grotesque visage of the mask beneath the hood. For Yu Sui, who favored beauty, that mask was a grievous affront to her aesthetic sensibilities. As the hood fluttered upwards, the cloaked figure hastily pressed it down again, her unease compelling her to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Sui took to the skies, determined to follow the cloaked figure. Once she uncovered the figure's hideout, she could lead Nuan there for an ambush. Being airborne rendered her largely unnoticed. After running for a while, the cloaked figure abruptly halted, turning sharply to glance behind her. Whether it was mere paranoia or intuition, she felt as though someone was watching her. For years, she had relied on her instincts to navigate perilous situations. And she did not believe she was mistaken. Surveying her surroundings with a cold smile, she arbitrarily chose a direction and continued her flight.
Yu Sui,
who had been pursuing from above, soon lost sight of her target. For the first time, Yu Sui felt a pang of anxiety. She had lost track of her quarry. Could it be that she, Yu Sui, had faltered in the air? Doubtful of her luck, she ascended even higher, yet still detected nothing. Yu Sui clicked her beak in frustration. The cloaked figure was too cunning. The individual must have sensed her aerial pursuit. Seizing the opportunity to conceal herself behind the human garments hanging out to dry, slipping into an unknown dwelling. Chapter 167. Losing the trail. After several circuits in the air, Yu Sui still could not locate the cloaked figure. With a sigh, she turned and flew in the opposite direction. Within a modest three-story house, a figure quietly concealed behind the curtains observed Yu Sui as she flew away. Could it be her? A small boy in the room slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the intruder in his home. The cloaked figure stood silently by the boy's bed, watching him for a moment before gently tucking the blanket around him and turning to leave. The warmth of the indoor heating was sufficient, yet the neatly tucked blanket was kicked aside by a small boy, who then turned over to continue his sweet slumber. The cloaked figure, preparing to push the door open, could only shake their head with resignation at the child's antics. Yu Sui gracefully descended back to Sui Nuan's side, saying, "Nuan, I lost her. My apologies." The individual appeared vigilant, perhaps suspecting that I had been tracking her from the air, as she had slipped into an unknown house while my line of sight was obstructed. Nuan glanced at the time, surprised to find it already past 3 o'clock. She rubbed her temples and reassured, "This isn't your fault. Your safety is paramount above all else." Given that the person had revealed a slip, there would undoubtedly be some clue left behind. Sui felt a tinge of frustration. She had even donned a mask beneath her hood, or else I might have nearly discerned her appearance. Nuan retrieved her phone and played a video for Sui, inquiring, "Is this the kind of mask she wore?" The video depicted the segment where the rose mural on the ceiling transformed into a deity. Sui scrutinized the mural and compared it with the mask she had seen moments ago. They bore some resemblance, albeit in differing hues. The mask worn by the cloaked figure was pure black, while the one in the mural was red, as if blood flowed across its surface.
Nuan pondered.
"Shall we go to the place where you lost her? I have marked it. We can ask Captain Sheen to focus on reviewing the surveillance footage there."
Sui recollected.
"There's no need to go there. I remember the house number." As Nuan was drafting a message for Captain Sheen, she suddenly realized how Sui had an exceptional memory, akin to photographic recall. Nuan opened the map and instructed Sui to mark the corresponding location, sending it to Sheen. Having stayed awake until this late hour for the first time, Nuan stifled a yawn. "Shall we return and regroup with Captain Sheen and the others?" The bitter cold of the night had settled in, and hailing a taxi at this hour proved difficult. She figured it would be best to have Captain Sheen give her a ride. Had she foreseen this predicament, she might have driven herself. However, she was unfamiliar with this area. Without the driver delivering her to her destination, she wouldn't have found her way here. After such a long run, Nuan checked her navigation, incredulously noting that she was a staggering 8,000 meters away from the KTV, or more precisely, she had run 8.4 kilometers. Maps typically display straight-line distances, yet the winding paths of the residential buildings indicated she had certainly covered more than 8 kilometers tonight. Her actual distance was undoubtedly greater than what the map suggested. Uncertain of how long she had been running, she had not even glanced at the time after emerging from the sewer. Sheen, upon receiving Nuan's message about losing the target, remained undeterred. Against such a formidable adversary, even their entire team would likely falter. Due to the involvement of another matter, the area outside the KTV was cordoned off with police guarding the entrance. Under normal circumstances, such measures would not be taken, but Sheen and her team suspected the presence of something that could affect mental states within. Chen Guodong had once been a legitimate soldier before retiring to become a detective. Though Sheen had never served in the military, she had undergone rigorous selection processes to become a detective. Nuan, a prodigy who had risen to the rank of squad leader at a young age, was nonetheless surprised that the three of them could still be so easily controlled. If the KTV posed no threat, Sheen would not allow the barricade to be lifted until they could ascertain the source of the issue. Despite the grave circumstances, upon receiving Nuan's message, Sheen borrowed a motorcycle, donned a helmet, and followed the navigation to pick her up, as the 8-kilometer return journey was an uncertain endeavor. With a flash of speed, she soon located Nuan, raising her voice with a commanding resonance. "Get in." Nuan accepted the helmet offered by Sheen and swiftly mounted the motorcycle. She was taken aback by Captain Sheen's adeptness at riding. The way she parked was undeniably impressive. Once they arrived back outside the KTV, Nuan hesitated, asking, "Captain Sheen, do you think the murals might be influencing us?" From the moment she laid eyes on the rose mural, an uncomfortable sensation had washed over her, which she later dismissed upon discovering the mechanism behind it. If there were indeed elements within the KTV capable of affecting individuals, the most likely candidates were those peculiar murals. "I share that sentiment," Chen Guodong interjected, approaching them. He had removed his mask earlier while pursuing the cloaked figure. At 40 years old, his physique was not as capable of rapid movement as Nuan's. How could he not be breathless while running with a mask on? For the average person, running while masked would undoubtedly have some impact, yet Nuan was no ordinary individual. Nuan contemplated, could the lighting also be a factor? The discomfort diminished significantly once the regular lights were activated. The cloaked figure's ability to control others was instantaneous. Without professionals present, Sheen was hesitant to re-enter. Their lack of expertise rendered their presence futile, especially since they were unaware of how long the KTV's effects would persist. "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? We can bring in some specialists to take a look." Nuan did not object. Hypnosis was a field in which they had little understanding. At this point, there's nothing more to be done. "Shall we return home?" Sheen's head throbbed slightly as she nodded. "Let us head back." Staying here is merely a waste of time. Those who had entered the KTV returned to rest, while the others. Sui Nuan was oblivious to how Qin Qing would arrange matters afterward. Lingering any longer would lead to an all-night, and she was unsure if she would be able to rise for their expedition to the cave the following day. When she messaged Jiangwan after midnight, Jiangwan initially intended to rush over to assist, but was turned down by Sui Nuan. The reason being that both of them in charge had stayed up all night, leaving no one to oversee the cave the next day. After waiting so long in the car, Jun Sui felt disheartened, lamenting, "I haven't been able to help at all." Sui Nuan, cradling Jun Sui, petted the fluffy creature to recharge her spirits, noticing its downcast mood.
Suddenly,
An idea struck her. Children often yearn to assist their parents, and Jun Sui was no exception. As a responsible guardian, Sui Nuan could not ignore Jun Sui's gloomy demeanor. After hitching a ride back to the hotel, Sui Nuan gently stroked Jun Sui's head, asking, "Could I request your assistance with something, Jun Sui?" With its droopy ears perking up, Jun Sui's eyes sparkled as it replied, "What do you need help with, Nuan? Can I really help you?" Sui Nuan nodded, affirming, "Of course. How could you not be of help?" Chapter 168. A familiar sense of reminiscence. Tomorrow, I may not be able to rise early, but my curiosity about the cave compels me to ask if you could assist me in checking it out. You can return and tell me what you find inside. Jun Sui's tail wagged enthusiastically, resembling a propeller, as it eagerly nodded, "Yes, yes. I will remember everything and share it with Nuan." Sui Nuan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing, Jun Sui. You've been a tremendous help." After praising Jun Sui, Sui Nuan turned to the other three little ones, asking, "Who among you would like to accompany Jun Sui tomorrow? I want to be going. I need my sleep." The three little ones eagerly raised their hands, tails, and wings, displaying their enthusiasm to join. Sui Nuan shook her head at their exuberance. "Since you all wish to go, let us do it together." She turned back to Jun Sui, saying, "I have another task for you. Would you like to listen?" Jun Sui, brimming with excitement, replied, "I'm willing, Nuan."
great.
Then, Jun Sui, "Make sure to take good care of your older siblings." Jun Sui paused, glancing at the other little companions sprawled across the floor, uncertain. "I have to take care of them?" The notion seemed daunting, as Jun Sui felt inadequate, thinking that the others should be the ones looking after it, given its lack of understanding. Sui Nuan, sensing Jun Sui's hesitance, earnestly encouraged, "Of course, look at you, such a big one. And now look at your siblings?" Jun Sui's gaze flitted back and forth, its tail resuming its excited wagging. "Okay, Nuan. I will take good care of everyone." Sui Nuan felt a sense of satisfaction, having encountered a creature even more gullible than Chi Sui for the very first time. Throughout the entire exchange, a question mark slowly emerged above Chi Sui's head. Why did it feel as though Nuan's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to something it had heard before? It was reminiscent of the way it had been persuaded previously. Unsure, Chi Sui turned to the lump of fur that was Tian Sui, pondering if Nuan's tone echoed that of the earlier admonitions against trimming its horns. Tian Sui, suddenly jolted from its stupor, propped itself up with its forepaws and exclaimed,
How could you think that?
"Nuan would never deceive us."
Would she use Sui?
Yu Sui, suppressing its conscience, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nuan would not act in such a manner.
Really?
Chi Sui hesitated, glancing from one companion to the other, searching their earnest expressions for reassurance. Their unwavering confidence led Chi Sui to once again fall prey to the ornate deception. Perhaps it had been overthinking. Tian Sui exhaled in relief, despite its earlier resolute demeanor. It had been internally screaming, "Why?
Why?
Why is Chi Sui contemplating trimming its horns again?" After all, today, Chi Sui's horns had not hindered its tasks in the slightest. Having calmed Jun Sui, Nuan sent a message to Jiangwan to bring a few small creatures over the following day, and after tidying herself up, she retired for the night. With Jun Sui, the young wolf pup, present, Jiangwan would likely feel less anxious. Nuan had observed yesterday that Jiangwan had stiffened noticeably when Jun Sui trailed behind her. When Nuan awoke, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Chi Sui had opened the door, and the four little ones, along with Jiangwan, had departed without rousing her from her slumber. Groggy, Nuan rose and checked her phone, finding a plethora of messages awaiting her attention. Chief among them was Jiangwan's, who had sent numerous photographs of the cave's murals. Nuan was astounded by the remarkable power of the brick she had extracted. The wall at the end of the cave, where gold had been stored, had completely collapsed. As anticipated, The murals revealed themselves to be identical to those that had emerged in the KTV after activating the mechanism. The only distinction was that the outer layer of the murals featured a ring of smaller illustrations, the narrative of which remained a mystery to Nuan. The stick figure murals were faded and notably abstract. Nuan suggested enlisting a professional for interpretation. After scrutinizing the stick figure murals for an extended period without comprehending their meaning, Nuan felt utterly bewildered. Just as she was about to call Jiangwan, a message from Captain Qin popped up. Has Sergeant Sui awakened? We are preparing to investigate the KTV. If you wish to join us, please respond within 10 minutes. And we will collect you. Nuan remained curious about the murals in the KTV and their inexplicable ability to control her upon viewing. The troubling aspect was that both Qi Sui and Tian Sui had witnessed everything, yet they remained entirely unaffected. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Nuan's spine at the thought. What if Qi Sui and Tian Sui had also been controlled? The discomfort of having them turn on her in unison was an unbearable notion. Thankfully, it seemed that the hypnosis did not affect small animals, otherwise, she would have been utterly defenseless.
Nuan replied, I am awake.
When will you arrive? I need a bit more time to get ready. She added, I'll call Jiangwan to join us. She should be returning from the cave soon. Captain Qin responded, Any discoveries over there? We should arrive at your hotel in approximately 20 minutes. Nuan replied, There's an identical ghost-faced mural, along with a peculiar ring of stick figure murals. We can't decipher them. We'll need to find a professional. I'll send you and Captain Chen a copy shortly. 20 minutes will suffice. I'll wait for you on the first floor, Nuan concluded. When heading out, Nuan opted not to apply makeup. A quick brush of her teeth, washing her face, and changing her clothes sufficed. Within 10 minutes, she was ready and headed downstairs. It wasn't as if she was attending a grand banquet. Tian Sui had already coordinated her outfit in advance. In those 10 minutes, Nuan managed to nibble on a couple of small pastries and drink a bottle of milk. She had noticed a troubling pattern lately. Whenever she ventured out, she either left hungry or without food altogether. Should she really be emulating the circumstances of a certain ko? Such a situation was utterly unnecessary. The real world was not akin to that of a certain ko, where one faced hunger while solving cases. What if it led to a stomach ailment? Upon reaching the ground floor, Nuan sent a message inquiring when Jiangwan's team would return. As usual, Jiangwan replied almost instantly. We're regrouping and returning. Is there a new mission? Nuan responded, I intend to investigate that KTV I mentioned yesterday. Would you like to join me? Of course, Sergeant. Shall I come to fetch you? No need. Captain Qin is coming to get me. You can take the 4 little ones directly to the KTV. And please call me Nuan. There's no need for such formality. She had previously discussed this with Jiangwan. They had agreed to be on more familiar terms, yet somehow it had reverted to its former state. Nuan did not perceive their relationship as one of hierarchy. Rather, she felt a camaraderie with Jiangwan, akin to that of close friends. Jiangwan understood her exceptionally well. Whatever Nuan aimed to pursue, Jiangwan would support and encourage her, embodying the role of an exceptional friend and family member. Unbeknownst to Jiangwan, as she led her large group back, a figure cloaked in black had stealthily approached the cave shortly after they had departed. Chapter 169, Breaking Down and Going Mad. The territory of the Wolf clan was not particularly close. Having seen Jun Sui off, the figure turned back toward their dwelling. With the 3 parties having left in succession, the cloaked individual stood before the cave entrance, frozen in disbelief. How could the mechanism have been triggered? Who had come here? Nuan had explicitly instructed against the use of explosives, and Jiangwan had heeded her advice, summoning a team of professionals who had neatly cut an opening through the large stone slab. The process had been somewhat crude, but thankfully, the outcome was successful. The cloaked individual was on the verge of losing her composure. She dashed into the cave's depths, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Kneeling on the ground, disbelief etched across her face, she repeatedly shut her eyes and reopened them, unsure how many times she had performed this futile motion. Years of sacrifice in pursuit of the elixir of immortality had culminated in this disheartening failure, nearly causing the cloaked figure to choke on her own fury. Who is it? Where are they? Everything is gone. All of my years of effort vanished. Who did this? With a sudden surge of rage, she sprang to her feet, letting out a manic laugh. From beneath her cloak, she produced a large cleaver and, amidst the debris that had fallen from the ceiling, began to slash wildly at the remnants of her sanctuary, gradually regaining her composure. Breathing heavily, She discarded the cleaver and gently caressed the gaps left by the bricks Nuan had removed in passing. Good job, very well done. Now, no amount of hatred would suffice. She had no idea who had obliterated her lair, and it was her own negligence that had led to her prolonged absence. Coldly, she turned her gaze toward the wolf clan's territory, thinking, a pack of worthless creatures. How could so many wolves fail to guard my treasure? When humans approached, why did none of you come to devour them or scare them away? Having calmed down after her initial frenzy, the cloaked figure picked up her cleaver and departed. So, what if my old lair has been compromised? I don't even care. Frustration boiled within her. If only she knew who had done this. She would ensure they felt the consequences of their actions, making it clear that not all treasures in the wild were unclaimed. With numerous hideouts at her disposal, this one had been the largest and most bountiful, and now it had been so effortlessly raided. How could she not feel vulnerable? Who knew that the wolves could be so inept? Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so long wandering outside without checking back in. The distant wolf, puzzled, glanced back. The wilderness was eerily silent, with even the slightest sound carrying far. The commotion caused by the cloaked figure's rampage had been quite considerable. Song found herself in a quandary, uncertain whether to return and investigate further. Her remaining 5 cubs had reached the stage where they could consume meat, relieving her of the daily duty of nursing them. However, she felt a twinge of guilt for having left her offspring in the clan territory, relying on other wolves for their care. Indeed, her 6 cubs, not just 5, were quite energetic. Each night upon her return to the clan, she often witnessed several wolves utterly exhausted, collapsed in their dens, fast asleep. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song decisively turned away, somewhat irritated by the constant refrain of mother echoing in her ears. After all, the pack was not currently burdened with the need to hunt. What harm could there be in tending to a few cubs? Bounding back with a light step, Song caught an unfamiliar scent wafting near the entrance of her den. She had memorized the scents of those who had visited the previous day and today, and she was certain that this particular scent did not belong to anyone she recognized. Cautiously, she approached the cave's entrance and peered inside, uncertain if the stranger was among those known to Nuan. Song, possessing keen instincts, understood well the formidable weapons humans wielded. If she were to harm one, it could spell disaster for the surrounding wolves. Quietly retreating, she heard footsteps approaching from within, prompting her to swiftly dart into a concealed corner to observe undetected. The anxious cloaked figure had lost her composure. Her normally sharp senses dulled. She failed to notice the large wolf lurking in the shadows. Song, being well informed, was burdened by her knowledge. The more she understood, the more apprehensive she became. After much hesitation, she refrained from launching an attack, having sworn an oath to lead her kin towards a prosperous existence, rather than plunging them into peril. Watching the stranger depart, Song clicked her tongue in frustration, wishing for an object that could connect her with Nuan, something akin to the black device humans often carried. However, she had heard that such contraptions required charging, and hers was devoid of power. With no alternative, Song resolved to commit the stranger's appearance to memory, intending to describe her to Nuan when she next arrived. Meanwhile, Nuan awaited the arrival of Qing and Captain Chen, both masked. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Qing replied tersely, "Are you unaware of the severity of your actions yesterday?" She harbored grave suspicions that her own disorientation was a direct consequence of Nuan's earlier slap. With commendable stamina and strength, Qing felt a pang of envy. Nuan, somewhat embarrassed, stood before them like a dutiful student. "I didn't mean to, I just lost control of my strength." Raising her hand, Qing acknowledged, "I understand it wasn't intentional." Given the urgency of their pursuit in the early hours, it was not surprising that Nuan had misjudged her force. As they boarded the vehicle, Nuan's curiosity was piqued by a middle-aged woman seated in the back. The woman introduced herself, without needing an introduction from Qing. "You must be the Sui platoon leader mentioned by the captains, right? A pleasure to meet you."
Nuan shook her hand. "Hello, I'm Nuan."
"May I ask your name?" The woman, with a warm smile, replied, "I am Nuan." Nuan, taken aback, repeated the name. "Nuan." The middle-aged woman, puzzled, responded, "Yes, is there something amiss with my name?" Everyone seemed surprised upon hearing my introduction. Nuan fell silent. What could she say? That the name nearly matched that of a suspected perpetrator? Nothing at all, just a coincidence with someone I know, Nuan finally managed. Chunwanlin waved her hand dismissively. With such a vast population in Shunlin City, it's normal to have name overlaps. "I am a somewhat renowned hypnotist here. Do you or any of your subordinates require assistance with insomnia, anxiety, or traumatic memories? I would be delighted to help. Captain Chen, having heard the same pitch before, glanced at Qin Qing, suspicion in his eyes. Are you sure she's trustworthy? Qin Qing's resolute gaze met his, assuring him, trust me, she possesses genuine skills. Those with abilities often have their peculiarities. It's best to be understanding. Chapter 170. Lacking the strength to hang on, Captain Chen, albeit skeptical, nodded in concession. At least he had found Qin Qing, his former colleague, to be reliable during their past collaborations. Throughout the journey, Chen Wanlin fervently promoted her services, perhaps hoping to snag an opportunity mid-mission. Nuan began to suspect that the funding for external assistance was perhaps insufficient, prompting such fervent self-promotion. Qin Qing felt wronged, knowing that the higher-ups were generous with funding, especially since the efforts of Nuan and Jiangwan had ensured that no one dared to touch the allocated resources for JY District. She was not one to be stingy. Whatever was approved was duly distributed. As the vehicle, driven by Captain Chen, arrived at the KTV parking lot, the police stationed outside recognized the police vehicle and made no effort to stop them. Who else but the diligent Qin Qing and the diligent Captain Chen from the capital would be here? Qin Qing recalled Nuan's mention of Jiang Wan's impending arrival. After disembarking, she approached the police on duty. Another person named Jiang Wan will be arriving shortly. Please allow her to pass when she does. Understood, Captain Qin. The four donned sunglasses as they entered the KTV. Whether they served any functional purpose was debatable, but at least they provided a semblance of psychological comfort. Once inside, the previously chatty Chen Wanlin immediately adopted a serious demeanor, shifting into work mode. Captain Chen felt somewhat reassured by this transformation. Perhaps his old colleague truly was reliable. Is this the mural? Nuan inquired, gazing upward at the wall, where a masked figure adorned the surface. There are two pieces. I suspect the rose mural may have a more significant impact on mental states. After explaining her observations to Chen Wanlin, Nuan turned to the others. Why hasn't the mural reverted? Is there another mechanism at play? Captain Chen shook his head. I'm not sure. Should we head to the third floor for a look? Wait, Chen Wanlin interjected, stroking her chin. The environment, lighting, and colors can all influence mental states. Should we examine the lighting before proceeding upstairs? Being the professional she was, Chen Wanlin warranted complete trust. Despite the striking similarity between her name and that of the suspected Zhang Wanning, Nuan could hardly contain her curiosity. Sister Lin, do you have any siblings? Chen Wanlin, puzzled by the question, replied, I don't have any sisters, but I do have a brother. Speaking of her brother, she shook her head. He works tirelessly at the company, a beleaguered wage slave. Although she too was a worker, at least she enjoyed the freedom to choose her path. Unlike him, who toils away for a month only to be left with a meager paycheck, devoid of the strength to carry on, she lamented. Nuan nodded in empathy. I have a brother too. Standing before the lighting control panel, the group eyed the chaotic array of buttons and switches, uncertainty etched on their faces. Chen Wanlin mused. Should we call in another expert? Nuan hesitated, reflecting on her brother's situation. He technically works for himself, but he certainly resembles a beleaguered laborer. So your brother is also a wage slave? Chen Wanlin expressed sympathy. That's unfortunate. Captain Chen interjected, your brother is a wage slave? With that meager salary, he might as well throw himself into the lake. Confronted with Chen Guodong's gaze, which seemed to mock her with its insincerity, Nuan felt no hint of guilt. Why should working for oneself disqualify her from being considered a worker? She stood resolute. Qin Qing made a call to summon assistance, and Nuan's hands twitched with anticipation. Shall we give it a try ourselves? It would take a while for the others to arrive. Rubbing her hands together, Nuan suggested, how about I give it a go? Qin Qing nodded. Let us test it out. The control panel was replete with buttons, and Nuan chose the most conspicuous one, its surface worn smooth from frequent use. With a soft click, a brilliant column of white light cascaded down upon the four of them, illuminating them in an almost blinding exposure. On Wan, Chi Sui's lively voice wavered, while the Chi Sui perched atop Jiang Wan's head scratched its head in confusion. On Wan, what game are you playing?
Ering Chi Sui's bewildered inquiry.
Nuan promptly pressed the same button again. The white beam did not dissipate. Instead, it spun wildly around the room before abruptly fixating on Jiang Wan, who rarely ventured outside and had a complexion as pale as porcelain. The light rendered her face a bizarre, reflective spectacle. In her attire, only her face remained illuminated, creating an eerie effect. Sui Nuan hastily pressed the adjacent red button, and the glaring beam finally vanished, allowing her to exhale in relief. Jiangwan, you've arrived. Yu Sui fluttered to Sui Nuan's shoulder, exclaiming, on Wan, I adored that beam of light.
Under the white spotlight,
the colorful feathers of Yu Sui would indeed be a sight to behold, true to its lifelong love for beauty. Noticing Yu Sui's eagerness, Sui Nuan gently patted its head. We'll use it again later, all right? Given the suspicion of links to significant cases in the capital, this KTV was essentially under indefinite suspension for rectification. Jiangwan approached Sui Nuan and inquired, What are you up to? Sui Nuan pointed to the mural overhead. We're investigating how we were so easily controlled while pursuing that cloaked individual. Sister Lin mentioned that it's not just objects that affect one's psyche. Lighting and ambience play a crucial role as well. However, we won't be adjusting the lighting ourselves. We've already called for external help. Jiangwan nodded, her gaze shifting from the ceiling to Chen Guodong, who was clad in a hat and mask, and she wondered aloud, Why is Captain Chen here? When did he arrive? Chen Guodong replied, Why is it that familiar faces are everywhere? He continued, I came yesterday. What a coincidence to see you again. Jiangwan raised an eyebrow. You arrived here yesterday, and are already on duty today? Captain Chen, you are quite dedicated. Chen Guodong responded, Isn't she just feeling guilty? Qin Qing interjected. Isn't she in need of manpower? Spotting a former colleague from Sheng'an, she simply recruited them for work. If her deputy hadn't been reassigned, she certainly wouldn't have acted so unceremoniously, truly, with genuine eyes. With a hint of melancholy, Chen Guodong, who was beginning to show signs of thinning hair, added, Actually, I started working the moment I arrived yesterday. Jiangwan was taken aback. What? In Chapter 171, the cloaked individual I referred to is a customer on the third floor. What a dedicated workaholic. They are even more industrious than I, who aspires to be a major. Jiangwan silently gave a thumbs up. Captain Chen was impressive. Chen Guodong muttered. Does he truly desire to work this hard? He is merely compelled by circumstances. Unaware of Chen Guodong's inner thoughts, Jiangwan resolutely decided not to be outdone by him. She would strive to work even harder. Tian Sui leaped from Jiangwan's shoulder to Sui Nuan's, urging, Jun Sui, quickly share what you've learned with Nuan. Typically, they would chatter away to Sui Nuan, but this time, they reserved the information for Jun Sui, who did not wish to be perceived as a mere child incapable of contributing. With a wagging tail, Jun Sui conveyed, Nuan, there's a mural identical to this one over there. Sui Nuan crouched down to embrace Jun Sui, attentively listening to its recounting of events from the cave. During this time, the external help summoned by Qin Qing arrived, specifically, the lighting technician from this KTV. A group encircled the young technician, the atmosphere thick with pressure. Sui Nuan suddenly recalled something. By the way, Qin team leader, have you investigated the owner of this KTV? Yes, Qin Qing replied, this KTV is registered under a woman with the surname Bai. But she has been abroad for several years and has not returned. Sui Nuan scrutinized the lighting technician, who appeared somewhat nervous. How long have you worked here? Among those present, only Sui Nuan and the technician were not in uniform, and he seemed less tense in her presence. I've been here for nearly 2.5 years. Sui Nuan exchanged a glance with Qin Qing. Have you ever seen a person dressed in a black cloak come here? The technician, adeptly operating the lighting, nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have. The atmosphere shifted with excitement. Yesterday, due to the late hour, individuals with minimal connections were released after their information was recorded. In the current climate, the principle of erring on the side of caution had fallen out of favor if they were to enforce such a policy. Then Qin Qing and Chen Guodong would likely be summoned for questioning tomorrow. Chen Guodong pressed on. Can you describe that person's appearance? Was it a man or a woman? The lighting technician appeared baffled. Which person? What are you referring to? Sensing potential confusion, Chen Guodong clarified. I am speaking of the cloaked individual who is a customer on the third floor. Those unfamiliar with the protocol looked on in surprise, momentarily elated with the prospect of a lead, only to feel deflated when realizing they might be overthinking. Qin Qing had not heard Wei Rushi mention this. She only provided the location, time, and the number of individuals she knew who purchased such items, nothing more. Are you implying that anyone who ascends to the third floor is clad in a black cloak? The technician nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. The third floor is designated for VIPs, and we are generally not permitted to go up there. The only ones we see are those customers shrouded in black cloaks. Chen Guodong, puzzled, inquired, with your boss overseas? Who manages this KTV? The technician responded matter-of-factly, the manager, of course. Who else could it be? His bluntness caught everyone off guard. Yet his assertion was undeniably accurate. If the owner was absent, the manager would naturally assume responsibility. Nuan lowered her voice. Qin team leader, did you apprehend the manager of this establishment yesterday? Before Qin could respond, the technician interjected, Yes, not here. Our manager took leave some time ago. Before he left, he arranged everything, and he might return in a day or two. The true owner behind this KTV might very well be a facade. The Jing'an district had previously been a place where wealth could grease the wheels of influence. Nuan speculated that the cloaked individual she pursued in the early hours could indeed be the actual proprietor of the KTV. If that were the case, what connection would the drugs have to her? Nuan pondered, considering if she were the cloaked figure, she would undoubtedly be motivated by the prospect of sustained profit. Once the KTV's reputation was established, would she jeopardize her steady source of income by introducing such high-risk elements? The answer was a resounding no. In a scenario devoid of the constraints of the daxia, if she were that cloaked individual, she might take such risks, but in daxia, dealing in drugs represented an exceedingly perilous venture, potentially leading to decades of imprisonment or worse. Given the current state of the KTV, coupled with its potential connections to the Five Elements case, it was evident that the underlying motive here was wealth, as engaging with the Five Elements was notoriously expensive. With these thoughts in mind, Nuan's gaze slowly shifted to Qin, who wore a similarly contemplative expression. Sui clicked her tongue on one. If that so-called boss buy were a real person, and she entrusted a well-functioning KTV to the manager, only for the manager to turn it into this mess, wouldn't she be infuriated enough to want to murder him? Nuan snapped her fingers. Do you know where your manager resides? The lighting technician scratched his head. I do. But the manager isn't always home. He can take leave for several days, or even a week. Nuan snapped her fingers again. Quickly, take us to see. Qin suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that this issue was instigated by the manager? Yes. Doesn't your manager often take extended leaves? The lighting technician felt a sense of trepidation, nodding. It seems that way, but his leave is quite irregular. Chen Guodong clapped his hands. Don't dwell on that now. Just take us there. 5 people piled into a single vehicle, perfectly within capacity. As for Chen Wanlin, she was to be attended by other team members to assess the situation here, and they would regroup upon her return. Prompted by Chen Guodong, the lighting technician stood up hastily. All right, I'll take you now. Qin patted Chen Wanlin. You check it out on your own. I'll call a few team members to assist you. Chen Wanlin gave an okay gesture. Go ahead, I can handle it myself. Nuan bent down to scoop up Jun Sui, and before rushing out, she glanced back at Chen Wanlin, then pulled Jiangwan along, following Captain Chen and the others out. Once they had run a certain distance, Nuan lowered her voice to inquire. Do you think she might be that cloaked figure from yesterday? The coincidence in names is rather uncanny, isn't it? Chen Wanlin, Zhang Weining, they don't seem too far apart in age, and most importantly, both can hypnotize. They also appear quite similar in height. The red Sui, still perched atop Jiangwan's hat, attempted to compare this person with the cloaked figure from yesterday, but hesitated, glancing at Tian Sui and Yu Sui on one. I don't feel it's quite like her. Tian Sui decisively replied, No. When that person appeared, I sensed an overwhelming malice, but this individual exudes none. However, there exists another possibility. She could be concealing her malice, rendering me completely oblivious to it. If that were the case, it would be a different matter altogether. Chapter 172, Successful Bluetooth Connection. I don't feel it resembles her either, Yu Sui succinctly replied. Jun Sui, nestled in Nuan's arms, blinked. I don't know. Jiangwan had never encountered the cloaked figure, yet she offered her thoughts. I don't think it's her either. A murderer would not return to the original crime scene to observe the situation. That's the act of a fool. If the cloaked figure were indeed the mastermind behind the Five Elements case, she would never take such a substantial risk. The earlier actions indicated that the individual was quite astute. To avoid exposure, she had even prepared 2 scapegoats, and those 2 successfully bore the brunt of the blame. Given her capabilities, how could she possibly risk it all just to understand the situation here? If she wanted to grasp the circumstances, it wouldn't be challenging. She could simply hypnotize someone in the know. Nuan contemplated. If the cloaked figure truly sought a soft target, surely she wouldn't choose me? Chen Guodong and Qin were criminal detectives, and some cases were publicly accessible online. On the surface, it might indeed seem that she was the most suitable target. Soft target?
Nuan inquired.
Jiangwan nodded in affirmation. How about you move in with us, Captain? If the captain comes, it would definitely be a single room. Due to the influx of people, Everyone was currently sharing rooms of 4, whereas initially it had been single occupancy. Nuan, unpretentious, replied, "Fine. I will move over later." Now that Chen Wanlin didn't appear to be the cloaked figure, Nuan felt a sense of relief. The group piled into the car, with Chen Guodong starting the engine under the lighting technician's direction. Nuan could only hope they would reach in time, wishing that the cloaked figure had not reacted swiftly and eliminated the manager who had disrupted her plans. The icy road made Chen Guodong cautious. A journey that should have taken about 40 minutes ended up taking him an hour and 10 minutes, an extra 30 minutes added to their travel. Chen Guodong felt a flush of embarrassment. What else could he do? The road was icy, and driving fast could lead to accidents. Qing braced herself against the front seats. What floor? What room number? The technician thought for a moment. 9th floor. It's a 1 unit per floor setup. Wow, I just realized. Our manager is quite wealthy. I wonder if he bought or rented it. In the back, Nuan, Qing, and Jiangwan had no time to listen to the technician's ramblings, each of them darting out of the car during Chen Guodong's brief parking pause. The abandoned Chen Guodong struck a dramatic pose, you all. Time was of the essence, and he hastily searched for a parking space. With that shouting time, he could have already parked the car. With Qing's authority, the 3 easily borrowed an elevator card, and at that moment, they awaited the elevator's ascent. As the elevator reached the 7th floor, the red sway on Jiangwan's hat suddenly lifted its head. The sight of the Bluetooth connection was familiar to Nuan and the others, and as they anxiously awaited the elevator's rise, Nuan suddenly felt a calmness wash over her, akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter. After struggling to piece together a thread of evidence, she eagerly tugged at it, only to find it had long since frayed. The red sway confidently declared on Nuan. "I smell something familiar." Nuan responded. It felt akin to a death row inmate finally realizing their sentence. The red sway, upon detecting a deceased individual, immediately raised its head, initiating the Bluetooth connection. Once established, it would announce on Nuan, "I smell something familiar." As the elevator doors opened, a wave of intense blood odor assaulted them, causing the 3 to instinctively frown. Nuan took the lead, stepping out of the elevator first. "It appears we have arrived too late." Just as the elevator doors opened, Tian Sui on her shoulder remarked, "I sense no malice." Qing swiftly approached the door, gently pushing it. The door was not locked, merely ajar. Following closely behind, Nuan and Jiangwan widened their eyes slightly. A wave of nausea they had not felt in a long time surged within them, prompting them to instinctively avert their gazes. At the entrance lay a bloodied and mangled body. Whether out of rage or malicious provocation towards the police, the deceased was gruesomely mutilated, with a large cleaver embedded in their flesh. The cleaver appeared relatively new, yet both the blade and the back were pockmarked, leaving one to wonder what the previous owner had used it for. It was inconceivable that such a weapon would be so mishandled over a single victim. "How is it? Is the person still?" Before he could finish, Chen Guodong, who had caught up, was hit by the overwhelming stench of blood. The potent aroma, combined with the 3 standing at the door, led Chen Guodong to realize almost instantly that the KTV manager had met with foul play. The lighting technician, confused, asked, "What's happening? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Why aren't the officers going in?" Qing did not turn around but sighed. "Take him downstairs. This scene is not suitable for him to witness." Qing deftly took out her phone to summon assistance. With the body in such a state, calling in a coroner was merely a formality to transport the remains, but the necessary procedures must still be followed. However, there was no need to report, as they were sufficient. They just needed the coroner to come and handle the body. Following her instructions, Chen Guodong turned to lead the lighting technician back to the elevator. "Let's go downstairs." The lighting technician, perplexed, asked, "Why?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened. "You mean the manager has been murdered? Then, who will issue my paycheck?" Chen Guodong replied curtly, "I have no idea who will pay your wages. Just wait on the 1st floor or head back. We need to conduct further investigations into this matter." The lighting technician, disheartened, realized that the KTV had withheld a month's salary from him, an entire month. With the boss frolicking abroad and the manager now gone, and no deputy manager in sight, what on earth was he supposed to do? The lighting technician grasped Chen Guodong's sleeve, feeling that nothing else mattered at this moment. Forget about N1. Even retrieving his rightful wages seemed a distant hope. "Officer, you must uncover the perpetrator. If possible, contact the KTV owner to return, at the very least to disperse our hard-earned salaries," he implored. After a month of labor without pay, and with the KTV now facing indefinite closure for rectification, he found himself bereft not only of his wages but also of his employment. The lighting technician felt as though the sky was about to collapse upon him. Chun Guodong patted the technician's shoulder, assuring him, "We will certainly bring this case to a resolution. You need not worry." Initially, he had thought that his presence here would earn him accolades, perhaps even allow him to regrow the hair he had lost. Yet now, under these circumstances, he was merely grateful if his remaining hair did not continue to fall out in clumps. After sending the distraught lighting technician away, Chun Guodong sighed and dutifully sought out the property management of the complex to review the surveillance footage to ascertain who had accessed the 9th floor recently. Chapter 173. 2 Stripes, 3 Flowers. Captain Sheen, Jiangwan declared, producing her mobile phone. Among the 3 present, she felt she was best suited for the roles of recorder and photographer. After years of experience, Qin quickly adapted and began rummaging through her bag. Shifting into work mode, with her mask and gloves secured, she turned to Sui Nuan, quietly asking, "Would you like one?"
Sui Nuan, astonished,
realized that Captain Qin had brought a spare. "You carry an extra?" she inquired. Qin waved her hand dismissively. "It's a habit." Once they were all equipped, the trio gathered around the battered knife before the deceased. Sui Nuan pointed at the knife and then at the shop manager, questioning, "Is it even possible to inflict such damage on a weapon while attacking someone?" Jiangwan, capturing the scene with her phone, shook her head, highly unlikely. Moreover, observe the victim's exposed wounds. The damage on this knife shows it had already sustained numerous nicks prior to this incident. Indeed, Qin remarked, rising to search the interior of the room. Inside, there were no signs of a struggle, but a suitcase at the entrance bore unremoved airline luggage tags. Sui Nuan turned to glance at the suitcase behind her, confirming the presence of a tag emblazoned with a prominent first-class insignia. No wonder this individual had achieved the rank of first-class police inspector by the age of 36. A first-class inspector was colloquially known as 2 Stripes, 3 Flowers. Within mere minutes of entering, she had not only assessed the deceased but also gathered vital information from the adjacent suitcase. As it was Sui Nuan's first encounter with an indoor case, she found herself struggling to keep pace with Qin and Jiangwan. Jiangwan, still crouched before the manager, remarked with curiosity that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Sui Nuan approached, crouching down to take a look, and indeed, she spotted a glimmer of gold peeking through the manager's fingers. "Can we retrieve that?" Qin replied without turning. "We must wait for the forensic team and technicians to arrive for confirmation. We've established preliminary information, but the weapon and fingerprints still need to be documented." Sui Nuan retracted her hand, acknowledging her lack of expertise and acquiescing to the professionals. Jiangwan had recorded the general situation, but for more specialized analysis, they required experts. As Jiangwan tucked her phone away and partially closed the door to prevent any unwitting bystanders from witnessing the gruesome scene, Sui Nuan pointed towards a corner. "There's a camera." Qin discovered the deceased's mobile phone hidden behind a sofa cushion. After glancing at it, she noted that unlocking it required facial recognition or a password. Given the circumstances, the deceased's face was unlikely to be in a condition suitable for recognition. Qin retrieved an evidence bag from her bag and carefully placed the phone inside. While the 3 were busy collecting clues, Chun Guodong's call came through to Sui Nuan. "Hello, Captain Chun, what's the matter?" Seated in the surveillance room, Chun Guodong's expression was grave. "I've traced the deceased's information through the license plate number captured by the gate's camera." Upon hearing this, Qin and Jiangwan, still engaged in clue-finding, immediately gathered closer. Sui Nuan inquired earnestly, "What's the outcome?" "The surveillance indicates that after the deceased parked in the underground garage, a figure clad in a black cloak exited the back seat. If there are no unforeseen developments, this cloaked individual is likely the one we pursued earlier this morning." The implication of this revelation confirmed Sui Nuan's suspicions. Indeed, the cloaked figure was the true proprietor of the KTV, while the nominal owner, Ms. Bai, remained under investigation. Since Ms. Bai was abroad, tracing her would prove exceedingly arduous. For the affluent, being overseas was akin to being a fish in the vast ocean, making it nearly impossible to capture them. From the footage, it was evident that the deceased, the KTV manager, held the cloaked figure in high regard, leading them directly to the elevator upon disembarking. The surveillance ceased at that point. Once they entered the room, all further activities were concealed from view. The cloaked individual had likely remained in the manager's quarters for roughly 50 to 60 minutes. This suggested that they departed approximately 20 minutes before we arrived. Still seated in front of the surveillance monitor, Chun Guodong turned to the property management staff beside him, Please ensure that segment is saved and sent to me. The property staff, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded fervently, feeling a wave of despair wash over them. With the police confirming a death, it was undeniable that a life had been lost in their community. The already struggling housing market in Jingyan district would only suffer further repercussions. Would layoffs follow? Oh no. Finding a serene job is genuinely challenging.
Xiao Nuan, I'll have to hang up now.
I'll head over once I receive the surveillance footage, Chen Guodong said. The property staff, feeling anxious, asked, "Can I accompany you? After all, this is our community." Chen Guodong hesitated, aware of the overwhelming bloodshed at the scene and its potential psychological repercussions on the public. "Please leave your contact information. We will reach out if necessary. The scene may not be suitable for you to witness." The staff nodded silently. "Understood, officer. I'll follow your advice." Though they maintained a facade of calm, the staff felt a sense of hopelessness. They would need to seek new employment. After receiving the footage from the staff, Chen Guodong instructed them not to disseminate it online before departing. The earlier case involving Qian Beigua had demonstrated the dangers of such actions, as a disgruntled staff member had retaliated against the fishing grounds by leaking details online, only to be further exacerbated by those with ulterior motives, leading to significant pressure from higher authorities. Investigating a case was not a matter of mere days. It demanded a complete process of gathering evidence, which could stretch into months. Yet, the online community seemed indifferent to the complexities of investigation, desiring immediate answers to incidents that transpired today. Following the Qian Beigua case, a plethora of evidence had emerged. And although the case was closed, many questions remained unanswered. As Chen Guodong pondered the case, he hurriedly ascended to the 9th floor to rendezvous with Sui Nuan and the others. Pushing open the ajar door, he was taken aback by the scene before him. To preserve the integrity of the initial crime scene, the others had merely crouched to observe the situation, documenting the surroundings with photographs and videos without disturbing anything. This resulted in Chen Guodong encountering the same horrific sight as the trio before him. The brutality displayed by the assailant was staggering. How much hatred must one possess to commit such an act? Cautiously avoiding the body and the pool of blood on the floor, Chen Guodong stepped further into the room. Qin Qing gestured. "Show us the video." Chen Guodong unlocked his phone and handed it to Qin Qing, while Sui Nuan and Jiangwan leaned in closely to view. The three quickly began to critique the footage. Having previously encountered the cloaked figure, the three instantly recognized them upon their appearance on the video. "Nuan, it's her," they exclaimed in unison. In Sui Nuan's embrace, Jun Sui widened her eyes, striving to memorize the figure on screen, determined that she would recognize them immediately upon their next encounter. Sui Nuan felt a pang of regret, noting that with gloves on, it was unlikely any fingerprints had been left behind. Jiangwan clicked her tongue. What vigilance! Wearing a cloak and a mask. Given the manager's situation, it's clear they were quite familiar with one another. It's a shame. Had he survived, he could have provided crucial evidence. Qin Qing sighed, reflecting initially, we didn't consider that it might be connected to other cases. After apprehending the drug users and recording the basic information of the other KTV patrons, we released most of them. Later, as the mechanism was discovered, a cloaked figure reappeared. I failed to associate this with the manager, which was a grave oversight on my part. I should have arranged for someone to lie in wait at the airport. Chapter 174. The Golden Pocket Watch. Initially, Qin Qing suspected that the poison had been introduced by the KTV owner, and upon the appearance of the mysterious cloaked figure, she instinctively assumed that this figure was the KTV proprietor. This meant they had been thoroughly deceived from the very beginning. No wonder it took them so long to pursue. The cloaked figure remained, likely to divert their attention and eliminate them. They were still not cautious enough, having their focus so easily shifted. Qin Qing habitually reached for her chin, but as her fingers brushed her face, she dropped her hand again. Her face still ached slightly. After returning to rest, the remaining detectives on duty began to scour the internet for additional information on the KTV. It was not until the following day that she learned the KTV owner was abroad. Gazing at the cloaked figure in the video, whose skin was completely concealed, Qin Qing felt a familiar throbbing in her head, a reminder that her brief respite had not alleviated her stress. Yu Sui glanced at the door and remarked, "Nuan, someone is coming." Before Sui Nuan could reply, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Captain Qin? We are inside. Qin Qing returned Chen Guodong's phone and stepped towards the entrance. Upon seeing the corpse on the floor, the individuals Qin Qing had summoned instinctively gasped in shock. However, accustomed to such scenes, their astonishment quickly gave way to professionalism. The golden object in the manager's hand was revealed to be a pocket watch. Sui Nuan took the pocket watch, opened it, and noted the time was incorrect. It was only 9 o'clock, yet the watch had stopped at 10:50. Qing was perplexed. What could this signify? Chi Sui's eyes sparkled with realization as it looked up at Sui Nuan. Nuan. Could it be a notice for the next murder? In the anime I watched, those individuals taunted the police in this manner.
Sui Nuan hesitated.
Could it be a forewarning of something, perhaps a murder notification? Qing's expression darkened. Was this not an outright provocation directed at them, the police? This was reality, not a film or television drama. Jiangwan turned to survey the surroundings. If they were to consider the death notification of the current victim, who would the cloaked figure target next? The remaining individuals at the KTV were mere small fry, hardly worth the cloaked figure's risk of challenging the police with murder. This next victim must hold significant weight and have offended this petty, vengeful killer. The manager's demise was likely due to his role in introducing the poison, which had caused the cloaked figure's lucrative establishment to be indefinitely shut down for rectification. Sui Nuan glanced down at the deceased on the floor. If he was indeed the one who introduced the poison to the KTV, then his death was justifiable. Qing raised the evidence bag in her hand, stating that if the surveillance had not been tampered with, it would undoubtedly provide crucial information. Typically, impulsive criminals do not consider the existence of surveillance. But the cloaked figure was a different case altogether. Having remembered to destroy the KTV's surveillance footage, Qing did not believe that person would be so careless. Unless it was deliberately left for them to see. Otherwise, it would surely be gone. The scene was impeccably clean, leaving no evidence behind. Save for the broken golden pocket watch, the meaning of which remained elusive to them. Before the forensic team arrived, Sui Nuan and her colleagues had already scoured the room. Sui Nuan hesitated, suggesting, "There are no clues here. Shall we return to the KTV side?" The cases were evidently interconnected, and without finding leads here, they could not simply stand around wasting time. Qing exchanged glances with Chen Guodong, and they both nodded in agreement. This time, Qing did not let Chen Guodong drive. She took the wheel herself. Qing silently criticized him with her gaze. He drove far too slowly. Chen Guodong, what does it feel like to be looked down upon without the ability to retort? He quietly moved to the passenger seat. Captain Chen, what about that lighting technician? Chen Guodong recalled the somewhat distraught lighting technician and sighed, feeling a bit downcast. I let him leave first. Sui Nuan nodded.
Absen mindeløst stroking Yun Sui's for, her mind-wandering.
Where had that knife been when the killer had so viciously mutilated the victim? What was the significance of leaving behind the pocket watch? Why had it incited such rage in the killer, resulting in such brutality? A myriad of enigmas plagued Sui Nuan, causing her mind to whirl. Caves? Gold? The 5 elements? Murals? Sui Nuan slowly turned her head to meet Jiangwan's gaze. Could the gold within the cave belong to the cloaked figure? Jiangwan nodded slowly. I feel the same way. If the cave truly belonged to the cloaked figure, then there was a reason for her emotional breakdown. Having her lair raided and her treasure trove sealed would drive anyone mad. Chen Guodong in the passenger seat also seemed to come to a realization. This meant the killer had likely visited that cave as well. It's hard to say for certain, but I can assure you, when we were at the cave, no one else was around. The wolf's nose was not merely for show. Had anyone come, it would have alerted Jiangwan. It was probably just as you left, the cloaked figure arrived. Sui Nuan affectionately stroked Jun Sui, then asked, by the way, Jun Sui, will your mother notice if the cloaked figure comes? Jun Sui confidently lifted its head. My mother definitely will. Nuan, should we ask my mother? She will surely notice the cloaked figure. Jun Sui was practically a fervent fan of the wolf, willing to admit its own shortcomings but never conceding that the wolf was inferior to any other creature or person. The group felt as if they were being toyed with by the cloaked figure. However, Sui Nuan sensed that if anyone ventured alone, the others would certainly meet their demise. Just as Sui Nuan hesitated, Yu Sui volunteered, pointing to itself. Nuan, I will go ask the wolf, all right? The swift Yu Sui could return in less than an hour, not needing 1 or 2 hours to make the round trip. Sui Nuan recalled how fast it had been when they first met. She could barely keep up while driving and had to occasionally urge Yu Sui to slow down. Be careful on the road. Sui Nuan turned to Qing. Captain Qing, could you please open my window? Qing asked no further questions. Initially, she had only speculated, but now she was nearly certain. The world had indeed evolved. Yet she had been left behind. Observing the calm demeanor of the other two, it was clear they had known all along. To facilitate Yu Sui's departure, Qing deliberately reduced her speed. Jun Sui expressed envy. Having wings is so convenient. I wish I could fly too. Chi Sui shared a look of camaraderie. Do you feel that way too? I've always envied it. Sui Nuan exchanged a resigned glance with the composed Tian Sui. Qin Qing, capable of critiquing Captain Chen's driving skills, indeed drove with remarkable prowess, returning to the KTV entrance in less than an hour. After disembarking, Chen Guodong conceded defeat, acknowledging that her skills far surpassed his. Chapter 175. Who to Kill?
Me?
As they entered the KTV, Chen Wanlin was seated with a notebook, scribbling away. In such an environment, it was remarkable that she managed to remain so composed. Officer, what has become of our manager? The voice belonged to the lighting technician who approached them. Did you not return home? The lighting technician appeared somewhat bashful. I just wanted to inquire about my salary and whether I can keep my job. The four returning individuals responded in unison. Qin Qing sighed, rest assured, we will expedite the investigation. We will do our utmost to retrieve your wages. As for your job. The lighting technician sighed heavily, looking quite dejected. It's all right. As long as the salary is paid on time, it's fine, really. Chen Wanlin rose to her feet. And I made a brief note that the lighting and murals here create a synergistic effect, one that exceeds mere addition. If the lights are turned off and only the wallpaper is observed, the impact would be minimal. However, the combination of both significantly influences one's psyche. Under ordinary circumstances, without the use of hypnosis, the interplay of lighting and murals can induce an exhilarating state, elevating consumers' desires. You may notice that certain concealed corners are equipped with oxygen supply devices. These contraptions are typically found in casinos, yet here in this KTV, they also exist. After sharing her observations, Chen Wanlin added, I have never visited a casino. This is merely what guests have informed me. After all, the meager earnings she garners are insufficient compared to what those individuals wager in a single round. Qin Qing glanced at Chen Wanlin. She knew that in seeking cooperation, a thorough background check within the police system would be conducted. Who would invite assistance without any scrutiny? Jiang Wan looked up to inspect the mural above, which had reverted to a rose design, pondering whether the hypnotic effect would be nullified once the lights were extinguished. Not at all. Please don't misunderstand, officer. It merely diminishes the effect, likely by about 60%, but some influence remains. Such direct control over individuals is typically unattainable under normal circumstances, yet with sufficient assistance, it becomes feasible. Chen Wanlin's gaze swept over the few individuals present, finally lingering on Sui Nuan and the lighting technician, oscillating between them. Shall I demonstrate for you? However, I must confess, my skills may not match the prowess of the individual you mentioned. Success is not guaranteed. Sui Nuan pointed at herself, incredulous. You wish to use me as a demonstration? Chen Wanlin shook her head. Let it be him. Is that acceptable? He has spent considerable time in this KTV, making him the most likely candidate for success. Qin Qing disagreed, asserting, we cannot experiment on civilians. The lighting technician, eager to participate, inquired, will there be any other effects? If not, I would like to give it a try. He had always regarded hypnosis as merely a means to induce sleep and relaxation, never realizing it could have such effects. Today was indeed an enlightening experience. Chen Wanlin shook her head, clarifying, it simply allows for temporary control over the body. No other effects are involved. I want to give it a try. After all, there are so many police officers present. There should be no issue. Qin Qing stepped forward. Let me handle it. Chen Wanlin hesitated. Well, Captain Qin, you may not necessarily succeed. Perhaps we should consider another option? Her skills, when compared to that enigmatic, cloaked figure, were just mediocre. Qin Qing had not spent much time in the KTV, and she sensed that she could not control Qin Qing without even attempting. Chen Wanlin's gaze fell upon the officer who had been following her closely. Her eyes lit up. Captain Qin, ordinary civilians may not suffice, but surely she can? Police officers are difficult to control. You, being professionally trained, may not manage regular civilians, so we shall try with her. She is the individual who has remained in this KTV the longest, apart from myself. The officer, who had been consistently interrupted, quickly stepped forward. I can do it. How could I let the captain go first? Qin Qing hesitated for a moment. Fine then. Yesterday, they had all experienced control. Indeed, apart from losing bodily autonomy, there were no other effects. Chen Wanlin produced a pocket watch and began the hypnosis before the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Relax, relax. Approximately 5 minutes passed. Yet the officer remained unresponsive to the control. Chen Wanlin silently withdrew the pocket watch, murmuring, I told you it wouldn't work. She raised her hand. The officer showed no reaction. Instead, The lighting technician raised his hand. Chen Wanlin thought, if I remember correctly, he was not the subject of my control. Why is it that my subject remains unresponsive while an onlooker reacts? Suddenly, Chi Sui looked up towards the second floor, and Nuan, someone is on the second floor. Tian Sui appeared agitated. It's that cloaked figure. I sense a profound malice. A faint snap echoed in the ears of those present, and standing opposite Sui Nuan, Chen Wanlin's expression went blank as she lifted her notebook to strike Chen Guozhong. Chen Guozhong merely appeared dazed for a moment. He raised his hand to block the notebook before it struck his face. Qin Qing and Jiang Wan each intercepted the attacks directed at them. I'll pursue her, Sui Nuan declared, not looking back as she sprinted towards the second floor, while the cloaked figure, who had just appeared in the corridor, turned and fled. Ascending to the second floor would lead to secret passages that exit into private rooms outside. At that moment, a man and a woman stood vacantly in a room, and Sui Nuan's arrival seemed to activate some switch within them as they lunged at her with fists raised. In her haste to chase the cloaked figure, she could not afford to injure the two officers. Thus, she deftly blocked their punches, crouched to evade a fist aimed at her face, and tripped one of them. Uncertain how long the two had been under control, the immediate pain was insufficient to restore their consciousness. Squad leader, you pursue. I'll handle them. Without hesitation, Sui Nuan pushed one of them towards Jiang Wan and made her way through the secret passage downward. Chen Guozhong and Qin Qing swiftly followed her down the passage, with Qin Qing calling out to those outside who had not entered the KTV, urging them to surround the cloaked figure at the exit. In truth, Qin Qing had arranged for 6 individuals to lie in wait at the exit, yet the fact that the cloaked figure had made it inside suggested that those outside had likely succumbed to control as well. Qin Qing felt a weight in her heart, hoping that the 6 she had stationed at the exit remained unscathed. To lose so many officers over a single case would leave her unable to face her comrades. As Sui Nuan emerged, she beheld 5 officers in disarray, alongside one officer captured by the cloaked figure, used as a human shield. Pausing to draw her weapon, Sui Nuan questioned, "What exactly do you intend to do?" The cloaked figure toyed with a small knife, tilting her head to fixate on Sui Nuan. "Did you steal my gold?" The voice emanating from the voice modulator was indistinguishable, yet the malice within was palpable. Sui Nuan refrained from providing a direct answer. The cloaked figure had posed a question, and any attempt at denial would be futile, especially since she had indeed orchestrated the acquisition of the items. "So, your pocket watch stopped at 10:50, which signifies a murder notification. Are you targeting me?" Chapter 176. We are lost. Without needing to check the time, Sui Nuan surmised it was nearing 10:50, the same time the shopkeeper's golden pocket watch had come to a standstill. This act of marking time was typically intended for the police and those involved to witness. Coupled with her earlier speculations alongside Jiang Wan, it became clear that if the cloaked figure sought to ascertain the current situation, the optimal method would be to capture someone, hypnotize them, and inquire directly. The cloaked figure had only encountered her, Captain Xin and Captain Chen. Among the 3, she was indeed the most vulnerable target. Alternatively, it could be that the cloaked figure was indifferent to the identity of her prey. She merely wished to eliminate one of the 3. Contemplating this, Sui Nuan's expression grew grave. She could assure her own safety, but what of Captain Xin and Captain Chen? They were without effective means to counter hypnosis. Earplugs would likely prove ineffective. The 6 outside and the 2 officers guarding the exits had all donned earplugs yet succumbed to control. However, Sui Nuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the 5 officers on the ground. They were not hypnotized, but merely rendered unconscious. This indicated that the earplugs had some efficacy. Sui Nuan felt a heavy heart. Earplugs merely offered passive defense, blocking sound but depriving humanity of a vital sense. The cloaked figure ignored Sui Nuan's inquiry, repeating, "Did you steal my gold?" Sui Nuan's lips twitched. Could the cloaked figure be in a frenzy due to her hideout being raided? The dialogue between them devolved into a nonsensical exchange. Sui Nuan was not idly passing time. She was merely stalling for reinforcements.
Meanwhile,
Tian Sui had stealthily retrieved earplugs from her bag, one for herself, ready to act, and one offered to Chi Sui. As for Jun Sui, it could not climb but was already tracking the scent from the ground. Jun Sui was followed by several officers in pursuit. Nuan, be cautious. She is reaching for her weapon. The enraged cloaked figure soon realized that Sui Nuan was stalling for time. With one hand, she seized the unconscious person's neck, freeing her other hand to draw a firearm from her cloak. Sui Nuan, alerted by Chi Sui, swiftly rolled to the ground to find cover, and then retrieved her own weapon from behind. "Did you steal my gold?" she demanded. Chi Sui muttered. Is Nuan unwell? Are you not admitting it? She could sense Nuan's tacit acceptance, yet the cloaked figure continued to interrogate her. Sui Nuan thought to herself, to be looked down upon by Chi Sui for intelligence. This cloaked figure must indeed be driven mad with rage. The cloaked figure refrained from killing the police officer lying on the ground. Toying with law enforcement was one thing, but slaying multiple officers was an entirely different matter. She would not provoke the entire police system, while a handful of officers could be toyed with like dogs. If things turned serious, she would become a lamb to the slaughter. Her dreams were yet to be realized. She could not afford to die so easily. The cloaked figure fired a few shots in Sui Nuan's direction before slowly retreating. Sui Nuan stood up to pursue, hastily inserting earplugs into her ears. It was unlikely that the cloaked figure would carry an unconscious person while fleeing. As long as she had no hostage, the bullets in her gun would not be merciful. As Sui Nuan chased after the cloaked figure, she wondered, did Captain Qin and Captain Chen not just pursue me into the secret passage? Why have they not caught up yet? At that moment, Qin Qing and Chen Guodong were wandering aimlessly in the passage. Qin Qing recalled that it was a straight path, but was surprised to encounter other mechanisms. In this urgent situation, they had somehow gotten lost. Recalling the walkie-talkie Qin Qing had given her, Sui Nuan took it out to contact her. The official device worked wonders. A simple shout ensured all those with walkie-talkies could hear. Removing one earplug for clarity, she called out, "Hello? Can you hear me? Captain Qin, how are you doing?" "We can hear you, we're lost," came the response. Sui Nuan pondered. It seems there was indeed a faint noise when Nuan jumped out of the passage. Should I go back to rescue Captain Qin and the others? She feared that if Captain Qin and her team were trapped in the passage for too long, they might suffocate, as the air circulation was far from ideal. Okay, be careful of human feet. Tian Sui slid down Sui Nuan's clothing, and before leaving, she reminded Chi Sui, if Nuan is controlled, you must awaken her.
Chi Sui nodded. Rest assured.
Sui Nuan grabbed the walkie-talkie again. Captain Qin, I'm sending Tian Sui back to save you. Not long after, Tian Sui encountered Jun Sui, who was making her way toward them. Jun Sui, puzzled, asked Tian Sui, why are you alone? Tian Sui, small and slow, felt like she had found a savior. Nuan told me to return and rescue Captain Qin and the others. Will you come with me?
Yun Sui twitters. All right.
Nuan was quite large, and with Chi Sui's reminder, she should be fine. With that thought, Jun Sui lowered her head for Tian Sui to climb onto her back, directing her toward the exit of the passage. As Jun Sui sped along, Tian Sui nearly lost her grip and tumbled to the ground, but fortunately, she managed to clutch onto Jun Sui's fur. Jun Sui, you're incredibly fast. Really? Hee actually. I'm still far behind my mom. Flattered by her friend's praise, Jun Sui grinned widely, revealing a toothless smile that was adorably silly. The cloaked figure, being of considerable age, could not maintain her pace for long and ultimately abandoned her hostage. Dragging an unconscious person along while fleeing would be utterly foolish. Sui Nuan crouched down and shook the hostage. Wake up, wake up. Chi Sui was itching to act. How about I bite it? A momentary pain could rouse someone. I remember that clearly. Without a second thought, Sui Nuan replied, no. Abandoning an unconscious individual was not an option, but neither could she afford to let the perpetrator escape. Sui Nuan picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to everyone. There is an unconscious colleague in the alley behind Building 48. Hurry and send someone to assist her. I will pursue the fugitive. Received. 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 After relaying the message, Sui Nuan hesitated but ultimately chose to press on, believing that the other detectives would soon catch up. Leaving the person for a moment should not pose a problem. The cloaked figure moved intermittently, whether due to exhaustion or as a ruse to lure Sui Nuan closer, it was unclear. As Sui Nuan rounded a corner, she witnessed the cloaked figure brazenly commandeering a motorcycle parked outside a barbecue restaurant. Goodness, this cloaked figure was willing to commit every crime imaginable except killing police officers. Sui Nuan hurried over, encountering a group of individuals emerging from the restaurant. With her legs unable to match the speed of a fleeing vehicle, Sui Nuan presented her badge. Police on duty. That person is a fugitive. I need to borrow a vehicle to pursue her. The group, taken aback by this real-life scenario akin to a television drama, was quick to respond. One individual stepped forward. This police car is fast. It's mine. You can catch up to her for sure, and don't worry, it's fully fueled. Chapter 177. Is she the legendary talkative protagonist? Please return the vehicle to the station tomorrow. I may not be able to come back soon. Thank you immensely for your assistance. Sui Nuan took the keys. donned a helmet, and revved the engine, racing off in pursuit of the cloaked figure. Although Sui Nuan could ride the motorcycle, she was not particularly adept at it.
Meanwhile,
As the cloaked figure and Sui Nuan engaged in a thrilling chase, a forensic expert collecting evidence from the store owner curiously questioned, "Why has this pocket watch suddenly started moving?" The time shifted from 10:50 to precisely 12 o'clock. Sui Nuan felt increasingly uneasy as she ventured deeper into desolation. Her mind racing with questions. What did the cloaked figure intend to do? Chi Sui, add Captain Chen, Captain Qin, and Jiang Wan to a group and share their locations with them. Sui Nuan was wary that the cloaked figure might be attempting to ensnare her, despite her solitary nature. There could be hidden accomplices lurking about. Understood, Nuan. The three individuals, previously aimlessly wandering, finally had a target, and Qin Qing took control of the steering wheel once more. Tian Sui, Jun Sui, and the returning Yu Sui were all aboard Jiang Wan's vehicle. Carrying the three, the small car set off, tracking Sui Nuan and the cloaked figure through real-time location sharing. As noon approached, the cloaked figure's vehicle began to decelerate, bringing Sui Nuan to the edge of a cliff. They both exited the vehicle, and Sui Nuan's vigilance reached its peak. She had no idea what the cloaked figure was planning. Unfazed by Sui Nuan's firearm, the cloaked figure turned her back to Sui Nuan and approached the precipice. To live by facing death is the conclusion, yet I refuse to accept this fate. Immortality. Is this not the dream of countless individuals? Do you not desire it? Sui Nuan raised an eyebrow, interpreting this as an attempt to persuade her to join. How can you be so certain that your path to immortality is not a path to death? Even if it were true, exchanging the lives of others for your own immortality is utterly revolting. The cloaked figure spun around in anger. It is merely the sacrifice of a few ordinary lives. Do you believe you represent justice? How laughable. In the face of the temptation of immortality, do you think the powers above will not lend me a hand? Look, I have committed so many heinous acts, yet here I stand unharmed. Do you think my schemes are so noble? What do police officers love to say? There is no wall that does not have its secrets. I have done so much, and yet the whispers of my deeds have been suppressed, have they not? Sui Nuan remained expressionless, unfazed by the cloaked figure's words. While others might have been shaken, she was impervious. After all, she had a persistent serpent on her shoulder, urging her not to believe the cloaked figure's deceitful rhetoric. Where did you acquire your method of immortality? The cloaked figure's agitated demeanor was doused by Sui Nuan's indifferent inquiry, causing her to lower her outstretched hands, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared at Sui Nuan. The two locked eyes for a long moment, and the cloaked figure spoke languidly. Naturally, it has been passed down through the ages. Sui Nuan scoffed. Passed down through the ages? Are you suggesting that a task, which emperors supported by the masses have failed to achieve, could be accomplished by a mere rat lurking in the shadows? Preposterous. If immortality truly existed, do you honestly believe those sovereigns wielding the power of life and death would willingly accept their bones resting beneath the earth? Do you think you alone can surpass the wisdom of countless illustrious ancestors from antiquity? Such self-deception. As a reasonably intelligent adult, I trust you have received an education.
Have you not?
Or at least spent time in an internet cafe. Have you not heard the adage? Trust in science. The cloaked figure stood silently, lost in contemplation. The dimness of the night did not hinder Sui Nuan's sight, yet the black cloak and mask obscured her view. How did the cloaked one endure the summer? Swathed so tightly in fabric that absorbs heat? Abruptly jerking her thoughts back to the present, Sui Nuan raised her firearm, aiming it at the figure's thigh. Such a criminal could not be dispatched with a single shot. They still held some value. As she had stated, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. If she could conceal herself so skillfully in this heavily monitored area, there must be someone backing her. These parasites, Sui Nuan intended to spare none. Before Sui Nuan could pull the trigger, the cloaked figure suddenly erupted into a sharp laugh after a prolonged silence. The sound, a blend of the voice altered by a voice modulator and her own, resonated eerily in the tranquil night. Impossible. How could there be no immortality? What have my decades of effort amounted to? I abandoned my family, concealed my identity, and sacrificed so much. What does it all count for? Sui Nuan felt a chill creep over her at the sound of that laughter. An unsettling sensation stirred within her. Without a moment's hesitation, she squeezed the trigger, firing 2 shots at the cloaked individual. The figure neither flinched nor dodged. She emitted a muffled grunt, turned to cast a cold glance at Sui Nuan, and then, without warning, pivoted and leaped over the cliff, dragging her injured leg behind her. Sui Nuan was taken aback. Could she be the fabled talkative protagonist? But wait. She hardly uttered a word, did she? Rushing to the edge of the precipice, Sui Nuan peered down. The chasm was unfathomably deep, seemingly bottomless. Stunned, she exchanged bewildered glances with Chi Sui, both their eyes wide with astonishment. Chi Sui, with its beady eyes, glanced at the abyss below, and then back at Sui Nuan. Did she just jump to her death? Sui Nuan, deep down, believed it impossible. After orchestrating such an elaborate scheme and investing so much effort, she would never resort to such an easy demise. Besides, what had she even done? Had she not merely collected a few sizable boxes of gold and antiques? 3 large chests filled with big yellow fish, and 2 smaller boxes containing little yellow fish. The remaining 13 boxes were crammed with assorted antiques and a few books. Aside from the items in the cave, a potentially lucrative karaoke establishment had been sealed off. And that should have been the extent of it, right? Flummoxed by the sudden turn of events, Sui Nuan stood at the cliff's edge, uncertain of her next move. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was precisely midnight.
Nuan.
Jun Sui leapt from the underbrush, spotting Sui Nuan at the cliff's edge, and hurried towards her. Nuan, are you all right? Are you hurt? Following closely behind, Qin Qing and the others rushed over with flashlights in hand. Did we lose her? Qin Qing panted, having driven into the depths of the forest before abandoning the vehicle to pursue on foot, leaving her quite exhausted. Jiang Wan inquired, puzzled. I think I just heard someone laughing. Chen Guizhong leaned on his knees, breathless. I heard it too. Sui Nuan turned once more to peer into the abyss. It should not be considered losing her. She jumped. What? Jun Sui sniffed the air. The scent certainly dissipated from this point. Moon Sui, having rested on Jun Sui's back, volunteered, Nuan, I will fly down and take a look. Chi Sui and Tian Sui eagerly chimed in, Nuan, Moon Sui, I wish to go too. Indeed, we can better manage any unforeseen circumstances together. Sui Nuan rubbed her temples. There had been far too many unexpected developments today for her to process. Go ahead. I have a strong feeling she would not easily take her own life. Something is amiss. Be vigilant once you descend. Chapter 178. A direct hit. A seeker of immortality could not possibly succumb to despair over such a minor setback. If it were truly that easy for one's resolve to shatter, she would not have persevered for so many years. Moon Sui allowed Tian Sui to climb onto her back, grasping Chi Sui with her claws as they took to the air. Jun Sui, relay to Nuan the information I just shared. With envy evident on his face, Jun Sui nodded eagerly. All right, please exercise caution. Chi Sui wagged its tail. Nuan, Jun Sui, we shall return swiftly. As Sui Nuan watched the 3 small figures soar down the cliff, she blinked, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Jun Sui, mistaking her concern for the criminal's escape, nudged her leg reassuringly. Nuan, do not worry. Tian Sui and the others are highly capable. They will be safe. Sui Nuan knelt, stroking Jun Sui. Yes, they will be safe. Believing she had reassured Jun Sui, the creature wagged its tail joyfully, entirely forgetting that it was, in fact, a wolf.
Nuan.
My mother said that the cloaked figure arrived at the cave shortly after we left. She discovered that everything inside was gone and, in a fit of rage, wreaked havoc within the cave, leaving the walls scarred with knife marks. At this, Jun Sui lowered its voice cautiously. Nuan, I suspect she may be a bit unhinged. Why else would she slash the walls? Sui Nuan fell silent. She was uncertain of the cloaked figure's mental state. But she knew one thing. The cloaked figure was indeed rattled. Qin Qing put away her phone, pondering aloud. The forensic team mentioned that the pocket watch's time suddenly jumped from 10:50 to 12 o'clock. Does that hold any significance? While still absorbing Jun Sui's account of the events at the cave, Sui Nuan raised her head. 12 o'clock. Was it exactly 12? Qin Qing affirmed. I received the message around 11, but I did not check my phone until now. Jiang Wan added, perplexed. If 10:50 was a signal for murder, then 12 might very well indicate her withdrawal. But she has not harmed anyone yet. Sui Nuan suddenly turned to gaze down the cliff, a foreboding sensation washing over her. What if, just what if, the 10:50 warning given by the cloaked figure was not a taunt, but an arranged time with an insider? Chen Guizhong gasped. If that is the case, then Moon Sui and the others are in danger. The group present did not believe the cloaked figure would willingly take her own life. Thus, her leap over the cliff must have been made with the assurance of safety. If there truly were assistants waiting below, then Moon Sui and the others were descending recklessly. Sui Nuan felt a surge of urgency, nearly jumping off the cliff herself, but just as her foot lifted, she regained her composure.
Ki Sui, Moon Sui.
and Tian Sui were no ordinary creatures. Rather than worry about their safety, her greater concern should be for the cloaked figure who had been struck by her bullets. Would she succumb to blood loss, or could the three small ones inadvertently bring about her demise? With keen perception, high-altitude awareness, and instinct, unless the cloaked figure revealed herself, the three small ones should remain unscathed. Yet, despite this reasoning, Nuan felt compelled to descend and ascertain their safety. Nuan, can we urgently mobilize a helicopter? Nuan nodded. We can conduct low-altitude flights in emergencies. A report can be filed afterward. However, the cliff appears to be less than 10 meters wide. I wonder if there is a helicopter in Ningzhou that can accommodate such a narrow width. Nuan surveyed the scene. Indeed, the cliff was not wide. She pondered how the cloaked figure had managed to find this particular precipice. Though it was narrow, it was profoundly deep. Nuan picked up her phone to make a call. Since Nuan had suggested it, she felt it prudent to inquire. What if there is a possibility? But there was no signal. Nuan exclaimed, "What?" The four exchanged glances, realizing that without signal or tools, they could only wait at the cliff's edge. Chen Guodong hesitated, pondering whether to seek a location to descend and investigate. Standing idly was hardly a viable option. Meanwhile, the four individuals on the precipice continued their deliberations regarding a route downward. As Yu Sui soared downward with her companions, she encountered the first trap. Below, a group of 4 or 5 awaited, one of whom lay prone on the ground. Just as Chi Sui uttered his warning, a subtle thud resonated from beneath. Chi Sui shouted, "It's a net gun. Veer right and fly 5 meters." Thanks to Chi Sui's timely alert, Yu Sui adeptly evaded the first net that lunged towards them. However, the adversaries below were unconcerned with chivalry. As the initial net brandished its menacing tendrils, several more ensnared nets surged forth from every direction, obstructing any potential escape. In a desperate maneuver, Yu Sui plunged fiercely, slipping through the gaps in the nets. The leader scoffed, "So it truly is that bird? Quite the assortment of tricks. I am eager to discover what capabilities you possess that have allowed those above to keep your presence so meticulously concealed." The fallen individual groaned while clutching his leg, urging the others to depart, cautioning that the few present were no trifling opponents and warning of the potential for reinforcements. The leader, growing impatient, fired several more shots, assuring, "Rest assured, I selected this location specifically due to the lack of signal. Calls cannot be made, and radios cannot reach this distance. You are remarkably foolish to have allowed her to hit you. Why waste breath on trivialities?" The three individuals behind the leader appeared anxious. "Let us depart swiftly. We cannot risk exposure. Those above are behaving erratically, granting such authority to a youth." The leader, clearly irritated, snapped her fingers for silence. "Enough with the incessant chatter." The injured individual grimaced. "Did you not express a desire to engage her? How can you play without revealing some information?
Can we retreat or not?
You are the one who made the request, yet I am the one suffering from the gunshot. You, the instigator, continue to toy with this." With a sense of annoyance, the leader's eyes brightened as she struck a target. With another snap of her fingers, she commanded, "Come, let us investigate together." The three under hypnosis bore unsightly expressions. "Spare us your little tricks." Without glancing back, the cloaked figure retorted, "Little tricks? If you cannot withstand even those, what purpose do you serve in this world?" Their faces soured. "We are allies." The cloaked figure clicked her tongue. "Then I suggest you refrain from excessive prattle." The cloaked figures were aware that Nuan was highly regarded by those above, yet they remained ignorant of the reasons. Otherwise, they would not be so brazenly conversing in front of a few small ones. Could Yu Sui truly not escape? She could outpace the high-speed rail. But she merely wished to overhear the discussions below. As for being struck now, Yu Sui could only admit that even geniuses occasionally stumble. Struggling beneath the weight of the net, Yu Sui flapped helplessly, lamenting the ingenuity of humans. This net gun was particularly designed to ensnare her. Chapter 179. Is there more than one bird? Tian Sui clambered down from Yu Sui, declaring, "They are approaching. We must retreat and inform Nuan of what we have overheard. Staying down here too long will only cause her worry." This net posed no challenge for Tian Sui, who possessed formidable teeth. The spot where Yu Sui fell was not far from the 5 individuals, and Tian Sui snapped her jaws, creating an opening large enough for Yu Sui to escape. Tian Sui pushed aside the net and grasped Yu Sui's claw with one paw while clutching Chi Sui's horn with the other, sprinting in the opposite direction of the 5. The approaching cloaked figure was taken aback. Could there truly be more than one bird? The 3 behind her were sweating profusely in the winter chill. My ancestors. Let us leave. This is no game. The cloaked figure cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing small ones, scoffing, cowardly men. Inept at accomplishing anything but adept at causing trouble. The trio, evidently accustomed to the cloaked figure's reprimands, exhibited little reaction. Upon receiving the order to depart, they felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, swiftly returning to the injured cloaked figure and lifting the stretcher to leave. The lagging cloaked figure glanced back, murmuring softly, "How intriguing. Can you truly maintain your resolve?" Nuan, who had been preparing to seek assistance, suddenly felt a chill, sensing an ominous presence watching her. Jiangwan turned, puzzled by Nuan's abrupt stillness. "What's the matter?" Before Nuan could respond, Jun Sui, at her feet, perked up, wagging its tail with excitement. "Nuan, you Sui, and the others are coming up. Nuan, we're back." Chi Sui's jubilant voice rang out before their figures even appeared from below the cliff. Nuan extended her hand to welcome her companions. "How did it go? Are you hurt?" Yu Sui shook her head, affirming no injuries. Chi Sui climbed onto Nuan's shoulder, chattering incessantly. "Luckily, Nuan, you didn't go down. There were people below assisting the one who jumped." Nuan was not surprised by this revelation. Were there people lying in wait below? How many? Tian Sui also returned to Nuan's shoulder, adding, "Including the jumper, there are 5 in total." Yu Sui continued, "And Nuan, the cloaked figures pursuing you are not the ones skilled in hypnosis. The one capable of hypnosis just attempted to capture us with a net gun. The individual shot in the leg is not her." Nuan, realizing the implications, understood why the cloaked figure had only fled without using hypnosis while they pursued her. She had witnessed the potency of that cloaked figure's hypnosis the previous night. With mere props, she could instantly hypnotize them. Coupled with the sudden activation of the secret passage that ensnared Captain Sheen and Captain Chen, Nuan grasped the broader picture. She turned to the gathered individuals, explaining, "This is merely my conjecture. There is more than one cloaked figure, and they operate as a coordinated group. The cloaked figure we encountered at the KTV was the one we pursued the day before. Her hypnosis is formidable. However, once we entered the secret passage, the cloaked figure changed, while the one skilled in hypnosis remained within, trapping Captain Sheen and Captain Chen, and allowing only me to escape." Qing inquired. "But why would she do that? She could have imprisoned us all, but chose to let you go." Chi Sui eagerly raised her tail. "I know. The people below mentioned wanting to play with Nuan." Upon hearing Chi Sui's words, Nuan repeated, "Play with me?"
Why?
Qing questioned. "Are you truly not going to perform for her one last time?" Jiangwan's expression darkened, recognizing that a single sweeping action could not eliminate all pests. They had obtained information about the platoon leader, suggesting that certain pests had indeed exerted considerable effort. Suddenly, Chen Guodong, who had been largely silent, spoke up. "So, what does her 1050 forecast truly signify?" "All these actions are aimed at diverting your attention, not to eliminate you," Nuan replied, feeling a sense of urgency. "Let us exit the forest. It is getting late. Once outside, we can summon others to investigate, though there may not be further clues. It is prudent to take a look." Jiangwan glanced back at the cliff, pondering whether the suicide of Deputy Wang had indeed unveiled those individuals. If her assumptions were correct, the few involved likely had superficial connections with Deputy Wang, either maintaining a lackluster relationship or one that was outright poor. She had meticulously examined all those with close ties, leaving only the individuals with whom Deputy Wang had interacted, but were not thoroughly investigated. Jiangwan redirected her gaze from the cliff, contemplating the strategy. It was shrewd but lacked caution, failing to comprehend the principle of silence before a parrot. Determined, she resolved to scrutinize those individuals, be they enemies or associates. None would escape her scrutiny. Several individuals boarded the vehicle and hastened back to the police station. Nuan turned to Jiangwan and inquired, "Did you only investigate those with whom Deputy Chief Wang has a relatively good relationship?" Jiangwan nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. I shall further investigate those with whom he ostensibly has a strained rapport." Nuan agreed, adding, "Not only that, but also those who have had contact with Deputy Chief Wang's family, regardless of the nature of their relationship. We must also look into Wang Lin's connections. He may be oblivious, yet who knows if he has inadvertently relayed any messages. With his intellect, he might not even realize he has been led astray." "Understood. I'll relay the instructions upon my return," replied Jiangwan. Suddenly, Nuan felt a pang of conscience, realizing that there was no need for such urgency. It was getting late. They should rest and not overexert themselves. "And please, just call me Nuan in private." Jiang Wan paused, then replied, "All right, Captain Nuan." After discussing matters of work, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle, as the recent days had been exhausting for them. Logically, each occupant was of a leadership level, and it should have been their subordinates handling the situation, rather than themselves. Yet, the elusive cloaked individual was not easily dealt with, and each incident had been an unexpected turn, compelling them to hastily arrange matters before pursuing. Consequently, it often fell upon them to chase down the suspects, leaving them in a rather pitiful state. This time, the driving task fell to Chen Guodong, while Qin Qing contemplated the matter of the pocket watch. She intended to investigate who among her subordinates had inquired about or interacted with that pocket watch. The ability to promptly notify others about arranging rescue efforts at the cliff's edge indicated that her team likely harbored some unsavory elements. The realization that those she had painstakingly trained could harbor an informant was difficult for Qin Qing to accept, yet she had to confront this unpleasant truth. Coupled with the humiliation of being toyed with by the cloaked figure today, Qin Qing found herself simmering with frustration, desperately needing a distraction. Each person in the vehicle was weighed down by their thoughts, either mulling over the case or considering how to scrutinize their own subordinates. The reality was evident. Only those who worked diligently engaged with others of the same ilk. Upon returning to the police station, it was already late, and Qin Qing and her colleagues had matters to attend to. Sui Nuan waved her hand dismissively and decided to return to the hotel without taking a cloud with her. As for the earlier notion of moving in with Jiang Wan and the others, now seemed an inopportune time for such a transition. It would be a hassle, especially if they could not ascertain the identity of the cloaked figure. The case needed to be temporarily shelved as the new year approached, and it was unwise to stir up a major incident. With no leads and no arrests forthcoming, the case's outcome was likely to culminate in one of several scenarios. 1. It would become a cold case. 2. It would be archived for management purposes. Or 3. They would need to re-examine the evidence, employing technological means to broaden the scope of their investigation. Regardless, this seemingly fruitless case needed to be set aside for the time being. The Jingyun district was vast, and it was impractical to expend the majority of the criminal investigation resources on it. However, Sui Nuan need not worry about subsequent developments. The following morning, in the group chat initiated by Qi Sui, Qin Qing, and Chen Guodong had sent several messages. Captain Qin, our personnel discovered a female corpse at the cliff's base. They seem to have gone to great lengths to temporarily evade our scrutiny. Captain Qin, for now, we shall adhere to their wishes and move the extensive investigation to the background to prevent the case from becoming public. Captain Chen, we have also identified the female corpse. It is reportedly the wife of Deputy Chief Wang, who is said to be gravely ill. Jiang Wan, does she have any connection to this case? Captain Chen, currently, there are no witnesses to corroborate, and we cannot obtain any valid evidence. Nevertheless, she will undoubtedly serve as a scapegoat, as she must have been involved or at least privy to the circumstances. Sui Nuan, what is the status of Wang Lin and his nominal parents? Captain Qin, they have been temporarily contained by us. For now, we will continue our standard investigation. I will request external assistance for that case from the higher-ups. Sui Nuan, external assistance? Who? Captain Chen, technical assistance. We should engage a specialist from the field of Taoist academic research. Captain Qin, in any case, let us avoid creating a stir. You should conduct your investigations and engage in fishing as needed, while we refrain from excessive contact in public. Captain Chen. Chen Guodong abruptly sprang from his office, hastening to Qin Qing's office. Why on earth did you invite her to go fishing? He exclaimed. Qin Qing, perplexed, replied. Is she actually going fishing in the dead of winter? She must enjoy it, right? What's the matter? Before Chen Guodong could elucidate the metaphysical connection between Sui Nuan and fishing, a message from Sui Nuan pinged in the group chat.
Sui Nuan, all right.
I've been exceedingly busy lately, and it's been a while since I've gone fishing in the wild. Standing at the doorway of Qin Qing's office, Chen Guodong felt despondent. He raised his gaze, overwhelmed, and glanced at Qin Qing, preparing to ask, will you be handling her case, or shall I? Qin Qing, still in the dark, responded, what do you mean? Have you been burning the midnight oil and lost your mind? Chen Guodong, whose name began with 4 characters, was indeed not insignificant in front of Qin Qing, whose name began with 3. He knew better than to enter her office. He sighed. You still don't understand her well enough. Back in Shingen City, I handled 3 or 4 fishing-related cases in a single week. That case was one of those. Are you suggesting that I should go instead of you? Qin Qing inquired, casting a glance at her phone. Is it too late to retract my earlier statement and tell her not to go? She added. Chen Guodong forced a smile. It's too late. She's likely already preparing to depart. Then you go. You are more familiar with her. And I still have matters to attend to, Qin Qing stated, clearly unwilling to prolong the conversation. She quickly shifted the topic, as the possibility of an informant among her team was rather disconcerting. By the way, wasn't she stationed in the capital? How did you encounter her in Shingen City? If I remember correctly, you were also reassigned from the capital, right? At the mention of this, Chen Guodong felt a pang of bitterness for his hairline. Do you think her police credentials just materialized? They were processed back in Shingen. As for my position in the capital, I merely went there for communication and learning. Qin Qing regarded him with skepticism. Are you trying to avoid her? After all, she likely harbors similar thoughts upon seeing Sui Nuan. Chen Guodong cleared his throat. Captain Qin, please carry on with your work. I should prepare to respond to the call. Qin Qing replied, there's no need to be so resolute. What if there's no case to address today? As Chen Guodong turned to leave, Qin Qing finally voiced her thoughts, urging him to trust in science. Chen Guodong. At that moment, he could not bear to hear two phrases. One, Sui Nuan's mantra, I have discretion, and the other, trust in science, which he often encountered. Before meeting Sui Nuan, he had been a staunch materialist. However, now he found himself wavering slightly. Without looking back, he said, you'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Sui Nuan, who had sneezed several times, wondered who was gossiping about her behind her back. Surely, it must be that group of little cloaked figures. On her first earnest fishing expedition with Sui Nuan, Jun Sui was quite exhilarated, wagging his tail like a propeller. Nuan, is fishing fun? Will we really encounter pieces of people, or even people themselves while fishing? Sui Nuan. Sui Nuan silently turned to scrutinize the three little ones who sat upright, clearly plotting against her. The trio pretended to be deeply engrossed in observing the air. Sui Nuan ruffled Jun Sui's fur, explaining, when it comes to homicide cases, one cannot simply expect to encounter them at will. It relies heavily on luck. Jun Sui seemed to grasp part of this, replying, all right, Nuan, with such good luck, you will surely encounter a case. Sui Nuan fell silent, once more, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, she could not deny the fact that her luck was indeed quite favorable.
Indeed.
My luck is so good that should I encounter a homicide case, it would be in service to the nation and to assist the police. That's amazing. So impressive. Exclaimed Jun Sui and Qi Sui in unison, their faces alight with admiration. Sui Nuan's smile was so radiant that it was almost impossible to contain. Jun Sui and Qi Sui, both possessing the innocence of children, were still quite young. How could they possibly lie? Engrossed in the playful antics of the two little ones, Sui Nuan failed to notice the complexities reflected in the eyes of Yu Sui and Tian Sui. The fishing spot Sui Nuan had selected was the vast lake she had spotted while pursuing the cloaked figure yesterday. Surely, it harbored sizable fish. Moreover, given the circumstances, it was likely that numerous police officers would be patrolling the area today. Sui Nuan was confident that the cloaked figures would never dare to appear there. In such a secluded location, the presence of an individual would be highly suspicious, wouldn't it? If one were to inquire why her appearance there would not raise suspicions. The answer was simple. Sui Nuan had only come at the behest of Captain Qin. Besides, anglers are ubiquitous in this world, often drawn to obscure locales. Typically, no one would question the presence of a fisherman quietly casting their line. After arriving at the lake, Sui Nuan belatedly remembered whether the two motorcycles from yesterday had returned. Initially, she had intended to drive straight back to the police station, but alas, one of the motorcycles had run out of fuel. Captain Qin suggested that they have an officer retrieve it tomorrow, as driving in the cold of night was rather inconvenient. After agreeing, Sui Nuan provided the fuel money up front, reasoning that since it was her borrowed vehicle, she ought to return it with a full tank. After all, basic courtesy must be observed. As Sui Nuan settled into her chosen fishing spot, Jun Sui, frequently glancing in a particular direction, could no longer contain himself and Nuan. I believe I can smell another person's presence over there. The police were on the cliffside. How could anyone be here? Was there someone else, like her, idly fishing in the frigid winter air? Taking a moment to ruffle Jun Sui's sleek fur, Sui Nuan replied, if you're curious, why not call your siblings to accompany you? But do ensure your safety. Don't approach any strangers too closely. Jun Sui wagged his tail in excitement. Yay! More attached than Qi Sui. Jun Sui typically remained close to Sui Nuan unless something particularly noteworthy occurred, always ready to protect her. Though still quite young, and unable to remember many things, he had firmly grasped his mother's directive, protect Sui Nuan. Nuan turned her gaze toward Jun Sui, who was communicating with Chi Sui and the others. Jun Sui was still somewhat hesitant, eager to investigate matters alone. To facilitate Jun Sui's complete integration into the group, Nuan consistently encouraged him to join Chi Sui and the others whenever opportunities arose. The three little ones cooperated splendidly with Nuan, inviting Jun Sui to partake in their activities whenever possible. Observing the four little ones setting off together, Nuan finally redirected her attention back to the fishing float. While Nuan had yet to catch any fish, Jun Sui returned, carrying Chi Sui on his back. What is happening? Where's Yu Sui? Nuan instinctively lifted her fishing rod, setting it aside. Nuan, Jun Sui has made a significant discovery. Yu Sui is over there guarding our find. Jun Sui looked up at Nuan, saying, Nuan, I detected a familiar scent on that person over there. Nuan raised her brow in confusion. Really? Is it Chi Sui? No, it's a different familiarity, Tian Sui sighed, exasperated. I knew such a vague statement would lead to misunderstandings. That familiar scent is Chi Sui's catchphrase. Jun Sui, puzzled, could not fathom why Nuan bore such an expression. Nuan, there's another person fishing over there. And I can smell the scent of the person you were chasing yesterday. Standing up, Nuan prepared to head over while listening to Jun Sui's explanation. But you've never seen that person, have you? You didn't arrive until after the cloaked figure leapt off the cliff. Jun Sui proudly flicked his tail. Nuan, you shot her, leaving behind a bloody scent, and even her presence would leave a lingering aroma. Completely taken aback by Jun Sui's keen sense of smell, Nuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jun Sui, you're incredible. Upon reaching the other side of the lake, Nuan chose to tread cautiously, pretending to be a fellow angler. Any luck? Strangely, despite sitting for quite a while, not a single fish had graced her line. The middle-aged man, glancing up from his float, appeared astonished. You're also here to fish? Nuan nodded. Indeed, I've been on that side for a while, but I haven't seen any signs of fish. The man clicked his tongue. This can't be a dead lake, can it? I haven't had a bite either. Chi Sui internally scoffed. Nuan, he hasn't even baited his hook. Does he expect to catch fish like Jiang Taigong, just waiting for them to bite? Jun Sui shared the sentiment. He is so foolish, not even knowing that fishing requires bait. Completely unaware of the two little ones' silent critiques, the middle-aged man curiously glanced at Jun Sui. Is that your puppy? I thought I saw it from afar. At that moment, Tian Sui and Chi Sui had already concealed themselves, leaving only Jun Sui exposed. I found him outside, in this cold weather. I'm not sure if he'll survive without someone to care for him. The man nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. Indeed, those who abandon small animals will never find fortune, it's true. Before the middle-aged man could finish his thought, his float suddenly plunged beneath the surface. Nuan, huh? The middle-aged man. Wasn't there no bait? Are the fish down there so desperate that they're biting at empty hooks? He was utterly bewildered. He enjoyed fishing, but had refrained from using bait, wanting to observe without becoming too engrossed. Both parties wore expressions of confusion.
Nuan, intrigued,
pondered just how foolish the fish must be to bite at a bare hook. She stood beside the middle-aged man, eager for him to reel in his line, so she could see what he had caught. With no other option, he reluctantly turned his attention back to the line, determined to see what had snagged his hook. It was as if this man had grown weaker, struggling to pull up whatever was on the line. Nuan's skeptical gaze fell on the middle-aged man. Wait a minute, you don't look particularly old, so why are you so weak? He appeared only slightly older than Chen Guodong, yet his stamina seemed lacking compared to Uncle Lin, who could practically shine from the top of his head. For an angler, traversing mountains and valleys was trivial. As long as there were sizable fish, they would tirelessly pursue them regardless of distance. As Nuan scrutinized the man, he bit through his glove. This glove is too cumbersome. She cast another glance into the depths of the lake, a peculiar sensation washing over her. Hadn't she once pulled a suitcase from these waters? Not wanting to be belittled by a younger individual, the middle-aged man strained with all his might, veins bulging. Nuan's suspicions turned to conviction in less than a minute. She discreetly took out her phone, recording a video to share with the group. Nuan, I think I've encountered another hidden catch. Captain Chen, where are you? I'll head over now. Without hesitation, Nuan sent her location to the group. Only after sending the coordinates did she realize why Captain Chen seemed so prepared. This time, it wasn't her fault. She hadn't pulled up the hidden catch, merely exchanged a few words with the middle-aged man. At the police station, Chun Guodong pocketed his phone. Before leading the team out, he made a point to stop by Captain Chin's office, remarking, "Trust in science?" Staring at the chaotic messages in the group chat, Qin replied, "Is that so? How can Chun Guodong go to the capital for training and still be promoted soon?" His boundaries are remarkably flexible. He spoke with authority while advising the public, "Believe in science." Yet when addressing a fellow officer with similar experiences, he questioned, "Believe in science." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qin glanced at the video. But it hasn't even surfaced yet. What if she misjudges? Just as those words left his lips, Nuan sent another video to the group. Confirmed. Captain Chern, hurry over. Qin, nearly struck speechless, could only respond, "What?" Chun Guodong, feeling vindicated, thought to himself, "I knew there was something mysterious about Nuan." Chapter 182. Coming here to observe the enemy's movements, only to inadvertently hook evidence that implicates one's own people? Chun Guodong, turning to leave, pondered whether in the future Qin would follow in his footsteps. A bald head. Speaking of which, what would a bald-headed woman look like? Unable to resist, Chun Guodong again felt the top of his own head. This group is quite well formed. Once Nuan ventures to other places and meets more detectives or law enforcement personnel, they could all be drawn into the group. Perhaps even discussing which hair growth products are most effective in the future. With his whimsical thoughts, Chun Guodong soon summoned his team and led them to the location where Nuan had pinpointed. Meanwhile, Nuan observed the middle-aged man, who was laboriously panting and sweating, and felt a twinge of sympathy. "Should I lend a hand?" The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. "Little girl, this is rather heavy. I suspect it's caught in the underbrush or some debris. You probably won't be able to pull it out. Let me handle it, I have more strength." Nuan withdrew her hand. Since the uncle did not require her assistance, she decided to mind her own business and wait a bit longer. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man removed his hat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "It's quite hot today, isn't it?" Nuan raised an eyebrow. "Hot in weather below -7 or 8 degrees. Unable to withstand the middle-aged man's nervousness under her scrutinizing gaze, he handed the fishing rod to Nuan. "Since you're so eager to try, go ahead." Nuan, not one to refuse, was already feeling anxious to give it a go. With a firm grip, she soon felt a tug, and what lay beneath the surface emerged. The device hidden beneath her hat successfully connected via Bluetooth. "Nuan, it's a familiar scent." Hearing this phrase twice in a single day left Nuan's emotions somewhat tangled. She took out her phone, recorded a video, and sent it to the group, urging Captain Chun to hurry over. The middle-aged man stood dumbfounded. He was aware that there were bodies disposed of in this lake, but he never expected that his reconnaissance would lead to the evidence that implicated his own people. A tightening sensation gripped his heart as he began to contemplate the chilling possibility of eliminating Nuan and disposing of her in the lake, concealing all traces of the incident. "Nuan, there's malice. That man over there is not to be trusted." Nuan calmly glanced at the angler uncle, retracting her earlier statement. How could someone who enjoys fishing be inherently bad? One cannot generalize. Not all fishing enthusiasts are virtuous, and this particular individual certainly is not. Before the middle-aged man could make a move, a police vehicle arrived within their sight. He hastily withdrew his hand from his pocket, where he had been feeling for a weapon, fully adopting the persona of an ordinary unfortunate fisherman. "Little girl, were you just on your phone to report to the police? They really do respond swiftly," he stammered. Nuan nodded, then shook her head. "I'm merely informed an acquaintance in law enforcement. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." They had indeed arrived, but it was not the Captain Chun she had called for. Rather, it was a team dispatched by Chun Guodong from the cliffside to assist. As Tian Sui warned Nuan about the malice emanating from the man, Jun Sui and Yu Sui, circling above, also alerted her. Jun Sui noted that a vehicle was approaching, while Yu Sui indicated that a police car was nearing from the cliffside. This was the reason for Nuan's composure. Otherwise, she might have had to worry about the middle-aged man suddenly attempting to attack her, while she could easily overpower him. What would happen if she let go, and the fishing rod sank into the lake? Several detectives approached Nuan, recognizing her. The leader saluted, "Sui squad leader. We are a team called in to assist by Deputy Captain Chun. May I ask what is the situation?" Nuan gestured towards the lake bed, handing the fishing rod to the officer in front of her. "Look down there, did you see it?" The busy detectives, who had toiled all morning, responded with disbelief. "No way, not again?" The middle-aged man was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing with alarm. A young girl was a squad leader? Had he inadvertently slipped up? Had he known, he would have refrained from masquerading as a fisherman. Why was he feeling so guilty when nothing major had transpired yesterday?
Now,
With the presence of the squad, it was no longer certain that yesterday's events would remain concealed. Sweat beading on his forehead. The middle-aged man furtively glanced at Nuan. Their mutual suspicion and unease collided in a shared gaze. On the brink of fleeing, he found himself rooted in place, unable to muster the will to move. The detectives, undeterred, commenced their tasks. Internally, they mused about their unusual busyness lately, wondering if it was due to shifts in higher-ups. What they had caught was not the typical suitcase, but rather a large, deflated plastic-wrapped bundle resembling an oversized inflatable mattress.
given its size,
Nuan suspected there might be more than one person inside, explaining why the anxious man struggled to pull it out. She intentionally edged closer to the middle-aged man, ready to apprehend him at the slightest indication of an escape attempt. The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale, paralyzed with fear, as he gazed at the potentially gruesome contents of the plastic bundle being retrieved by the detectives. Had it not been for Tian Sui's warning about the man's lingering malice, Nuan might have been swayed into believing he was innocent. Now standing at a distance from which she could swiftly subdue him, Nuan calmly retrieved her phone. I've encountered someone connected to the cloaked man I injured yesterday. Should I take him down? Qing replied. Weren't you fishing? And now you've stumbled into a case? Nuan clarified, I didn't catch this. It was the suspect who did. I merely noticed he was running out of strength and decided to take over the follow-up. Nuan pressed on, so, should I take him down? Chen Guodong interjected. Wait for me. I'm almost there. Just keep an eye on him until I arrive to escort him to the station. Qing cautioned, yes, hold off for now. Not everyone on our side may be entirely clean. Jiangwan remarked, I've discovered a point of contention. The rumors about Deputy Wang's wife suggest she is on the verge of death, yet she appeared vibrant in a photograph taken at his funeral. Nuan questioned, does her family dare to hold a grand funeral for him? Deputy Wang had taken his own life to salvage the last vestiges of his dignity. But anyone with discernment knew that without his suicide, he would likely face a life sentence. During such tense times, with the knowledge of her husband's significant illegitimate child, his wife would hardly be inclined to host a public funeral. Jiangwan added, it wasn't a grand affair. She buried Deputy Wang beside a polluted ditch. And it was captured by someone from a distance. I only noticed upon reviewing the photos again today. The group fell silent, pondering whether to admire the woman's decisiveness or commend Nuan for her adept team. Photographing from across a hill was quite a niche endeavor for them. Chapter 183. Nuan, I have a splendid idea. Jiangwan did not regard the act of photographing from a distance as significant. Her thoughts were still entwined with the connection between Deputy Wang's wife and the cloaked man. Jiangwan postulated, what if Zhang Weining faked her death to infiltrate? Could Deputy Wang's wife also be linked to the cloaked man, opting for a similar ruse? The quiet in the group was shattered by this revelation. Qing responded, it's possible, but what could have caused their fallout, to the extent that the cloaked man would resort to violence against her? Nuan speculated, could something have transpired that made her reconsider? Having prepared to feign death to join the organization, would she truly have the audacity to backtrack midway? The cloaked man would never let her off the hook. Investigating a case often begins with suspicion, leading one down the trail of inquiry.
for now.
Qing's investigation was set to transition into the shadows, while the task of probing Deputy Wang's wife was assigned to Jiangwan. To inquire about a matter is to inquire, and to delve into two matters is still to inquire. Jiangwan accepted these tasks with unwavering resolve. She had received accurate intelligence indicating that upon Nuan's return to the capital, two high-ranking officials expressed a desire for a personal meeting with her, intending to bestow upon her an updated ledger. The ledger presented by these esteemed leaders would likely elevate her status from a mere officer to that of a school officer. The precise military rank, however, would depend on the leader's specific arrangements. Meanwhile, the group continued to discuss the case, as Chen Guodong hurriedly arrived on the scene. This time, he was not behind the wheel, for he had long resided in a region where snow was a rarity, and his driving on icy roads was notoriously cautious. Yet, this slowness had its merits, particularly for the comfort of the passenger in the front seat. When Qing drove, Nuan in the back seat often gasped in trepidation, convinced that the vehicle was on the verge of colliding with the car ahead, or possibly flipping over. Upon witnessing the arrival of two police vehicles, the middle-aged man turned pale, engulfed by a tide of regret. This was it. He feared he might be silenced by an undercover agent. As Chen Guodong arrived, several detectives collaborated to retrieve items from the lake. The forensic expert hastily approached, eager for a glimpse. Captain Chen had indeed arrived promptly. Of course, Chen Guodong replied, his expression unchanging. How could I not be quick? The moment news broke in the group, I was ready. On this occasion, Chen Guodong's primary focus was not on Sui Nuan but rather on the middle-aged man. You must be the one who caught these items, sir. We will need you to accompany us to the police station for a statement. At the mention of the statement, Chen Guodong unconsciously glanced at Sui Nuan, who seemed to have accumulated several statements herself. However, those statements were of little significance. Sui Nuan had conveyed all necessary information afterward, rendering the statements optional. The middle-aged man surveyed the surrounding 8 or 9 police officers and reluctantly nodded in resignation. Entering middle age, he had come to understand the feeling of being compelled, where the first step is the only voluntary one. Chen Guodong, with a benevolent smile, inquired, "May I ask your name, sir?" "My surname is Foam." With the given name, the man replied. Chen Guodong then summoned 2 officers over. "Please escort Mr. Foam to the vehicle. The scene may not be appropriate for him to witness." As Mr. Foam was led away, his expression remained grim. "What is inappropriate for me to see?" he wondered, suspecting that Sui Nuan had shared something with the police. It was evident they were restraining him in the vehicle to prevent him from fleeing. When he turned to cast a glare at Sui Nuan, he instead found both her and Chen Guodong regarding him with enigmatic expressions. Unable to intimidate, he followed the officers to the car, pondering how to weave his defense. He contemplated how to respond if questioned about his fishing trip, among other things. Sui Nuan, curious, asked, "When will the external assistance you requested arrive?" Chen Guodong replied, "I have heard they are already en route. We may encounter them shortly after we finish here." The efficiency of the higher-ups was commendable. As they conversed about the external aid, a commotion arose from the busy detectives nearby. Sui Nuan and Chen Guodong both approached the plastic bags in unison. Inside lay several bodies in a similar state of decay, the bags having been discarded for an indeterminate period. Many of the corpses had merged into one another. Whenever matters pertaining to the 5 elements arose, the scene was invariably gruesome. With so many victims and such bloodshed, it was a situation that could not be broadcasted even for a moment. Chen Guodong wore a somber expression. "Has there been a spate of disappearances in Jingyan district in recent years?" he inquired. The officer he questioned hesitated before responding. "Captain Chen, you are aware of the recent circumstances here. Prior to Captain Qin's arrival, this place was a haven for criminals. After Captain Qin took charge, there was a significant overhaul, but many long-standing cases remained unresolved." Chen Guodong pondered for a moment. "Are you suggesting that?" The officer sighed. "A few years ago, there were numerous missing persons cases, but they ultimately faded into obscurity. Captain Qin and Deputy Captain Tang made considerable efforts to investigate. Yet with so many years of unresolved cases piled up alongside more urgent matters, those older cases had to be set aside for the time being." Chen Guodong nodded gravely. "It has improved, and the future holds promise." The forensic expert assessed the skulls within the plastic bags and determined that there were at least 6 male victims, all under the age of 30. Suddenly, Chi Sui, concealed beneath Sui Nuan's hat, poked its head out. "Nuan, I have a brilliant idea." The descending moon caught the excited voice of Chi Sui, who exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Sui, peeking from Sui Nuan's pocket. Jun Sui's eyes sparkled with interest. "What is this brilliant idea? Can Jun Sui lend a hand?" With a flick of its tail, Chi Sui proudly responded, "The crux of this plan hinges entirely on you.
Yun Sui.
Without you, none of this could be accomplished." Jun Sui's tail swayed faster. "Really? What is the idea?" Having a reliable companion to offer emotional support filled Chi Sui with satisfaction. "Nuan, hasn't Jun Sui already memorized the scents of those cloaked figures? Let Jun Sui go to the police station and sniff out who carries their scent, and we shall focus our investigation on that individual." Though somewhat simplistic, this method was indeed the most reliable. Among so many, if even one lead emerged, they could follow the trail and apprehend not just one, but an entire group. Sui Nuan, Yu Sui, and Tian Sui, all suddenly alert, realized the brilliance of the idea. Indeed, how could we have overlooked this? Jun Sui's keen nose is invaluable. Jun Sui, momentarily unsure of what Chi Sui had expressed, sensed its own potential to contribute and felt a swell of pride. Chi Sui was clever and remarkable. What joy it is to have a genuine companion offering emotional support during a moment of brilliance. Chi Sui felt as though it had met a kindred spirit after a millennium, everything unspoken yet understood. Chapter 184. Is there something amiss with the forensic expert? Sui Nuan silently gave Chi Sui an approving thumbs up, realizing that all those episodes of a certain detective series had not been in vain.
Yun Sui.
Reminded of its olfactory capabilities, promptly began to trot around the nearby officers. Sui Nuan, aware of Jun Sui's actions, did not intervene, being a young wolf cub. Most would assume its curiosity was innocent. Chen Guodong, who understood the situation, looked at Sui Nuan with a puzzled expression. He did not believe she would be unable to manage these little creatures. Captain Qin and the others have mentioned that not everyone in the team may be trustworthy. To be cautious, Sui Nuan took out her phone and shared this concern in the group chat. She intended to follow the same procedure when they returned to the police station, so she refrained from sending a private message. This group chat proved quite convenient. Once the case concluded, she could also add Zhang Wenchuan and Rin Qi from the drug enforcement team in Shenzhen City, along with any other police officers she met during her travels across the nation. Having reviewed the messages in the chat, Chen Guodong lifted his gaze, scanning the officers present. I detected a faint scent on that individual in the shiny attire, Jun Sui announced, but it was very subtle, just a hint. Sui Nuan looked up at the forensic expert, the same one who had collected the body from the shopkeeper yesterday. This forensic expert bore a scent that suggested a possible connection to the cloaked figures or someone associated with them. From the very beginning, Sui Nuan had suspected that one of the individuals who had visited the shopkeeper's home was involved in something shady. The video footage from the cliff's edge indicated that at least an hour was required to set up a rescue operation. Sui Nuan gently patted Jun Sui's little head, offering an approving glance. Jun Sui's tail perked up in pride, realizing its potential to contribute significantly. Chi Sui, hidden away, brimmed with satisfaction, affirming its own brilliance. After gathering the evidence at the scene, Sui Nuan slowly returned to her fishing spot, collecting her gear to head back to the police station. Another day in the Air Force. Is there anyone in the world who can surpass her in fishing prowess? Returning to the police station with a group of people, Qin Qing stood at the door, eagerly anticipating Sui Nuan's arrival. The fact that Sui Nuan had managed to remain concealed under Qin Qing's watch for so long without being discovered was a testament to her skill. For the time being, Qin Qing was certain she would not be able to uncover the truth. With someone like Jun Sui as her ally, Qin Qing was not about to show any courtesy to Sui Nuan. The mere thought of having an undercover agent within her team gnawed at her, making her restless and eager to unearth the traitor immediately. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she invited Sui Nuan and a few others to leave. As for the written statement, there was that suspect fellow, after all. He was the one who had been fishing for fragments of the populace alongside Sui Nuan. Chen Guodong was also quite curious to follow along, but upon seeing Feng he swallowed his words back down. Qin Qing led Sui Nuan through various departments, having already prepared topics of conversation in advance to avoid raising suspicion. Would you consider joining our criminal investigation team at the Jingyan District Police Station? Sui Nuan responded with surprise. Why the sudden suggestion, Captain Qin? Qin Qing, unfazed, replied, I've wanted to ask you that for quite some time. I just didn't know your circumstances back then. Since you already have affiliations with Shenzhen City and the capital, it would only be natural for us to extend an invitation as well. You should be able to manage it, right? Sui Nuan nodded. That does seem feasible. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm collecting small notebooks from every place I visit. 2 from Shenzhen City, 1 from the capital, and now another from Shenzhen City. Qin Qing couldn't help but chuckle. At this rate, you might just complete a nationwide collection. Though Sui Nuan was not a collector by nature, her eyes sparkled at the thought. If she could indeed collect notebooks from across the nation, she would become a pioneer of sorts. After all, for the sake of merit and military rank, she needed to travel nationwide. This aspiration was worth looking forward to. Why not? Having more notebooks won't weigh me down, she mused. Qin Qing smiled knowingly, recognizing that someone like Sui Nuan, who was receptive to advice, would always be in demand wherever she went. Chen Guodong interjected, do you think she was always this agreeable? While Qin Qing appeared to be showing Sui Nuan around the police station, both of their attentions were half focused on Jun Sui ahead of them.
Yun Sui,
with her short wolf legs, was practically trotting ahead, her pace unceasing as she darted in and out of rooms until someone passed by her side. Captain Qin, is this a tour for Sui squad leader? Qin Qing nodded, affirmatively stating, yes, just taking Sui squad leader around. The person glanced at Sui Nuan, then continued, well, Captain Qin, Sui squad leader seems busy. I'll head to the dissection room. Jun Sui abruptly halted, turning and trotting towards the hurried individual, circling around her feet. The forensic doctor looked down, locking eyes with Jun Sui. Her gaze was cold, yet her tone was gentle. Is this Sui squad leader's little dog? How adorable. The wolf's gaze was far more intimidating. Jun Sui was not frightened by the forensic doctor. Nuan, she intimidates me with her eyes. And she carries the scent of that person. It's quite strong. The forensic doctor waved her hand. Little dog, I must be off to work now. We'll play next time. Chi Sui couldn't help but scoff and whine. This human is truly wicked. This is the classic case of a double standard, isn't it? Jun Sui would never play with someone she deemed bad. She would only play with her friends. Isn't that right, Jun Sui? Watching the forensic doctor leave. Jun Sui nodded eagerly, yes, yes. Receiving an affirmative response, Chi Sui immediately perked up her tail, looking even more dog-like than Jun Sui. Noticing something unusual in Sui Nuan's expression, Qin Qing inquired, would you like to sit in my office? We've explored enough for now.
Sui Nuan nodded.
Leading Jun Sui to Captain Qin's office for some water. Tian Sui also peeked out, sensing a fleeting hint of malice from that individual, albeit only for a brief moment. With 4 allies, 2 believed that the forensic doctor was suspicious, thus it was likely that she indeed posed a threat. It was unclear how the cloaked figure and the forensic doctor had become entangled. As soon as they entered the office, Qin Qing swiftly closed the door behind them. What's the situation? Sui Nuan nodded. There is indeed something. Without hesitation, Qin Qing asked, is the forensic doctor a suspect? She was not blind. Jun Sui was no ordinary dog, and her pursuit of the forensic doctor indicated she had detected something amiss. Coupled with Sui Nuan's change in demeanor upon hearing Jun Sui bark, it was clear the forensic doctor was indeed suspicious. Precisely. Jun Sui is a wolf cub that barks like a dog. Qin Qing was unaware that Jun Sui was actually a wolf. Jun Sui noted that the forensic doctor bore a strong scent, referring to the cloaked figure. Perched obediently on another chair, Jun Sui added, there's also a scent of blood. It's the smell of the cloaked person's blood, identical to what I sensed yesterday. Chapter 185. Another acquaintance. Upon hearing Jun Sui barking again, Qin Qing looked at Sui Nuan in confusion, her eyes silently questioning what she meant. Jun Sui was insisting that the forensic doctor reeked of the cloaked person's blood, and it was quite potent. At this point, Sui Nuan hesitated and turned to Qin Qing. By the way, how skilled is that forensic doctor? If the cloaked person were to feign death, seeking medical assistance would indeed pose a challenge. If the forensic doctor were competent and part of their team, it would make perfect sense for the cloaked person to summon her for assistance with bullet extraction. After a moment of reflection, Qin Qing replied, forensic doctors typically possess medical skills, though the quality can vary. As for treating other ailments, I'm not certain. However, suturing wounds, addressing fractures, and bullet extraction are certainly within their capabilities. Surprised by how smoothly things were unfolding, Sui Nuan pulled out her phone. Should I have Jiangwan look into her? Qin Qing sighed. That would be greatly appreciated. She could not ascertain whether the undercover agent was singular. Recklessly investigating the forensic doctor could easily alert the suspect. Sui Nuan relayed this to Jiangwan, who readily agreed, stating that with her larger team, it wouldn't be difficult to spare some personnel to investigate the forensic doctor. Qin Qing was determined not to remain idle. She opened her computer to check the forensic doctor's address, preparing to take Sui Nuan to review the surveillance footage. Just as they were about to leave, a knock resounded at the door. Captain Qin, are you in your office? Qin Qing hastily approached the door, having locked it earlier to prevent any intrusions. Captain Qin. This is the Taoist priest sent by the higher-ups. Qin Qing was taken aback. Could it be that the higher-ups are acting so swiftly? Please come in, Taoist priest. May I ask your name? I am a disciple of the Jingyi sect. My Dharma name is... Inside the room, Sui Nuan slowly rose, recognizing the voice as oddly familiar. The Taoist priest, putting on an act outside, fell silent, his gaze landing on Sui Nuan, momentarily unsure whether to continue his charade. It was rare for him to receive an official assignment, and he hoped to salvage his reputation, yet he found himself face-to-face with an acquaintance. Qin Qing turned her head in confusion, her eyes darting between the Taoist priest and Sui Nuan. Do you two know each other? Sui Nuan stepped closer to the door. What a coincidence, Taoist priest. What are the odds of running into you here? The Taoist priest, dressed in his ceremonial robes, sighed inwardly. He had not intended to encounter a familiar face at the police station. Just call me Zhang Dingsong. As for this lady, we've crossed paths a few times. Qin Qing raised an eyebrow. This Taoist priest seems rather untrustworthy. Surely the higher-ups aren't trying to pull a fast one on me? The 4 of them fell into a moment of silence. The officer hesitantly suggested, Captain Qin, should I take my leave? Qin Qing nodded. Feel free to attend to your duties. Sui Nuan turned to invite the priest into the office. Are you here for a side job? Zhang Dingsong attempted to regain some dignity. I'm here to do good deeds. Indeed, the number of visitors to Jing'an Temple had dwindled during the winter months. Qin Qing replied, Jing'an Temple? ISNT that a Buddhist establishment? Why is this person dressed in Taoist robes?
Sui Nuan.
Observing the priest, who seemed more at home in the office than Qin Qing, invited everyone to sit down, unperturbed. Taoist priest, are you so formidable that you wear the yellow robe? What about the purple robe? How impressive is that? Though the Taoist priest appeared a bit frivolous, his true abilities were quite substantial. It was unexpected that the higher-ups had engaged him. Zhang Dingsong glanced at his own robe, explaining, in contemporary Taoism, the color of the robe's ISNT heavily emphasized, and there are rarely distinctions based on color. It's more about one's mood. Sui Nuan expressed her surprise. Taoist Zhang, do you really believe in this? Zhang Dingsong nodded. Personally, I adhere to this belief and never overstep my boundaries. But let's not dwell on that. Do tell me, what exactly is going on? Sui Nuan poured a cup of water for Taoist Zhang and glanced at Qin Qing, who wore a bewildered expression that seemed to ask, why the silence? Seeing Sui Nuan's unwavering trust in the Taoist, Qin Qing suppressed her doubts. This was indeed a rather intricate case. The perpetrator had exploited the concept of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint in a bid for immortality. Zhang Dingsong furrowed his brow. Could you provide me with the specific photographs and relevant evidence? Qin Qing stood up. Certainly, I'll fetch them. Zhang Dingsong had made the long journey primarily because he stumbled upon news of the Qian Beigua case online. Upon learning that this case was related to the Qian Beigua incident, he set off immediately, albeit with a slight financial incentive. Despite earning a substantial income, his expenditures were even greater. He believed in taking from the people and giving back to them. At his age, without children or a family, saving money seemed futile, just a pile of worthless paper to take to his grave. Spending it could ward off misfortune and earn him praises from beautiful women. So, why not indulge? Tian Sui peeked out with bright eyes, gazing at Zhang Dingsong. Nuan, I like him, but not as much as I like you. The expressionless Zhang Dingsong's gaze fell on the little creature's head peeking out. Is this your new spirit companion? Tian Sui sprang out from the bag. Nuan, he's a good person. He's glowing just like you. Sui Nuan responded with a puzzled look. Zhang Dingsong stroked his beard. Little girl, why do you regard me with such eyes? Tian Sui insisted. I said you're glowing. That's a compliment. The solemn Taoist immediately took pride in this, lifting his head slightly. Indeed, I, Zhang Dingsong, have dedicated my life to good deeds. It is only natural for me to possess a bit of virtue. The spirit companion certainly had discerning taste. Sui Nuan pointed to Yu Sui and Jun Sui, introducing them to Taoist Zhang. Zhang Dingsong marveled. You are indeed fortunate. Did you find them all by chance? Jun Sui is not. Jun Sui has a mother, Jun Sui proudly declared, standing tall. Yes, my mother sent me to protect Nuan. Qin Qing returned swiftly, laying out the evidence she had gathered. These are all the photographs we documented. Zhang Dingsong examined each piece carefully while also inquiring, what about the Qian Beigua case? Have you managed to obtain any leads? Sui Nuan produced her phone. I have some. Both Jiang Wan and Chen Guodong had sent her information and various photographs related to the case. Summarizing the data, Sui Nuan possessed the entirety of the case's information. Let me see it. Sui Nuan readily handed over her phone, but midway through, she recalled that during the investigation of the 5 Elements case, Yu Sui had harbored suspicions about Lin Aigua. Hesitating, she retrieved the image of the diagram they had drawn earlier. While she personally held no suspicions against Lin Aigua, she presented the photograph to Taoist Zhang for thoroughness. Taoist Zhang, do you think this is meant for immortality? Zhang Dingsong glanced at the image amidst his busy schedule, his gaze pausing as he absorbed the information on Sui Nuan's phone. How can you believe in this? Sui Nuan nodded. I understand. We must trust in science. Qin Qing, standing nearby, was taken aback. These two, one a Taoist in yellow robes, the other able to converse with spirits, are discussing faith in science in front of me. An ordinary person? Should I believe in science? Chapter 186. Dad, I wish to inquire about Uncle Lin. Taoist Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction. Such individuals resonated with him, as their thought processes aligned, and they would not refute his views. Who told you this nonsense about resurrection? Yu Sui perked up, recalling its initial suspicions about Lin Aigua when the incident first occurred, which had since been dispelled by various pieces of evidence. However, upon hearing the seemingly capable Taoist's words, its suppressed doubts resurfaced. A son of an uncle mentioned it. His son is part of the Taoist community and understands these matters quite well. Taoist Zhang pulled out a fresh sheet of paper. Do you have a pen? Qin Qing produced a pen from her pocket and handed it to him, having already sensed something amiss from Sui Nuan's expression. Taking the pen, Zhang Dingsong casually picked a document and flipped it over. I can draw, right? Qin Qing nodded. Of course. Zhang Dingsong gestured to the two little ones nearby. See, your photograph is accurate, but the person who drew this diagram either lacks a proper understanding of Taoism or is deliberately misleading you. He felt fortunate to be the one who came. Anyone else might have overlooked the hidden truths. Many Taoist traditions have been lost. If this individual were indeed maliciously misleading, they could very well be involved in the case. The diagram depicted the 5 elements. But to form a complete circle, 2 livers would be necessary. Otherwise, a closed loop could not be achieved. Minutes later, a completely different diagram emerged before Sui Nuan, Qin Qing, and others. Zhang Dingsong pointed to the diagram. Did that person say it can only achieve immortality or gather in? Sui Nuan's mood grew heavier as she nodded.
Yes.
Theoretically, this diagram could not only gather in and confer immortality, but also enable resurrection, cure all ailments, and preserve eternal youth, among other things. Zhang Dingsong set down the pen, adding, of course, these are merely theoretical. In practice, it is impossible, and you should be aware of that, young lady.
Sui Nuan nodded.
Recalling that Taoist Zhang had previously mentioned at Jing'an Temple that cultivation had ceased to be viable a century ago. She believed this. Qi Sui had long since formed its serpent horn, yet subsequent changes had stalled, as if something was obstructing its path to further evolution. Likewise, Yu Sui's transformation had slowed after its feathers changed significantly, with only a small portion of white feathers remaining unaltered. Qin Qing interjected, are we playing a guessing game again? Sui Nuan hesitated to pull out her phone, uncertain whether to message Jiang Wan. Uncle Lin's fishing hobby was coincidental, and his knowledge of Taoism was merely a result of his son's casual remarks. Uncle Lin's alibi remained intact, yet the suspicions around him deepened. Uncle Lin had previously acknowledged that if resurrection were involved, he would indeed be a suspect. Sui Nuan no longer only doubted Uncle Lin. Her suspicions now extended to Uncle Lin's son, who had embraced the Tao. Investigating a case requires rigor. Allowing subjective beliefs to guide an inquiry can lead to misdirection. When there are doubts, one must investigate. Sui Nuan, Jiang Wan, Captain Chen. Did you ever investigate Uncle Lin's son, or inquire with other relevant parties about the statements made in the Qian Bagua case? Jiang Wan replied, I have inquired. One individual stated the diagram was valid. Mr. Lin's son resides at the Taoist temple and maintains a very fixed routine. My people went there to inquire, and he was not available. Subsequently, they did not divert their attention to him. Captain Chen added, the diagram has been examined. However, I have not conducted a thorough investigation into Mr. Lin's son. I only know he seems to have engaged with Taoism due to his deceased mother's relics. Yu Sui tilted its head and won. It seems nobody has mentioned the cause of her death. What did she die from? Sui Nuan was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Uncle Lin's wife's death. When this matter was brought up, Lin Aigua had been present, and those in the know had chosen to evade the topic. After the case concluded, Sui Nuan had pushed this matter to the back of her mind. Before Sui Nuan could inquire further, Jiang Wan anticipated her question and preemptively shared the information in the group. Jiang Wan, Mr. Lin's wife, was named Jiang Wen, who passed away at the age of 36 due to a medical dispute at the hospital, where she was fatally stabbed multiple times by an agitated patient's family. Despite efforts to save her, she succumbed. Jiang Wan. At that time, she left behind a daughter aged 13 and a son aged 7. It has been 20 years since, and Mr. Lin is now 55. Jiang Wan. That's all I know. I did not delve deeper. Chen Guodong. I am quite knowledgeable about the situation. The only point of divergence is that I discovered Mr. Lin's son entered the Taoist sect at the age of 25, and it has now been 2.5 years. Qin Qing. Mother's relics? Why would Ms. Zhang possess items related to Taoism? Jiang Wan. I have been unable to find anything. After all, this occurred 20 years ago. Unless we inquire directly with the parties involved, it is quite challenging to investigate. After posing the question, Sui Nuan hesitated while observing the messages in the group, uncertain about how long her father and Uncle Lin had known each other, or if he was even aware of it. Without further deliberation, Sui Nuan dialed Sui Yan's number. Hello? You go out every day, without sending your brother a message. If there's anything, you can just reach out to me. Brother? Why is it you? Is Dad busy? Sui Han. Why does it feel like my little sister is not particularly eager to hear my voice? The doting brother felt a pang of disappointment. He was right beside her. Sui Nuan, oblivious to Sui Han's shattered demeanor, responded without hesitation, "Brother, pass the phone to Dad. I have something I wish to inquire about." Sui Yan, who was not as swift as Sui Han, nearly laughed out loud, reveling in his triumph. "What good is your speed? My daughter is calling me," which clearly indicates she needs something. The smug tone irked Sui Han, turning his face a shade of green. Reluctantly, he handed the phone to Sui Yan, muttering, "Just a tool," yet so self-satisfied. On the other end of the line, Sui Nuan inquired, "Hello, Nuan. What do you need from your father?" "Dad, I would like to ask about Uncle Lin." Sui Yan pondered, "After all this time, is your first question not a greeting?" It became evident that a smile does not vanish. It merely shifts locations. The previously sullen Sui Han felt a wave of joy. The mountain of paperwork before him suddenly less intimidating. Sui Yan shot a glance at Sui Han, thinking, "What are you smiling about? At least Nuan needs him. Go ahead and ask. As long as I am aware, I shall assist. I would like to inquire if Uncle Lin's wife, Ms. Zhongwen, was ever involved in Taoism." To this question, Sui Yan had a clear answer. He recalled, in a sense, yes. Ms. Zhong was adopted by an old Taoist priest from a young age, effectively becoming his half-daughter. Interestingly, she and your Uncle Lin were childhood sweethearts. The old priest had favored your Uncle Lin's family, knowing his end was near. He entrusted the 10-year-old Zhongwen to your Uncle Lin's family. Your Uncle Lin has always been quite taken by appearances. From the first glance, he was smitten. He persistently pursued her, confessing his feelings hundreds of times throughout their youth before finally winning her heart. Chapter 187. Such a short-lived fate cannot be miscalculated. By the way, Nuan, what prompted this sudden inquiry? Sui Nuan tentatively asked, "Dad, what kind of person do you think Uncle Lin is?" Sui Yan's smile gradually faded. Is it possible that old Lin is entangled in some case? He was quite perceptive regarding his daughter's concerns. Her hesitance and previous inquiries had hinted at her suspicions towards old Lin. Having known old Lin for so many years, Sui Yan believed he was not that kind of person, but what if he were? In his youth, he had been quite stubborn, resolutely following his chosen path. Yet, he was also known for his loyalty and good temperament. However, after Zhongwen's passing, his demeanor had shifted significantly. For a long time, he had distanced himself, avoiding contact with their circle of friends, only to gradually reemerge after a 2-year hiatus. Upon his return, he had become less obstinate and more open-minded. Though Sui Yan tried to remain objective, he still leaned towards supporting Lin Aigua. Who could fathom that a friend of several decades might be implicated in a case, especially one involving a serial murder? Nuan, he truly... Sui Nuan reassured him, "It's merely an investigation. Do not overthink it. I too hope Uncle Lin is not involved in this case." Sui Yan sighed. "I will not broach this subject with him. If you are coming to me, it must mean there are new suspicions directed towards him. I hope he is innocent, but if he is not, it would signify a complete betrayal of my trust in him. I will send you the information I have regarding their family." As a close friend of Lin Aigua, he was likely well aware of the situation. "Thank you." Sui Yan chuckled lightly. "Are we still being formal? In an investigation, we must not overlook even the slightest suspicion." After hanging up, it was not long before Sui Yan sent a message to Sui Nuan. She placed her phone on the table for the others present to view the incoming information. On Chen Guodong's end, he hurriedly made his way to Qin Qing's office after wrapping up his tasks. This case had lingered on his mind for quite some time, and it was indeed related to the matter at hand. However, after much investigation, he found himself at a dead end, preferring to follow Sui Nuan's line of thought. Though Sui Nuan's luck seemed peculiar, she consistently discovered the crux of the case in the most unexpected ways. Arriving in haste, Chen Guodong fortuitously caught the critical information. Knock. Knock. How is the discussion proceeding? Qin Qing, without turning, replied, "Come in and close the door." The 4 individuals huddled around the phone, each wearing a serious expression. How well did Sui Yan know Lin Aigua? He was even aware of the birthdates of Lin's 2 children. Upon hearing the birthdates, Zhang Daoxing suddenly perked up, calculating swiftly in his mind. After a moment, he paused. "Are you certain your father has not erred regarding these birthdates?" Sui Nuan shook her head. "I am uncertain. Let me inquire." Sui Yan interjected, "There cannot be a mistake. I remember it clearly. He is 3 days older than your brother. It must be accurate." Zhang Dingsong, still uncertain, calculated again several times, his brow furrowing deeper with each attempt. "Are you sure there are no issues with these birthdates?" Sui Nuan promptly dialed her father once more, preferring a phone conversation for clarity over a text message. Hello, Nuan, the birth dates absolutely cannot be wrong. Your brother and he are only 3 days apart. I just asked your mother, and it is definitely correct. Sui Nuan glanced at Zhang Dingsong, who raised his hand, signaling his desire to take the call, prompting her to continue. Dad, I'll let Zhang Daoxing speak with you. Zhang Daoxing? Sui Yan inquired suspiciously. Could it be the one I know? ISN He Jing'an Temple? What brings him to Shunlin City? Zhang Dingsong, not one to stand on ceremony, took the phone and immediately asked, Are you sure the birth dates you provided are accurate? After being questioned repeatedly, Sui Yan began to doubt himself, turning to Sui Han. Sui Han, your birthday is July 17th, right? Sui Han, with an exasperated look, confirmed, yes. Sui Yan calculated further, right, my eldest son was born in 1998, at 1 a.m. on July 17th. Old Lin's son is 3 days older, born on July 14th, 1998, at 4 p.m. The birth date of someone born on July 14th, 1998, at 4 p.m. is Wu Yin year, Jiwei month, Rinsu day, and Wu Shen hour. It cannot be wrong. Zhang Dingsong also mentally calculated and found no discrepancy. If this birth date is indeed correct, can you confirm that this person is still alive? I have calculated several times, and this individual cannot possibly live beyond 25 years. Such a short-lived fate cannot be miscalculated. Sui Yan was left dumbfounded. How is that possible? Before he could finish his thought, his words faltered, as if the scene had frozen in place, silence enveloping them. Several minutes later, Sui Yan finally regained his composure and continued the previous discussion. It seems I truly have not seen old Lin's son in quite some time. Sui Han, what about you? Sui Han, who had been listening, recalled his last encounter 2.5 years ago, after which he had entered the Daoist sect and had yet to see him again. The suspicion surrounding Lin Igua deepened once more. If, as Zhang Daoxing suggested, he had passed away years ago, why had Lin Igua concealed this fact and failed to cancel his household registration? Chun Wodong was completely bewildered, as he and Jiang Wan had failed to identify the most likely suspect among all those involved. Who had Mr. Lin actually called at that time? Suddenly, Sui Ian realized. I was present during the phone call, and the tone of the voice unmistakably belonged to his son. Although several years had passed since their last encounter, he was not so muddled as to misidentify a voice. Moreover, wasn't there also an old son present? Did he mishear as well, or was Sun Wen, who claimed to be the foremost martial artist of Huaxia, also mistaken? Sui Nuan's mind raced. Dad, do you have a photo of him? This situation has been concealed so well, primarily because everyone initially believed that Lin Igua could not possibly be the perpetrator. Their investigation into him was merely cursory. Coupled with Lin Igua's alibi, attention had completely shifted elsewhere. Qin Qing mentioned this in the group chat, lifting her gaze. Daoist Zhang, is there anything else you wish to examine? With the previous groundwork laid, Qin Qing had wholly abandoned her doubts regarding Zhang Dingsong's reliability. He had already perused the evidence and various unrelated materials, and upon hearing Qin Qing's inquiry, he responded without hesitation, Could someone kindly escort me to view those murals? Particularly the one within the cave? Sui Nuan volunteered, I will guide the Daoist. I am familiar with the route. Chapter 188. 3 Speculations. Qin Qing also rose. I shall accompany you. Chen Guodong, who was not as quick as Qin Qing, sighed. We still need someone to oversee matters here. The two of them cannot rush off to the same location as they did a few days ago. He exhaled deeply. Then I shall remain here. Sui Nuan suddenly recalled the forensic expert mentioned by Jun Sui, Captain Chen. There is a forensic expert who seems quite suspicious. Please pay particular attention to her later. Forensic expert? Which one? Is it Captain Qin? What is her name? Sui Nuan wasn't acquainted enough to know the names of the forensic experts. It seemed her interactions here had primarily been with Captain Qin. Qin Qing, aware that Sui Nuan was not familiar with the police personnel, took the lead. It's forensic expert Yu. I intended to check the surveillance to look for her, but Daoist Zhang arrived rather swiftly. Chen Guodong nodded. You all go ahead. I shall investigate her in due time. The group stood and made their way outside, with Qin Qing preemptively notifying a small team to be on standby through her phone. Since it was not an urgent situation, they would naturally take a team along for precautionary measures.
Dad, I'll hang up now.
Sui Ian's mood was heavy. I will search for a photo and get back to you soon.
All right.
Sui Nuan felt a sense of disarray. The world was not filled with coincidences. Yet Uncle Lin's repeated appearances had never raised any suspicions among her and her companions. If only she had met Jun Sui sooner, everything would have been less complicated. And one, if Uncle Lin truly did not commit the crime, we will eventually clear his name. But if he did, then there is no need to feel sorrow for such a person. Just moments ago, it was Sui Nuan comforting Sui Ian. Now it was Yu Sui offering her solace. Chi Sui remained incredulous. Tian Sui, do you think it could be Uncle Lin? I feel it unlikely. Tian Sui tilted his head. I am uncertain. It seems like him. Yet not quite. The little Jun Sui, running about in confusion, asked, is Uncle Lin a good friend of Nuan? Sui Nuan squatted down to lift Jun Sui. He is an elder. The group climbed into a vehicle, with Qin Qing taking the lead and driving out, a second car hastily following behind. Sui Nuan sat in the passenger seat, directing them, as Captain Qin had never visited that cave. While providing directions, Sui Nuan also mentally retraced the details of the case. Uncle Lin had invited her father and her master Sun Wen for a fishing trip, and she had joined the fishing party later. Upon arriving at the fishing ground, Uncle Lin had taken the lead, quickly selecting a position to sit down, followed in order by Master Sun, her father, and then herself. The last to arrive was Qian Yu, the man in green, with whom Uncle Lin was acquainted, who stood up to greet him. Sui Nuan turned to Yu Sui. Did you notice Uncle Lin's expression when Qian Yu arrived at the fishing ground? Yu Sui, squatting like a hen, thought for a moment. He seemed quite surprised by his presence. The car was silent, and suddenly Sui Nuan spoke, giving Qin Qing goosebumps. Knowing that Sui Nuan could converse with small creatures was one thing, accepting it was entirely another. It felt as though there were a ghost in the vehicle. If we presume this was a trap set by Uncle Lin, then Qian Yu's arrival must have been unexpected. Could Qian Beigua have been selected as the scapegoat by Uncle Lin in advance? Yu Sui, when those items were caught, did you observe Uncle Lin's expression? I recall him being quite shocked. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Sui turned to Tian Sui and Chi Sui, seeking their confirmation. Chi Sui pointed at himself with his tail. Asking me? Tian Sui scratched his head. Indeed, he appeared surprised, but we cannot ascertain if he was merely acting. Two hypothetical paths arose. One posits that Uncle Lin was indeed a participant, drawing people over to inspect what lay beneath the lake.
But why?
Surely, one could investigate the lake's depths under the cover of night without making such a commotion. Even if Qian Yu retrieved gold from the suitcase and disrupted the ritual, he could have discreetly eliminated him, couldn't he? Killing 5 individuals without leaving a trace seemed implausible. Sui Nuan doubted that eliminating just Qian Yu would pose a challenge for the murderer. Making such a spectacle must have a purpose, but what could Uncle Lin's intent be? Sui Nuan was taken aback. Could the cloaked figure be female? Were there 2 of them? The 4 little ones chimed in unison, yes. Qin Qing, somewhat uncertain, remarked that judging by the running style, weight, and height, they should be female. After pursuing that cloaked figure so many times, some information had been gleaned. Sui Nuan discarded the hypothesis of Uncle Lin being the murderer and constructed a new theory. Uncle Lin was not the killer, but rather had discovered something and was tidying up after the perpetrator. The only individual capable of compelling Uncle Lin to act against his own principles would be his eldest daughter, whom he had previously mentioned. A middle-aged man losing his wife and an elderly man losing his son would instinctively choose to protect their last remaining kin when faced with their wrongdoing. However, if that were the case, why conceal the death of Uncle Lin's son? Another possibility emerged. When Mrs. Zhang passed away years ago, Uncle Lin might have sought out the means to resurrect her, but ultimately abandoned the pursuit for some reason, only to revisit it after the death of his son. Yet this too seemed implausible. If the cloaked figure was indeed female, Uncle Lin could not possibly involve his own daughter in such a matter. Or perhaps the cloaked figure was not Uncle Lin's daughter. Unable to untangle the conundrum, Sui Nuan decided to voice all 3 speculations. Uncle Lin is the mastermind. Uncle Lin is not the mastermind but is cleaning up after the killer. Uncle Lin and another murderer orchestrated the entire affair. Regardless of the current line of reasoning, Uncle Lin's suspicion could not be easily shaken off. Engaging in idle chatter in the vehicle was of little use, with Qin Qing at the helm. The car soon arrived at the forest at the cave's entrance. Jun Sui, brimming with excitement, asked Nuan, may I call Mom? Sui Nuan nodded, yes, you may. Yesterday, Yu Sui had made a solo trip here and had already entered the cave. Yu Sui clicked his tongue, remarking that the marks made by the cloaked figure on the wall were quite chaotic. Had he been taller, he might not have escaped the murals at all. Before entering the cave, Sui Nuan pondered how one could wield a knife so clumsily as to leave such damage. Upon stepping into the cave and observing the surroundings, Sui Nuan fell silent. The craftsmanship of the knife's maker was undoubtedly formidable. Given the state of the cave, the knife itself bore numerous dents and nicks. Had it been of lesser quality, it would have likely shattered by now. Qing nodded in agreement, remarking on the cloaked figure's considerable strength. Zhang Dingsong scrutinized the murals illuminated by the flashlight, his brow furrowed in concentration. Within the cave, the only sounds were footsteps and soft breaths. Everyone remained silent, allowing Zhang Dingsong to study the murals undisturbed. The murals had been shown to other specialists by Jiang Wan, yet no conclusions had been reached, leaving uncertainty as to whether Taoist Zhang could decipher their meaning. After circling the murals, Zhang Dingsong muttered, "Is this some sort of deity that blends Eastern and Western elements? I have never encountered it before." Beside Zhang Daoshang, Sui Nuan expressed her astonishment. "Zhang Daoshang, are you truly unaware of the meaning behind this mural?" Chapter 189. The Pomp of the Taoist. Zhang Dingsong's expression tightened. The little girl was utterly oblivious. At this moment, she ought to have offered him an escape route rather than undermining him. He found himself nostalgically longing for the days when Sui Yan was present. At least she understood the art of reading a room. Zhang Dingsong cast an irritable glance at Sui Nuan, feeling exasperated by her lack of decorum. Only after Sui Nuan's comment did it dawn on her that she should have provided a stepping stone for the Taoist. Qing, suppressing a smirk, inquired, "Taoist, isn't the figure depicted in this mural from our great Xia?" Noting Qing's perceptiveness, Zhang Dingsong shot him a grateful look. The figure depicted in the mural was not only not from Great Xia, but also not from any orthodox pantheon. Its origin was shrouded in mystery. "I am familiar with a similar figure, yet it does not resemble this one at all," he continued. The surrounding murals narrated the tale of a wealthy merchant who, in his pursuit of immortality, squandered his fortune, yet failed to achieve his goal. Ultimately, in his twilight years, he gained insight that allowed him to refine the elixir of life, but alas, he passed away before he could test it. This mural likely served as a testament to the efforts of later generations who discovered the nearly perfected elixir and sought to honor the trailblazer. Zhang Dingsong could not help but chuckle at the irony. If true immortality existed, individuals of their modest abilities would have long since been monitored by the state. Though it may sound unflattering, it was indeed a fact. Those with greater capabilities feared death the most. Qing meticulously recorded the story shared by Zhang Daoshang before glancing outside. "Why hasn't Jun Sui come in?" Sui Nuan, still focused on the mural, replied, "It is waiting for its mother to come and play with it." "It's waiting for its mother?" Qing, having assumed Jun Sui was a stray picked up by Sui Nuan, had never considered it had a mother. In this desolate wilderness, how could its mother survive? Sui Nuan turned her gaze from the mural to Qing and recalled, "Did I not mention to you that Jun Sui is actually a wolf?" Qing, a wolf. Zhang Dingsong, unfazed, remarked, "What is so surprising about having a wolf? She even dares to keep snakes." Jun Sui lifted its head, puzzled. "Why am I suddenly being brought into this?" Qing, not looking back, continued, "I left 2 people outside." Sui Nuan was completely unaware. She had walked ahead as soon as she got out of the car, oblivious to Captain Qing's arrangements for her team. Outside the cave, 2 officers tightly guarded against Jun Sui's attempts to dash out, their stun guns gripped firmly in hand. "Let us gradually retreat into the cave and inform the captain. There's a wolf here." Jun Sui, blocked from escaping, grew anxious. "Mom, these 2 are good people. They were brought here by a Nuan." "Mom, what did the cloaked person look like that you saw?" "We are currently apprehending her."
Mom.
"Why do these 2 keep stopping me? I just want to be close to you." Song followed along, pausing intermittently while maintaining a safe distance. These 2 humans did not realize they were mother and daughter. They were merely protecting her. Jun Sui hesitated. "Should I go in and call Nuan out?"
Then I won't be stopped by them.
Song's ears twitched. "No need. Someone is coming out." Shortly after this statement, Qing's figure appeared behind the 2 officers. "Do not fear. It is our own wolf." The 2 officers stared in bewilderment, glancing at Qing, Captain Qing, seizing the moment when their attention wavered.
Jun Sui dotted to Kang's side.
Sui Nuan, trailing behind, only heard Jun Sui call out "Mom." She nodded towards Tsong and Jun Sui, introducing, "This is Tsong, Jun Sui's mother." The 2 officers who had been preventing Jun Sui from escaping were taken aback. No wonder the little dog stayed outside obediently. "We thought Sui Nuan had merely placed a small dog to guard the entrance, only to realize it was actually waiting for its mother." "Wait, is this really just a wolf? Then is this smaller one also a wolf? Wolves can bark like dogs?" Clarifying the misunderstanding, Sui Nuan turned to see Zhang Daoshang heading towards a fork in the path, prompting her to follow. These paths corresponded to the liver, heart, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. with each secret room concealing human remains. Though the specific parts were unclear, they were undeniably human fragments. Song stood tall and proud, asserting, "Indeed, confirmed by yours truly. These are undoubtedly human remains." Zhang Dingsong pressed forward. "Isn't something missing, perhaps a liver?" Sui Nuan affirmed Zhang Daoshang's assertion. "Yes. Could it be hidden away? With a cave structured like this, where else might there be secret chambers?" Suddenly halting, Zhang Dingsong pondered aloud. "Liver, heart, spleen, lungs. Kidneys, where do you think the missing piece should be?" Unsure about these matters, Sui Nuan guessed randomly. "Next to the kidneys?" "Incorrect, it's on the human body." Zhang Dingsong did not proceed further into the forked path. Instead, he swiftly turned and ran towards the cave's end. Sui Nuan, bewildered, followed closely, whispering, "Why would it be on the human body?" Tian Sui and Shi Sui simultaneously shook their heads, uncertain. Even Yu Sui, who was only half aware, was puzzled. Could it be that what we're seeking is not a hidden chamber, but something related to a person? Jun Sui, accompanied by Tsong, followed Sui Nuan, suddenly invigorated at the prospect of searching for something. "What are we looking for? Can my mother and I help?" Wolves indeed have keen noses, making them adept at finding things, yet the issue remained that Sui Nuan had no idea what they were searching for. "I also don't know what we're looking for.
Let's follow and see."
Zhang Dingsong returned to the end of the secret chamber, standing in the center and looking up. "Are there any ladders or similar items?" Yu Sui questioned skeptically. "Is there something up there?" Sui Nuan, still bewildered, looked up as well. "Is there something above?" If her suspicions were correct, there should indeed be something. Qin Qing assessed. "There's a small ladder on the police car. I'm unsure if it will suffice. You all go retrieve it." The ladder was only 120 centimeters tall. The police car was not large enough to accommodate anything bigger, and this was the only spare one they had on hand. Whether it would be useful or not remained to be seen, but at least they were prepared. Yu Sui flew around the area, inspecting the mask's forehead thoroughly, yet failed to detect any issues. Zhang Dingsong pointed to the right eye. "Take a look at the eye. It may reveal something." Complying, Yu Sui flew over to inspect. And from a distance, it appeared to be merely a painted image, but upon closer inspection, the red eyes were actually carved features, hovering before the red eyes. Yu Sui pawed at the mural's eyeball and Nuan, "This eye can move." Sui Nuan, taken aback, glanced at Zhang Daoshang in astonishment. "Is your eyesight truly that sharp? Yu Sui visited twice yesterday and didn't notice anything, yet you perceived it from such a distance? Yu Sui, can you move that eye?" "Do not worry, I can." With unwavering confidence, Yu Sui used its paws to turn the eye. Balancing upside down, it worked diligently for a while, managing to rotate it slightly. Watching from below, Tian Sui felt anxious for Yu Sui. "Why not let me ride on your back to assist?" Chapter 190. The New Secret Passage. Hearing Tian Sui's call from below, Yu Sui did not hesitate and quickly returned. That mechanism was indeed beyond its current capacity. It was better to let Tian Sui take over. Tian Sui was not one to stand on ceremony, swiftly climbing onto Yu Sui's back. In terms of strength, Yu Sui was not weak, but being inverted made it difficult to exert force. Otherwise, it would have completed the task sooner. Tian Sui's claws gripped the eyeball, unsure of which direction to push. Following the direction Yu Sui had just moved it, it pushed with a few swift motions. The group below held their breath, feeling as though a swarm of crows had flown overhead, yet the cave remained eerily unchanged. Uncertain, Tian Sui exerted a bit more force, but the eyeball remained immovable, seeming to allow only that much movement. "Nuan, I can't push it any further." Sui Nuan was perplexed. Typically, such embedded objects within a cave were meant to activate a mechanism or confuse them. Zhang Dingsong approached another ocular sphere, addressing Yu Sui and Tian Sui. "Kindly investigate the other eye." Just as Tian Sui was about to retract its claws, several individuals, previously summoned by Qin Qing to retrieve a ladder, hurriedly returned. "Quickly, let us have a go at it. See if we can displace the eye depicted in the ceiling mural." The two criminal investigators handling the ladder wasted no time. After setting it up, they selected the taller members to ascend and ascertain if they could reach the eye at the top of the cave. Upon reaching the apex, one investigator expressed confusion. "Captain, this eye is merely a painting. How can we move it?" After posing this question, the investigator even stretched out a hand to verify that his eyesight was indeed intact. Meanwhile, on Yu Sui's side, Tian Sui, undeterred by skepticism, declared, "Yu Sui, allow me to take a look." As Tian Sui released its claws, a jarring sound of stone scraping emanated from the area where Sui Nuan had dislodged a brick, causing several individuals to involuntarily shudder. Such noise unmistakably indicated the movement of a mechanism. Sui Nuan, well versed in these matters, swiftly approached. Is there a secret chamber behind? Qin Qing murmured. Where do all these secret chambers come from? Are they so common? Qi Sui, comparing its height with that of the surrounding corners, brightened up a Nuan. Let me take a look. I can manage this height.
Count me in.
Tian Sui, behind you Sui, eagerly raised a paw to join, fearful of being left out. With all companions volunteering for the task, Sui Nuan did not refuse. She extended her arm alongside the brick opening, facilitating Qi Sui's ascent through the cave's entrance.
Under Tian Sui's encouragement, Yue Sui alighted onto Sui Nuan's shoulder.
The two little ones ventured into the newly opened passage, leaving the group outside exchanging glances. Qin Qing hesitated. Should we remove the remaining bricks? After all, one is already missing. The officer with the camera diligently documented every alteration inside the cave. Sui Nuan opened her mouth, contemplating whether to confess that she had been the one to extract the missing brick. However, before she could acknowledge this, Zhang Dingsong nodded in agreement with Qin Qing's suggestion. Let us pry it open and see. There may be new discoveries within. Qin Qing concurred. And with Zhang Daoshang's approval, the remaining investigators followed suit, with only Sui Nuan and the trio of animals outside refraining from voicing their opinions. Faced with the scrutiny of the crowd, Sui Nuan shrugged. I'm fine with it. You all just observe.
Yu Sui echoed. So am I.
The onlookers were taken aback. This beautiful bird can actually speak?
Jun Sui and Song. Awu.
Sui Nuan nodded. Let us commence. The motion has been unanimously approved. The group collaborated seamlessly, swiftly excavating the wall that had already been partially cleared, creating a sizable opening for passage. Hearing the commotion, Tian Sui and Qi Sui returned obediently, waiting patiently. Without Sui Nuan prompting, Tian Sui and Qi Sui took turns explaining the situation to her. Qi Sui inquired, and Nuan, this cave extends quite a length. Neither Tian Sui nor I reached the end. Tian Sui added, the cave is long, yet air circulates within. It's quite perplexing. Given the considerable length of the cave, which was sealed off, one would expect a lack of airflow, making it all the more mysterious. Sui Nuan lifted the two small creatures into her hands, reasoning that the best way to uncover the truth was to venture inside. The passageway was wider than the exterior, allowing the two to advance side by side. With ample space remaining for Sui Nuan to maneuver, Sui Nuan and Zhang Daoshang successfully secured the lead position. Qin Qing, unable to outmaneuver the duo, found herself at the rear with Song and her daughter, Jun Sui. Zhang Dingsong produced a compass from seemingly nowhere, occasionally pausing to consult it, which made Sui Nuan feel uneasy. Suddenly, Song, hearing Jun Sui's murmurs, perked up and halted her steps. Jun Sui, who had been conversing with her mother, also paused. What is happening? Hearing Jun Sui's inquiry, Sui Nuan turned around. Though unable to see Song and Jun Sui, she distinctly caught Song's voice of concern. Captain Sui, did you hear that? There's a rhythmic ticking sound in this passage. Sui Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Song had adopted the title that Jiangwan used for her. Previously, Song would directly address her by name or speak on matters at hand, and being referred to as Captain Sui felt somewhat strange. This unease was fleeting. As Sui Nuan raised a hand to hush the group, it was imperative that not everyone entered at once during such a perilous moment. In the event of an ambush or sudden collapse, there would be no one outside to assist. Within the passage, there were only Sui Nuan, Zhang Daoshang, and two police officers, alongside the trailing Qin Qing, Song, and Jun Sui. A total of 5 individuals and 5 small creatures. Sui Nuan's hushing immediately silenced the passage. The others, though unaware of Sui Nuan's intentions, refrained from causing any disturbances at such a critical moment. Previously masked by footsteps and breathing, the faint ticking sound had gone unnoticed. Now, with silence reigning, the vigilant Qin Qing's expression turned grave. She glanced at Sui Nuan, locking eyes with her in the front. Sui Nuan gave a slight nod, affirming Qin Qing's intuition. Everyone should have earplugs, right? Wear them. You two should head back and wait for us outside, but remember to put on your earplugs. Time your communications with the walkie-talkies. Report back to me every 10 minutes without fail. Also, inform the team guarding the cave. Both groups must maintain a 10-minute interval for updates. The 2 criminal investigators, well acquainted with the situation regarding the suspect, hesitated not at all, responding, "Understood, Captain Sheen. Please ensure your safety as well." In the presence of a suspect with controlling capabilities, having more individuals could hinder rather than help. A smaller, more adept team was the optimal strategy. Quickly extricating themselves from potential control was essential, as a larger group in such a confined space could lead to complications, not only hindering movements, but also increasing the risk of friendly fire.